Plundering the Heavens Chapter 226 to Chapter 279. Xianxia saw that Feng Xing just listened to the girl with the surname Xiao explaining the rules, and then casually took 3 moves to pass. The whole process was very simple. She thought that the last round would be easy to pass, but she didn't expect that when it was her turn, there would be so many questions. She was slightly puzzled, and subconsciously looked at Feng Xing who was standing beside Xiaoshui. Crown Prince Chu Huang seemed to see through her thoughts, and said lightly, "You don't have to look at her. She has her reasons, and I have my rules. Her reason is to do as she pleases, and my rule is to follow the rules. If you let her test you for the last round, then she can do whatever she wants. But if I'm the one testing you for the last round, then you have to follow my rules." When Xianxia heard this, her heart was slightly shaken, and she honestly replied, "We used the secret method of the 100 Beasts sect to tame the demonic beasts, and borrowed the strength of the demonic beasts to cross the training ground. We didn't need to walk under the pressure of the formation, so our speed was faster." Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded, and said, "If that's the case, you definitely didn't get many defensive formation talismans?" Xianxia whispered, I also got a few." Crown Prince Chu Huang seemed to be a little surprised, and asked, "How many?" Xianxia poured out all the defensive formation talismans in her storage pouch, and there were 7 to 8 of them. Crown Prince Chu Huang seemed to be stunned, and said, "Why are there so many?" Xianxia was a little scared, and after a while, she whispered, "I snatched them from someone else." Crown Prince Chu Huang frowned, and there was a faint anger rising from his body. Feng Xing interrupted, "You didn't say that I couldn't snatch them, right?" Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes turned cold, and shot towards Feng Xing like a sharp sword, with a dense coldness. Feng Xing was not afraid of him and glared back at him. Crown Prince Chu Huang was a bit surprised. He did not expect Feng Xing to be so courageous. Even if he did not use the royal court's secret technique, there were not many spiritual movement realm cultivators who dared to stare back at him. Even among Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, there were not many who could withstand his gaze. He really did not know where the servant-dressed brat got his courage from. In the trial, there's no rule against snatching other people's defense talismans, so this shouldn't be against the rules. At this moment, Xiaoshui suddenly opened her mouth. Her words attracted Chu Huang's attention. However, after he heard it, he did not reply. Instead, he said to Xianxia, "Now, you can prepare to receive my first palm." Xianxia let out a sigh of relief when she saw that he wasn't going to pursue the matter of her snatching someone else's defensive array talisman. She nodded her head and formed a seal. Above her head, a winged dragon shadow appeared. It was the winged dragon demon spirit that she had inherited. It soared into the sky and circled around Crown Prince Chu Huang. Then, it coldly stared at Crown Prince Chu Huang. "Ah, it's just a pseudo-dragon." Crown Prince Chu Huang saw it and was slightly surprised. He casually slapped out with his palm. He did not use any Dao Foundation spiritual energy in this palm, and it looked like he did not use any strength. It was a light slap, but within this palm, there was the power of wind and thunder. Within the bright yellow robe, there was a faint golden light flowing, mixed into his movements, causing this seemingly light palm to have the power of 10,000, slapping in the air in front of Xianxia. Ao! At this moment, the illusory dragon shadow above Xianxia's head let out a faint dragon roar. It quickly coiled down and blocked in front of Xianxia. Crown Prince Chu Huang's palm slapped on the illusory dragon shadow, but only a bang was heard. The illusory dragon shadow instantly dimmed, and Xianxia retreated 4 to 5 steps. Her face was already as pale as paper. How could he be so heavy-handed? Feng Xing was taken aback and looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang in astonishment. This person did not use his Dao Foundation, but when he attacked, wind and thunder accompanied him. His strength was boundless, even stronger than a peak 9th layer spirit formation cultivator's full strength. How could Xianxia, a 7th layer spirit formation cultivator, withstand such a palm? "Second palm," Crown Prince Chu Huang said faintly. Suddenly, his figure floated like a golden cloud in the sky. The second palm slapped down with the power of a tsunami. Xianxia was taken aback. She hurriedly used her incantation to activate the already dimmed Xianxia demon spirit. At the same time, she slapped her left hand, and 7 to 8 yellow talismans and 3 flying swords flew out from her storage pouch. These yellow talismans formed a translucent barrier in front of her, and the three flying swords turned into three streams of light and flew towards Crown Prince Chu Huang. Crown Prince Chu Huang slightly sneered. He did not change his move, but swung his sleeves and increased his strength by another 20%. Boom, the flying swords shattered into pieces, but they did not manage to block much of the palm. It continued to slam down, and then the yellow talismans were torn apart by the palm. The barrier completely disappeared, and Xianxia let out a muffled groan, then flew out like a broken cloth bag. Her body fell on the snowy ground and slid a few feet away, leaving a deep gully on the snowy ground. There's still the third palm. Crown Prince Chu Huang said faintly, get up. Take my third palm and you can enter the depths of the snowy mountain. Pa. Fang Xing's expression turned ruthless. The black rock under his feet was crushed by him. If he still could not see through it at this moment, he would be a fool. This Crown Prince Chu Huang was not like Xiaoshui, who was testing Xianxia's fighting technique. He was obviously trying to kill her. Xiaoshui's 3 moves tested his reaction, technique, and strength. But this Crown Prince Chu Huang did not have any technique. Every move he made was just a palm strike, using pure strength to suppress his opponent. This was killing. Seeing that the girl was struggling to get up, Fang Xing sighed in his heart. He quickly walked over and helped her up. His heart was burning with anger, and his voice was cold. He said coldly, what kind of F***king opportunity is this? Let's not take him as our master. I'll bring you back to Bohai country. He did not know what Crown Prince Chu Huang thought of Xianxia, but he knew that she could not take the third palm strike. The first palm injured the demon spirit, and the second palm heavily injured the person. Fang Xing suspected that Crown Prince Chu Huang's third palm strike would directly kill her. Your Highness, this little girl can take 2 palm strikes from you. It's enough for her to pass the trial. Xiaoshui's eyes were solemn as she looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang seriously. Crown Prince Chu Huang said faintly, the rules are the rules. She needs to take 3 palm strikes, not one of them is missing. Xiaoshui sneered, even if the Huqin country's senior rejected your sister, Princess Chu Ci, as his 4th disciple, and chose this unknown girl from a small sect in Bohai country, you shouldn't be so strict with the rules. Fang Xing, who was about to carry Xianxia away, suddenly slowed down. Crown Prince Chu Huang glanced at Xiaoshui coldly and said, you talk too much today. This matter has nothing to do with Chu Ci. The rules are the rules. Since I'm sitting here, I will uphold the rules. If she can't take 3 palm strikes, she will enter the depths of the snowy mountains to search for her opportunity. If she can't take 3 palm strikes, she will either die or return to Bohai country. Brother Little 9, I'm about to pass. I can take the third palm strike. Xianxia, who was lying on Fang Xing's back, said in a weak voice. She actually wanted to take the third palm strike. Fang Xing slowly took 2 steps forward, stopped, and said, you want to take it? That's good. Not knowing what he was thinking, he put Xianxia down and took out a high-quality healing pill from his interspatial bag and stuffed it into Xianxia's mouth. However, the girl's face was as pale as gold paper and her eyes were blurred. In her current state, not to mention taking another palm strike from Chu Huang, even a full force strike from a 3rd-layer spirit formation cultivator would be able to kill her. Brother Little 9, now that we've entered the Ice Sound Palace together, we'll be real brothers and sisters. Xianxia took a deep breath and revealed a faint smile. Fang Xing was expressionless and said, so what? Xianxia's eyes were a little dim and said in a low voice, if I can't take 3 palm strikes, wouldn't I be useless? Fang Xing patted her back twice and transferred some spiritual energy into her body to help her digest the pill. He said indifferently, you're useless. Xianxia raised her head and looked at him worriedly, not knowing what to say. Fang Xing suddenly smiled and said, but he's quite handsome, and he's not that annoying. Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, I'll definitely be able to take the third palm strike. Fang Xing said, it'll be weird if you can't take it. Go. As he spoke, he pushed Xianxia over and put his hands behind his back, looking at Crown Prince Chu Huang leisurely. Are you ready to take my third palm strike? Looking at Xianxia who was standing in front of him, Chu Huang said indifferently. I'm ready. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, as if it was a little tiring for her to stand, but she said firmly. This courage, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Chu Huang smiled faintly and waved his sleeves like flowing clouds towards Xianxia. This wave contained a huge force of wind and thunder. After being infused with this force, the soft sleeves rolled towards Xianxia's chest like iron chains and steel whips. Xianxia could only use her remaining spiritual energy to support the barrier technique. Under this wave of Chu Huang's, she was so weak that it was impossible for her to take it. However, at this moment, Fang Xing suddenly secretly threw 2 round balls behind Chu Huang. Boom! Boom! The 2 balls suddenly exploded, and balls of lightning covered a radius of 30 feet. Crown Prince Chu Huang, who had just waved his sleeve, was shocked. He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hands. The golden flow in his body surged, and a huge force came out of his hands. He pressed the 2 balls of lightning on the ground until they gradually disappeared. Haha, did you take the 3rd hit? Fang Xing laughed and ran over quickly. He picked up Xianxia and retreated 10 feet away. Crown Prince Chu Huang had already attacked for the 3rd time. However, he was sneakily attacked by the purple thunder pill that Fang Xing threw out. He had no choice but to turn around and defend himself. Naturally, the 3rd palm attack was broken. In this way, Xianxia could be considered to have survived this palm attack. Chu Huang's eyes were cold. He stared at Fang Xing and said coldly, "You dare to attack me? Where are the rules?" Fang Xing scolded, "Screw your rules. Even if I attacked you, it was me who broke the rules. Did you take the 3rd hit? If you have the ability, come at me. What's the point of attacking a girl? Okay, I will come at you." Chu Huang's face was gloomy. He shouted coldly and the spiritual power in his body surged. He was about to stand up and attack. Fang Xing's eyes were cold. He put Xianxiao aside and secretly gathered his spiritual power, ready to attack. He was a person who could not bear to see his friends suffer. What the Crown Prince of Chu Huang had done had made him angry. If the Crown Prince really dared to attack him, he would tear off his disguise and fight with him, and then run away. Anyway, he had done so much for Xianxia, which meant that he had successfully helped her pass the trial and could get the so-called opportunity. It was not in vain for the girl to trust him. Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes were extremely cold. He moved slightly and was about to pounce. However, right at this moment, a milky white longsword suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Shui's indifferent voice rang out, "Your Highness, this youth has just received 3 of my attacks. According to the rules, he is a member of our snowy mountain. Even if he launched a sneak attack on you and broke the rules, he should be punished according to the rules of the snowy mountain. For you to take revenge on him like this is against the rules." Chu Huang's face was extremely gloomy as he coldly looked at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui's expression was calm as she fearlessly met his gaze. Fang Xing, on the other hand, stared at Crown Prince Chu Huang's head vigilantly. In his heart, he was estimating whether he could chop off his head before he could react if he suddenly swung his saber. Crown Prince Chu Huang looked at Xiao Shui for a long time. The cold killing intent on his body gradually dissipated and he closed his eyes again. "You're right, everything has to be done according to the rules." Xiao Shui also seemed to be relieved. She looked at Fang Xing and said, "Bring her in." Fang Xing nodded and said, "Fairy, you're really a good person, unlike some people who are ugly and disgusting." Crown Prince Chu Huang opened his eyes and looked at him coldly. Fang Xing stared back at him and said, "Did I break the rules by calling him a bastard?" Crown Prince Chu Huang closed his eyes again, but there seemed to be a layer of invisible killing intent on his body. Damn it, there are so many bastards in the world, but golden bastards are the most annoying. Fang Xing carried Xianxia on his back and walked towards the small path behind them. When he passed by Xiao Shui, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to ask, "Fairy, do you know why golden bastards are the most annoying?" Xiao Shui was startled and smiled, "Why?" Fang Xing said, "Because he's obviously a bastard, but he still has the cheek to pretend to be a dragon." Xiao Shui chuckled as she nodded her head and said, "Quickly go in. If he really gets angry, I won't be able to stop him." Fang Xing snickered and said, "Why are you angry, golden bastard? Golden bastard fire?" At this moment, the killing intent on Crown Prince Chu Huang's body was visible to the naked eye. Why are you stopping me? After Fangxing walked along the small path towards the two black mountains, Crown Prince Chu Huang suddenly said coldly. Xiao Shui smiled faintly and said, I know that your royal court is a little unwilling to cooperate with Senior Hu Qin. You're even more dissatisfied that Senior Hu Qin refused to give the inheritance to your royal court, but left it to a little girl from Bohai country. However, I still feel that it's not appropriate for someone of your status to make a move on a little girl. Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes suddenly opened and a ray of light flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, the truth? Xiao Shui said, it's fake. Crown Prince Chu Huang looked at her. Xiao Shui smiled and said, among the younger generation of the Chu territory and the 7 countries, only the 2 of us are qualified to compete. So, I'll naturally add some trouble to what you want to do, until we have a good fight. Crown Prince Chu Huang closed his eyes again and said, that's against the rules. I won't do anything that's against the rules. Xiao Shui smiled, golden bastard, is that against the rules? Crown Prince Chu Huang's killing intent suddenly increased by a layer, while Xiao Shui covered her mouth and secretly laughed. After passing through 2 black mountain peaks, they arrived at an incomparably huge snowy valley. Looking from afar, the valley was surrounded by a continuous circle of white hills. In the middle of the valley, there was a large black hall that was built according to the valley. Most of it was covered by the snowy hills, and only a part of it was exposed, inadvertently revealing its extraordinary appearance. Fangxing walked forward and saw a stone tablet by the side of the path. There were 3 big words written on it. Snowy Mountain. Just now, that Xiao Shui also said something about Snowy Mountain. But shouldn't it be an opportunity given by the Ice Sound Palace? Fangxing mumbled. He supported Xianxia, who was sliding down, and continued to walk forward. Hee, the first person to pass the trial is here. Suddenly, a laughing voice sounded. The air in front of Fangxing became blurry, and then an old man with a face full of smiles appeared in front of him. He was half a head taller than Fangxing. Lowering his head, Fangxing realized that the old man was actually very short. It was just that he was floating in the air, which made him look tall. At this moment, he was smiling at Fangxing. Eh? Why are you so heavily injured? The old man was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Xianxia, who was behind Fangxing. His face slightly changed. Isn't it because of that golden bastard that you arranged? Fangxing said angrily. Golden bastard? The old man was startled and came to his senses. He didn't say anything and just sneered twice. He raised his hand slightly and an invisible force condensed at the bottom of Fangxing's feet. It turned into a magic cloud that lifted him up and brought him straight to the black hall. After entering the hall, he saw 5 old men sitting upright in the hall. They all had different appearances, but they all had an extraordinary temperament. Fangxing and Bai Qianzheng had cultivated together for 3 years, so he had a deep understanding of them. This temperament was the transcendent temperament of a Golden Core Realm cultivator. 5 Golden Core Realm cultivators? Fangxing was secretly shocked. He could not help but think, how could the Ice Toon Palace have 5 Golden Core Realm cultivators? When one of the grey-robed elders saw Xianxia, his eyes hardened. He stood up and received her. Without saying a single word, he swiftly flew towards the depths of the large hall. In fact, he did not even say a single word to Fangxing. On the other hand, the remaining 4 elders stared at Fangxing with smiles on their faces. In particular, one of them, who looked somewhat wretched, had a face filled with shock. Fangxing was also someone who had seen much of the world, but being stared at by these 4 old men made his hair stand on end, and he felt uneasy all over. Which clan are you from? Why are you wearing the clothes of a servant? One of the old men asked in surprise. Fangxing pointed in the direction where Xianxia was carried and said, I'm here to accompany her. After hearing Fangxing reveal his identity, the 4 old men were all shocked. The wretched-looking old man said in astonishment, I didn't think that a servant would be able to use the fastest speed to pass the training ground we set up. It seems that the geniuses we found are very disappointing. Forget it, don't compete with me. I'll train this kid. You guys wait for the others. The other old men looked at him in confusion. One of them said, You're the laziest. Why are you fighting for a disciple? The wretched old man said, I found this kid familiar the moment I saw him. When the other old men heard what he said, they no longer looked for other reasons. Instead, a stern-looking old man said, there's no need to rush. I reckon that these children are still confused. Let's wait for the others to arrive and tell them the reason together. Moreover, when the time comes, we'll have to look at the defensive array talismans they have obtained to determine which inheritance is more suitable for them. The other old men nodded when they heard this. Feng Xing said cautiously, I think, you guys shouldn't wait. The four old men looked at him and said, why? Feng Xing poured the mysterious ice token and defense talisman on the ground and said, they shouldn't be able to pass the trial. As he said this, he felt a chill in his heart and secretly looked at the reaction of these people. Originally, he thought that as a servant, he would follow Xianxia to face a gold core cultivator. He did not expect to face 4 gold core cultivators at once. It was really beyond his mental preparation. He, who was bold to the extreme, became a little cautious at this time. As for the wretched old man, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was in a very good mood. Our 100 Beasts sex miss is an honest person, so others bullied her. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I decided to accompany her into the trial ground. But I didn't have the black ice token, so when the formation came down, of course, I couldn't resist it. But fortunately, we met the snow dragon. Our 100 Beasts sect has a god-sealing technique that can control demonic beasts, so we boldly tried it. We didn't expect it to work, so we borrowed the snow dragon's deterrence to control many other demonic beasts, so others naturally couldn't beat us. Originally, the two of us were so honest, so we wanted to quickly pass through the trial. But we met 3 very rude and unreasonable people, who actually wanted to capture me and stuff me into the valley, blocking the eye of the formation. So we were forced to fight back, and accidentally snatched their black ice token and defensive formation talisman, and accidentally stripped them naked and threw them into the snow valley, and accidentally, the others also. Feng Xing used a very innocent tone to narrate his and Xianxia's experiences. The 4 Jindan stage cultivators in the hall were all stunned. Alright, I will temporarily take it that you robbed these 3 people as an accident, but what about the others? A white-browed, white-bearded old man was stunned for a moment, and asked. Feng Xing had a very honest look, and said, we drove the demonic beasts through the trial ground, and in the end, when the other heaven's chosen ones saw the 2 of us, they either shouted to form an alliance with us, or scolded us for not following the rules. There were even people who said that we drove too many demonic beasts, which scared them, and when they saw that our cultivation was low, they fiercely and tyrannically blocked the way, as if they were prepared to bully us. And then you bullied them all? A dignified, yellow-robed old man coldly snorted, and said heavily. Feng Xing was overjoyed, and said, yes, the one who strikes first has the advantage. The wretched old man spat on the ground, and said, yes my ass, do you think we are fools? Feng Xing hurriedly shouted, and said, you didn't say in the beginning that we couldn't rob, right? The 4 Jindan stage cultivators looked at each other, and the wretched old man said, we really didn't say this rule. The white-browed, white-bearded old man let out a long sigh, and said, in fact, I think that robbing is the right thing to do. If we don't rob, it will seem that our heaven's chosen ones are too weak, and really can't bear the responsibility. The dignified old man also snorted and said, if he had robbed it with his real ability, it would have been fine. At least the others would have been convinced of their defeat. What I'm angry about is that he used the power of the demonic beasts to rob others. After all, relying on external forces is not a real ability. Although he and that little girl from Bohai country have passed the trial, their results are too exaggerated and can't be counted. Controlling demonic beasts is also a kind of ability. Who asked you to release so many demonic beasts in the snow mountain for no reason? The wretched old man seemed to be impatient, and looked at Feng Xing with sparkling eyes. He stretched out his long arm, and lifted him up, and turned to the others, and said, are you going to fetch those heaven's chosen ones back, or reissue the mystic ice badge, and let them go through the trial again? I don't care, I want this kid, I will take him away, and I will teach him a good lesson. With a long laugh, he carried Feng Xing out of the hall. Why is curmudgeon Wanluo acting a little strange today? He was not so diligent in recruiting disciples before, the white-browed, white-bearded old man said with a frown. The dignified old man snorted coldly and said, he probably thinks that by taking in the first young man to pass the trial, it's equivalent to surpassing us. Let him be, he's just a servant who was lucky enough to pass the trial. Go to the back and see if old man Hu Qin has cured his disciple, then send a message to the Ice Sound Palace, and restart the trial. The few old men began to discuss, and did not think much about Feng Xing. However, the wretched old man laughed along the way, and from time to time, he lowered his head, and looked at Feng Xing excitedly. The light in his eyes made Feng Xing's hair stand, and he could not help but cry bitterly, "Damn, this old man can't be interested in me, right? If I had my handsome appearance in the past, it might be possible, but I have changed my appearance now, how can I still be interested?" The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he wanted to escape in a hurry. However, he sadly realized that he had no hope of escaping from a golden core perfected master. Even if he used his foundation establishment realm cultivation, he had no chance of winning. "It's over, I will have to protect my innocence with my death today," Feng Xing thought sadly, and he completely broke down. The wretched old man carried Feng Xing and flew all the way to a snow valley 50 kilometers away. There was a hidden hall in the snow valley, and there were many caves on the surrounding black mountain walls, looking rather strict and strange. The old man directly flew into the hall with Feng Xing, and then threw him on a cushion in the middle of the hall. He put his hands behind his back and laughed. Senior, don't laugh like that, I am scared. If you are interested, I can introduce you to a few handsome boys?" Feng Xing said tentatively. He wanted to see if he could escape. Handsome boys? The wretched old man was slightly stunned, and he looked at Feng Xing with a strange look. "That's right, they are handsome." Feng Xing slapped his thigh and said, "Senior, as long as you give the order, I will go and catch them for you. Let me tell you, there is one called Yu Sanliang, he is handsome, and there is also one called Wu Xiangtong, he is also not bad." "Pfft, what nonsense, do you think this perfected one will like them?" The wretched old man dug his nose in disdain, looked at Feng Xing, and chuckled, "You." Feng Xing was taken aback and cried out, "Junior can't do it." The wretched old man was stunned and said angrily, "Is it so difficult for this perfected one to accept you as a disciple?" "Disciple? F***ck, your taste is quite strange." He refused righteously and sternly, "Junior's aptitude is poor, and I am ugly, I am afraid I do not meet Senior's liking." The wretched old man was a little impatient and said, "Don't talk nonsense in front of this perfected one. If your aptitude is really poor, how did you kill that brat from Blue Cloud sect surnamed Xiao, and how did you get that female disciple surnamed Li from Hu Qin?" "That is because they," Feng Xing subconsciously wanted to answer, but he was suddenly stunned. His figure jumped, and he shouted, You. The wretched old man chuckled and said, "Little Feng Xing, you can deceive others, but can you deceive this old man?" Feng Xing was even more shocked. He hurriedly reached out to touch his face and found that his appearance had not changed back. Besides, even if his appearance had changed back, how did this wretched old man recognize him? After he used the 1,000 luo ghost mask to change his appearance, he let Daphne see it. The old monster swore that with the exquisiteness of the 1,000 luo ghost mask, even if he was in front of a golden core realm master, as long as he did not use his spiritual power, or was personally investigated by the other party, he would definitely not be able to find any clues. And this 1,000 luo old monster did not investigate his cultivation along the way. Being exposed for a while, Feng Xing panicked. He wanted to take out the one-legged bronze lance and smash it down. However, after coming into contact with the old man's calm gaze, he gave up this idea. Not to mention the one-legged bronze lance, even the 10,000 spirit flag would not be effective against a golden core realm master. Sigh, give this young master a quick death. "Tell me, how did you find me?" Feng Xing sat down dejectedly. He was not afraid anymore and put on a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. The wretched old man looked him up and down a few times and said with a smile, "You're quite a hoodlum, which suits this old man's taste. Before I tell you, tell me first, when you fell into the dark prison abyss with old man Hu Qin's female disciple, it was a full half a month, why didn't you do anything?" "I have seen his disciple, she is beautiful, that pair of long legs, tsk. Feng Xing was stunned and looked at the wretched old man in disbelief. Is this something a golden core realm master can say? Even I am embarrassed to say it. However, seeing that he was interested in women, Feng Xing was relieved. "Who said I didn't do it? I did it a few times." The wretched old man's eyes lit up. Really? Feng Xing took out a storage bag and rummaged for a long time. Suddenly, he pulled out a piece of red cloth and said, "Hey, take a look." The wretched old man's eyes widened and he shouted, "You even have a doo-doo?" Feng Xing put it away proudly and said, "This is the evidence. The next time that woman provokes me, she will suffer." Seeing that the old man did not seem to have any killing intent towards him, Feng Xing was slightly relieved and revealed his true colors. The old man gave Feng Xing a thumbs up and sighed, "You have a way, this old man is not as good as you." Feng Xing was a little proud and said, "Of course, by the way, you haven't told me how you recognized me?" As he spoke, he raised his head and was very concerned about this question. He had been very careful along the way. In order to following Xianxia, he even swallowed some of the anger that he was usually unwilling to eat. However, he did not expect that when he had already succeeded, there would be such a thing at the last moment, which made him feel extremely disappointed. He thought about it, but he did not know what went wrong. When the wretched old man saw Feng Xing ask, he immediately laughed proudly. He suddenly reached out and wiped Feng Xing's face, but a translucent brilliance was peeled off. The brilliance in his hand kept changing shape, and then slowly stabilized, but it turned into a black mask. It was the Wan Luo ghost mask, and then he turned the mask over to show it to Feng Xing. "What do you read these two words?" Feng Xing asked suspiciously, "Wan Luo?" The wretched old man nodded, then pointed to himself and said, "This old man is Wan Luo immortal." Feng Xing was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Wan Luo old monster threw the mask away and said with a smile, "This old man made this mask when I was young, and you used it to deceive me?" Feng Xing looked at the mask in shock, then looked at Wan Luo immortal, and suddenly felt that the whole world was collapsing. If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes? If you walk too much at night, you will run into ghosts. If you hunt too many geese, you will be pecked in the eyes. In the empty black hall, Feng Xing was holding a broom, sighing as he swept the originally empty ground. His voice was extremely bitter, helpless, and sorrowful. He felt that he had fallen into the lowest point of his life, and it was difficult for him to extricate himself. At this moment, his heart was like dead ashes, and his heart was even calmer than the old monk's. He even had the intention to escape to the Buddhist gate. Who the hell would have thought that he would actually meet the creator of the Thousand Luo ghost mask in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain? After knowing the truth of that horror, Feng Xing felt that he had been nailed to the pillar of shame as a bandit, who would wear a mask made by a blacksmith to deceive a blacksmith. This was simply wearing a dragon robe to deceive the emperor. This old man was really too much. When Feng Xing saw that the Thousand Luo ghost mask was very shabby, he thought that its creator had died many years ago. Who would have thought that he was still alive and well, and had even appeared in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain? To be honest, this was a huge blow to Feng Xing. However, old freak Wan Luo did not make things difficult for Feng Xing. Instead, he was very excited to find Feng Xing. According to his explanation, this group of old freaks had already discovered that Feng Xing was a good seedling, and had even specially asked about Feng Xing's appearance. It was precisely because of this that old freak Wan Luo was able to recognize the little devil behind the mask the moment he saw Feng Xing. As for why this group of people were looking for him, Feng Xing was dejected at that time and did not ask in detail. He only listened to old freak Wan Luo's brief explanation. Now, almost all the slightly famous geniuses from the Chu region and the surrounding 7 countries had been lured to the Great Snow Mountain by them. Moreover, they would keep the trial grounds open for a long time, and anyone who could pass the trial grounds could enter the Great Snow Mountain. In old freak Wan Luo's words, this was a great opportunity for the younger generation of the Chu region. Those who entered the Great Snow Mountain would obtain cultivation techniques that they could not even dream of obtaining, miraculous pills that could not be obtained even if they sold their entire family's fortune, and the careful guidance of a golden core cultivator that could not be obtained even if they were reincarnated 10 times. No matter who it was, this was a great opportunity that could topple the world. And the 4 old men that Feng Xing saw in the Black Palace, together with the old man from Huqin, were the only 5 golden core perfected masters in the Chu region. Among them, the youngest was already more than 600 years old, and they were all famous figures of an era. Many of them, including this wretched old man called Old Freak Wan Luo, were hidden masters who had not shown their faces for hundreds of years. Everything that the Ice Tune Palace had done was planned by them. The reason why the families of the Chu region and the surrounding 7 countries would spare no effort to send their geniuses to the Great Snow Mountain was not only because of the reputation of the old man from Huqin, but also because the patriarchs had received news from various channels that some hidden masters were on the move. They knew that something big was about to happen, so they sent their geniuses over. These old bastards, what the hell are they doing? Are they so bored that they have nothing better to do that they are giving away so many benefits? After a few random glances, Feng Xing sat down on the steps and held his chin in his hand, lost in thought. When he found out that he had obtained such a great opportunity and had the opportunity to receive the full support of old freak Wan Luo, he was not smashed by the pie that fell from the sky. Instead, he immediately realized that something was wrong, very wrong. This group of old freaks were not alone, and they had a lot of resources that they had nowhere to use. Apart from old freak Wan Luo, who had no blood relatives in this world, the other Golden Core experts actually had a lot of family members. For example, the old man from Huqin was the Grand Elder of the Ice Tune Palace. The Ice Tune Palace had 3,000 to 4,000 disciples. Since he had such a good opportunity, why didn't he give it to the disciples of the Ice Tune Palace? As for the old man in a yellow robe with a dignified expression, his name was Chu Taisheng. He was a patriarch of the Chu royal court, and his descendants still controlled the Chu region. Why didn't he give all the benefits to the people of the Chu royal court? And the old man with a white beard and white eyebrows who seemed to have a good temper was the Grand Elder of the Great Evolution sect, Zhang Daoyi. He had also quietly come to the Great Snow Mountain and became one of the 5 Golden Core old freaks who were giving away opportunities. Why would such a person give away such great opportunities to outsiders for no reason? As for this old freak Wan Luo, Feng Xing had also secretly asked Daphne about him. Daphne had heard of this person before. When he was young, he was indeed a strange genius of his generation. He was extremely famous and had once established a huge sect, the Wan Luo sect. However, it was later said that a group of women had beaten up the sect and tore down its signboard. Since then, this old man had also disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that he was dead. This group of people had practically disappeared from the cultivation world. Why did they suddenly appear at this time? Feng Xing was puzzled. In his opinion, there was no one in this world who would give away benefits for free. Even if they were a group of sanctimonious Golden Core perfected masters, they would definitely not be so kind as to give away benefits for free. Moreover, this old freak Wan Luo did not look like a good person no matter how he looked at it. Kid, have you made up your mind? Old freak Wan Luo's voice rang out from the depths of the palace, echoing throughout the palace. Feng Xing sighed, picked up the broom and walked into the depths of the palace. After old freak Wan Luo told him about the great opportunity in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, he had not agreed because of his doubts. This old freak Wan Luo said that he would not force him and would give him a chance to think about it. Then he gave him a broom and told him to come out and sweep the floor. He said that he could put down the broom and talk to him when he had made up his mind. Then he added, "Of course, if you refuse, you can continue sweeping." When Feng Xing heard this, he rolled his eyes in his heart and thought to himself, "Isn't this forcing me?" Throwing the broom aside, Feng Xing stood straight in front of old freak Wan Luo who was lying on the chair and asked very seriously, "Will there really be endless cultivation techniques for us to read and endless resources for us to use?" Old freak Wan Luo played with a jade pendant in his hand and chuckled, "Of course, why would I lie to a kid like you?" Feng Xing scratched his ear suspiciously and suddenly said, "Is there something you want us to do?" He really did not want to play tricks with this old fox who had lived for 700 or 800 years, so he decided to ask directly. Old freak Wan Luo was slightly startled and looked at Feng Xing with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Feng Xing boldly met his gaze, looking like he would not give up until he got an answer. Old monster Wan Luo was silent for a while before he suddenly said seriously, "That's right, we do have something for you to do, and it's an extremely dangerous thing. It's so dangerous that with your current strength, you'll definitely die. That's why we're giving you this opportunity. We want to increase your strength in a short period of time so that you'll have a better chance of surviving." Feng Xing hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Old freak Wan Luo said, "I can't tell you now." Feng Xing immediately rolled his eyes and asked again, "Is it very dangerous?" Old freak Wan Luo pondered for a while and said, "It is very dangerous, but there is also a great opportunity. You don't need to worry about this old man harming you. In fact, Hu Qing's treasured disciple, Zhu Taisheng's descendant, Zhang Daoi's beloved disciple will all enter. All the geniuses in the Great Snow Mountain will also enter. When the time comes, life and death will be decided by fate, riches and honor will be decided by the heavens. Whether you can come out alive depends on your own ability. When Fangxing heard this, he was slightly startled and fell into deep thought. Old Freak Quan Luo smiled lightly. Kid, I have already told you what you want to ask. This opportunity, do you dare to accept it? Fangxing said, if I say I don't dare to accept it, will you let me go? Old Freak Quan Luo said, no. Fangxing was speechless, then why do you still ask? Old Freak Quan Luo laughed and said, doesn't this make me seem magnanimous? Fangxing let out a long sigh and said, all right, let's not talk about anything else. Anyway, this young master has promised to do that thing for you, so this opportunity is given to me, right? If I have any problems, can I also look for you to solve it? Old Freak Quan Luo laughed and said, what problems can you have? Tell this old man and I will help you settle it. Fangxing was overjoyed and secretly channeled the power of his Tao Foundation. Suddenly, a trace of evil aura was released from his body. It was inexplicably strange. We can talk about cultivation techniques and elixirs later. Help me solve this problem first. He said it very naturally, as if it was a fair exchange. In fact, he did not intend to reject this so-called opportunity. With his personality, even if old Freak Quan Luo did not take the initiative to look for him, he would come to him himself. Only a fool would not want an opportunity. As for danger, was there anything good in this world without danger? At least in Fangxing's heart, danger was normal, and the opportunity that came with danger was a reassuring one. Of course, the other more important reason was how to solve the problem of the tormented souls. Although he found out that the bright cold jade could restrain the tormented souls, it could only help him delay the time it took for the tormented souls to break the seal. Leaving them in his body would always be a problem, so he might as well take this opportunity to get rid of them. So strange? Old Freak Quan Luo frowned and sat up straight when he sensed the tormented soul aura on Fangxing. With a pinch of his finger, he pinched a trace of evil aura in his hand and slowly observed it. Fangxing said, I've been cursed by someone before, and it's getting stronger and stronger. I heard that Elder Hu Qing can help me get rid of it. At this point, he did not say anything more. What he meant was that he wanted old Freak Quan Luo to ask Elder Hu Qing for help. The aura is of the same origin, entangled with the Tao Foundation, and will not rest until one of them dies, old Freak Quan Luo whispered as if he was trying to figure out the nature of the tormented soul. After a while, he suddenly looked up at Fangxing and said, someone told me to look for Elder Hu Qing because he had broken the curse cast on him by the 10 fiends. I'm telling you clearly. It's useless to look for Elder Hu Qing. His curse is different from yours, so he can't solve your problem. When Fangxing heard this, his expression changed. He did not expect the tormented soul to be so difficult to deal with. However, old Freak Quan Luo pinched the trace of evil aura and pondered for a while before saying softly, but I can try. Old Freak Quan Luo sighed and explained, that year, old Hu Qing was lucky enough to come out of his closed-door cultivation. He was trapped by the curse of the 10 devils before they died, and he was like a dying lamp. The so-called closed-door cultivation was actually waiting for death. His body and God's soul were entangled by the Yin Qi, and he had already gone crazy. When he was dying, he accidentally broke Shi Yan's closed-door cultivation and found a hidden jade vein under the Ice Sound Palace. That jade vein is the lunar mysterious jade. This name was given by Hu Qing because no one in the cultivation world had ever heard of this kind of jade. Logically speaking, this kind of cold jade was not of the highest quality. However, Hu Qing, who was plagued by the curse, accidentally discovered that the cold qi contained in the jade could suppress the power of the curse in his body. It was because of this jade that he was able to survive. Of course, later on, Hu Qing studied this jade and discovered many uses of this jade material, which led to our plan this time. You will know about it in the future, so I don't need to say more. However, what you need to know is that Hu Qing was a tormented spirit at that time, so he could use this kind of cold jade to neutralize it. However, the tormented spirit that you have is of the same origin as your real spirit. At this time, it has even tainted your foundation of Taoism. It will live and grow with you, but it can't be neutralized by the lunar enigmatic jade. It can only be used to suppress it. Old freak Wanluo looked at Fangxing seriously and said, "For the rest of your life, you will never be able to live without this jade. You will need more lunar mysterious jade to dissolve the tormented qi in your Dao foundation. However, this jade vein is limited. I have lived for 800 years, but I have only seen this kind of cold jade under the Ice Sound Palace, and there isn't much of it. It won't take long for it to run out." Fangxing's face gradually became solemn. What old freak Wanluo said was worth paying attention to. Yes, if he relied on the lunar mysterious jade to suppress the tormented spirit, not to mention the impact on his cultivation base, the need for this kind of cold jade would be the biggest restriction in his life. Especially, even if the Ice Sound Palace was willing to provide him with this kind of cold jade, this jade vein was not inexhaustible. What method are you talking about? Fangxing looked at old monster Wanluo and said with a solemn face. Old freak Wanluo said, "When this old man saw Huqin's suffering, I was also dispirited. So I spent the next 10 years trying to find a way to cure the curse. Unintentionally, I used an incomplete Xian formula that I obtained when I was young and came up with a method that might work. Unfortunately, at that time, old man Huqin had already solved the problem of the curse, so I didn't have the time to test it out. It was a little risky, but if I really succeeded, it would be equivalent to this old man giving me a great fortune. I want to try." Fangxing agreed without hesitation. Old monster Wanluo looked up at him and said coldly, "If that method works, it will bring you unparalleled benefits. But if it doesn't, it will be too late for you to regret it. You might even destroy your Dao foundation and become a cripple." Fangxing showed a rare seriousness and said, "Then I also want to give it a try." His expression was very solemn. Even if this method was risky, it was better than living with the suppression of the bright cold jade for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had some confidence in old freak Wanluo. According to Evil King Dapeng, old freak Wanluo was a renowned weirdo in the cultivation world when he was young. When others cultivated, they focused on studying a single Dao to increase their cultivation and climb step by step. However, old freak Wanluo was a freak who was said to know everything, and there was nothing that he wasn't interested in and didn't study. Because he heard about the curse of the old man Huqin, he spent 10 years to study the method to dispel the curse. From this, one could see his temperament. From another point of view, such a strange genius who was distracted by other things had successfully raised his cultivation to the Jingdan stage. It could be seen that he did have the capital to be arrogant. If he had not been distracted too much, it was possible that he could have formed his nascent soul by now. "Very well, since you have the guts, how can I not fight with you?" Old monster Wanluo looked at Fangxing seriously for a while, then slowly nodded and said, "In this period of time, I will take some time to complete the divine ability. As for you, you should temporarily stabilize your cultivation. It seems that the divine ability that the 5 of us prepared for the geniuses is useless to you." Hearing this, Fangxing was stunned and asked in surprise, "Why?" Old monster Wanluo laughed and said, "It's a pity that I didn't have the courage to cultivate this divine ability back then. Otherwise, the title of the #1 cultivator in the Chu region would have been mine long ago." How could that old man Huqin have a chance? Fangxing understood and nodded slowly. He was looking forward to it. After explaining a few more details, old monster Wanluo asked Fangxing to go out and do as he pleased. From the looks of it, he was extremely excited, as if he couldn't wait to start comprehending the divine ability so that Fangxing could see the results. All right, I'll go." "Oh right, what should I do first?" Fangxing was about to leave with his hands behind his back when he suddenly thought of this matter. Old monster Wanluo said without hesitation, "Go sweep the floor." Fangxing was displeased. "I've already agreed to your conditions, but you still want to sweep the floor?" Old monster Wanluo said in a sneaky tone, "What do you know? This old man thinks highly of you, but there are also people who don't like you. That old ghost Chu Taisheng always thinks that you don't follow the rules. If he really sees you, he will definitely make things difficult for you. Now that you're in my Wanluo courtyard, sweep the floor for a few more days. When he mentions it, I'll say that I've already punished you to shut his mouth." This time, Fangxing was completely speechless. He was really going to sweep the floor. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The geniuses who came to the Ice Toon Palace had also entered the depths of the Great Snow Mountain. Because of Fang Xing and Xianxia's plunder, all the geniuses had lost their black ice badges. No matter how talented they were, they couldn't pass the trial with their own strength. In the first round of the trial, apart from the two of them, the rest were all wiped out. Elder Hu Qin had no choice but to send a message to his head disciple, the palace master of the Ice Toon Palace, to enter the trial ground first and save the geniuses who were frozen like frozen sticks. After resting for a day, he would give out the black ice badges again and fix the restrictions in the trial ground, allowing them to go through the trial again. Elder Hu Qin didn't say anything about how his head disciple eliminated half of the geniuses, but placed another 20 or so disciples of the Ice Toon Palace in. He treated these disciples as normal geniuses. All the geniuses who entered the depths of the Great Snow Mountain entered the 5 courtyards of the Great Snow Mountain according to the different defense talismans they obtained in the trial. These 5 courtyards were the 5 branches of the 5 Golden Core perfected masters. They were the Mystic Music Courtyard taught by Elder Hu Qin, the Imperial Dao Courtyard taught by Chu Tai Shang, the Wanluo Courtyard taught by Old Monster Wanluo, the Sword Cleansing Courtyard taught by the Reclusive Sword Master Mu Longyin, and the Ghost God Valley taught by the Great Evolution Sect's Grand Elder Zhang Daoyi. The 5 courtyards each had their own strengths. Whoosh, whoosh, Fang Xing held a big broom in his hand and swept the ground weakly. The ground was as smooth as a mirror, so he naturally didn't have anything to sweep. It was just for show. A servant is a servant. Even if they are lucky enough to obtain the opportunity of the Great Snow Mountain, they can't avoid doing the work of a servant. While he was sweeping, a sneer suddenly came. It was a group of young people walking out from the depths of the hall. They were led by 2 men and a woman. One of the men was dressed in linen and had a lifelike green snake coiled around his arm. In the middle was a woman with a white veil covering her face. She had a slim figure, but her face was covered, so it was hard to see what she looked like. The third man was a slender young man in a black robe. He was about 30 years old and had quite a temperament. This group of people were the prodigies who were assigned to the Wanluo courtyard. The 3 people in front were the 3 people who seemed to be the leaders of this group of prodigies. These people had been robbed by Fang Xing in the Great Snow Mountain, and they still remembered him and Xiao, the degenerates of the 100 Beasts sect. However, Xiao's identity was special. She had become an elder of Hu Qin and was second only to Yi Guin in the Mystic Ice Courtyard. Moreover, she was far away in the Mystic Music Courtyard and they couldn't afford to offend her, so they vented their anger on Fang Xing. If it wasn't for the fact that they had just arrived at the Wanluo courtyard and didn't dare to be too presumptuous, they would have already made Fang Xing suffer. TSK, Fang Xing lazily rolled his eyes at this group of people. He didn't want to bully these juniors. Of course, the most important thing was that these people didn't have much to offer. He didn't care about the cultivation resources needed by the spiritual movement realm. They really didn't have what the Foundation realm needed. This kid doesn't seem to be convinced. Brother Yi, why don't we teach him a lesson? The hemp-clothed young man became even angrier after seeing Fang Xing's appearance. He said to the other 2 after seeing that there was no one else. It's just dealing with a servant, is there a need to make such a big fuss? Just find a few servants to teach him a lesson. The woman with the white cloth covering her face coldly snorted and said with some disdain. Brother Yi, what do you think? The hemp-clothed young man was a bit angry and asked the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, he smiled and said, we are all disciples of the Wanluo courtyard. In the future, when we leave, we will be fellow students. Why be so angry? As he said that, he walked forward with a smile and bowed to Fang Xing. Greetings from the 100 Beasts sect. I am Yi Xian and I have something to ask of you. This man looks very annoying. Fang Xing hated men who looked better than him. When he saw the black-clothed young man's elegant and handsome appearance, he felt a bit annoyed. He looked at him and said, if you have something to fart, then say it. When the black-clothed young man heard this, he was slightly startled. A hint of anger flashed across his face, but he quickly suppressed it and said indifferently, if my guess is correct, junior brother, you should have quite a few profound ice tokens in your hands, right? I've already asked around. The profound ice token and the defensive talisman that you stole from us are still there, right? If you are willing to give them to me, we can be friends. Fangxing was startled. He didn't expect him to say that. He asked, "What do you want this for?" The black-clothed young man smiled faintly and said, "Of course it's to enter the Great Snow Mountain Scripture Cave. There's no use for you to keep it." Scripture Cave? Are you saying that you need these things to enter the Scripture Cave? Fangxing's eyes lit up as he asked the black-clothed young man excitedly. There was a scripture cave in the Great Snow Mountain, where the Golden Core 5 elders stored all kinds of scriptures. Geniuses who entered the Great Snow Mountain could read them at will. Fangxing had heard old Freak Wanluo mention it casually, but old Freak Wanluo felt that the scriptures stored in the scripture cave would not be a big problem for Fangxing, so he did not elaborate. It was only now that Fangxing learned about this rule from the black-robed young man. To enter the scripture cave, he actually needed the profound ice token and the defensive talisman. He had quite a few of these things in his hands. "Hey, tell me, how do I use this thing?" Fangxing's interest was piqued as he asked with a broom in his hand. Yi Xian was a little impatient as he coldly said, "You haven't answered my question yet. Do you still have any?" He was worried that the profound ice token and the defensive talisman would be taken away by Xianxia. After all, Fangxing was only a servant. Fangxing said, "Yes, there are a lot of them." Saying that, he took out a storage bag and poured it on the ground. Suddenly, a small pile appeared. There were 7 or 8 profound ice tokens and 5 or 6 defensive talismans. Suddenly, the black-robed young man's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. "I'll take these things away. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me for help." After saying that, the black-clothed young man waved his sleeve and was about to take these things away. Even the hemp-clothed young man and the masked woman hurriedly walked over when they saw this. The eyes of the other Heaven's favorites were also fixed on them. Looking at their expressions, the profound ice badge and the defensive array talisman should be valuable items, but they didn't dare to compete with the 3 leaders. They could only suppress their greed. "Wait a minute, you haven't told me how to use it." Fangxing stretched out his hand to stop the black-shirted young man and asked excitedly. "Back off." The black-clothed young man's brows furrowed, and he pressed his palm towards Fangxing. Looking at the power of this palm, it was forceful. He was actually trying to force Fangxing back so that he could obtain the profound ice token and the defense talisman. F***CKU. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Fangxing was infuriated, and he slapped the young man's head, causing him to fall to the ground with a podgy sound. The hemp-clothed youth and the white-scarfed woman suddenly froze on the spot. You servant, dare to sneak an attack on me?" The black-clothed young man's angry voice sounded, and he struggled to get up from the ground. He didn't think that a servant like Fangxing, who had luckily passed the trial, could beat him. He only thought that he had caught Fangxing off guard. "You said I'm a servant? Very well, from today onwards, you're my servant." Fangxing lifted his foot and stomped down hard. The black-clothed young man who had just gotten up immediately fell back down again. Fangxing's eyes were slightly cold, and he released a stream of qi. This stream of qi was not the power of the Tao Foundation, but a trace of murderous intent. Others couldn't tell his cultivation level from this stream of qi, but they could feel a power that they couldn't resist. The black-clothed young man was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He felt a faint fear from the bottom of his heart. "Now, tell me, your master, how do you use the profound ice badge and the defensive array talisman?" Fangxing stepped on the black-clothed young man's chest and said coldly. The black-clothed young man shivered for a moment. Facing Fangxing's increasingly dense killing intent, he quickly reacted and chose to answer honestly. "There are 12 great snow mountain scripture caves, and the defensive array talisman can enter different scripture caves. The profound ice token. It determines how many cultivation techniques you can borrow and read. Fellow Taoist. I, Yi Xian, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please. Forgive me. Wouldn't it have been over if you had said so earlier?" Fangxing loosened his foot and kicked again, sending the black-clothed young man flying far away. Then, he put away the black ice token and carried the broom as he walked towards the main hall. When he passed by the two stunned hemp-clothed young man and the veiled woman, he suddenly stopped and used the broom to hit the hemp-clothed young man's face. The broom that was infused with spirit energy was harder than steel, and its power was extremely heavy. With a loud paw sound, the hemp-clothed young man let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backwards. Since he had already made his move, Feng Xing did not hesitate and casually took care of the hemp-clothed young man. Then, he rolled his strange eyes and looked at the woman whose face was covered with a white cloth. He did not say a word and only looked at her. "You. What are you going to do?" The masked woman's voice trembled. She wanted to form a spell with her fingers, but she was so afraid that she couldn't form it. Feng Xing looked at her for a while, then suddenly reached out and pinched the white cloth off her face. He looked closely and immediately frowned. He scolded, "You're not even good looking, why the hell are you covering yourself with a white cloth? I thought you were a beauty." As he spoke, he threw the white cloth away and walked into the hall with the broom in his hand. Only the woman without the white cloth on her face was left in a mess in the wind. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. To be honest, she was quite beautiful, but it was obvious that Feng Xing had already exempted a beautiful woman like her. That's right, Feng Xing walked up the steps. Halfway up, he suddenly turned his head and said to the group of Heaven's Pridelings, "By the way, let me tell you something. Whether your surname is Zhu or Li, Heaven's Pridelings, or Trash, from today on, I am the boss in Wanluo Manor. If anyone dares to disobey me, I'll use the broom to serve them." Humph. With that, he turned his head arrogantly and swaggered away. The group of Heaven's Pridelings stood there in a daze. In the face of this little devil's ferocity, no one dared to make a sound. After returning to the cave residence where he lived, Feng Xing put away a jade stool and a small table in the cave. Then, he left the cave residence and drove a small magic shuttle to the scripture cave of the Great Snow Mountain. He had forgotten who had robbed this magic shuttle from. Anyway, it was placed together with some other miscellaneous items. He was too lazy to clean it up. Occasionally, when he needed it, he would flip through it and use it when he found it. Flying through the wind and snow, he arrived in front of a huge rock near the main hall of the Great Snow Mountain in about 30 minutes. On this rock, there was a row of 12 huge stone caves. Each cave entrance was blocked by a magic formation. Outside the caves, there were countless young Heaven's Pridelings going in and out. There were also some people standing at the cave entrance and discussing in low voices. It was very lively. "It's here." Feng Xing found a more conspicuous place, took out a small table and put it down. Then, he moved the jade stool and sat down. Then, he took out a flag, but it was a magic flag used for sacrificial refining of the magic formation. He didn't care so much. He spread the flag on the small table, took out a good demon mane brush used for drawing talismans, and a bottle of demon nurturing qi and blood pills. He held the brush and wrote a few big crooked characters. "Selling Black Ice Token and Defensive Array Talisman, to the highest bidder." After writing, he looked at it and exclaimed, "It's really good writing." Then, he inserted the small flag next to the small table and proudly waited for the fat sheep to come to him. When the people around saw this scene, they also felt it was a little novel and stopped to watch from afar. When they saw the flag, they were a little surprised. "What ugly words," Feng Xing was furious and glared in the direction of the voice. There were also people who were more concerned about the content of the flag and asked in surprise, "Who is this person? He actually has the Black Ice Token and Defensive Array Talisman for sale?" Someone next to him answered, "Senior brother, you came directly from the Great Yang sect, but you didn't go through the trial with us. You don't know how evil this little demon is. This person is a servant of the 100 Beasts sect. He was very lucky and entered the trial with their 100 Beasts sect's little princess, Xianxia. He was lucky enough to subdue the demon beasts in the trial and pass the trial, becoming a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. If that's the case, this person is also a person with a lot of luck. Luck my ass, the Black Ice Token and Defensive Array Talisman in his hands were stolen from us. Damn, why didn't the 5 ancestors take back the Black Ice Token and Defensive Array Talisman in his hands?" Amidst the shock, there were also people who said, "The Profound Ice Token determines how many cultivation techniques we can borrow to go back and comprehend, and the Defense Talisman determines which cave we can enter. They are both extremely precious things, how could this brat be willing to sell them? Isn't it a waste to leave them in his hands? Why don't we take them back? In any case, they were originally stolen from our hands. This kind of luck is not easy to come by. It's best not to easily violate the rules. It would be bad if we were expelled because of fighting. Everyone discussed. There were people who wanted to make a move, but because they were afraid of breaking the rules, they did not dare to make a move. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A dark-skinned man walked up and shouted coldly, "How much are you planning to sell?" Fang Xing glanced at him lazily and said, "Anyway, there's only this much, the highest bidder gets it." "That's right, I'm only taking high-grade spirit stones." For him, who was already at the foundation building stage, ordinary cultivation resources such as monster cores and spiritual herbs were not very useful. It was useless even if he took them. However, high-grade spirit stones could still be used for cultivation, and could also be used as currency, the more the better. The dark-skinned man looked around and sneered, "It seems like no one is competing with me." Fang Xing yawned and said, "Then 100 high-grade spirit stones it is, no bargaining." The man was angry and shouted, "Why don't you go rob?" Fang Xing said, "If you have anything on you that I fancy, I would have already robbed it. Do I need you to teach me?" The man was a little speechless, and after thinking carefully, he said hatefully, "I have 2 cultivation techniques that I can't decide on. 100 it is then, I'll buy it, and bring it back to compare, to find the most suitable method for me." As he spoke, he took out a storage bag, counted out 100 high-grade spirit stones, and gave it to Fang Xing, then took a black ice token and left. "I want one too." "Me too." Another 2 people walked up at the same time, took out their storage bags, and were about to pay. They are really a group of rich people. When I was in the Blue Cloud sect, there were not many people who could take out 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. Fang Xing sighed, thinking that these geniuses were indeed not ordinary people. If their respective clans did not have a spirit mine or a spirit herb field that could lay golden eggs, they would be too embarrassed to call themselves an aristocratic family. However, these geniuses had been nurtured by these aristocratic families with large amounts of resources. Each of them was like a treasure to them, and they were extremely extravagant. They were much better than he had been in the past. Seeing that both of them had taken out 100 upper-grade spirit stones, Fang Xing pointed at the words on the flag and said with a smile, "Such beautiful words written clearly. The one with the highest price will get it. You 2 can't buy it with 100 upper-grade spirit stones. The one with the highest price gets it." The 2 people were stunned. The one on the left suddenly said to the one on the right, "Brother, you first." The disciple on the right laughed and slapped the spiritual stones on Fang Xing's small table, saying, "Now no one is fighting for it." Fang Xing was furious, "You dare to negotiate in private? 300 upper-grade spiritual stones, not one less." The disciple was also stunned and said angrily, "How can you raise the price so casually?" Fang Xing said, "Yes, it has. What do you want?" While they were arguing, a shrill voice suddenly shouted, "Stop arguing, we'll take all of the 100 top-grade spirit stones." When everyone heard this, they looked behind them in shock. They saw 2 men in blue walking over with a little girl in a light yellow dress. The little girl was about 14 or 15 years old. She was bright and beautiful. She was exceptionally charming and lovely. As for the 2 men, they looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. Their faces were pale and they had no beard. Their eyes were malicious and their bodies faintly emitted a chilling killing intent. The people in front of them felt the invisible evil chi from the men in blue. They were shocked and quietly made way for them. There were also many people who were attracted by the girl's beauty and couldn't help but stare blankly at her. However, they were caught by the 2 blue-clothed men and snorted heavily. Those people immediately felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow, and their faces turned pale as they staggered back. "Why is Princess Xianxia here? Aren't the 2 people beside her the servants who follow Crown Prince Chu Huang?" "Shoo, be quiet. They're actually in the foundation building realm. Don't provoke them." All of a sudden, the crowd of prodigies surrounding Fang Xing's table retreated in unison, creating a large space for Fang Xing. A blue-clothed servant walked in front of Fang Xing's table, casually threw down a storage bag, coldly snorted, and said, "How many profound ice tokens and defense talismans do you have? Take them all out." 100 top-grade spirit stones should be enough. Fang Xing pressed down on the storage bag, but did not take out the profound ice token to give it to him. Instead, he looked at it with interest. That kind of look was like an ordinary person seeing a monster that they had never seen before. The Yin servant felt goosebumps all over his body as he coldly scolded, "Little brat, what are you looking at my house for?" Fang Xing's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, "Are you a eunuch?" Boom. The crowd of prodigies was suddenly stunned. This guy really lived up to his name as someone from a remote place like Bohai country. He really didn't know the rules. Who would directly ask Yin servants if they were eunuchs? Wasn't he looking for trouble? The netherworld servant was furious when he heard this. He glared at Fang Xing and shouted, "How dare you!" Before he finished speaking, Fang Xing stared at his crotch and said excitedly, "You really don't have a little penis?" This time, the crowd was even more shocked. They were sure of one thing, this little brat was not looking for trouble, he was looking for death. Courting death. The netherworld servant originally wanted to reprimand Fang Xing, but when he heard the latter part of Fang Xing's sentence, he was instantly enraged. The murderous aura on his body moved, and like an invisible whip, it lashed out at Fang Xing's body. This technique was incomparably sinister. It was invisible and colorless, and it could be used to bind the murderous aura into a whip. However, it could directly injure the meridians and internal organs of a person. Just now, he had used this technique to injure the genius disciple who was staring at Princess Xianxia. Pa! Fang Xing was furious. He stood up and shouted, "You damn eunuch, you dare to sneak attack me?" That formless fiendish whip was quietly dissolved by him. It couldn't hurt him at all. Shell's servant was shocked in his heart as well. He wasn't sure if this youth before him had an unfathomable cultivation or was relying on some sort of magic tool to resist his baleful qi, so he subconsciously formed a seal and raised the strength of his Tao foundation, causing the baleful qi around him to instantly take form. It was like a black tide that rose and fell indeterminately before him, and he was ready to launch a dangerous attack at any moment. Xianxia, why bother with a puppy? There are many opportunities. Moreover, the princess is in a hurry to enter the scripture cave after taking the black ice token. Right at this moment, the netherworld attendant behind him spoke in a neutral tone as he glanced coldly at Fang Xing. Fang Xing directly scolded back, "Damn eunuch, who are you calling a puppy?" Swish, the other Yin servant's face also changed. The Yin servant called Xianxia said hatefully, "Eunuch Qiao, it seems that this person is determined to die." Fang Xing directly rolled up his sleeves and said, "Two damn eunuchs, do you want to fight with me?" The two Yin servants were silent. They stared at Fang Xing with a murderous look. The surrounding people felt the invisible evil aura released from their bodies. They were even more frightened and no one dared to make a sound. "Eunuch Qiao, eunuchin, don't fight here. It will violate Big Brother's rules." At this moment, a soft voice sounded. It was the bright and beautiful Princess Xianxia who spoke. When the two Yin servants heard this, they looked at each other and seemed to have made a decision. They didn't speak anymore and slowly retreated to the side. Princess Xianxia walked up and said with a smile, "Can you sell me your black ice token and defensive talisman?" Fang Xing also put away his gamecock appearance. His gaze unscrupulously sized up the little princess and said, "Not for sale." This time it was Princess Xiaoxi's turn to be surprised. She asked in surprise, "Why?" Fang Xing snorted and said, "Because your brother is very annoying." Princess Xiaoxia didn't expect him to mention her brother. She was slightly startled. Behind Princess Xiaoxia, the two Yin servants were already furious. Eunuchin stepped forward and shouted, "Little dog, I have tolerated you for a long time. You dare to insult His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, your crime is unforgivable." The evil aura on his body had already condensed and his skinny and pale claws were about to grab. Fang Xing smiled coldly. He suddenly stretched out his palm and grabbed. A strong and invisible force appeared out of nowhere and pulled Princess Xiaoxia, who was standing in front of him in a daze. He moved her horizontally in front of him and strangled her neck with one hand while his other hand was pressed against her waist. He smiled coldly at the two Yin servants and shouted, "Come on, if you dare to make a move, I will crush her to death first." The two Yin servants were stunned and cried out involuntarily, "You can't, let go of Princess Xiaoxia." Fang Xing laughed and said, "You two damned eunuchs, destroy your own cultivation. I will let her go after that." The surrounding heaven's favorites were all stunned and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Firstly, they were shocked by Fang Xing's guts. He actually dared to provoke the Foundation establishment experts of the Chu royal court. Secondly, this guy's methods were too despicable. He actually kidnapped Princess Xianxia and forced the Yin servants to destroy their own cultivation. This servant from the 100 Beasts sect, did he grow up eating tiger guts? Is he looking for death? He actually dared to provoke the Chu royal court. For a moment, the crowd was shocked. They were really frightened by Fang Xing's methods. The two Yin servants were also extremely shocked. Their bodies trembled and they didn't dare to move. They were really afraid that if anything happened to the little princess, they would not only end up dead. The Chu royal court would directly grind their bones to ashes, and even their souls would be obliterated. Trembling, they looked at each other and a trace of fear arose in their hearts. Did they really have to destroy their own cultivation? At this moment, on the westernmost side of the Great Snow Mountain Scripture Cave, an old servant was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone. No one knew which Jindan follower he was, but he had been sitting quietly on the blue stone. Even when Fang Xing and the two Yin servants quarreled to the point of fighting, he did not open his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes a little, and a shocking aura pressed over. Late-stage Foundation establishment? Fang Xing was shocked and turned to look at the old servant. Fighting is not allowed in front of the Scripture Cave. The old servant said coldly, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty. Hee, I'm not fighting, I'm just playing around. Fang Xing hurriedly let go of Princess Xianxia and patted the dust off her body. He comforted her, "Don't be afraid, I just don't like these two damn eunuchs and wanted to scare them." "You're so beautiful, why would I hurt you?" Princess Xianxia got her freedom, but she did not leave. She looked angrily at Fang Xing. Fang Xing was a little helpless. He took a black ice token and stuffed it into her hand. "This token is for you, go." Princess Xianxia still did not speak and looked at him coldly. Fang Xing held his forehead and let out a long sigh. He took another defense talisman and stuffed it into her hand. "Is this okay?" Princess Xianxia suddenly said stiffly, "Why are you holding me hostage?" Fang Xing said, "Isn't this to scare the two damn eunuchs?" The surrounding skyprides felt their teeth hurt. "Just to scare the two nether servants, you're holding the princess hostage, and you're even saying it so righteously. Can this even be a reason?" Princess Xianxia was silent for a while. Suddenly, she said slowly, "Then why did you touch my butt?" Boom, the surrounding skyprides were stunned. They looked at Fang Xing like sharp swords. Even the old servant sitting on the blue stone was shocked and almost fell off the blue stone. Facing so many people's gazes, Fang Xing blushed and said shyly, "It looked quite perky, I couldn't help but, pervert." Princess Xianxia was so angry that her face turned red. If it wasn't for her dignity, she would have rushed up and bitten him. Fang Xing was a little speechless. He said, "It's just a touch. You have a lot of flesh on you. How about I let you touch it too?" In the face of Fang Xing's seemingly fair proposal, Xianxia was so angry that her silver teeth creaked. Fang Xing ignored her. He put away the small table and jade stool into his storage bag and swaggered to the front of a scripture cave. Seeing a stone tablet next to it, he took out a defensive talisman and opened the array formation at the entrance of the cave. After entering the scripture cave, he saw that there were many jade platforms chiseled on the snow rock inside the cave. There were more than a dozen jade platforms, and on each jade platform, there was a jade booklet that shone with spiritual light. Impressively, they were all cultivation manuals. Good heavens, there are actually so many. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to step forward to flip through them, he saw a figure behind him. The little Princess Xianxia had also followed him in. She stood at the entrance and stared at him like a little ghost, her eyes cold. "Damn girl, collecting debts, why are you following me so closely?" Fang Xing was dissatisfied and muttered. He simply turned his head and ignored her, continuing to flip through the manuals. After flipping through a few, he came to an understanding in his heart. This scripture cavern was filled with techniques that taught one to nourish one's divine sense or utilize one's divine sense to transform into techniques. There were many ice markings of the Ice Tune Palace on them, so it was obvious that they were provided by the Ice Tune Palace. The lowest grade technique amongst them was a mid-grade technique, whereas the one at the very center, the profound sound divine driving technique, was shockingly a high-grade profound rank technique. Next to each jade booklet was a purple talisman. If one pressed their palm on the purple talisman, they could feel the fluctuations coming from it. It was an introduction to the jade booklet. Those who entered the scripture cave could choose a suitable cultivation technique according to their own needs. However, each person could only rely on the profound ice token in their hand to choose a cultivation technique. Once chosen, it could not be changed. But it turned out that although the 5 golden core elders had given the prodigies a great opportunity by taking out all the secret techniques they had collected in their lives and placing them in the scripture cave for everyone to read, it didn't mean that anyone could just casually take them away. The prodigies could only rely on their own performance in the trial grounds, which was the defense talisman they had obtained, to enter different scripture caves. In addition, after entering the scripture cave, one could only choose one of the techniques according to one's own needs. Moreover, before taking away the jade booklet, one still needed to pour spiritual energy into the violet talisman and make an oath that this technique could only be comprehended by oneself and could not be passed on to outsiders. After all, within the scripture cave, there were many secrets of the golden core ancestors that were not passed on. Once it was leaked, it would cause a great storm. Simply put, the golden core 5 elders wanted to use these techniques to greatly increase the strength of the geniuses in a short period of time, but they didn't pass the techniques to the geniuses. They could receive the blessings, but they couldn't pass the techniques to outsiders. After looking through it, Fangxing didn't choose one of the techniques because after reading the introduction, he felt that it wasn't very useful to him. The Ice Sound Palace was good at controlling sound techniques and had high requirements for their disciples' spiritual sense. Therefore, most of the techniques here were for spiritual movement realm cultivators to cultivate and nourish their spiritual sense. After cultivating, it could strengthen the spiritual movement realm cultivator's spiritual sense. When casting techniques, their control would increase by a lot. Moreover, after reaching foundation establishment, their spiritual sense would also be stronger than others. However, Fangxing had already successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, so normal techniques were useless to him. The only thing that could work was the mystic sound soul controlling technique, which could nourish the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator and turn it into many exquisite attacks. However, this Xian technique was a secret that was not passed on to others by the Huqin elder. If one wanted to cultivate this technique, the Huqin elder had to personally test it and meet his requirements. Damned girl, why do you keep following me? Wherever Fangxing went, Princess Chu Si's gaze would follow, making Fangxing uncomfortable. However, the scripture cave was only so big and he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. At first, he planned to ignore her, but later on, he couldn't help but turn around and scold her fiercely. Princess Chu Si bit her lips and said angrily, "You insulted me, I'm very angry." Fangxing said angrily, Come. I'll let you touch me too. We're even." Chu Si was so angry that her face turned green. "Who wants to touch you?" Fangxing spread his hands and said helplessly, "Then what do you think I should do?" Chu Si bit her lips and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Fangxing sighed and said, "Then can you come and find me after you think about it?" Chu Si's answer was abnormally straightforward, "No." Fangxing helplessly held his forehead and said, "Are you going to keep following me before you think about what to do?" Chu Si was startled, but she stubbornly replied, "Yes." Fangxing sighed, "Then you can follow me." As he said this, he put his hands behind his back and turned to walk towards the door. When he came to the door, he suddenly saw that there was no one else in the scripture cave. He suddenly turned around and pressed Princess Chu Si against the cave wall. His 2 small hands moved up and down, touching everything that should and should not be touched. Princess Chu Si was directly frightened. She leaned against the ice wall, and for a moment, she didn't even have the strength to resist. Her whole person was stunned. Fang Ji saw that she was so scared that she was in a daze, so he became even more daring and suddenly kissed her hard on the lips. "Haha, since you want to follow me anyway, you might as well follow me to your heart's content." Fangxing laughed and escaped from the scripture cave after he had taken enough advantage of the situation. Princess Chu Si leaned against the stone wall in a daze. It seemed that it took a long time for her to realize what had happened. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out in the scripture cave. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the array, and outsiders couldn't hear it at all. The princess followed that little beast in, will she be alright? After Chu Xi followed Fang Xing into the scripture cave, Eunuch N and Eunuch Qiao, the two Yin servants were also whispering to each other. When they saw the little demon holding Princess Chu Xi hostage, Eunuch N was really worried that the little demon would harm the princess in the scripture cave. It was just that he didn't watch for a moment, and the princess directly rushed into the scripture cave. They couldn't stop her in time. Moreover, the two of them were only servants, and didn't have the imperial talisman to enter the scripture cave. They could only anxiously wait outside, but couldn't follow in to protect her. It should be fine. The scripture cave is an important place. No matter how bold that little demon is, he won't dare to harm the princess. Eunuch Qiao seemed to be comforting Eunuch N. He paused for a moment, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. But this little demon dares to hold the princess hostage to threaten us. He's simply courting death. We should consider how to deal with this little demon. Eunuch N was slightly startled. This little demon naturally deserves to die. If we were outside the Great Snowy Mountain, I would definitely let him taste the power of my soul-searching technique. But in this Great Snowy Mountain, if we kill him, won't it be against the rules? Eunuch Qiao's face was sinister. He said in a deep voice, "Do you think today's matter can be hidden from His Highness's eyes and ears?" If His Highness knew that someone held the princess hostage in front of us, and we were helpless, how would he punish us? Eunuch N's eyes flashed with worry. But if the rules are changed, will His Highness spare us? Eunuch Qiao said coldly, "Of course. His Highness is the most law-abiding and law-abiding person. If we kill someone in the Great Snowy Mountain, His Highness will definitely punish us heavily. But, if we don't kill this little demon who dares to hold the princess hostage, then it won't be a matter of punishment. Little N, do you want to taste the feeling of having your body turned to ashes and your soul dissipated?" Eunuch N's eyes instantly became filled with terror, and his hands trembled slightly. Eunuch Qiao laughed coldly. Since His Highness is law-abiding, we can only do things that are against the rules for him. I've already asked just now. This little demon was originally a servant of the Hundred Beasts sect. He only became a disciple of the Wanluo Manor through great luck. Moreover, he was only arranged to sweep the floor of the Wanluo Manor. It seems that he isn't valued at all. Even if we kill him, there won't be any serious consequences. Eunuch N's eyes also turned cold. He said coldly, "Where do we do it?" Eunuch Qiao said coldly, "The scripture cave is more than 100 miles away from the Wanluo Manor. Let's do it on the way back. There's no village ahead or shop behind, so it won't be considered as breaking the rules of the Great Snowy Mountain." Eunuch N suddenly said, "So be it if we kill him. But there's a problem. Just now, when I turned my evil chi into a whip, it was easily resolved by this little demon. Furthermore, the princess is also an 8th-layer spirit formation cultivator, yet she couldn't resist him at all. It can be seen that this little demon has some tricks up his sleeves. It's far from an ordinary spirit formation cultivator. We can't be careless. It's better to make more arrangements. With our foundation establishment Cultivation, even if this little demon has some tricks up his sleeves, how can we not kill him?" Eunuch Qiao said with disdain. But after a pause, he continued, "But it's also necessary to be careful. You go and make the arrangements. I'll stay here to guard him, lest he escapes." The two Yin servants came to a decision. One of them rode on a cloud and left, while the other stared coldly at the scripture cave. Fang Xing thought to himself, "Since you insist on following me no matter what, I might as well take advantage of you." He ruthlessly bullied Princess Chu Xi and then escaped with a sneaky smile on his face. He glanced around and saw that one of the two Yin servants was missing. The other one was glaring at him with an unfriendly gaze. He glared at him fiercely and cursed, "Damn eunuch," before turning around and burrowing into the other cave. After a long while, Princess Chu Xi dashed out of the scripture cave with a face full of anger and a face full of embarrassment. She swept her gaze across the area and did not see Fang Xing. She shouted at Eunuch Qiao sternly, "Where is that bastard? Did he escape?" Eunuch Qiao was startled. He pointed to the other cave and said, "He went into the Sword Discourse cave." Princess Xianxia glanced at him, and her hatred rose. However, she didn't have the defense talisman to enter the sword discourse cave, so she could only wait in front of the cave. When Eunuch Qiao saw this, he felt that it was somewhat inconvenient for the princess to be here. This kind of breaking of the rules should be done by a servant, but the princess was a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. If she was implicated, it would be troublesome. In addition, that little demon dared to casually take the princess hostage. He really didn't dare to continue letting Xianxia stay here. It was better to let her leave first. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Princess, His Royal Highness is still waiting for you at Dao Comprehension Mountain." Princess Xianxia was slightly startled. "Isn't it still early?" Eunuch Qiao said, "His Royal Highness wants to help Princess raise your cultivation. It's better for you to go earlier." Xianxia bit her lips and glared hatefully at the sword discourse cave. She said in a low voice, "When my brother raises my cultivation level and gives me a profound level weapon, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I'll make your buttocks bloom." Eunuch Qiao had already heard it, but he thought in his heart, "I'm afraid Her Royal Highness won't have this chance." Fangxing wandered around in the sword discussion cave and didn't find any cultivation technique that was suitable for him. Although there were some secret techniques of sword Dao that could enlighten him, they weren't very useful. It would be a waste of a mystic ice token, and it would be better to exchange it for some spirit stones. After all, he didn't have any elixirs that could increase his cultivation strength and had to rely on spirit stones to cultivate. However, he had a purple Dao root, and he needed several times more spirit stones than others to increase his cultivation strength. It was a bottomless pit. After making up his mind, Fangxing estimated that it was about time. He poked his head out of the scripture cave and looked outside. When he saw that Xianxia wasn't there, he relaxed and swaggered out of the cave, driving the spiritual boat, and hurrying on. Not long after, he vaguely sensed that a dark cloud was silently following him from behind. He took the bait, Fangxing sneered in his mind and called out to Daphne, who was sleeping in the all-spirit flag. "Old evil, your blood sacrifice is ready." "Humph. Little demon, you can't run away." Eunuch Qiao, who was following Fangxing from a distance, had murderous spirit in his heart. Although Fangxing's spiritual boat had a limited speed, he couldn't get rid of him. After chasing for a while, he received a message from Eunuch on a jade token and learned that the trap was ready. Relieved, he activated his spiritual energy, and the gloomy cloud sped up and rushed toward Fangxing's spiritual boat like a demon descending from the heavens. "Io. Damn eunuch, why are you chasing me?" On the spiritual boat, Fangxing turned his head and pretended to be startled. Then, he fled while yelling. "Ha ha ha ha. Even a little dog like you knows fear? I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Seeing this, Eunuch Qiao laughed, and the gloomy cloud dispersed, trying to force Fangxing in one direction. "Don't chase me. I know I'm wrong," Fangxing yelled while running, looking panicked. In the all-spirit flag, Daphne sighed and said, "That's enough. It's not good to overdo it." One chased, one fled. In the blink of an eye, Fangxing and Eunuch Qiao had already flown several dozen li away. Blocked by Eunuch Qiao's dark clouds, Fangxing had already deviated from the route back to Myriad Sieve Manor and fled in the direction he had planned. Eunuch Qiao was in no hurry to catch up. He intentionally wanted to drive Fangxing further away from Myriad Sieve Manor and the scripture cave before attacking. This way, it would be easier for him to deal with any future troubles. Fangxing followed Eunuch Chen's intentions, and he fled wherever Eunuch Chen led him to, whereas, he secretly discussed with evil King Dapeng. After he fled for 50 kilometers, he saw another dark cloud obstructing his path, and within the cloud was a figure that was half concealed and had a cold smile on his face. It was precisely Eunuch Chen that had left in advance, and by his side, there were 8 guards in tight clothes standing on the cloud, and they didn't conceal their ghastly killing intent in the slightest. Little B****, I've already set up an inescapable net. Do you still want to escape? Eunuch Chen laughed gloomily. With a wave of his hand, a dark cloud spread out and covered Fangxing. "Help!" Fangxing yelled. Turning his head, he saw a snow valley not far away. Then, he changed his direction and dived into the snow valley. Hee hee, in his panic, this little brat didn't choose where he was going, but he ran into a land of death himself. Eunuch Qiao and Eunuch met in the air. After exchanging a look of joy, they led the 8 bodyguards into the valley. After Fangxing entered the valley, he immediately put away the spiritual boat. He shook his arms, and a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. His speed instantly increased by more than 3 times. Then, he took out a set of array flags from his storage bag and waved his hands, throwing the array flags in all directions. Then, he flashed back with the last array flag in his hand and plunged into the snow pile at the entrance of the valley to hide himself. Ugh! Where did that little B*** go? Eunuch N and Eunuch Qiao chased into the valley but didn't see Fangxing. They were surprised. Haha, at this moment, Fangxing jumped out from the pile of snow and threw the last array flag in his hand. It was inserted right at the entrance of the valley. In an instant, a ray of light shot out from the flag into the sky. It resonated with the other 7 array flags, forming a large net of interweaving spiritual energy that enveloped the entire valley. After a few breaths, the light disappeared, but the power of the array had already been activated. Ugh! Eunuch Qiao and Eunuch N were surprised when they saw the big array. They thought that Fangxing was using some desperate method, but after sensing it carefully, they were relieved. Eunuch Qiao sneered. Little B****, you're at your wit's end. Do you want to trap me with this array? Unfortunately, it's too childish. I can break this level of array with a wave of my hand. How can you trap me? Fangxing laughed. He picked up the lance on his back and slowly walked forward. He said, "Who said I want to trap you? I'm just worried that when we fight, the spiritual light will leak out and alert others, so I came over to take a look." Little B****, I'll let you have a taste of my soul-searching technique today. Eunuch N's face turned cold. Killing intent condensed around him and he was about to grab Fangxing. Eunuch Qiao pulled him back and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to act? Just let the guards take him down." Eunuch N was startled and understood the meaning of Eunuch Qiao's words. They were Yin servants, and each of them had climbed out of the royal court through countless schemes. Naturally, none of them were fools. Although they wanted to kill Fangxing, they also noticed that Fangxing did not seem like a normal spiritual movement stage at the entrance of the scripture cave. Furthermore, seeing how calm he was right now, they knew that he might have some killing moves up his sleeves. In addition, if the guards killed Fangxing, it would be easier for the 2 of them to escape. Children, go. Take down this little dog's head. A great reward awaits you. Eunuch Qiao pinched his thumb and middle finger and coldly snorted. Subordinate obeys. The 8 guards were all experts nurtured by the imperial court. They were all at the 9th spirit movement realm. If they had an outstanding performance, they would have the hope to obtain a foundation building pill from the imperial court and break through to the foundation building realm. Therefore, they worked hard to accumulate merits. When they heard that this little B** offended Princess Chu Ci, they were even more tempted. They all knew that Crown Prince Chu Huang loved his sister the most. If they could kill this little B***, there would be a lot of rewards. Sword formation, kill. The leader of the guard shouted. The 8 of them took out their flying swords. The sword light was dense and interweaved into a net. Then, they slashed towards Fangxing. 8 was the base of the formation. 8 flying swords could form a sword formation. A sword formation formed by 8 spirit movement realm guards had the power to fight against an early foundation building realm cultivator. Hee hee, you want to deal with me with a sword formation of this level? Fangxing laughed. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. So, he lifted the single-legged bronze lance and charged towards the sword formation. Using all his strength, he smashed towards the sword net. On the surface of the single-legged bronze lance, there was a layer of frightening black light. It was like a big stick burning with black flames. This was the killing intent of his Tao foundation. As he poured in his spirit energy, it wrapped around the single-legged bronze lance. It was incomparably demonic. Something's wrong. Why does this brat's aura seem to have changed? Eunuch Qiao and Eunuch N looked at Fangxing fighting against the guards. Originally, they were very calm. However, when they saw Fangxing brandishing the single-legged bronze lance, their faces immediately changed. They were not fools. They had already sensed the strangeness of Fang Xingpeng. At this moment, Fang Xing's single-legged bronze lance had already collided with the eight-sword formation. A huge shockwave spread in all directions. It rolled up a snowstorm at the bottom of the valley. Like a snow curtain, it covered him and the 8 guards. Within the snow curtain, the sound of flying swords shattering could be heard. Then, the screams of the guards could be heard. Not good. This brat is strange. Little and Z, let's make our move. Eunuch Xiao shouted. The killing intent around him turned into a huge hand and grabbed towards the snowstorm. At the same time, Eunuch also formed a seal. From his sleeves, 2 strands of strange black silk appeared and extended towards the snow curtain. Pung 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 pung, just as the huge hand made of killing intent and the strange black silk both reached into the snow curtain, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from within the snow curtain. The huge hand made of Eunuch Xiao's killing intent was immediately dispersed by this aura. The black silk that Eunuch extended out was also shaken and scattered. The silk was hastily retracted into his sleeves. The two were shocked and looked towards the snowstorm in panic. The snowstorm dispersed, revealing a thin figure with a bronze man in his right hand and a large flag in his left. It was the servant of the 100 Beasts sect that they thought they could capture at any time. On the single-legged bronze man in his right hand, fresh blood dripped. The killing intent surged like a black flame. In his left hand was a large black flag that fluttered with the wind. Black smoke was faintly discernible and there were countless demonic illusions appearing and disappearing. On the ground, the bones of the 8 servants were scattered on the ground. Flying swords were scattered on the ground. Not a single one was longer than a foot. The most terrifying thing was that the bodies of the 8 guards were all dried up, leaving only black skeletons. Fang Xing stood in the middle. The large black flag in his right hand had a ball of blood-red liquid slowly seeping into it. How could this be a servant that could be casually pinched? He was clearly a little devil with boundless ferocity and power. Eunuch Xiao and Eunuch looked at the figure that was revealed after the snowstorm dispersed. They suddenly felt as if their hearts were being squeezed by someone. Not good, there's something wrong with this brat. Anzi, you hold him off first. I'll rush out and send a message to His Highness. Suddenly, Eunuch Xiao shouted loudly. His figure was like a black dragon that soared into the sky. He was actually trying to escape. They, the Yin servants, were originally cowardly. They cultivated evil arts and walked the path of evil. How could they have any thoughts of fighting their opponent fair and square? Originally, they thought that Fang Xing was in the spirit formation realm and only had some hidden methods. That was why they dared to intercept and kill him. However, after seeing him kill 8 guards in one move and the large flag with a strange aura in his hand, how could they still dare to fight? Even if the 2 of them joined hands, they still had a chance of winning against this brat. However, they did not dare to fight anymore. Their first thought was to escape. At the very least, they had to spread the news that this brat was in the Foundation realm. After all, among the geniuses of the Snowy Mountain, only Crown Prince Chu Huang and Xiao Shui were in the Foundation realm. Suddenly, there was one more who appeared. Hee, it wasn't easy for me to trick the 2 of you into coming here, and you still want to escape? Fang Xing sneered. A golden light flashed behind him, and with a whoosh, he flew straight into the sky. His speed was many times faster than Eunuch Xiao's, and he was even faster than him. Then, he activated his Tao Foundation spiritual power, and from a high vantage point, he activated the 108,000 sword mystic technique. Endless sword feathers entwined with black murderous aura pierced down from all directions, directly enveloping Eunuch Xiao. Little devil, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Eunuch Xiao's momentum of flying into the sky was directly suppressed. In the midst of his screams, his murderous aura formed a barrier, desperately resisting the sword feathers. Eunuch Xiao, this little devil deliberately tricked us. We can't escape. Let's join forces and kill him. Eunuch held a green jade pendant in his hand, which released rays of clear light, like flowing water around his body to protect him. He rode the dark cloud and flew toward Eunuch, helping him block Fang Xing's sword feathers. The 2 of them worked together to activate the green jade pendant, and only then were they able to withstand the sword feathers. However, they were also forced to the bottom of the valley by Fang Xing's sword feathers that filled the sky, and they could no longer escape. Hee, old evil, this blood sacrifice that I prepared for you is not bad, right? Two Foundation establishment cultivators, Fangxing chuckled and said to the 10,000 spirit flag. Black smoke dispersed from the 10,000 spirit flag, and Daphne's voice came out. He was somewhat dissatisfied. This is the first Foundation establishment blood sacrifice that I've enjoyed, and you actually found two netherworld servants. You little devil, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Fangxing scolded back, it's good enough that you have something to eat, and you're still picky? Do you really think Foundation establishment cultivators are cabbages? The man and the demon bickered in the sky, already treating the two netherworld servants at the bottom of the valley as dead people. This little bastard is so fierce. NZ, I don't believe we can't kill him if we join forces. At the bottom of the snow valley, Eunuch Qiao saw that there was no hope of escaping and hardened his heart. Together with Eunuch N, they each took out a green wheel and a crimson wheel. They were two supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Then, they frantically activated their spiritual power and poured it into the green and crimson wheels. In an instant, the two wheels, one red and one green, flew straight up into the sky. They were like two intertwining and swimming streams, carrying with them a dense killing intent. Hehe, a second-level foundation building, a first-level foundation building, a blue Dao foundation, a red Dao foundation. Fangxing watched coldly from the air. Scanning the yin-yang Fiend God Mirror, he already knew the cultivation of these two people. He also wanted to test his strength after reaching the foundation building realm, so he didn't directly wave the 10,000 spirit flag down. Instead, with a loud shout, he waved the one-legged bronze man lance and rushed down. Then, he swung his arm and smashed it toward the green and red wheels. How dare he go head-on against our supreme-grade spirit weapon? This brat is courting death. A hint of joy flashed in Eunuch Qiao's eyes. He pushed his spiritual power to the extreme, and a faint red light flashed around his body. He was afraid of the black flag in Fangxing's hand, but he wasn't afraid of his one-legged bronze man lance. That was because there was no unusual aura on the one-legged bronze man lance, as if it was just an ordinary weapon. When it went against the unusually sharp yin-yang wheels, even the aftermath would be able to cut it in half. And Fangxing, who was holding the one-legged bronze man lance, would definitely suffer a great loss. Bang, the bronze lance smashed directly onto the green wheel, and a loud explosion rang out. The sound of metal clashing spread throughout the entire valley, shaking the snow and causing it to rustle down. Amidst the clashing sound, one could even faintly hear the melodious sound of a string. It was the strings of the frightening phoenix zither, which was wrapped in the lance, vibrating, adding a little elegance to this violent strike that was left with only a bit of strength. A scene that Eunuch Qiao didn't expect happened. When the green wheels collided with the one-legged bronze man lance, they actually exploded. That unremarkable one-legged bronze man lance was actually extremely sturdy. When Eunuch N activated the green wheels with all his might, his magic tool was forcefully smashed by Fangxing. His mind was affected, and his spiritual power reversed, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Eunuch Qiao was greatly shocked. With a thought, he drove the red wheels towards Fangxing's back. Whoosh, Fangxing sensed that there was a magic tool rushing towards his back, but he didn't bother to dodge. His two golden wings spread out, forming an excellent defense. When the red wheels collided with the golden wings formed by his spiritual power, there was an ear-piercing sound of friction. From time to time, golden sword feathers would shatter under the friction of the rapidly spinning red wheels, but immediately, more sword feathers would appear, blocking the red wheels and preventing them from approaching. Fangxing's 5 fingers spread out, and he used the gravitational spell to catch the red wheels in the air. Damned eunuch, I'll return this to you. Fangxing sneered, and suddenly swung in the air, forcibly cutting off the spiritual connection between Eunuch Qiao and the red wheels. Then, he flung the red wheels down, causing Eunuch Qiao to cry out in fright. He used all his strength to activate the green jade pendant to defend himself. With a whoosh, although the red wheels were blocked, he was forced back 3 or 4 steps. His face was pale, and red blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Hee, old heretic, go collect the blood sacrifice yourself. Fangxing roughly estimated the strength between himself and an ordinary foundation establishment stage, so he didn't have the mood to make a move. With a wave of the big flag, a black cloud surged out from the flag, extending towards the bottom of the valley, and its volume became larger. Inside the black cloud, there was a rock the size of a small mountain and countless different demonic spirits, like a demon army, pouncing towards Xiao and An. The great Ping evil monarch revealed his true form. His feathers were like black gold, and he exuded an oppressive baleful aura. His outer appearance was awe-inspiring, but it was a pity that his laughter was very vulgar. He led the massive demon spirit army and directly swept up the two netherworld servants. What is this? We are from the Chu royal court. Do you really dare to kill us? Is this a magical weapon? In the black cloud, the two servants screamed again and again. They successively used all kinds of magic tools and spiritual power, desperately resisting the siege of the demon army. Unfortunately, the 10,000 spirit flag could even fight against Ing Shirho, the leader of the 100 Beast sect, who was in the middle stage of Foundation establishment stage. How could they, who were in the early stage of Foundation establishment stage, resist it? The screams and the magic treasures soon dimmed and disappeared. Haha, the blood sacrifice of the two Foundation establishment stage cultivators can at least improve my strength by 10%. Daphne was quite satisfied. After absorbing the blood sacrifice, he turned into a black cloud and flew back to the 10,000 spirit flag. Fangxing swooped down and picked up the storage bags on the bones of the two servants. After thinking for a while, he also picked up the storage bags of the 8 guards. After all, a mosquito was also meat, and people should know how to live. When he was about to turn around and leave, Fangxing suddenly thought of something and came back. He took the flying sword and pulled open eunuch Qiao's trousers. He took a curious look, only to find that his flesh and blood had been sucked clean, leaving only a layer of black skin wrapped around the bones. He couldn't see whether there was that thing or not. He was a little disappointed and asked Daphne, "Did you see that thing just now?" Daphne had just enjoyed the blood sacrifice. When he heard him say this, he felt a little disgusted and said discontentedly, "Why should I pay attention to that thing?" Fangxing said, "I really want to see it." Alas, I shouldn't have let you take action so early. Daphne was quite speechless. He directly fell silent and ignored him. Fangxing had no choice but to think about the other Yin servants. He flew into the air and waved his hand to retrieve the 8 formation flags. Then, he slammed his palm into the middle of the snowy valley. With a few cracking sounds, endless ice and snow poured down. Not long after, more than half of the snowy valley was filled with ice and snow. The corpses of the 2 Yin servants and the 8 guards were completely covered. Haha, the harvest is really a lot, let's go back. Fangxing roughly glanced at today's harvest and was quite satisfied. In front of the scripture cave, he had angered the 2 Yin servants and led them to this snowy valley. Apart from the fact that he did not like the Chu royal court, it was also because the 2 Yin servants had given him 100 pieces of top-quality spirit stones. This really tempted him, and he knew that there were many good things in their storage bags. Now that he looked into their storage bags, he indeed saw many top-quality spirit stones and good elixirs. It was really a big harvest. In fact, Eunuch Qiao and Eunuch An were servants, to put it bluntly, servants of the royal court. In fact, it was impossible for them to have so many resources, but they served Princess Chu Ci, so they naturally had to prepare some spirit stones and other things for their master. At the entrance of the scripture cave, it was Eunuch An who took out the 100 top-quality spirit stones to buy Fangxing's profound ice token and defensive talisman. It was also because of this action that he revealed his wealth that he was targeted by Fangxing, who had not changed his evil nature. Now, not counting all kinds of elixirs, just the purple upper-grade spirit stones alone numbered in the hundreds. It's time to improve my cultivation. After returning to Wanluo Manor, Fangxing went directly to his cave residence, counted the resources, and secretly calculated. After the success of the Zhuji phase, it was already a very difficult thing for him to improve his cultivation. An ordinary blue Zhuji phase needed about 100 top-quality spirit stones to improve his cultivation to the second tier of the Zhuji phase, but a red Zhuji phase needed 200 top-quality spirit stones to condense spiritual qi, a white flawless Zhuji phase needed 300 top-quality spirit stones, and a golden Zhuji phase like Crown Prince Chu Huan needed 400 top-quality spirit stones. The stronger the Zhuji phase, the greater the consumption. But Fang Xing had a purple Zhuji phase, and his consumption of spirit stones was even higher than Crown Prince Chu Huang's. At least 500 top-quality spirit stones contained in the spiritual qi to be able to condense the second level of the Zhuji phase in his body. Cyan, red, white, gold, and purple Taoist roots, in addition to the stability of the foundation and the potential in the path of cultivation, there was also a big difference in the strength they showed. For example, Fang Xing only had the first Taoist root, but he could completely suppress eunuch Qiao, who had the second Taoist root, and eunuch N, who had the first Taoist root. This was because the difference between the purple Taoist root and the cyan and red Taoist root was too big. Of course, this difference did not come without a price. If Fang Xing wanted to improve his cultivation, he needed to consume several times more spiritual stones than them, and this was only in the early stage. When he reached the middle stage and even the late stage, the difference would get bigger and bigger. For example, when he upgraded from the second Taoist root to the third Taoist root, the consumption of resources would increase by 3 times in theory. That was to say, people with the cyan Taoist root needed 300 supreme spiritual stones to upgrade from the second Taoist root to the third Taoist root, but Fang Xing needed 1,500 supreme spiritual stones. When he upgraded from the third Taoist root to the fourth Taoist root, he still needed 3 times the consumption, not to mention the future. Just the 500 supreme spiritual stones that he needed at the moment was not a small number. If it was converted into upper spiritual stones, it would be 50,000, and medium spiritual stones, 5 million. Even among the heavens pridelings gathered in the Great Snow Mountain, everyone was extremely wealthy, but at least 30% of them could not come up with such a huge sum of money. Previously, Fang Xing emptied the treasure house of the 100 Beasts sect, plus what he robbed from the Blue Cloud sect, and later swindled from others. All of them added up to only 100 top-quality spirit stones, which was far from enough. It was only now that he had obtained a sum of resources from the Chu royal court from Qiao and in that he finally had enough. Alas, actually, if I think about it carefully, I am a living pauper. Sitting in the cave residence, Fang Xing let out a long sigh, feeling extremely disappointed. The path of cultivation was indeed getting more and more difficult. Not to mention the various Tao tribulations, just the lack of resources was a huge problem. Fang Xing tossed a top-grade spirit stone into the air, and his spiritual power spread out, wrapping around the spirit stone. With the circulation of his internal breath, the extremely pure spiritual power began to slowly flow into his meridians. After a while, Fang Xing opened his eyes, put away the spirit stone, and said to himself, "Too slow. According to my current speed of refining spirit stones, it would take about a day to refine a top-grade spirit stone." After calculating for a moment, he understood that if he were to cultivate step by step, even if he didn't do anything and went into seclusion to cultivate wholeheartedly, it would still take him a year and a half to reach the second level of the foundation establishment stage, even if he didn't do anything. Looks like I have to think of a way. Is the Tao Enlightenment Institute that old man Wan Luo mentioned really that godly? Fang Xing couldn't help but think. At this time, on the highest snow mountain in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, there were many cave residences of various sizes, looking gloomy and ancient. However, at this time, in the middle of the Great Snow Mountain, in front of a half-opened cave, Crown Prince Chu Huang sat cross-legged. His sister, Princess Chu Xi, accompanied by a few palace maids, came riding on a weapon and landed on the ground to pay her respects. "You came a little early." Crown Prince Chu Huang opened his eyes and looked at his favorite sister. His eyes were still calm, old-fashioned, and cold. "Brother, it was eunuch Qiao who asked me to come early. He was afraid that you would wait too long." Princess Chu Xi had long been used to Crown Prince Chu Huang's appearance, and answered obediently. Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded, glanced at the palace maids behind Princess Chu Xi, and frowned again. "Why didn't those 2 servants follow you to serve you? What's the use of them if they don't follow the rules?" Princess Chu Xi pleaded. "They said that they wanted to find someone to refine a furnace of resting pills for me, so that after I forcefully increase my cultivation, my qi and blood will not be stable. They are very kind. Brother, please don't punish them." Crown Prince Chu Huang said, "2 ignorant servants, do they think that Tao Enlightenment Institute is the same as ordinary cave residences? This mountain is located on the Taiyin Meridian, and the cold qi in the Xian Meridian can guard the mind and guard against evil. It can be said to be the most unique existence in the world, and also the lifeline of the Great Snow Mountain. Even if you forcefully increase your cultivation in this place, you can prevent chi and blood from going astray, and eliminate future troubles. The 5 old ancestors brought the Heaven's favored ones here to make use of this place's uniqueness to help the Heaven's favored ones deal with the upcoming disaster. If I forcefully increase your cultivation here, there will not be any hidden danger of your chi and blood being unstable, and your foundation will not be unstable. Princess Juxi's eyes lit up, and said, "Is it really so magical? Even the spiritual cave of the dragon vein in our palace is not as magical as this." Crown Prince Chu Huang snorted, and said, "What do you know?" The spiritual cave of the dragon vein is the source of the dragon vein in the Chu region. If you cultivate in it, you will advance quickly, and it will increase the possibility of forming the golden Taoist root. Moreover, the dragon vein will not be broken, and the spiritual cave will not be destroyed. However, this great snow mountain is only located on a small jade vein. Although it is a little magical, when its spirituality is exhausted, it will be useless. All the power of the Taiying jade, after the baptism of the Heaven's favored ones, will be almost used up, and there will be no spirituality left. Princess Juxi stuck out her tongue, and said, "I know I was wrong. When will you help me increase my cultivation?" Crown Prince Chu Huang said, "The Taiying jade vein's cold energy is the best at midnight. It is not the time yet. Since you are here, just wait." Princess Juxi followed his words and sat down beside him. She suddenly thought of the boy who bullied her and could not help but feel hatred rising in her heart. However, she hesitated for a moment and did not complain. Instead, she asked Crown Prince Chu Huang, "Brother, after my cultivation reaches the peak of the spiritual movement realm, are you going to give me the profound level weapon you promised me? Is it powerful?" Crown Prince Chu Huang glanced at her faintly, and said, "I have already said that the Xian weapon will only be given to you after you are sure that you cannot get the dragon zither. The dragon zither in the hands of the elder of Huqin is a pair with the phoenix zither. The quality of the dragon zither is even better than the phoenix zither, but it was once damaged. Only those with dragon blood can inherit it. Originally, in the Chu region, you are the most qualified to inherit the zither, but the elder of Huqin is unwilling to give the zither to the imperial court. He would rather choose a wild girl from Bohai country than you to inherit this weapon. It is really despicable." Speaking until here, he paused, and said, "But fortunately, the old ancestor used 10 dragon blood pills as a price in exchange for a chance for you to compete fairly with that wild girl. You have to grasp it well." Princess Juxi stuck out her tongue, and said, "I heard that sister is also very powerful, I may not be able to snatch it away from her." Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes were cold, and he looked at her. Princess Juxi hurriedly said, "I will definitely snatch this opportunity." Only then did Crown Prince Chu Huang retract his gaze, and he held his breath. Not long after, suddenly, a dark cloud flew over from afar, and on the cloud, a servant in red, with a face full of panic, came to the front of the mountain, pressed down the cloud, and knelt in front of Crown Prince Chu Huang, and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there is a problem." Crown Prince Chu Huang looked up coldly, and said coldly, "Who told you that you can come to Dao Enlightenment Yard to find me?" The servant in red hurriedly lowered his head, and said, "This servant knows his mistake, but there is really something." Crown Prince Chu Huang said coldly, "Speak." The servant in red hurriedly said, "Just now, a servant reported that Eunuch Qiao, Eunuch N, and 8 guards' life lamps suddenly extinguished, and there should be a problem, but this subordinate is not qualified to control the life lamps, so I can only report to your Highness." Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said coldly, "In this great snow mountain, is there anyone who dares to touch the people of the royal court?" As he spoke, he flew up, and flew in the direction of the Imperial Academy. Seeing this, Chu Xi hurriedly let the servant in red bring her to follow. After half an hour, Crown Prince Chu Huang used the life lamp remnant soul as a guide, and arrived in front of the snow valley that Feng Xing buried. As he spread out his 5 fingers, golden light flowed around his body, and golden flames fell into the snow valley like meteors. The thick snow immediately melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the snow flowed out of the valley like a river. Not long after, the black ground below the snow valley could be seen. At this time, Crown Prince Chu Huang also saw the corpses at the bottom of the valley, and his face turned cold. Immediately, there was a gust of wind, and the corpses were swept up, but they had all turned into skeletons, but from the analysis of the clothes, they were eunuch Qiao, eunuchin, and 8 guards. When Crown Prince Chu Huang saw this, his eyes immediately became cold and sharp. Who is so bold to rob and kill the people of the imperial palace in the Great Snow Mountain? He frowned and muttered to himself, the 8 guards are fine, but these 2 servants are at the Foundation establishment realm. In the Great Snow Mountain, who has the ability to kill them silently, and they can't even call for help? The servant in red next to him went forward to take a closer look, and reported, Your Highness, the 10 of them died after their flesh and blood essence were sucked dry. It seems that they were killed by evil magic. In the Great Snow Mountain, Lady Xiaoxue naturally has the ability to do this, but she uses a sword, and I have not heard that she knows this kind of evil magic. Other than her, it seems that only, those few. He wanted to say that only the 5 golden elixir elders did it, but he did not dare to say it. It's not Xiaoxue would not care about these servants. Crown Prince Chu Huang directly rejected the possibility of Xiaoxue, and thought to himself, could it be Yiguin or Hogui men who succeeded in the Foundation establishment realm? At this moment, Princess Chu Xi walked forward hesitantly, and said in a low voice, Brother, it could be, that person. Crown Prince Chu Huang looked at her coldly. Princess Chu Xi originally wanted to take revenge on her own, but she did not dare to hide anything now that something like this had happened, so she told him about Feng Xing, and said, I think, it could be that eunuch Qiao and eunuchin wanted to help me vent my anger, but they were instead. Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes had already turned cold, but at that moment, he thought of the little brat who met his gaze nonchalantly during the last trial. He also thought of the little brat who did not show any fear when he was about to attack him, and instead had eyes full of fighting spirit. His heart suddenly became clear, and he said coldly, There's no mistake, it must be him. Rumble, Crown Prince Chu Huang rode on a golden cloud, which lit up half of the night sky, and flew towards the Wanluo courtyard like lightning. Old Ancestor Wanluo? Senior Wanluo? Old Monster Wanluo? Wanluo? Wanluo, you old bastard, which hole did you hide in? Brat, you're looking for me? Fuck, Feng Xing was looking for old monster Wanluo in the main hall of the Wanluo Manor. He searched several halls but there was no response. Was old monster Wanluo not around? He cursed but he didn't expect old monster Wanluo's hoarse voice to ring in his ear, scaring Feng Xing out of his wits and causing him to jump dozens of feet away. Old monster Wanluo's hair was messy and his eyes were unfocused. He was holding a pile of jade talismans in his hands and it seemed like he was at a critical juncture in comprehending the technique. He looked at Feng Xing for a while before he remembered, You little bastard, were you scolding me just now? No, how could that be? Feng Xing hurriedly denied, I have something to talk to you about. Old monster Wanluo said, If you have something to say, then say it. This spiritual master is busy saving your life. Feng Xing smiled, That's good. Thank you. Give me a Mountain Awakening talisman from the Tao Enlightenment Institute. Old monster Wanluo was slightly startled and said, The Tao Enlightenment Courtyard is the foundation of the Great Snow Mountain, and it requires the cold energy of the extreme meridians to activate. Every disciple only has one chance to enter and cultivate there. This old man has yet to complete the technique I prepared for you, so why are you going in so early? You should know that once you enter, it will be very troublesome when it's time to comprehend. Feng Xing said, Enter openly this time, enter secretly next time. I really have something to do. Old freak Wanluo shook his head and said, Don't talk nonsense. This old man has already made arrangements for you. This divine ability is extremely difficult to cultivate. When the time comes, you should wait until you have comprehended this divine ability before entering the Tao Enlightenment Institute. Feng Xing cried out, You don't even see a shadow every day. Who knows when you will be able to complete this technique? What's more, you won't let me practice other martial arts, so before you complete it, what can I do? Old monster Wanluo said, Sweep the floor when you have nothing better to do. Raise your cultivation and temper that rotten temper of yours. As he spoke, he impatiently chased Feng Xing out of the room. Feng Xing was so angry that he cursed silently for a long time. He didn't dare to tell old monster Wanluo that he was planning to enter the Tao Enlightenment Institute to shorten the time needed to increase his cultivation. That would be too wasteful. The Tao Enlightenment Institute was for geniuses to comprehend divine abilities. If he went there just to shorten the time needed to cultivate, then it would be too wasteful. Even Elder Huqin's disciple Yi Guin and Great Evolution Sect's Hogui men were only able to enter because they were at the critical juncture of Foundation establishment. Just as he was pondering over how he could sneak into the Enlightenment courtyard, he suddenly saw a Foundation establishment cultivator arrive at the top of the valley. He was dressed in a golden robe and wore a golden crown on his head. His complexion was as clear as jade and his brows were as sharp as swords. Behind him stood a red-robed servant and Princess Chu Xi. It was none other than Crown Prince Chu Huang. He barked coldly, "That servant from the 100 Beasts sect, come out and see me." His roar shook the entire Myriad Net Hall, and it shook the entire Myriad Net Hall. In the Wanluo courtyard, all the geniuses walked out of their cave abodes and looked up at the night sky in shock. "Why is Crown Prince Chu Huang here? Why are you so aggressive? Are you here to denounce me? He wants to find that rude and unreasonable servant from 100 Beasts sect? Hee, could it be that bastard offended someone from the royal court? He came looking for me?" With a chuckle, Fang Xing took down the gourd from his waist and drank some wine to moisten his throat. Then, he flew to the roof of the Myriad Net Grand Palace on his spiritual boat and sat on the roof ridge, yelling, "Golden be *starred. Who are you looking for?" The geniuses of Wanluo courtyard heard him and were shocked. They couldn't believe that this kid was scolding Crown Prince Chu Huang. How dare he call Crown Prince Chu Huang a golden bastard in front of so many people? How bold must he be? The Crown Prince Chu Huang took a closer look and immediately recognized that the little demon sitting on the roof was the one who talked back to him. When he heard the title Golden Bastard, he was even more certain. After all, in his entire life, other than this little demon and Xiao Shui, no one dared to call him that. He coldly shouted, "I'm looking for you. Come out and talk." Fang Xing laughed, "I won't go out. Come in and talk if you dare." There was a protective array around Wanluo courtyard, so disciples of Wanluo courtyard could enter at will. However, disciples from other courtyards had to be led inside. Therefore, Fang Xing was very calm. No matter how powerful Crown Prince Chu Huang was, he couldn't break the array set up by old monster Wanluo. Fang Xing naturally wouldn't go out and fight with Crown Prince Chu Huang. He didn't want to fight with Crown Prince Chu Huang without any benefits. Moreover, Crown Prince Chu Huang was already at the third stage of Foundation Establishment realm. He was only a step away from the middle stage of Foundation Establishment realm. Seeing this, Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes turned cold and he said coldly, "I have 10 subordinates who were robbed and killed. You are the biggest suspect. Come with me. If you have nothing to do with it, I will naturally let you go." Fang Xing said, "What if it has something to do with me?" Crown Prince Chu Huang said coldly, "If it was really done by you, you will be breaking the rules of the Great Snow Mountain. You will be severely punished." Fang Xing was furious. He spat on the ground and scolded, "F***ck your stupid rules." At that time, Crown Prince Chu Huang used the word rules to do something that was against the rules and almost beating Xiaoqiao to death in front of him. However, when Fang Xing heard him talking about rules, he was extremely unhappy and immediately flared up. Crown Prince Chu Huang was furious. His eyes were as cold as a sword, piercing towards Fang Xing. He said coldly, "Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Everyone in the world, including cultivators, must abide by rules in order to have a foothold in the world. No one is an exception." Every word was like a great bell, shaking the void. In the Wanluo courtyard, the faces of the geniuses turned pale. Crown Prince Chu Huang is only at the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm, but he has such an imposing manner. He almost has the demeanor of a gold core. Compared with His Highness, that servant is really wretched. He doesn't even dare to go out and speak. Humph, His Highness has always acted according to the rules. Anyone in front of him will be less imposing, let alone this arrogant little brat. Today, he met His Highness, so he is courting death. Whispers came from the direction of the cave residence below the Wanluo courtyard. Some people were gloating, and some people were amazed by the power of Crown Prince Chu Huang. This golden bastard's aura is so strong. He always looks like he's making sense. It's so annoying. At this moment, Fang Xing was also cursing in his heart. He was a person who was naturally unwilling to abide by the rules. The more arrogant Crown Prince Chu Huang was, the more he hated him. In addition, he could see that Crown Prince Chu Huang's imposing manner was really rare. He was itching to give him some trouble. His mind was churning quickly. Not long after, he came up with a plan. He stood on the roof and said loudly, "Is what you said true?" Crown Prince Chu Huang said coldly, "Do you doubt what I said?" Fang Xing said, "If you really want to abide by the rules, then I will ask you a few questions." Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes were cold, but he did not speak. He waited for Fang Xing to continue. Fang Xing smiled coldly. He pointed at Crown Prince Chu Huang in the air and scolded, "The first question, I will ask you, which courtyard are you from?" Imperial Dao Courtyard. As a disciple of the Imperial Dao Courtyard, you came to our myriad Civ Courtyard without first greeting our courtyard head, Ancestor Wan Luo, and directly asked for him. Which dog's stomach did you put the words "respect your teachers and respect your teachings" into? Don't you know the rules? Next question, what is your cultivation? What is the cultivation of our ancestor Wan Luo? You came to our myriad Civ Manor, knowing full well that our patriarch is in the hall, but instead of descending to the ground to show your respect, you stepped on Huang Yunfei, who looked like a pile of shit. Are you trying to say that you're qualified to stand on his head? Don't you know the rules? I still have to ask you. You said that I killed your servant, but do you have any evidence? I know you don't, but you want to take me out for questioning without any evidence. Is this in line with the rules? If you answer these 3 questions clearly, I will go with you. If you don't answer clearly, today I will chop. I will curse 18 generations of your Chu royal court's ancestors. After saying this, he put his hands behind his back and restrained his aura. Behind him was a bright moon, and he looked very elegant. In the Wan Luo courtyard, all the geniuses were stunned. This clearly felt like a sophistry, but why did he make it sound so reasonable? Crown Prince Chu Huang's actions did not seem to be out of line, but it seemed to be very problematic. Of course, what was even more shocking was that after Fang Xing finished cursing, he looked very elegant. He was clearly cursing, but why did he sound like a master? Humph, come and quarrel with me. I will defeat the entire Chu royal court. Under Fang Xing's indifferent face, there was a hint of complacency at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that this golden bastard was looking for a scolding. Crown Prince Chu Huang, who was above the golden cloud, looked calm, but there was a hint of ferocity in his calmness. He wanted to refute him several times, but he felt so angry that he did not know what to say. Even in his heart, he began to wonder, am I really not going to follow the rules? As a result, the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger, burning crazily, little devil. I will kill you. When his anger had reached its peak, Crown Prince Chu Huang suddenly shouted and grabbed the air with his palm. Countless golden flames condensed into a huge palm in the air, passing through the restrictive spells outside the Wan Luo courtyard and grabbing at Fang Xing on the roof. At this point, he did not care about the rules anymore. He had to catch this little devil first. Humph, you want to fight? At this moment, Fang Xing's eyes turned cold. He held the all-spirit flag in his hand, and the big flag fluttered in the strong wind. He was not in a hurry to make a move, but just got into a defensive position. Because he had guessed that he would not need to make a move. As expected, just as Crown Prince Chu Huang's palm passed through the spell formation and was about to grab him, a shocking aura suddenly rushed out from the Wan Luo palace and instantly destroyed Crown Prince Chu Huang's flame palm. It turned into golden sparks and danced in all directions. Crown Prince Chu Huang, who was standing on the golden cloud, suddenly had a change of expression, and his qi and blood were boiling. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Chu Huang, you came to my Wan Luo courtyard and tried to catch someone without my permission. Don't you know the rules? A cold voice sounded. It was old monster Wan Luo. When Crown Prince Chu Huang arrived on the golden cloud, old monster Wan Luo, who was in a room in the depths of the Wan Luo palace, naturally sensed it. However, he was too lazy to deal with the disputes between the younger generation. Only when Fang Xing cursed him 3 times did he start to pay attention. He was stunned for a while and thought to himself, what does it have to do with me? Why does this kid have to drag me into this? After the shock, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that although Feng Xing's scolding was unpleasant, it was not without reason. He felt a faint sense of pride in his heart. Although this little bastard is obviously making a scene, he knows how to protect me. It seems that he still respects me quite a bit. Speaking of which, I am a dignified ancestor, and the ancestor of the Chu royal court, Chu Taisheng, is of the same generation. This golden little bastard came to our Wanluo manor, but he did not take the initiative to greet us, and did not press the clouds down. As an old monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, he naturally knew that Feng Xing was deliberately dragging him into this. However, it did not matter. As long as what Feng Xing said was reasonable, so what if he was deliberately dragged into it? It was also because of this that he was a little angry when Crown Prince Chu Huang tried to capture Feng Xing. He released a breath and defeated Crown Prince Chu Huang's spell. Ha 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 ha, golden egg, our old ancestor said that you don't know the rules. Look at yourself. Feng Xing stood on the roof, put away the 1,000-spirit flag, and laughed with his hands on his waist. Hearing him call Crown Prince Chu Huang Jin Dan Dan, the geniuses all felt extremely strange. However, seeing that old monster Wanluo had already made his move, no one dared to laugh at this moment. They all stared blankly at Crown Prince Chu Huang in the sky. Crown Prince Chu Huang's face was pale and he was silent. However, suddenly, a line of red blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Brother, Your Highness, Princess Chu Xi and the red-robed attendant were startled and rushed forward to help him up. Crown Prince Chu Huang waved his hand and pushed them away. He looked at Feng Xing, who was on the roof, calmly. Although old monster Wanluo had only destroyed his spell and did not target him, the attack of a golden core cultivator was not a joke. Forcibly destroying his Dharma spell had caused his qi and blood to flow in the opposite direction, and the circulation of his Tao Foundation's spiritual energy was not smooth. More importantly, old monster Wanluo's question had pointed out that he didn't know the rules, causing him to feel a little embarrassed. Crown Prince Chu Huang was very particular about the rules. Everyone who knew him knew that. Even if he wanted to do something against the rules, he would do it within the rules. Because he thought of himself as the destined one, the end of all rules. Sooner or later, the rules of the world would be made by him, so he would naturally uphold the rules. To him, even if Feng Xing called him a golden bastard, he would not care much. However, Feng Xing said that he didn't know the rules, and even said that it was difficult for him to refute, which made him want to kill him. Now, old monster Wanluo had stopped him and used his status as a golden core cultivator to scold him for not knowing the rules. It was as if his Tao heart had been cut by a knife, and blood was dripping. And in this sort of situation, Feng Xing's final words became the fuse, causing him to be unable to suppress his blood due to the agitation in his heart. A sliver of blood actually flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and it looked as if he had been scolded by Feng Xing to the point of vomiting blood. The talents of Wanluo Manor were stunned. They had heard of it, but they had never seen it. There was really someone who could make someone vomit blood. His gaze towards Feng Xing was already filled with reverence. This is a living god who can make someone vomit blood because of his scolding. However, this kind of injury was not serious. Crown Prince Chu Huang once again suppressed his qi and blood. However, at this time, the hatred he had for Feng Xing was indescribable. It was a hatred that could eat his flesh and tear his bones apart. Even the killing intent in his eyes had disappeared because it had become a situation where he would not rest until he was dead. Killing intent was unnecessary. Kid, leave. Wanluo Manor is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Old monster Wanluo said coldly. He did not want to force Crown Prince Chu Huang anymore after seeing him vomit blood. Feng Xing shouted, "Did you hear that, Jin Dan Dan? Our old ancestor told you to scram. You bad guy, don't go too far." Chu Xi, who was standing beside Crown Prince Chu Huang, knew that it was against her brother's rules to speak, but she could not help but scold Feng Xing. This kid's words were too harsh. She was afraid that her brother would vomit blood again. "Stupid girl, you brought people here to frame me. Isn't that too much?" Feng Xing was not even afraid of Crown Prince Chu Huang, so he naturally would not be afraid of this stupid princess. He directly scolded her back. Chu Xi was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She shouted, "What do you mean by frame you? Eunuch Qiao was killed because he brought people to look for you, Fang Xing said. Look for me? Did you instigate them to rob and kill me? Chu Xi was so anxious that she stamped her feet. I did not. Fang Xing said, do you think I did not do it just because you said you did not do it? Wah! Chu Xi cried. Little bastard, I will cut you into pieces sooner or later. Seeing this, the red-robed servant could not help but stomp his feet and scold. Fang Xing asked, stupid eunuch, are you a eunuch? The red-robed servant was furious. So what if I am a eunuch? Fang Xing said, do you think you are in the right after becoming a dead eunuch? The red-robed servant felt dizzy and could not reply for a moment. The skyprides of the myriad civ matter, including Patriarch Wan Luo in the main hall, all had the same thought at the same time. If we become enemies with this kid in the future, we must strangle him to death. We must not quarrel with him, who else? Fang Xing was proud of himself. He felt that he had not scolded them enough. He thought to himself that even the matchmaker in the countryside could not beat him in scolding, so what were these stupid people? Fellow Daoist Wan Luo, why do you have to bully me? At this moment, following a cold shout, an earth-shattering aura suddenly appeared in the dark snowy night sky. It was a cloud, not as dazzling as Crown Prince Chu Huang's, but more holy and noble. Almost 2 breaths after everyone saw this cloud, it had already arrived in front of the myriad civ matter. Its speed was so terrifying that it seemed as if it had arrived in an instant. Chu Taishang, speak clearly. It was you, this junior, who came to my myriad civ matter to behave atrociously. I did not make things difficult for him. At this moment, a black shadow flashed beside Fang Xing, and the ragged patriarch Wan Luo appeared next to him. This old man did not have the slightest bit of wretchedness. His eyes were deep and his temperament was dignified. His aura enveloped the entire myriad civ valley. Inside the golden cloud, a dignified old man in yellow robes appeared. He looked at Chu Huang and saw that his blood and qi were only flowing in the opposite direction. Only then did he feel relieved. He casually threw a medicinal pill to Chu Huang and motioned for him to swallow it. Then, he turned around and said to old monster Wan Luo, this servant of the 100 Beasts sect is related to the death of our 2 Yin servants and 8 guards. It is reasonable for Chu Huang to question him. You are a golden core ancestor, why did you stop him? What is the meaning of this? Fang Xing was extremely daring. He even dared to scold a golden core ancestor. But before he could finish, old monster Wan Luo lightly pressed his palm on his shoulder, indicating that he should not speak. Then, he laughed and said, Chu Taishang, you are lying through your teeth. Just now, when did I pay attention to the 2 of them talking nicely? It was you, this junior, who attacked first and bullied the weak. That was why this old man broke his spell. Chu Taishang coldly snorted and did not speak immediately. Behind them, the Yin servants in red and Princess Chu Xi also had a stomach full of complaints, but they could not say anything. Was that called talking nicely? This brat's pestering skills could even anger a dead person back to life. Who could talk nicely to him? This master and disciple pair were the same. Their pestering skills were very powerful, but it was hard to refute. After all, Fang Xing and Crown Prince Chu Huang were indeed talking at the beginning. It was Crown Prince Chu Huang who could not help but attack first. Moreover, Crown Prince Chu Huang was at the peak of the early stage of Foundation Establishment realm, yet he attacked Fang Xing, a disciple at the spiritual movement realm. This was indeed bullying the weak. Chu Taishang was angry in his heart and did not want to let it go just like that. He was about to speak when Crown Prince Chu Huang suddenly looked at him and let out a long sigh. He pressed down on his head, tidied up his clothes, and bowed towards the Wan Luo hall. He said, Senior Wan Luo is right. Just now, this junior was too anxious and broke the rules. I hope that senior can be magnanimous and forgive this junior. Seeing Crown Prince Chu Huang's action, the disciples of the Wan Luo hall were in an uproar. They never expected that the high and mighty Crown Prince Chu Huang would actually kneel down and admit his mistake to old monster Wan Luo. However, Chu Taishang did not stop him. He was slightly startled, but his eyes flashed with a hint of praise. Seeing this, old monster Wan Luo's eyes also flashed with a hint of worry. He sighed in his heart and said, this child is worth teaching. How can I blame you? Get up. Next time, don't be so rash. After Crown Prince Chu Huang knelt this time, a faint arrogance appeared on his face again. It was as if he had turned back into the crown prince who always had the upper hand. He said indifferently, "This junior will still investigate this matter. Since there was a violation of the rules, I have to ask about it." Fang Xing chuckled and said, "Then you better prepare some evidence next time." Crown Prince Chu Huang glanced at him and said, "Thank you for the reminder. Ask only when you have evidence. This is also a rule. I will remember it." Fang Xing said with a smile, "You have to remember the principles I taught you well." However, he became slightly vigilant in his heart. He thought to himself, those who want to save face are the easiest to deal with. No matter how strong they are just like a fool. This golden bastard is not simple. I have already angered him to this extent, but he still put down his pride to kneel down and apologize just to be reasonable. Although he looks dignified, he is actually a thick-skinned fool. I have underestimated him. I underestimated that kid. Chu Taishang Yuyun, Crown Prince Chu Huang and the others returned to the Imperial Academy. Crown Prince Chu Huang said indifferently, "I thought he was just a servant of the 100 Beasts sect who hid part of his cultivation and wanted to sneak into the Great Snow Mountain to seek some opportunities. I didn't expect that he would get the approval of Ancestor Wan Luo so quickly. This shows that this person is indeed resourceful and cannot be taken lightly." Crown Prince Chu Huang also looked gloomy and said, "Although Ancestor Wan Luo is usually joking, he is not a person who can be easily offended. Since that kid is under his care, you'd better not touch him for the time being, lest you make a mistake. The most important thing now is to get the right to inherit the dragon zither for Xianxia. It was not easy to persuade old man Hu Qin, so we can't miss this opportunity." Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Elder Ancestor. I saw the corpses of those servants and concluded that the kid must have an evil Xian weapon on him. That's why I acted rashly and made a mistake. There won't be a second time. But this kid must be killed. He insulted me and disturbed my Taoist heart, which is unforgivable. If I don't kill this person, there will always be a shadow in my Taoist heart." Chu Taishang glanced at Crown Prince Chu Huang and did not reprimand him. He knew that his junior had formed the Golden Taoist Foundation and his foundation was better than his own. In the future, his achievements would probably be higher than his own. In addition, he was smart and handled things better than his father, King Chu. So he did not need to deliberately remind him, so he nodded and said, "You can control it yourself." Chu Xi, who was sitting on the cloud corner, also heard a few words. She could not help but feel a little strange. She faintly felt that although the kid was so hateful that it would not be too much for him to die 100 times, it was also worthy of sympathy for him to be hated by her brother. "I say, how can you cause trouble like this?" After Crown Prince Chu Huang and his people left, old man Wan Luo also brought Fang Xing into the hall. He seemed to be blaming Fang Xing, but he was also a little worried. After this incident, he also thought highly of Crown Prince Chu Huang. In order to defend himself, the young man was able to calm down quickly under anger and kneel down to apologize to him. Undoubtedly, he had great potential. Even he was afraid of him. Moreover, although Crown Prince Chu Huang knelt down to apologize to him, it really did not affect his reputation. After all, he was a foundation establishment cultivator who was less than 30 years old. It was not a shameful thing for him to kneel down to him, a Jindan stage-old monster who had lived for 800 years. No matter who heard it, they would only raise their thumbs up and say that it was the greatest virtue to admit one's mistake and correct it. In this way, not only did his Taoist heart not waver, it became even firmer. In comparison, the disciple he had chosen was a headache. Didn't he tell him to sweep the floor of the myriad Luo Palace? When did he go out to rob and kill the servants of the Chu royal court? Hearing old man Wan Luo's question, Fang Xing explained, "They robbed and tried to kill me first." Old man Wan Luo waved his hand and said, "All right, don't talk to me about these useless things. Killing them is killing them, but you have to be careful. This junior Chu Huang is the only Golden Foundation establishment cultivator that has appeared in the Chu royal court in the past few hundred years. He is not a simple character. Now that you have provoked him, it will be a troublesome matter. I have to do my best to complete the technique, so I can't watch over you all the time." Fang Xing laughed and said, "If I need you to watch over me all the time to survive, then how can I be qualified to inherit your opportunity? Old man Wanlua's eyes brightened and he smiled, nice bootlicking. Not only did you flatter me, but you also praised yourself. You are a promising young man. Just stay in the Myriad Luo Palace for now. This technique will be completed soon. When the time comes, I will send you to the Enlightenment Institute to study it. If you can master it, your strength will increase tremendously. Then, you might be able to fight against this heaven's favorite of the Chu royal court. Fang Xing humphed, actually, as long as I reach the second level of the foundational level, I won't be afraid of him. Old man Wan Luo was a little startled. You know that Crown Prince Chu Huang has a golden foundation? He is also at the peak of the third level of the foundational level and is only one step away from the intermediate level of the foundational level. It would be an exaggeration to say that he is undefeatable in the early stages of the foundational level. At this point, he frowned and continued, oh right, I have asked you in detail. What kind of foundation do you have? Red or flawless? It turned out that Fang Xing's foundation had been tainted by the tormented spirits and was shrouded in murderous aura. Even with old man Wanlua's ability, he could not see through it. He could only make a rough judgment and knew that Fang Xing's foundation was at least red upper grade, which was enough for him to practice the technique that he had prepared for him. If he gave it some help, it would not be a problem for him to reach flawless upper grade. That was why he did not examine it carefully. Until today, when he heard that Fang Xing had killed 2 foundational-level netherworld servants, he finally remembered to ask about it. Fang Xing pondered for a while and thought that he had a purple lower-grade Dao foundation, but it had been tainted by the tormented spirits, so the spiritual energy in his foundation had been weakened. The spiritual energy he could exert was only equivalent to the strength of a golden foundational-level cultivator. Coupled with his bandit mentality, he always felt that it was better to keep some trump cards for himself. Thus, he said very modestly, actually, it's just average. It's barely a golden foundation, old man Wan Luo said disdainfully, do you still need to brag in front of me? Fang Xing was speechless and said, it's really a golden Dao foundation. Old man Wan Luo sneered and put his hand on Chu Li's shoulder and said, circulate your spiritual energy. Fang Xing had no choice but to circulate the spiritual energy in his Dao foundation. With a loud bang, the extremely powerful spiritual energy in his Dao foundation roared and crashed into old man Wan Luo's palm. However, the spiritual energy in his Dao foundation, which was so powerful that it could shatter the refined iron within 30 feet, was easily dissolved by old man Wan Luo's palm. Old man Wan Luo, on the other hand, had a clear understanding of the spiritual energy. He said with some surprise, the spiritual energy is so strong. Could it be flawless upper grade? Fang Xing was about to cry and said, it's really a golden Dao foundation. Old man Wan Luo looked at Chu Li's expression and said assertively, I can tell that you're lying. Don't try to fool me. Fang Xing felt a little helpless and thought that he really was lying. Old man Wan Luo said, you don't need to be discouraged. Chu Huang was able to form a golden Dao foundation because of luck and the power of the Dragon Vein Spirit Cave in the royal court. It's hard to come by. In fact, a flawless upper-grade Dao foundation is already very rare. In the past 100 years, the only person who has formed a flawless upper-grade Dao foundation is that girl from the Shao clan. It's not easy for you to have such an achievement. I wonder who your master was when you were in the Blue Cloud sect. Who was able to lay such a solid foundation for you? Fang Xing thought that Uncle 11's story was no longer a secret, so there was no need to hide it. He answered honestly, it was Uncle 11, his name is Bai Qianzhong. Have you heard of him? He's better than you. That person? Old man Wan Luo was slightly stunned and said with a solemn expression, I met him 300 years ago. He is indeed unfathomable and has a mysterious background. It's a great opportunity for you to be taught by him. It's an honor for me to have a disciple with him. Old man Wan Luo did not say much about the Blue Cloud sect. He only reminded Fang Xing to be careful. The people in the Chu royal court were no longer simple cultivators. They were unscrupulous and could not be judged by common sense. When Fang Xing heard this, he agreed with a smile. He felt a little grateful in his heart. After this robbery, he was sure that nothing would happen to him. After all, he had already thought about it. Judging from his current cultivation, he was still very rare among the younger generation. Old man Wan Luo needed him to do that for him, and he might not be able to find someone else to replace him, so he would definitely protect him. This was his current value, so it would be a waste not to make use of it. On the other hand, old man Wan Luo wanted to know if the method he had developed to remove the curse was effective. It could be said that he wanted to use him as a test subject. Just based on this, he could not bear to let anything happen to him. But now that he had heard old man Wan Luo's warning, he realized that this old man was indeed very concerned about his safety, and he felt a little touched. "Oh yes, old ancestor, is this the mountain opening talisman to Tao Enlightenment Academy?" In old man Wan Luo's main hall, there were many scattered and messy things. After Fangxing arrived at the main hall, he chatted with old freak Wan Luo while wandering around aimlessly, picking up things here and there. Old freak Wan Luo thought that Fangxing was still young and had seen many things that he didn't recognize, so he didn't mind. Seeing Fangxing pick up a black iron talisman and ask, old freak Wan Luo nodded and said, "Your eyes are sharp, this is indeed the item, but it's still too early for you to use it." Fangxing put it down casually and asked old freak Wan Luo about some secrets, such as whether old freak Wan Luo's lover was beautiful when he was young, or whether he was more powerful than the other 4 Jindan stage elders in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain. But these were all questions that old freak Wan Luo had to answer even if he did not want to. After talking for more than half an hour, Fangxing staggered out of the door. This little bastard, he doesn't even believe that this old man and the #1 beauty of the Chu region had a good relationship. He really is infuriating. Old man Wan Luo was still angry, but there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes, as if he was thinking about the romantic affairs of his youth. But after a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His eyes swept around and fell on the jade box on the table. Originally, there were 10 mountain opening talismans sent by the Mystic Sound Palace, but now there was one missing. Fuck, this little bastard actually took one of the mountain opening talismans. Before old monster Wan Luo could react, Fangxing had already rushed in the direction of Tao Enlightenment Courtyard, afraid that the old monster would catch up and drag him back. However, after flying for about an hour, Tao Enlightenment Courtyard was already in sight, but old monster Wan Luo didn't catch up. Only then did Fangxing relax a little. Presumably, this old monster had accepted his fate and followed him. Tao Enlightenment Courtyard was called a courtyard, but it was actually a snow mountain. There were many cave mansions on it, and at the foot of the mountain, there was an old servant who was stronger than the old servant in front of the scripture cave. Fangxing naturally didn't dare to be too arrogant, so he put away the spiritual boat and landed on the ground. He showed the mountain opening talisman to the old servant and said, "Fang Xiaojiu, disciple of Wan Luo Courtyard, please enter Tao Enlightenment Courtyard for seclusion." The old servant opened his eyes and looked at Fangxing in surprise. "Why are you in such a hurry to enter seclusion? Are you sure you are ready? There is only one chance to enter Tao Enlightenment Courtyard. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There is someone else coming to enter seclusion?" Fangxing muttered in his heart, but on the surface, he said, "This junior is ready." Seeing that he was sure, the old servant didn't ask any more questions. After verifying the authenticity of the mountain opening talisman, he opened the array at the foot of the mountain and said, "A1, A2, and A3 are already occupied. You can go to A4. You only have 10 days, so cherish this opportunity." Overjoyed, Fangxing readily agreed and walked into Tao Enlightenment Mountain. Along the path, he came to a row of caves on the mountainside. He saw that this row of caves were all half-closed with stone doors. Only the 3 caves on the leftmost were closed. Fangxing didn't know who was inside. Naturally, he didn't bother to care and directly entered the 4th cave that was specially opened for him. As soon as he entered this room, he felt a cool and cold air hit him, which made him feel refreshed. Taking a closer look, he saw that the cave was no more than 30 feet in circumference. There was a jade platform in the center, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with a kind of white jade that was arranged in the shape of a rune. What was surprising was that the jade platform in the cave and the white jade on the walls were all bright cold jade. Moreover, it was high-grade cold jade. No wonder the cold air in the cave was so heavy. There was a restriction at the entrance of the cave mansion. Fangxing could open it at any time to prevent others from disturbing him. He sat down on the jade platform in the middle and pondered for a while. Then he raised his head and took out a high-quality spirit stone. He threw it into the air and flicked his finger. In an instant, the spirit stone was smashed into powder. The purple spiritual energy contained in it immediately spread out. If this was in the outside world, once this chi was exposed to the air, it would immediately disperse with the wind. However, inside the cave, it was suppressed by the cold air and didn't disperse. It was like a purple dragon flying in the air. Fangxing circulated his spiritual force and sucked the chi into his mouth. Immediately, he felt a warm current rising from his body and his head felt a little dizzy. However, just as this feeling of dizziness rose, the cold chi seeped into his body and immediately woke him up. It really works, Fangxing was overjoyed. He took out another 2 spirit stones and smashed them into powder. Spiritual energy was the source of energy. If it was in the outside world, once a spirit stone was smashed, the spiritual energy would immediately disperse into the world. Even if there was a secret method to contain it, due to the characteristics of spiritual energy, it would attract evil spirits. If there was too much spiritual energy, it could even cause the world to sense it and strike down with lightning. Therefore, in the outside world, cultivators could only absorb spiritual energy bit by bit. However, the heavenly Sexai Sound Palace found such a strange jade vein. It had all kinds of miraculous properties. If they went into seclusion in the Tao Enlightenment Courtyard, they could smash the spirit stones with one strike. Under the suppression of the cold, the spiritual energy would also gather and not disperse. The cold here also had the ability to dispel evil spirits, so they naturally didn't have to worry about attracting evil spirits. The 5 golden core ancestors also set up a large formation on this mountain, isolating it from the world. Even lightning wouldn't be attracted, but it allowed the cultivators here to have the possibility of quickly absorbing spiritual energy. Of course, this process consumed the cold inside the bright frozen jade. Without the cold, the bright frozen jade would become the most common kind of jade. Therefore, the opportunity to go into seclusion here was very rare. Everyone who entered the depths of the Great Snow Mountain had a chance to go into seclusion here, but no one was willing to use this opportunity to purely increase their cultivation. As for the 5 golden core ancestors, the main reason they set up this place was not to let the geniuses increase their cultivation, but for 3 other purposes. The first was to use this special place to help the geniuses purify their spiritual energy, strengthening their foundation. With the same cultivation of the 9th layer of spirit formation, the refined spiritual energy would naturally increase their strength. The second was to let people build their foundation here. This place was guarded by cold, so if they were to break through here, the chances of them breaking through would increase by 30%. The third was to borrow the power of dispelling evil here to help people comprehend techniques and prevent themselves from going berserk. The only person who only wanted to come here and purely increase his cultivation was probably Fangxing. First, it was 1, then 2, then 4. In the end, Fangxing raised his hand and threw dozens of top-quality spirit stones. Using his spiritual energy, he smashed them into pieces, causing the spiritual energy to scatter in the air. Then, he inhaled and exhaled. The entire stone room was filled with purple mist. The spiritual energy was pressing, like a fairyland. Directly inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy was also very dangerous. It was like a normal person drinking alcohol, but he directly drank alcohol. It was very easy for him to lose his mind, causing the spiritual energy to scatter. However, Fangxing had previously used the refining essence into qi method to cultivate, so he had already adapted to his body being in a state of abundant spiritual energy. In other words, his alcohol tolerance was quite good. Adding the protection of the cold from the bright frozen jade, he was able to maintain his consciousness and methodically absorb the spiritual energy into his meridians, returning it to his Tao Foundation. The evil aura of the Tao Foundation was obviously suppressed in the bright frozen jade cave. The spiritual energy was absorbed into the Tao Foundation, causing the accumulated spiritual energy in the Tao Foundation to become denser and denser. If he was cultivating in the outside world, the evil aura would also grow along with the increase of the spiritual energy in Fangxing's Tao Foundation. But here, there was almost no change, and the growth was extremely slow. Gradually, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. On the 7th day, the 500 top-quality spirit stones that Fangxing had prepared in advance were almost exhausted, and the spiritual energy in his body had reached an astonishing level. In his sea of consciousness, around the Tao Pagoda, spiritual energy filled the air. It was as if there was a fog full of spirituality everywhere, filling the entire space. As if it had a life of its own, it whistled back and forth, creating all kinds of mysterious scenes. It's time to break through. Feng Xing closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he made a decision. His divine sense was like a whip, sweeping through the sea of consciousness. All the purple mist was condensed and stored under the Tao Pagoda, vaguely forming the appearance of the second floor of the Tao Pagoda. Then Feng Xing's divine sense frantically rose, turning into an invisible force that squeezed the invisible spiritual energy. True Samadhi fire, rise. With a thought from Feng Xing, a terrifying True Samadhi flame appeared within the Tao Pagoda, burning towards the second floor of the Tao Pagoda that was condensed from spiritual energy. It was like a fierce fire refining real gold, refining the extremely pure top-quality spiritual energy that still had a little bit of impurities left in it. Then, the invisible spiritual energy transformed into a Tao Pagoda, refining the foundation of the Tao Pagoda like the first floor. After a long while, a long howl suddenly sounded out from within the cave that was filled with purple mist. After the howl, the purple mist in the room seemed to be swept up by a whirlpool, and with a speed visible to the naked eye, it surged towards a dot. As the purple mist disappeared, Feng Xing's figure once again appeared. He sat cross-legged on the jade platform, and a hint of purple light appeared between his brows, which did not dissipate for a long time. However, within the purple light, there were also traces of black qi. The two colors looked as if they were entangled with each other. Although they were fighting, they were also of the same origin. I originally wanted to build the second level of the Tao Foundation here so that I could borrow the cold energy to completely suppress the evil spirit. I didn't expect that it would still steal a portion of its power. Why is this bastard so difficult to deal with? It's too annoying. Feng Xing opened his eyes and cursed angrily. However, he didn't notice that part of the evil spirit was actually of the same origin as him. Scolding the evil spirit was equivalent to scolding himself. However, at this moment, he was indeed very angry. The tormented spirit had tainted his first Tao Foundation, but it could use the power of the Tao Foundation to grow. Initially, he thought that breaking through to the second Tao Foundation in the Tao Enlightenment Courtyard, which was filled with bright cold jade, would be a good way to suppress the tormented spirit and form a pure second Tao Foundation. However, he did not expect that the tormented spirit would be suppressed at first, but when his second Tao Foundation was formed, the tormented spirit surged and spread. It seemed like it was going to happen naturally, but he had miscalculated. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that Daphne's analysis was correct. The first level of the Tao Foundation was the source of the Tao Foundation, and the rest of the Tao Foundation was extended by him. If the first level of the Tao Foundation was tainted, then he could forget about getting rid of the Tao Foundation in the future. After being angry for a while, Feng Xing finally calmed down. The only thing he could do now was to place his hopes on old monster Wan Luo's technique. He didn't know what kind of profound technique this old man had painstakingly researched, but it was able to get rid of this evil spirit that had already become one with his Tao Foundation, growing together with him, and becoming his biggest hidden danger. Should I leave now? It seems that there are still 3 more days before the cave residence closes. It would be a pity to leave now. Feng Xing pondered. This was a rare opportunity, and he didn't want to leave early. There was the bright cold jade here to dispel evil, and it was a good opportunity to cultivate and comprehend the Tao. It would be a great waste to leave. Feng Xing also immediately pondered on how to use the last 3 days. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not worth it to use it to cultivate the 108,000 sword mystic technique. After all, with Daphne's guidance, there was not much difference between cultivating this technique in the outside world and here. As for his other martial arts, they were all in a mess, and there didn't seem to be anything worthy of meticulous comprehension. Yes, I have always felt that the scripture is obscure and difficult to understand, and I don't understand its true meaning. Why don't I comprehend it now? Feng Xing thought about it carefully for a while. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He hurriedly took out a jade book from the heavenly cave ring that was tied to the back of his head, where he stored his most precious items. His expression became solemn. This jade book was the supreme sensing scripture that he had obtained from the Green Hill Tomb of Immortals. The supreme sensing scripture was the jade book that was placed on the throne of the immortal palace along with the green fox ghost face. Feng Xing had it for a long time. In the Yin prison abyss, he had flipped through it several times, but the more he read, the more confused he became. This scripture was written in an immortal book. It was difficult to understand, but it seemed to contain the truth. When Feng Xing was in the Yin prison abyss, he used the Yin-Yang demon mirror to understand all the immortal words, but the meaning behind them was completely difficult to understand. This feeling was like when he was a child looking at Uncle Joe's poetry anthology. He could recognize every word, but he didn't understand what it meant. Because he couldn't understand it after several attempts, Feng Xing put it away and prepared to find an opportunity to study it again. At this time, in the Enlightenment courtyard built by the Golden Core 5 elders for the Chu region's geniuses, Feng Xing suddenly thought that if he couldn't understand it in other places, he might be able to understand it here. Since he still had 3 days left, it would be a waste if he didn't make use of it. After reading the scriptures on the jade booklet for a while, Feng Xing still felt a little dizzy. Although he had made up his mind, he was still unable to understand the meaning of these ancient and strange scriptures. The more he read, the more puzzled he became. In a fit of anger, he casually threw the jade booklet to the side and lay down on the jade platform. He stared blankly at the ceiling and drank. He was quite tenacious. No matter how strange the scripture was, he still memorized it word by word and deeply imprinted it in his mind. However, he still couldn't understand its meaning, let alone cultivate it. Even in this enlightenment courtyard, the cold air could only suppress his distracting thoughts and make him remember the scripture more clearly. As for how to comprehend it, he had no idea. Forget it, don't tell me I really don't have the talent to cultivate these profound things? Feng Xing drank mouthful after mouthful of wine and sighed. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. It wasn't easy for him to enter such a mysterious cave. Even if he slept here for 3 days, he still couldn't leave. He couldn't be at a disadvantage, right? With this thought in mind, Feng Xing leisurely drank the wine in this cave dwelling, gulping it down mouthful after mouthful. Gradually, the alcohol surged up and he did not circulate his mystical technique to refine it. Gradually, the alcohol surged up and he fell into a deep sleep. Primordial chaos Tao fruit, misty universe. Because he had been thinking about it, after Feng Xing fell asleep, the scripture of the supreme sensing scripture that had been deeply imprinted in his mind kept reverberating in his mind. Gradually, something mysterious happened. Unknowingly, Feng Xing's divine sense was guided by the scripture and began to change. His spiritual force circulated and his divine sense changed. His entire person seemed to have fallen into a strange dream. Cold, this was Feng Xing's first thought. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was a baby, crawling forward alone in a world of ice and snow. It was as cold as a blade, cutting bones and carving flesh, shaking muscles and washing marrow, and freezing blood and piercing skin. Feng Xing was so cold that he wanted to grit his teeth, but at this moment, he didn't even have any teeth, so he could only forcefully endure it. Boundless and boundless, only ice and snow remained. There was no hope, only the murderous intent of heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, this cold caused Feng Xing, who was sleeping on the jade platform in the cave dwelling, to be wrapped in a layer of frost. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds, and his veins were exposed as he resisted the boundless cold of the wind and snow in his dream. He kept crawling, even if every step he took would cause him to slide back 3 steps due to the wind and snow, he still kept crawling. However, the courage to fight desperately for survival couldn't change the fate of being frozen to death. A piece of snow crystal appeared on the snowy plains, and the angry baby was frozen in the cold jade. Its eyes were wide open in anger, and it cried for the first time. After an unknown period of time, the scene changed again, and Feng Xing had already entered a battlefield. The earth cracked, and thunder and fire fell from the sky. The whole land turned into a scorched battlefield, and the flames of war destroyed the earth and stirred up the wind and clouds in the starry sky. Countless proud sons of heaven fell like humiliating stars, and countless experts fought bravely to the death, rushing toward the enemies like a meteor shower. And Feng Xing also seemed to have turned into an armored warrior, fighting against the enemies that surged like a tide. He raised his hand and swung his blade, and the enemy's cold armor was stained with blood. The battle formation on his side had already been defeated, and the surrounding enemies were gathering more and more, and it was impossible to kill them all. He had the power to shake the heavens, but he didn't have the fate to go against the heavens. In the end, Fang Xing was stabbed to death by the spears of the countless enemies, and he raised his head and howled in anger. The scene changed again, and Fang Xing became a scholar rushing to take the imperial examinations, in high spirits and full of ambition. But in the end, he failed and returned home in disappointment. He packed his bags and returned to his hometown. He studied hard for 3 years, and when he came to the capital again, the result was the same. Once again, he had no chance on the proclamation. Fang Xing returned to his hometown, and once again studied hard. 3 years passed, and his hair turned white, his face wrinkled, and his family business ruined. In the bitter wind and rain, the white-haired Fang Xing huddled in the leaky thatched hut and cried 3 times, "Rest, rest, rest." Then he breathed his last in despair. His gloomy eyes gazed at the rope hanging from the ceiling, and he seemed to recall the high-spirited life of his youth. One dream after another, one life after another. Perhaps it would be as short as a summer insect, perhaps it would last for several decades, perhaps it would end brilliantly, perhaps it would be a lonely and bitter death. A faintly discernible voice resounded in Fang Xing's mind like the morning bell and evening drum. The Tao is real, the Tao is not an illusion. Why have so many evil spirits come? Could there be a problem with the formation that separates the world? At the base of the Tao Comprehension Academy, the old servant overseeing this place suddenly opened his eyes and coldly looked up at the sky. In the surroundings of the Great Snow Mountain, the remnant spirits that had come out of nowhere began to appear like fireflies. There were hundreds of them, and they were like a meteor shower as they circled around the Great Snow Mountain. Within the Great Snow Mountain, the remnant cold chi of the lunar mystic Jade was actually unable to disperse them. Some of the more formidable ones even charged toward the formation around the Great Snow Mountain, disappearing into the clouds. "Evil creature, you dare disturb the seclusion of my Great Snow Mountain's disciple? Do you want your soul to scatter? Get out of here!" The old servant roared and flew into the void. His hands formed a formation, and a purple bamboo flute appeared in front of him. The old servant held the flute and blew it. A long sound immediately rang out. Within the quiet sound of the flute, there was a terrifying power. The evil spirits were shocked by the sound of the flute. Like ice and snow meeting boiling water, they screamed miserably and dissipated one after another. The remaining ones fled in all directions. Mere evil spirits dare to disturb the Great Snow Mountain. They are seeking their own deaths. The old servant dispersed the evil spirits and snorted coldly. He came down to inspect the formation, and when he saw that it was undamaged, he was a little surprised. If the formation is not damaged, how did it attract so many evil spirits? After thinking for a while, the old servant still could not understand, so he returned to the corner of the mountain to guard the Tao Comprehension Academy. Although the matter was strange, it was not serious. A place like the Tao Comprehension Academy was easy for evil spirits to spy on. It was very common. Even if the formation was flawless, there was no guarantee that the evil spirits would not be able to sense it. Just like the Tao tribulation, it was difficult to avoid, so he did not suspect anything. After all, there were 2 people in the foundation establishment stage in the Tao Comprehension Academy. Perhaps it was because of their Tao tribulation. The Tao is real, the Tao is not illusory. At this time, Fang Xing slowly woke up and murmured to himself. He felt a terrible headache, like he had a hangover. This was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, his body had become stronger and stronger, and he no longer had this feeling. In his mind, there was still the sound of a drum that echoed for a long time. Damn, what the hell happened? Fang Xing rubbed his head and slowly sat up. He felt that something was wrong, so he controlled his temper and sat down. He began to carefully examine the state of his body. What happened just now was too strange. When he fell asleep, he had endless strange dreams and a feeling of despair like a tide. His body was empty and powerless, and his head was splitting. It made him suspect that there was something wrong with his forceful cultivation of the supreme sensing scripture. No. After some examination, Fang Xing found that there was nothing wrong with his body. It was just that he had used up too much spiritual power, as if he had gone through a great battle. After resting for a while, he would have no problem replenishing his spiritual power. However, there was something wrong with his divine sense. Imperceptibly, his divine sense had become a lot stronger, as if it had been forcibly raised. I have built the second Tao foundation, so it is certain that my divine sense has improved, but it shouldn't have improved by so much. Fang Xing clicked his tongue, and his divine sense swept around like a whip. In an instant, he found that his divine sense, which could only scan a radius of 100 feet in the past, had now increased to more than 60 feet, which was 30 to 40 feet further than he had expected. With a solemn expression, he checked the changes in his body again and found that there were no hidden dangers left. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He secretly thought to himself, could it be that after I fell asleep, I inadvertently triggered the opportunity to cultivate the supreme sensing scripture? Those endless strange dreams made me unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. After experiencing all kinds of life and death, I actually nurtured my divine sense in the midst of despair. Oh my God, this scripture is completely unconventional, and it is a scripture that uses a strange method to cultivate divine sense. Fang Xing roughly guessed the reason, but he was even more shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Tao Foundation Spirit Force and Divine Sense were the two strongest techniques that appeared after a spiritual movement realm cultivator successfully established their foundation. Tao Foundation Spirit Force was the source of power. Once Spirit Force formed the Tao Foundation, the Spirit Force released would be stronger and faster. Because of the existence of this Spirit Force, Foundation Realm cultivators often had the power to crush spiritual movement realm cultivators. This was because no matter how talented a spiritual movement realm cultivator was, there was a qualitative difference between the source of power of a Foundation Realm cultivator and a Foundation Realm cultivator. No matter how hard a rock was, it was not as solid as iron. As for divine sense, it was a sixth sense that was produced after Foundation establishment, in addition to the 5 senses of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. It had all sorts of miraculous effects. It could be used to investigate, and it could also be used to activate divine abilities. With a single thought, divine abilities would appear. Therefore, in the foundation building realm, when a cultivator wanted to improve his strength, he usually started with the Taoist foundation, the spiritual power or the divine sense. Or he could improve his cultivation and form 2 Taoist foundations. Naturally, his strength would be much stronger than that of the one Taoist foundation. Or he could use a secret method to purify the Taoist foundation from cyan to red, and his spiritual power would be much stronger. Apart from this method, the only other method was to improve the divine sense. Techniques to increase divine sense were as vast as the ocean and as numerous as the stars in the cultivation world. The Ice Sound Palace was one of the inheritances that had their own secret techniques for cultivating divine sense. They emphasized on using music to nurture the spirit, using the spirit to drive the technique. From the spiritual movement realm, they taught their disciples to cultivate music, learn the zither, and nurture the spirit. Once they reached the foundation realm, their divine sense would often exceed cultivators of the same realm. After reaching the foundation building realm, the Ice Tune Palace had many techniques to nurture the divine sense and strengthen the divine soul. However, whether it was the Ice Sound Palace or other techniques to cultivate divine sense, all of them focused on nurturing. They treated the divine sense as a young stock and carefully protected it, making it stronger bit by bit. This was also the common understanding of divine sense cultivation techniques. After all, the Foundation Realm cultivator's divine sense had just appeared and was too weak. It must be nurtured carefully or else it would be beyond redemption. However, Fang Xing had inadvertently comprehended the Supreme Sensing Sutra and witnessed this strange and astonishing divine sense refinement method. The continuous nightmares, the tide-like sense of despair, and the loneliness and despair in the dreams were impressively things like illusions produced by cultivating the Supreme Sensing Scripture. Using this crude and direct method of cultivation to forcefully strengthen Fang Xing's divine sense in these extremely realistic nightmares, this effect was simply countless times better than the ordinary methods of cultivating divine sense in the world. However, there was also a crisis. Fang Xing was glad that he woke up from the nightmare in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, he already understood that his splitting headache and the emptiness in his body were actually due to the damage to his consciousness. Although the cultivation method of the Supreme Sensing Scripture was very effective in improving his consciousness, It was inevitable that his consciousness would be damaged if it improved too quickly. Of course, this was not a bad thing. As long as his consciousness did not collapse, there would definitely be many benefits after he recuperated. After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine to replenish his spiritual power, Fangxing also slowly sat down and leaned against the ice wall. The immortal palace back then was very strange. A stone bastard was there pretending to be a ghost. It didn't look like a good place at all. The method obtained from that place was also very strange. This kind of cultivation method is really King uncomfortable, Fangxing muttered to himself. He did not intend to give up on the supreme sensing scripture. After all, scolding was one thing, but this kind of violent and direct cultivation method suited his taste very well. Instead of playing the zither, he might as well just kill him. Is there any connection between the supreme sensing scripture and the green fox ghost mask? After thinking for a while, Fangxing suddenly thought of a possibility. He took out the green fox ghost mask and waited until his consciousness gradually recovered. The splitting headache eased a little, and he swept his consciousness towards the mask. Very quickly, he felt that there was something different. The mask that he saw with his consciousness was different from what he could see with his naked eyes. There seemed to be a layer of white light wrapped around it. This light was like a restriction or a magic array that sealed the real mask. On the other hand, Fangxing's divine sense faintly possessed the effect of penetrating through this formation. However, this sort of penetration only penetrated a trace before its strength was exhausted, and it was unable to go any further. Fangxing tried a few times before he could only sigh and give up this thought. He understood in his heart that his guess was correct, but his divine sense was still too weak, and it was insufficient to penetrate through this layer of restriction on the outside to see the secrets within the mask. It seems that I need to have a strong consciousness to pass through the restriction and see the secrets within the mask, Fangxing understood in his heart. He threw the green fox ghost mask to the side and no longer thought about it. Consciousness was the sixth sense outside of the five senses, but it could penetrate normal restrictions. At the very least, the restrictions and arrays that targeted spirit movement realm cultivators could not stop the consciousness of a foundation realm cultivator. However, some high-level restrictions could stop the consciousness from probing, but just like how there was no absolute spear or shield in this world, there was no restriction that could stop the consciousness from probing. As long as the consciousness was strong enough, it could penetrate any restriction. The restriction on this ghost mask is very complicated. Even the yin-yang demon mirror could not determine its level. After sitting for a while, Fangxing straightened his body. His face carried a hint of probing as he placed his palm on the ice wall. Then, his consciousness entered and began to try to penetrate the ice wall. Between the caves of Tao Enlightenment Mountain, there were restrictions placed to prevent the minds of the heavens' prides from becoming agitated and affecting each other. However, because the heavens' prides of the Great Snow Mountain tribe were all at the spirit movement realm, the level of the restriction was not high. At this moment, Fangxing wanted to test the difference between a normal restriction and the restriction on the green fox ghost mask. As Fangxing's divine sense passed through the ice wall, it quickly encountered the obstruction of a restriction. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Fangxing urged his divine sense and was able to easily pass through it. This surprised Fangxing. He understood that after cultivating the highest sensing scripture, not only had the strength of his divine sense increased, it had also gained a unique advantage when it came to passing through restrictions. Soon, the scene inside the cave next door was completely taken in by Fangxing. It was surprisingly the same layout as his stone room. It was empty and there was no one inside. The cold air inside was also much less. It seemed that the array had not been activated yet. Let's look next door. This slightly prying method made the bored Fangxing excited. He excitedly walked to the other stone wall. When he first entered this place to cultivate, he remembered that there were 3 caves that were already occupied. At that time, he did not think too much about it. Now, he wanted to see who had the guts to enter Tao Enlightenment Mountain and cultivate in seclusion before Master Feng. The difficulty of his consciousness entering this cave was much higher. Other than penetrating the restriction that was originally placed on the stone wall, there was another restriction inside the cave. It seemed to be placed by the person inside the cave. It seemed that this person was a careful person. Fortunately, this restriction did not last long under the probing of Fang Xing's consciousness. He was able to penetrate it and see the scenery inside. When he saw it, he was slightly angry and cursed, "Why is it Jin Dan Dan and that but?" It turned out that in the stone room next door, it was none other than Crown Prince Chu Huang and his sister Chu Xi. The two of them sat face to face. Chu Xi sat cross-legged on a lotus seat with a purple and gold dragon pattern. Below the lotus seat, there was a faint dark red blood rising up and seeping into her body. Crown Prince Chu Huang, on the other hand, pressed a palm on the lotus seat, sending wisps of golden flames into the lotus seat. Previously, Chu Xi was only in the 8th level of spirit formation, but now, she had reached the 9th level of spirit formation. Moreover, the spiritual energy in her body was obviously being refined bit by bit, becoming extremely pure. It was almost not much worse than Fang Xing when he was in the spirit formation realm. It could be seen that this dragon pattern lotus seed had the effect of evaporating the spiritual energy in the body of a spirit formation realm cultivator and building a solid foundation. Let's see if I can give them some trouble. Fang Xing had a bad idea in his heart. He knew that he could not be disturbed during cultivation, so he deliberately wanted to disturb them. In the end, after giving it a try, he found that he still couldn't do it. Although his divine sense had improved, it was still too weak. After passing through 2 layers of restriction, it had become extremely weak. It was already difficult to see the scenery inside the cave next door, and it was even more difficult to use divine sense to affect others. This was like using one's eyes to look at someone and using one's eyes to kill someone. These were 2 completely different things. And Crown Prince Chu Huang, who was forcing the golden flames into the dragon pattern lotus seat, let go of his palm and frowned slightly. "Brother, is it over?" Princess Chu Xi opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little tired, and her little face was faintly bloody. Crown Prince Chu Huang carefully sensed for a while, then shook his head and said, "Maybe I'm a little tired after these 8 days of continuous cultivation. Just now, I seemed to feel that someone was spying on us with his consciousness." Speaking until here, he carefully sensed again and said, "But it should be my illusion." The ice wall of the Dao Enlightenment Courtyard has a restriction set up by the Golden Core 5 ancestors. Our cave also has a restriction set up to prevent others from spying on our Imperial Court's blood refinement secret technique. Even a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment realm would not have the ability to pass through these 2 restrictions to spy on us. If it was a Golden Core expert spying on us, he would be like a cloud in the blue sky, without a trace, and would not be discovered by me. Crown Prince Chu Huang's words were very calm, but it gave Fang Xing a big shock. This golden bastard is really powerful. My consciousness is so strong that even I am afraid of it, but I was almost discovered by him. "Brother, can we rest for a while?" Chu Xi asked with some difficulty. She seemed to be in great pain. Crown Prince Chu Huang said faintly, "Let's continue. There are 9 rounds of blood refinement, and now there is only 1 round left. We can't let it go to waste." Princess Chu Xi bit her lips and said with a trembling voice, "But I can't hold it anymore." Crown Prince Chu Huang looked at her coldly and said, "You're so useless. Can't you even bear this little pain? The blood dragon lotus that the Imperial Court refined is not something that can be enjoyed by ordinary people. You have this opportunity, but you don't cherish it? There are only 2 days left before you fight for the dragon Xianxia with that wild girl from Bohai country. If you lose to her at that time, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Imperial Court?" As soon as Fang Xing heard this, his desire to play tricks died down, and he decided to listen carefully. It was related to Xianxia, so he had to pay attention. Crown Prince Chu Huang was not in a hurry to explain. He directly placed his palm on the dragon-patterned lotus throne and forcibly helped Chu Xi to refine the spiritual energy. Chu Xi could only grit her teeth and bear it. This refining process lasted for a long time. Fang Xing's divine sense faded after a short while and could no longer probe further. He had to withdraw his divine sense and nourish it for a while before probing it again. After a few times, the refining of the blood was finally completed. Sitting cross-legged on the dragon-patterned lotus throne, Princess Chu Xi's qi and blood were surging, and her spiritual energy was like threads. She closed her small face slightly, and in the air around her, there was a faint illusory dragon shadow swimming around before disappearing into her body. It was an extremely shocking sight. Blood refinement has been completed. If you succeed in building your foundation, you will at the very least form a flawless foundation, and there is at least a 10% chance of forming a golden foundation. However, before that opportunity arrives, you should maintain your spiritual movement stage cultivation. Crown Prince Chu Huang said faintly, and you must get your hands on the dragon Xianxia. With it, the imperial court will gain another great help and look down on the Chu region. Chu Xi nodded and said, "Don't worry, imperial brother. I won't let you down." Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded slightly. With a flick of his finger, a stream of golden blood flew into the air and landed between Chu Xi's eyebrows. It turned into a vivid golden dragon pattern, which was half hidden and half visible. It was extremely magical, just like a golden eye. "Imperial brother, you," Chu Xi felt the magic of this drop of golden blood and asked in amazement. Crown Prince Chu Huang said faintly, "You are going to fight for the dragon Xianxia with that wild girl from Bohai country. The rules have been set. The old ancestor just sent me a message to place the two of you in the valley below the snowfall peak. Our imperial court took out 10 extremely rare dragon blood saint pills and gave them to Hu Qin in exchange for a chance for you to compete fairly with that wild girl from Bohai country. The old man from Hu Qin is quite generous. He did not keep the 10 dragon blood saint pills to himself, but took them all out and hid them in the valley. After entering the valley, you and that wild girl will search for the dragon blood elixir based on your own abilities. Whoever finds the dragon blood elixir will belong to him. When the trial is over, whoever finds the most dragon blood elixir will inherit Long Xianxia. As for the loser, the dragon blood elixir in his hand will be his compensation. This time, I've given you a drop of Taoist Foundation True Blood, which will allow you to sense the dragon qi in the dragon blood elixir for 3 days. I want you to get all 10 dragon blood elixirs this time, and don't leave them to anyone else." 10? Princess Chu Xi was slightly stunned. She thought that if she got all the dragon blood saint pills, wouldn't that mean that after she inherited the dragon Xianxia, the junior sister of Bohai Kingdom would lose everything and not even get 1 dragon blood saint pill as compensation? Crown Prince Chu Huang seemed to see through her thoughts and said coldly, "The dragon blood saint pill is refined with the blood of a real dragon. It has the effect of washing the marrow and refining the bones. It is priceless even for cultivators of the Zhuji realm. How precious is it? Even the Chu royal court only has 21 of them. It would be a waste to give you all such precious pills, and you still want to share them with others?" Princess Chu Xi did not dare to rebuke him. She lowered her head silently and said, "Brother, I will remember." Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded and stood up. He took Princess Chu Xi out of the cave residence and left on a golden cloud. Feng Xing also hurriedly retracted his divine sense and thought to himself, "This golden bastard is really shameless. He keeps talking about the rules, but he's secretly giving his younger sister special treatment. Isn't that damned girl going to lose for sure?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He did not want to stay in the cave residence any longer. He left and headed in the direction of the golden cloud. At this time, in front of a valley 300 miles away, the gray-robed Hu Qin elder and the yellow-robed Chu Taisheng were sitting cross-legged on the mountainside of a snowy peak. They were sitting on a stone platform that suddenly appeared. They looked like they were not in the human world. Xianxia, dressed in red, was standing under the snowy peak with a yellow scroll in her arms. At this time, her face looked fair and flawless. Her injuries seemed to have healed and her cultivation had increased a lot. Chu Taisheng glanced in the direction of Enlightenment Courtyard and saw the faint golden light. He said, "The siblings are here too. Brother Hu Qin, don't go back on your words in this trial. If my junior wins this battle, she will be your 4th disciple. You should teach her with Xianxia." Hu Qin elder's expression was calm. He said, "If Chu Xi really wants to be my disciple, she will only be the 5th junior sister." Chu Taisheng was slightly startled. He said, "We have an agreement." Hu Qin smiled and said, "We only agreed that if Chu Xi can win this battle, I will pass the dragon zither to her. I didn't say that she will be my 4th disciple. I have already decided that whether Xianxia can inherit the dragon zither or not, I will accept her as my 4th disciple. After all, if she loses the trial, I can only say that I did not teach her well. I can't expel her from the sect just because she lost this trial and accept a better disciple to replace her. That is too unreasonable. Although his tone was calm, his words were resolute and left no room for negotiation. Chu Taishang was stunned. Chu Taishang stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, you still have the same temperament. Since that's the case, let me be your fifth disciple. However, since you have accepted this Bohai girl as your fourth disciple, if this dragon string zither ends up in Siir's hands, I will not let her return empty-handed. This time, I have brought 3 of the Imperial Court's great Xian weapons, she can choose any one of them." Hu Qin Elder said lightly, "There is no need for that. Between the 2 juniors, we still don't know who will win and who will lose." Chu Taishang smiled and did not speak. He also knew that he had used some tricks this time to give his junior a chance to fight for the dragon zither. Although Hu Qin Elder agreed, he was a little unhappy. However, he had no other choice. The dragon zither was of great importance and Imperial Court would definitely not let it go. They had to get it at any cost. Crown Prince Chu Huang brought Princess Chu Xi over on a cloud and landed 3 miles away. He held Chu Xi's hand and came to the snow-capped mountain. He first bowed to Hu Qin Elder and then to Chu Taishang. His etiquette was so meticulous that it could not be faulted. It could be seen that Fang Xing's scolding had indeed taught him a lesson. Now, he did things like clouds in the sky, meticulous and flawless. "Go. Just do your best." The Hu Qin Elder spoke. His voice was faint and passed to Ying Xiao, who was standing at the foot of the snowy peak. Ying Xiao nodded and turned to bow to the Hu Qin Elder on the snowy cliff. She gathered her courage and walked forward. As Ying Xiao and Chu Xi walked towards Snowfall Valley one after the other, a rare look of determination appeared on Ying Xiao's face. She glanced in the direction of Wanluo Manor, then nodded to herself and clenched her small fists tightly. "There are 10 dragon blood saint elixirs in the valley. It depends on who finds more. You don't have to return these elixirs to the Great Elder. You just have to keep them. Every dragon blood saint elixir is priceless. It can be considered a resource from Snowfall Mountain." The old servant standing at the entrance of the valley explained the rules to the 2 girls again. He then stood aside and let them enter the valley. 2 tender figures, one red and one yellow, turned into 2 streams of light and charged into Snowfall Valley. After that, the array was sealed. Until the 2 of them came out of Snowfall Valley, it would be clear whose hands the dragon Xianxia would belong to. A top-grade profound weapon whose quality was higher than the Phoenix Zither. The opportunity to ascend to the heavens in one step would finally have an owner. Chu Taishang looked down. Crown Prince Chu Huang was sitting cross-legged on the jade platform with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was indifferent. Seeing his expression, Chu Taishang felt relieved. Without a doubt, while they were helping Chu Xi to improve her cultivation, the Hu Qin Elder was not idle. Ying Xiao's cultivation had obviously reached the peak of spirit formation 9th layer. Furthermore, her temperament and spirit had undergone a great change. Her strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. However, with Crown Prince Chu Huang's arrangements, Chu Taishang believed that this matter was foolproof. The Chu King's court was determined to get that top-grade profound weapon. He believed that the Hu Qin Elder was already prepared to give the dragon Xianxia to the Chu King's court. As for her, the 4th disciple, he would just give her another profound weapon. If not, he would help him give it. Just as the 2 girls entered Snowfall Valley, Fang Xing came to the other side of the valley. He looked around carefully and said, "It's all covered by the formation. Old heretic, I'll tell you the location of the 8 gates of the formation. Find a safe path to enter. You must be careful. Don't let the 2 golden core cultivators on the other side sense it. If something happens, I'll throw you into the latrine first and then pee. Smelly brat, can't you be more polite? I'm a gold core cultivator after all." Daphne muttered in dissatisfaction. Fang Xing said, "It's just a soul of a gold core monster king. You eat and drink from me. Can't I scold you a little?" "Humph, you brat is too rude. I won't help you calculate it. Calculate it yourself." The great rock evil king was panting with rage. He had had enough of being enslaved by this brat. "Io, old Xia, don't be angry. Be good my ass. Do you think I'm your grandson? Say something nice." Fine. I'm your grandson, okay? Speaking of which, can you, a self-proclaimed gold core cultivator, break the array set up by other gold core cultivators? You've bragged so much in the past. Don't expose yourself now. Smelly brat, you dare to look down on me? I'll say this first. I'm only responsible for helping you in and out. If you cause any trouble, I can't help you. Inside Snowfall Valley, Xianxia's figure was as graceful as a butterfly. The dragon demon spirit appeared above her head, making it even more real and spiritual. With a slight sense, she could already feel a faint aura coming from the valley in front of her that made her feel extremely close. In this period of time, after the old man from Huqin had taught her the secret technique of the Ice Sound Palace to nurture her spirit, although she had yet to build her foundation, her perception had increased by several times. If they wanted to learn the secret techniques of the Icy Sound Palace, the perception force, and even the divine sense that was produced after reaching the foundation establishment stage, they would not be able to learn it if they were not strong enough. Therefore, their assessment this time was to rely on their own perception ability to find the 10 hidden dragon blood Saint Dan's. Xianxia was very confident in this. The Huqin old man had said that her talent was rare in the entire Icy Sound Palace. There was no reason for her to lose to that princess. After clearly feeling the aura of the dragon blood Saint Dan, Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly rushed over. Very quickly, she saw a cave in front of her, and the aura was coming from inside. She knew that the dragon blood Saint Dan was definitely in the cave, and just as she was about to speed up and rush into the cave, she suddenly saw a yellow shadow flash at the entrance of the cave. It was actually the little princess of the Chu royal court who had walked out briskly. Xianxia was stunned. She was already not slow, but she had fallen behind this little princess? I sensed it first. Princess Xianxia smiled slightly at Xianxia, without much hostility. Xianxia also forced a smile and said, I'll go somewhere else to look. After saying that, he left in a flash and arrived at the peak of a mountain. He once again focused his senses and quickly found another target. However, when she arrived at the snow pond, Xianxia stared blankly at Xianxia, who was taking out the dragon blood Saint Dan from the mouth of a big fish in the snow pond. She found it hard to believe that she would lose to this little princess twice in a row. This time, the two of them did not speak. They only nodded lightly and flew in the opposite direction. I will definitely not lose to the next dragon blood Saint Dan. Xianxia clenched her teeth as she tried her best to control the winged dragon demon spirit to sense the faint dragon aura. In the end, she confirmed the location of the third dragon blood Saint Pill and flew over with all her might. However, when she arrived under an ancient winter pine tree in a world of ice and snow, she saw Xianxia take out the third dragon blood Saint Pill from the stone plate under the winter pine tree. Afterwards, she smiled at her apologetically and put the third dragon blood Saint Pill away. This is impossible. Xianxia stared blankly at Princess Xianxia and said in disbelief. Princess Xianxia sighed and said, I'm sorry, but you'll definitely lose to me in this trial. Xianxia was startled, and suddenly said, were you following me just now? She had already realized that it was impossible for Princess Xianxia to choose any dragon blood Saint Dan that she had chosen. It was such a coincidence that she had chosen one at the same time as her, and she had even obtained it faster than her. The only explanation was that she was following her. I am indeed following you. Princess Xianxia replied softly, and did not deny it, I only looked for the dragon blood Saint Dan in that direction after you confirmed a direction, and then rushed to get it before you did, but this did not violate the rules. In fact, I waited for you to confirm the direction of the dragon blood Saint Dan, and then used my divine will to sense it, and the difficulty of finding the dragon blood Saint Dan you chose would be even higher. Xianxia's face turned even uglier. Why are you doing this? Princess Xianxia was in a difficult position. After a long while, he said softly, I'm sorry, I can only do this. She did not explain that it was because her brother wanted her to obtain all 10 dragon blood Saint Dan's, which was why she used this method. It was to snatch every single dragon blood Saint Dan before Xianxia. After Xianxia confirmed the direction, she still needed to carefully sense the surroundings and search for it. However, she could rely on the dragon's blood to find it even faster. Only by using this method could he guarantee that Xianxia would not snatch away any of the dragon blood Saint Dan's. Seeing Xianxia's complicated expression, Xianxia felt that he could not bear to do so. He gently took out the dragon blood Saint Dan that he had kept earlier, placed it on the stone plate, and said in a low voice, "This time, I can't let you have every single dragon blood Saint Dan, and I have to get my hands on Long Xianxia as well. I'm sorry, this dragon blood Saint Dan, just treat it as my compensation to you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Xianxia was startled, but suddenly said, "We are competing fairly, I don't need your pity." Princess Xianxia stopped, turned to look at her, shook her head, and said, "You can't win against me. If you fight with me, you will only lose miserably. Listen to my advice, take this dragon blood Saint Dan and leave, I will give you even more compensation in the future." Xianxia bit her lips, and said, "Why are you so sure?" Princess Xianxia sighed softly, and said, "Because I have a good royal brother." After he finished speaking, his body swayed like a fairy as he flew down a snowy slope. Xianxia, on the other hand, was stunned on the spot. In her mind, the awe-inspiring man outside the mountain pass flashed past. At that time, she took a deep breath, and was determined to receive all 3 palms. Other than not wanting to give up at the last moment, the other reason was that she believed that she had already reached that step, and that the crown prince of Dragon Brilliance would not really kill her, so even if she was heavily injured, she had to receive it. However, after meeting the old man of Huqin, she realized how dangerous her situation was at that time. Even the old man of Huqin had frankly told her to be careful of the people of the Chu royal court. He might not kill her, but if he wanted to cripple her, he would not hesitate at all. That's right, facing the Golden Foundation building expert, the descendant of the royal family with a bright future, what could she use to fight? Logically speaking, she could be considered a little princess in the Bohai kingdom, but compared to the real princess, what was she? Even her father's cultivation was probably not comparable to a general of the royal court, right? He has a good royal brother, what do I have? Xianxia smiled a little tiredly, and lowered her head lightly. In her mind, a face with a wicked smile suddenly appeared, Brother Little Nine? At the mountain pass, he had risked his life to attack the crown prince of Dragon Brilliance, so that she could pass the trial. What about now? Xianxia shook her little head, and threw this unrealistic thought out of her mind. Even that naughty and omnipotent brother Little Gio wouldn't be able to help him at this time. He did not even know that he was being bullied again. As Xianxia thought of this, her little mouth twitched, and she had an urge to throw herself into Brother Little Nine's arms and cry. Ever since that hateful brat killed Brother Zhao Yang in front of her, Xianxia had not felt at ease for a long time. Nightmares came one after another, and she could not even get a good night's sleep. Even in front of the most powerful person in the Chu territory, the old man of Huqin, she could not feel at ease. There was always an inexplicable fear in her heart, and when she was alone, she always felt a chill in her heart. Only by the side of the servant called Little Nine could she feel at ease. The only time she had a good night's sleep was when Little Nine carried her into the Great Snow Mountain. That thin but strong shoulder made her feel incomparably at ease. At that time, although she fainted because of her heavy injuries, she slept very sweetly, without any nightmares, as if she was far away from all danger. Forget it, let's go back to Bohai country. It's just that before I leave, I must see Brother Little Nine once. Xianxia picked up the dragon blood Saint Dan and thought to herself, if she was pitied by others, then so be it, since she was not a promising person. It was just that Brother Little Nine had entered the Myriad Net courtyard, and his future was limitless. He would definitely need resources, so she would give him this dragon blood Saint Dan. After returning to Bohai country, she would also persuade her father to give him all the resources that the 100 Beasts sect could take out. Thinking like this, Xianxia walked forward and picked up the dragon blood Saint Dan. Thinking of Little Nine's appearance, she could not help but reveal a smile on her face as she softly called out, Brother Little Nine, what are you calling me for? Xianxia only subconsciously called out softly, but she did not expect that a person would suddenly reply in a rude and unreasonable manner. Then, she saw a skinny youth jump out from the snowy slope, carrying a person on his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be other than that Princess Xianxia? However, at this moment, the little princess had lost consciousness and seemed to have fainted. On the back of her head, there was a goose-egg-sized bump that proved that she had been knocked unconscious by someone with a club. Brother Little Nine? Xianxia was stunned. She rubbed her eyes, thinking that she had seen an illusion. What are you calling me for? That person scolded impatiently, "Why aren't you coming over to help?" The newcomer was naturally Feng Xing. After much coaxing, he managed to coax Daphne to help him calculate the operation of the Dharma formation and sneaked into Snowfall Valley. He scolded Daphne along the way and came all the way here. He scolded this old demon not for anything else but because it was boastful and its ability to calculate the Dharma formation was not as fast as the Golden Crow. It was really disappointing. Comparisons were odious, and comparisons were odious. Feng Xing had only realized that Golden Crow was a freak after working with the Great Rock Evil Monarch once. In terms of the ability to calculate the Dharma formation, Daphne, a Gold Core Demon King, was no match for it. After entering Snowfall Valley, Feng Xing released his divine sense and spread it little by little to search for traces of Xianxia. Fortunately, Snowfall Valley was not big and only had a radius of 12 miles. Feng Xing searched along the way and released his divine sense to explore. Finally, he found traces of her and sneaked over. When he was at the bottom of the snow slope, he happened to meet Princess Xianxia and knocked her out with a stick. "Brother Little Nine, is it really you?" Xianxia confirmed that what was in front of her was not an illusion. She was pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, she threw herself into Feng Xing's arms and started sobbing. Feng Xing was so shocked that he threw Princess Xianxia to the ground with a tremble. "Why are you hanging on me like a crab?" "Boo-hoo, Brother Little Nine, they bullied me. I know, I'm here to help you vent your anger. I've already knocked one out. I missed you, we haven't seen each other for only a few days." "What's there to miss? Let's get down to business." Under the attack of the unromantic Feng Xing, Xianxia finally put away her childish attitude. Her eyes were red, but there was an unconcealable joy on her face. She recalled that she had just thrown herself into his arms and felt a little shy. She lowered her head and said, "Brother Little Nine, haven't you already entered the Wanluo Manor?" Why would it appear here?" Feng Xing squatted down and searched Princess Xiaoxi's body. "I heard that she was discussing with her golden bastard brother about snatching your opportunity, so I came to help." "Luckily, I made it in time." Xianxia turned around and looked behind her. She said unhappily, "Why did you ask her to perk her butt?" Feng Xing said, "Can't you be more concerned about business?" Xianxia anxiously squatted down and cooperated with Feng Xing to search. If it was in the past, she might have asked what Feng Xing was doing. However, after working together in the trial grounds of the Great Snow Mountain, the two of them had developed a tacit understanding, so there was no need to ask. They worked together seamlessly. Not long after, the 2 dragon blood St. Dan's on Xiaoxi's body were found. Feng Xing held them in his hand and looked at them, and was immediately startled. He saw that the dragon blood St. Dan was dark red in color, and there was a faint fragrance of blood on it. It was the size of a longan and had a faint purple aura. With the yin-yang god and demon mirror, Feng Xing discovered that this dragon blood St. Dan was actually refined from the blood of a true dragon and a dozen or so treasured medicines. It was simply a priceless treasure pill with profound effects. This kind of pill was extremely precious even for foundation establishment stage cultivators. If an ordinary spiritual movement stage cultivator were to consume it, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal power and explode to death. Only the Chu royal court or Xianxia, who had inherited the winged dragon's demon spirit and had a special spiritual movement stage cultivator whose bloodline had turned into dragon blood, could consume it. "Oh my, I thought it was just a pill to fool these 2 spiritual movement stage girls. I didn't expect it to be a treasure." Feng Xing looked like he was drooling with greed as he directly kept the storage bag. "This but is discussing with her brother. 10 dragon blood pills, if we don't leave a single one for you, we won't leave a single one for her." After making a decision, Feng Xing pulled Xianxia and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly stopped and said, "Brother Xiaojiu, let's leave a few for her." Feng Xing was startled and said, "You're not stupid, are you?" Xianxia said in a low voice, "Just now, I couldn't even get a single one, but she took the initiative to leave one for me. Although it was out of pity, it was also out of good intentions. I want to leave one for her as well, consider it as me repaying her for her good intentions." Feng Xing said angrily, "Do you know how valuable this dragon blood St. Dan is?" Xianxia lowered her head and did not say a word. She pulled on Feng Xing's sleeve. Fang Xing sighed heavily, his finger slashed Xianxia's forehead, and scolded, "Prodigal." As he spoke, he threw a dragon blood Saint Dan onto Chu Xi's body with extreme reluctance. Xianxia covered her forehead and smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she thought about it carefully and placed the one that Chu Xi had left for her on her body. When Fang Xing saw it, his eyes widened and he looked at her in confusion. Xianxia knew that Fang Xing could not bear to part with it again. She hurriedly stuck out her tongue and said, "She gave me one just now, I'll return her two, twice as much as her." Fang Xing said in shock, "Is there a need for this?" Xianxia nodded seriously and said, "It's very necessary." Fang Xing sighed and said, "As expected of a prodigal son." He thought that he really couldn't understand the world of women, so he should hurry up and get the rest of the dragon blood Saint Dan. Xianxia pulled Fang Xing's hand and quickly left. Before she left, she looked at the unconscious Chu Xi on the ground and thought to herself, "You have a good brother who helped you arrange everything, but I also have one, he's even better." In this snowfall valley, Fang Xing did not dare to be careless. After all, the two Oris Kores were outside the valley, and if their divine senses swept over, he would be in danger of being exposed. Although the Wan Luo ghost face that the old monster had modified for him had the ability to resist the scanning of the Oris Kores, and could allow him to avoid the scanning of the Oris Kores from 100 meters away, he had never tried it before, so it was not necessarily safe. Of course, he was thinking too much. In this kind of situation, neither the old man of Huqin nor Chu Taisheng would casually use their divine senses to scan the Snowfall Valley. This was because the location of the dragon blood Saint Dan was extremely secretive to Xianxia and Chu Xi. Only by using their perception ability to their greatest potential would they be able to capture a trace of its aura and find the dragon blood Saint Dan. However, to the Oris Core experts, with a sweep of their divine senses, they would be able to cover the entire Snowfall Valley, and the locations of the 10 dragon blood Saint Dan were all clear to them. Moreover, within the range of their divine senses, they could use a sound transmission technique to tell the location of the dragon blood Saint Pill to the two girls without leaving a trace. As a result, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, the two of them would not use their divine senses to scan the area during the trial. In front of us, there's one under that snow rock, To the west, there's one sealed under a restriction. How cunning, I almost didn't discover it. There's one in the nest of that snow crocodile. Wait for me to knock it out first. With Fang Xing's help, Xianxia's speed of searching for the dragon blood Saint Dan increased by more than 3 times. Although Fang Xing was unable to sense the unique dragon chi of the dragon blood Saint Dan, he was still a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and his divine sense was much stronger than ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators. Although he could only scan around 20 meters, after completely spreading out his divine sense, his perception ability was extremely strong, and he could capture the aura of all the pellets within 100 meters. Very quickly, all 10 dragon blood Saint Dan were in his hands. Fang Xing was a little hesitant. He knew that the dragon blood Saint Dan was so precious, if he were to take it away, the consequences would be severe. However, he had already obtained such a precious treasure. If he were to give it up, it would be too against his principles, and he also calculated that as long as he did not reveal too much, the myriad Luo ancestor should be able to protect him. After thinking about it carefully, he gave 4 of the 8 dragon blood Saint Dan to Xianxia, and warned her, "When we get outside later, just say that you found a total of 4, and the whereabouts of the rest are unknown. Just say that you don't know anything about all the problems." Xianxia firmly nodded her head, and said, "All right, I definitely won't tell anyone else." As she said that, she took out another pellet and gave it to Fang Xing, and said, "Brother Xiaojiu, take this pellet. Master said that this dragon blood Saint Dan is a rare treasure of the Chu royal court. Although I have the winged dragon demon spirit and can refine it, 1 pellet is enough for the spiritual movement realm. I don't need so many, and even if I get all of them, I can only use them after I reach the foundation realm. Furthermore, I also have the pellets that Master gave me. It's enough to lay the most solid foundation, but you're different. You can keep these dragon blood Saint Dan, I only need 3. Seeing that she was so generous, Fang Xing was stunned for a moment, and felt a little embarrassed. However, this embarrassment only lasted for a breath's time. He extended his hand and received it, and said, "All right, I'll keep it for you." Then, after discussing with Xianxia for a while, he flew to the other side of the Snowfall Valley, and escaped without a trace. And Xianxia, whose heart was filled with sweetness, only felt that her heart was overflowing with happiness. Even her body seemed to have become light, and she skipped towards the outside of the valley. However, she did not consider how Feng Xing came in under the formation, or how he found out about the discussion between Chu Xi and Crown Prince Chu Huang. She did not even think about how Feng Xing knocked out Chu Xi with a single strike. At this moment, in her heart, her brother Xiaojiu was omnipotent. When Xianxia appeared at the entrance of the valley, Chu Taisheng and the rest were a little astonished, as though they did not expect it to be so fast, nor did they expect Xianxia to be so calm. In fact, they had even considered the situation of Princess Chu Xi and Xianxia fighting over the dragon blood Saint Dan, so they had even prepared medicine. To put it bluntly, it was not surprising that one of the two girls would die and the other would be injured. It was also because of this that when they saw Xianxia calmly walking out of the valley, they were all a little surprised. Could it be that this girl knows that she is no match for him and has given up on this trial? This thought flashed through everyone's mind as they looked at Xianxia's face in confusion. "Girl, how many dragon blood Saint Dan did you find?" Before the old man and Huqin could speak, Chu Taisheng asked in a deep voice. Xianxia took out 3 dragon blood Saint Dan's, held them with both hands, and showed them to the old man and Huqin, saying, "I only found 3, heh." Chu Taisheng laughed and did not say anything else, his heart at ease. Xianxia had already left Snowfall Valley, so she did not have the qualifications to search for other dragon blood Saint Dan's. However, there were still 7 dragon blood Saint Dan's that had yet to be found in Snowfall Valley, so Chu Xi was naturally going to win. On the other hand, Crown Prince Chu Huang suddenly snorted heavily, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he looked towards Snowfall Valley. "Is this girl treating my words as wind?" Even though he was certain that Chu Xi would win, Crown Prince Chu Huang did not look satisfied at all. Instead, he was a little angry. From his point of view, he had made so many preparations, and had even given Chu Xi a drop of Foundation establishment blood. It would be strange if she couldn't win. On the other hand, he had allowed her to obtain 10 dragon blood Saint Dan's, and had even told her what to do. With her ability, she should be able to do it, but Xianxia still got 3 of them. It could be seen that this girl did not take his words to heart. "Why did you come out so early?" the old man from Huqin asked softly with some doubt in his eyes. Xianxia bowed and said, "Reporting to master, disciple only found 3 pellets, and I can't sense any other dragon blood Saint Dan." "Haha, this girl is quite self-aware," Chu Taisheng smiled, but he did not dare to show it too much, fearing that the old man of Huqin would be displeased. Elder Huqin was slightly stunned. "You can't find it?" However, he understood the talent of the little girl he planned to take in as his 4th disciple. As long as the dragon blood Saint Pill was still in the Snowfall Valley, there was no reason why he could not find it. This series of questions was also because he wanted to know if she had heard something in the Snowfall Valley, and if she had encountered something, which was why she was disheartened and left the training grounds before the victor was decided. If that was the case, he would naturally seek justice for her. However, after that, he would not take her as his 4th disciple. After all, if her will was so weak, she would not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. "Yes." Facing the gaze of the old man from Huqin, Xianxia did not say much, and only answered honestly. Seeing the girl's clear gaze, the old man from Huqin's heart skipped a beat, as if he had guessed something. "Princess Chu Xi is out." At this moment, the red-clothed inn servant who had been guarding the entrance of the valley suddenly cried out in joy, immediately attracting everyone's attention. In the Snowfall Valley, a figure in yellow flew over with a look of panic on her face. In the blink of an eye, she had already reached the entrance of the valley. The matrix opened and she flew out. She looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang and said, "Brother." Crown Prince Chu Huang frowned and said, "How many dragon blood Saint Dan did you find?" When Crown Prince Chu Huang asked this question, Chu Taisheng, the old man from Huqin, and even the red-clothed inn servant all looked over. Although they knew that Chu Xi would definitely win this round, they were still a little concerned about the result. After all, Xianxia had come out relatively early, and Chu Xi had not come out late either. If she could find the remaining 7 dragon blood Saint Dan in such a short period of time, Chu Xi's talent was not weak. Unexpectedly, after hearing her brother's question, Xianxia lowered her head in grievance and did not answer. Lass, did something happen to you? How many dragon blood Saint Dan did you get? Chu Taishang felt that something was amiss and shouted coldly. Xianxia still lowered her head and clenched her hand, unwilling to extend it out. Take it out and see. Crown Prince Long Huang suddenly shouted, scaring Xianxia so much that her body trembled. She finally opened her palm. On her tender hands, there were 2 longan-sized pellets lying quietly. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils and a strange fragrance wafted in the air. What about the others? After waiting for a while, Chu Taishang could not help but ask. Princess Xianxia looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang timidly, and said with a pout, Royal brother, I really didn't want to. Originally, I had the advantage, I could sense every single pill in advance, and get it in advance. But then I was knocked unconscious by her, and when I woke up, all the pills in the valley were gone, and I only had these 2 left. The person she was pointing at was Xianxia. In her mind, there was only her and Xianxia in the Snowfall Valley, so the one who knocked her out was naturally this wild girl from Bohai. She must have seen that she was about to lose, so she launched a sneak attack on her. However, she was also a little surprised in her heart. She felt that her cultivation was about the same as hers, so how did she manage to approach her without her noticing and then knock her down with a single blow? Hearing that, Chu Taishang was also shocked. He looked at Xianxia with anger in his eyes and shouted coldly, Girl, did you do it? Xianxia tried her best to maintain her composure, and said softly, It wasn't me. I found these 3 dragon blood Saint Dan and couldn't sense any other auras, so I directly came out. Furthermore, with my strength, it wouldn't be so easy to launch a sneak attack on her, right? Chu Taishang looked towards Princess Xianxia with an inquiring look in his eyes. Princess Xianxia was also on the verge of tears. She said, I didn't see it, but other than her, who else could it be? Everyone went silent, and they felt slightly surprised. Chu Taishang's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. A faint yellow light flashed in front of his eyes, and then, around his body, a faintly discernible energy spread out. In an instant, it swept across the entire Snowfall Valley, and after 3 breaths of time, the energy was retracted. Chu Taishang's face darkened, and he shouted coldly at Xianxia, There are no more dragon blood Saint Dan in the valley. Xianxia was attacked, and she only has 2 dragon blood pill in her hands. You just happen to have 3, and just happen to win against her. Girl, you still dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? Facing the pressure of the Aurus Core stage, Xianxia was so scared that her face turned pale, and she did not even dare to move. Did you use some kind of trick? Hurry up and tell me. Seeing her like this, Chu Taishang was even more convinced that she knew the inside story. With a cold shout, a large hand appeared in front of him, grabbing towards her, wanting to force the details out of this girl. Facing the grab of a golden core stage practitioner, Xianxia naturally had no ability to resist. She did not even have the ability to take a step back or even dodge. For a moment, she could only raise her head in fear. It was also at this moment that the old man of Huqin, who had been silently watching from the sidelines, lightly sighed. As he sighed, a worn-out Huqin appeared beside him. It was completely yellow, and its shape was simple and unadorned. Its handle was clear and bright, and it was unknown what the strings were made of. It looked like a ponytail, weak and crisp. At this moment, the strings suddenly moved without any wind, as if they were being plucked by an invisible hand. A hoarse and unpleasant sound rang out. It was extremely abrupt, yet it carried an indescribable tearing feeling. *Shio. In the instant that the sound of the zither rang out, there was suddenly an invisible sword light that slashed towards the large hand that Chu Taishang had extended out. Chu Taishang was greatly shocked, and hurriedly retreated. Then, he saw that the large hand that was condensed from the technique suddenly split into 2 halves. Wind and snow filled the air, like a hurricane, and on the ground, a bottomless crack had already appeared, lying horizontally in front of him and Xianxia. Fellow Huqin, you. What is the meaning of this? Chu Taishang shouted in shock. Facing the attack of the number 1 person in Chu region, even he did not dare to be careless. The old man Huqin did not say anything. His figure floated down, like an immortal floating in the air. After he landed, he waved his hand towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately understood and ran behind him. Then, the old man Hu Qin lightly patted Xianxia's shoulder and said to Chu Taishang, "Since this child has won the trial, she will be my fourth disciple. Qinglong Xianjing, you want to capture her in front of me, but where do you put this old man?" Chu Taishang was somewhat stunned. After being startled for a moment, he shouted, "There is a problem with this trial, it cannot be counted. This little girl must have used some kind of trick to win this round. This old man wants to capture her, just to find out the truth." The old man Hu Qin said indifferently, "Even if there is a problem, how do you know that it is not the will of the heavens? Since she has won, she will be this old man's fourth disciple. If you want to ask her anything, you must ask this old man first. If you dare to capture her without permission, this old man will break your hand." "You." Chu Taishang was momentarily stunned on the spot. His expression was one of anger and surprise, and he could not say a word. The other people in the field, Crown Prince Chu Huang, Princess Chu Xi, and the red-robed servants were also stunned, and their hearts turned cold. The old man Hu Qin, who had always been gentle, suddenly became angry, and the sky changed color. Who would dare to ignore this, especially Crown Prince Chu Huang? He could faintly feel that when the old man Hu Qin said these words, his divine sense swept over him faintly. His heart immediately became vigilant, but he understood that the old man Hu Qin's words were partly directed at him. Previously, when he hit Xianxia 3 times, although it was within the rules, the old man Hu Qin was still angry. Taking this opportunity to speak to his own ancestor, he was also warning himself at the same time. "Fellow Taoist Hu Qin, there are only the 2 of them in the valley. It is impossible for the dragon blood Saint pellet to disappear into thin air. Since they found a total of 5 pellets, then there are still 5 pellets that we don't know where they went. Even if you plan to take this little girl as your fourth disciple, this old man will ask her about what happened and see if I can find any clues." Chu Taishang also had a stomach full of anger in his heart as he shouted coldly. The old man of Hu Qin said indifferently, "That is another matter." What do you mean?" The old man of Hu Qin looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "You have obtained 1 more dragon blood Saint pellet, and you have won this trial. From today onwards, you are my fourth disciple, and you will inherit my dragon's ether. Are you willing?" As soon as he said that, everyone present was shocked and looked at the old man of Hu Qin with their tongues tied. Especially Chu Taishang and the rest, who had already won, they were so shocked by this sudden change that they could not say a word. Xianxia, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before nodding her head vigorously, "I am willing." As he spoke, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. The old man of Hu Qin nodded his head and said, "After kowtowing, this old man will form karma with you. From today onwards, I will guide your cultivation, I will guide your path, and I will protect your safety." As he said that, he glanced at Chu Taishang and the rest and said, "If there are people of the same generation who bully you, this old man will bestow upon you a profound artifact and teach you a method so that no one can bully you. If there are elders who bully you, this old man does not care who the other party is, or how high their cultivation is. Even if I am willing to disappear into thin air, I will still fight my way to your door and seek justice for you." As he spoke, his old and skinny hand pressed onto Xianxia's forehead, and the chi on his body was released, shooting straight into the sky. In the sky above the snowy mountain, there were dark clouds all year round, and snow was blowing everywhere. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky actually dispersed for a moment, and a ray of sunlight shone down, shining on the hand that was pressing on Xianxia's head. At this moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were bearing witness to the oath of master and disciple. Xianxia knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Her porcelain-like face was covered in sparkling tears. Watching this scene, Chu Taishang's face was extremely gloomy. Of course, he knew that the old man of Hu Qin was doing this for him to see, to show his attitude. This time, the Chu royal court had paid a great price to help Princess Chu Xi snatch the inheritance of Long Xianjing. They had used many secret means, and finally forced the old man of Hu Qin to relent, so there was this trial. It could be said that the test this time was just a formality, and Chu Xi had already won. It was just that no one expected such an accident to occur at the last moment. The duck that was in their hands actually flew away, and the old man of Hu Qin directly used this opportunity to establish a master-disciple relationship with Xianxia. At this time it was not good for him to continue on this matter, or else it would be disadvantageous to the disciple of the old man of Huqin. If he really angered the number one person in the Chu region, as the old ancestor of the royal court, he might not be able to handle it. Who interfered with this trial? Investigate, we must find out who it is. Chu Taishang suddenly shouted sternly. The power of the golden core was released, sweeping up the snow on the ground, as if the wind and clouds were changing. At this moment, he also felt complicated, and felt that there was something strange about this matter. The Snowfall Valley was protected by a great formation, so how could others enter and leave as they pleased? And this trial was not revealed to outsiders, so who would find out about the news, sneak into the Snowfall Valley at this time, and steal the dragon blood saint elixir used for the test? In his heart, he faintly began to suspect the old man of Huqin. The old man of Huqin had always disliked the schemes and arrangements that the Chu royal court had made in order to obtain the dragon Xianxia, but because of the general situation, he had no choice but to give the Chu royal court such a chance. Chu Taishang suspected that the old man of Huqin had secretly arranged for someone to sneak into the Snowfall Valley, messing up the trial, and then he naturally rejected the Chu royal court, and took Xianxia as his fourth disciple. In this way, the Chu royal court could not say anything on the surface, and could only admit that they were unlucky. But Chu Taishang was furious, and did not want to accept this situation. If it was really the old man of Huqin who had arranged for someone to mess up this situation, then he had to find this person, and properly make this old man lose face, and save the face of the Chu royal court. At this time, Crown Prince Chu Huang suddenly said coldly, "Ancestor, that person has 5 dragon blood saint elixir on him, he can't hide it." Chu Taishang nodded his head coldly, and said, "Take out the dragon-patterned lotus throne." Crown Prince Chu Huang nodded his head, then took out the dragon-patterned lotus throne that was used to purify Chu Xi's dragon blood, and placed it in front of Chu Taishang. Then, Chu Taishang raised his hand again, and Chu Xi walked forward, and placed the 2 dragon blood saint elixir in his hands into his hands. Chu Taishang only took one, crushed it with his index and middle fingers, and then threw it onto the dragon-patterned lotus throne. His blood is black and yellow, covering the rain and clouds, protecting the common people, and descending upon the world. From Chu Taishang's mouth, a faint muffled yet vibrating voice sounded out. At first, one could still hear what he was saying, but as time went on, the voice became more and more indistinct, already difficult to distinguish. One could only feel a strange power rising from the dragon-patterned lotus platform, enormous, strange, unstoppable, charging towards the 9 heavens. Gradually, this power even spread to the entire snowy mountain. It was also at this time that the 3 dragon blood saint elixirs that Xianxia had placed in the storage bag suddenly began to tremble rapidly. 3 streams of essence qi that could be seen with the naked eye soared into the sky, like 3 streaks of smoke, and could be clearly seen within 100 miles. It was also at this time that in the northeast direction, there were also 5 streams of dragon blood essence qi that were like smoke rushing up, but they disappeared in a flash. Over there, Chu Taishang waved his sleeves and put away the dragon-patterned lotus throne. His gaze was so dark that it seemed as if he was about to devour someone. He glanced at the old man of Huqin and shouted coldly, "This person dares to disrupt the trial we have set up. His crime is unforgivable. No matter who he is, we must capture him and skin him alive." Then, with a flash, he had already brought Crown Prince Chu Huang into the air. With another flash, he was already dozens of miles away. His figure was even faster than lightning, and with a raging anger, he chased towards the northeast direction. Xianxia, on the other hand, was stunned. She recovered from the joy just now. Her heart fiercely jumped. She had a premonition, Brother Little Nine is in big trouble this time. At this time, Fang Xing, after leaving the Snowfall Valley, knew that he had made a fortune, and was running away as fast as he could. This dragon blood saint pill was really too valuable. Even he felt that it was an unexpected fortune. After running for hundreds of miles and seeing that no one was chasing after him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had escaped so far away that even a Golden Core Realm spiritual master would not be able to catch him with their divine sense. He could be considered to have escaped with his life. If someone came to ask him later, he would deny it. There was no way he could ignore them. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. He could not help but hum a little song, there is a widow in the village with big breasts. Whoosh, it was also at this time that a storage bag on his waist suddenly vibrated at an extremely fast speed. There was a bright light, and a purple aura filled the sky. F***ck, what's going on? Fang Xing was taken aback. The storage bag was a spatial artifact that was isolated from the world. The elixir that had been placed in the storage bag was equivalent to not being in this world anymore. How could it break through the isolation and have its essence chi shoot up to the sky? His reaction could not be said to be slow. In an instant, he took out the 10,000 spirit flag and swept it over, directly sweeping up the storage bag. In his heart, he knew that an unforeseen event had occurred that exceeded his expectations. He anxiously called for Daphne to wake up and help him seal the aura of the 5 dragon blood saint pills. Daphne understood the situation and did not dare to be negligent. Black smoke surged from the 10,000 spirit flag, and he anxiously used his evil chi to seal it. However, it was unknown what had happened to the 5 dragon blood Saint Dan, but the essence chi was like a dragon that soared into the sky, and since Daphne was only a remnant spirit body, even if he used all his strength to seal it, the few pellets were still restless. The essence chi continued to surge, as though it could penetrate all the seals and barriers and be released to the outside world. Vaguely, one could even hear the faint roar of a dragon. Stinking brat, these pills are extremely strange. They contain a dragon soul within them. This old man is just a remnant spirit, so I can't seal them for too long, Daphne shouted solemnly. It's over. Do I have to throw away these 5 treasured pills? Fang Xing groaned inwardly. He knew that the dragon blood Saint Dan would not act strangely for no reason, and there would definitely be experts chasing after him. The smartest thing to do at this time was naturally to throw away these 5 dragon blood Saint Dan and escape without a trace. But no matter what, he couldn't bear to part with them in his heart. Letting him throw away such a treasure was even more painful than cutting off his flesh. As he hesitated, the wings on his back flashed like lightning. He wanted to escape back to the Myriad Net Manor and find old monster Wan Luo to think of a way. However, it was obvious that he didn't have enough time. It was also at this moment that Fang Xing suddenly saw a piercingly cold sword light not far away. The spiritual energy was astonishing, as though someone was fighting. What made him even more happy was that the sword light above was like a dragon, and below it, there was a faint glow of a formation, as though there was a large formation. Seeing that, Fang Xing was overjoyed and rushed over. Since there were people, it would be easy to deal with them. Only by stirring up the water would he be able to escape. When he got closer, he heard a man's voice shouting from below, "Aunt Xiaoshui, you are the real grandmother, please spare me." In the air, Xiaoshui, who was dressed in white and fluttering like a fairy, shouted with a fierce aura, "Ho Gui Men, if you are a man, then come out and fight with me. Don't hide in the formation like a woman and not dare to come out." The man below shouted, "I'm not going out." "If you are a woman, then don't be so fierce. Why don't you go back and embroider and play the zither?" Xiaoshui coldly snorted, "I don't like embroidering and playing the zither. I only like to fight with my sword. Just come out and fight with me." The man below shouted, "Do you think I'm stupid? You don't know how to hold back when you fight. If I get killed by you, who am I going to complain to? Great aunt, I'm kowtowing to you right here, please spare me, I've only just succeeded in building my foundation. Didn't I seal 2 levels of my Dao foundation before I came to fight you? I'm not bullying you, right? Then I won't come out either. Who doesn't know that you only know how to use your sword to talk? I'm not good at fighting, humph. If you don't come out, I will definitely teach you a lesson after I break your formation." "I don't like what you said. If you have the ability to break the formation, then I will fight with you." After listening for a while, Fang Xing understood what was going on. These 2 people were the genius of the sword cleansing hall, Xiaoshui, and the genius of the Great Evolution sect, Ho Gui Men. Although Xiaoshui was a woman, she was a battle-hungry person. After hearing that Ho Gui Men had successfully built his foundation, she came to challenge him. However, Ho Gui Men was not stupid. Even though Xiaoshui had sealed 2 layers of her foundation, he was not willing to fight her. After being chased by Xiaoshui, he set up a formation and hid within it. However, Xiaoshui was not willing to leave. She actually wanted to force her way into the formation and teach Ho Gui Men a lesson. Hou Guimen, on the other hand, was a formation genius. He was confident that Xiaoshui wouldn't be able to break the formation that he had set up. Therefore, he became more courageous. After shouting a few times, he waited for Xiaoshui to break the formation while he hid inside the formation. Very well, since the two of you have delivered yourselves to my doorstep, this young master shall gift you an opportunity. Fang Xing's little brain worked very fast. Soon, he had an idea. Without exposing himself, he quietly sneaked into the formation. Although Hou Guimen was a formation genius of the Great Evolution sect, his formation was not that special after meeting Fang Xing. When Fang Xing reported the positions of the 8 gates, the Great Rock King easily calculated the direction of the formation. Adding on the fact that Xiaoshui was ferociously breaking through the formation, she attracted most of the attention of Hou Guimen. Fang Xing made use of the Thousand Luo ghost mask to conceal his aura, causing Hou Guimen, who was wholeheartedly focused on the formation to stop Xiaoshui, to not notice him sneaking in. When they arrived at the center of the formation, they saw a black-clothed man hiding in the snow valley. His figure was tall and straight, but his clothes were tattered, as if he had suffered some injuries. He must be the genius of the Great Evolution sect, Hou Guimen. At this moment, his back was facing Fang Xing as he formed seals with both his hands. He constantly sent out array flags and gathered spiritual energy to form a formation to stop Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui, since you can break my formation, I'll fight you. Quickly come over. Hou Guimen shouted at Xiaoshui when the array was completed. He then mumbled to himself, this stupid girl, how dare she look down on me. You can take your time to break the array. I'm not going to waste my time with you. I'm going back to the Valley of the Ghost God to flirt with my junior sister. After saying that, he laughed and turned around to leave. But it turned out that he had purposely lured Xiaoshui here to break the formation so that he could trap her and escape. Although the array wouldn't be able to trap Xiaoshui for long after he left, it would be enough for him to leave. Unexpectedly, just as he was planning to be extremely pleased with himself, a figure quietly approached him from behind. Standing behind Hou Guimen, Fang Xing spat on his palm and swung the lance at Hou Guimen's head. Boom, Hou Guimen's body shook. He was stunned for a while before he slowly turned his head around. He was trying to figure out what was going on. Damn, he's pretty tough, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Fang Xing struck out with his rod again. Boom. After being hit twice on the head, no matter how tough Hou Guimen was, he couldn't take it anymore and fell straight to the ground. It was a pity that this person was also a genius of his generation and was known as a genius of formations. He was once one of the 3 geniuses of the spiritual movement realm in the Chu region, who were on par with Xiao Jianming and Yi Guin. However, after he built his foundation, he was first blocked by Xiaoshui in the formation and was so scared that he didn't dare to go out. Then, he was knocked out by Fang Xing's rod twice. Even until he fainted, he still didn't know what was going on. Fang Xing chuckled and squatted down to take his storage bag. He first opened it and took a look. If there was anything valuable, he would keep it for himself. Then, he reluctantly stuffed a Dragon Blood Saint Dan into his storage bag. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Saint Dan was wrapped in layers of black baleful aura, but it was the seal that Daphne had placed on it. It could temporarily seal the aura of the Dragon Blood Saint Dan, but it couldn't hold on for too long. The aura of the Dragon Blood Saint Dan was constantly attacking the baleful aura that was wrapped around it, and as time passed, the baleful aura would be used up. At that time, the profound chi inside the pill would explode, and the location of the pill would be exposed. The baleful aura around these 5 Dragon Blood Saint Dan were different, so the amount of time they would be exposed would also be different. After doing all of this, Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat. He took out another storage bag and placed a Dragon Blood Saint Dan inside. He casually threw it on the ground and laughed sinisterly. Streams of spiritual energy were released, destroying the operation of the formation. At this moment, Xiaoshui, who was using all her strength to break the formation, suddenly felt the pressure on the formation lesson. She sneered and said, Hou Guimen, didn't you always boast that your formation is invincible among the younger generation? How can it be so simple? How can it stop me? I have already sealed 2 of my own Dao foundations, so fighting with you can't be considered bullying you. Quickly show me your Great Ghost Sect's Great Ghost God technique. As he spoke, his sword fluttered and the sword chi surged. He had already broken through the fourth formation core. Let's go. Fang Xing picked up Hogui Men and silently flew forward. After flying for 2 to 3 miles, he saw a snow lake on the ground and directly threw Hogui Men in. Although Hogui Men was knocked out, he was a foundation establishment cultivator and had a strong body. When the cold water hit him, he immediately woke up. He looked around in confusion and jumped out of the lake. What the hell happened? Hogui Men stood there in a daze, touching the bump on the back of his head. Hogui Men, you dare to lie to me? I will teach you a lesson. At this moment, a shout came from the west and a sword cloud filled with killing intent rose into the sky. It was Xiao Shui who had successfully broken through the array. However, she realized that Hogui Men was not in the array. She then realized that she had been tricked by him. She was furious and wanted to chase after him. However, she saw a storage pouch on the ground. She thought that Hogui Men was trying to escape and did not even care about the storage pouch. She picked it up and chased after Xiao Shui on her sword cloud. Hogui Men was shocked. He then remembered that he had lied to Xiao Shui and shouted, "Miss Xiao Shui, don't be too excited. Let's do it later." Something's not right, a thief just attacked me. Xiao Shui was in the air. Originally, she did not find him so quickly, but once she heard his voice, she immediately discovered this fellow. She thought to herself, just now, the two of them were still bickering and breaking the formation. In such a short period of time, who would sneak attack him? This guy kept saying thief, could it be that he was referring to her? She became even more furious and shouted, "You said I attacked you? Then let's fight fair and square." As she spoke, she waved her hand and a ray of sword light shot down. The dense sword chi stirred up the lake water. Hogui Men knew how powerful it was. He was shocked and shivered in fear. He knew that the method he had used to trap her and then escape had angered this woman. He was afraid that she would really kill him in a fit of rage. He hurriedly took out his magic tool and ran away as fast as he could while shouting and yelling. "Oh! My God, someone really attacked me, nonsense. If someone attacked you, why didn't I notice it when they were so close to me? Don't fight me. I feel that something is wrong, you will feel something is wrong if I attack you, what the hell? Why don't you listen to me? How dare you scold me? Eat my sword." One of them chased and the other fled. They gradually disappeared into the distance. Fang Xing jumped out from behind a snowy slope. Looking at the backs of the two of them, he sighed and said, "This is really the first time I've given something good to someone. You two really owe me one." As he sighed, he activated his speed and slipped away in another direction. On the other hand, Chu Taishang and Crown Prince Chu Huang rode a cloud into the air. When they confirmed their exact location, they discovered that the aura of the dragon blood saint pellet had already disappeared. Chu Taishang said coldly, "To be able to seal the aura of the dragon blood saint pellet, it seems like there is an expert helping you. Alright, this old man will use this dragon blood saint pellet to fight with you. Let's see how long you can seal it for." As he spoke, he took out the dragon mark lotus throne on the cloud and used a secret spell to activate the aura of the dragon blood saint pellet. He used the secret technique a few times, and the seal that Daphne had cast could not hold on any longer. With a rumble, a stream of essence chi shot into the sky from the east. Chu Taishang and Crown Prince Chu Huang were overjoyed and chased after it like lightning. Not far away in the sky, Xiao Shui was riding her sword cloud back. That bastard Hogui Men was too shameless, he actually hid back in the Ghost God Valley, making it hard for her to directly chase after him. She could only resentfully return, thinking that since she had picked up Hogui Men's storage bag, she was not afraid that he would not come back to ask for it. At that time, she would definitely force him to use his full strength to test her Tao of the sword. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a buzzing sound. The storage pouch that she picked up suddenly emitted a purple aura, and a stream of essence energy soared into the sky, startling Xiao Shui. She opened the pouch to take a look, and was immediately stunned. Where did Hogui Men get such a good pill? Although she did not know the name of the pill, Xiao Shui was also a knowledgeable person. With a glance, she could tell that the pill was enshrouded in a purple light, and the quality was not ordinary. With a glance, she could tell that it was priceless. Even with her cultivation of the 3rd level of foundation establishment, she was a little moved. Seeing the pill, she was even more certain in her heart. She thought that since Hoguemen had left such a good pill in her hands, how could he bear to give it up? He would definitely come back to ask for it, and at that time, she would be able to force him to fight. However, it was also at this moment that a golden cloud suddenly floated in front of them, and an old man and a young man blocked their path. The old man was startled, and shouted, "All right, I was wondering who had such great ability, so it was actually you, little girl. Quickly return the dragon blood Saint Pellet, and then follow me to the old man Hu Qin to explain everything. Call your master over as well, I want to ask him why he allowed his disciple to ruin my plans." Senior Chu, Xiaoshui originally wanted to greet him, but after hearing Chu Taisheng's angry words, she was a little confused. In addition, Chu Taisheng's words were very rude, and she was a little unhappy in her heart. She coldly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Chu Taisheng did not have the patience to talk to her nicely, and coldly snorted, "Girl, come over here." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and grabbed towards Xiaoshui. "What do you want to do?" Xiaoshui was also shocked and angry. With a so sound, she pulled out her sword, and pointed it at Chu Taisheng's palm. How could Xiaoshui be Chu Taisheng's opponent? Although he unsheathed his sword to counterattack, he was still suppressed by Chu Taisheng's great strength and was confined in the air. Moreover, because of the counterattack of the sword chi, he let out a muffled groan and was heavily injured. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Then, Chu Taisheng raised his hand and grabbed the storage pouch in his hand. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression suddenly changed. The pressure of a gold core fiercely pressed towards Chu Taisheng and he coldly shouted, "Why is there only one?" Xiaoshui's face was pale but she was extremely arrogant. She coldly said, "If you want to injure me today, you must ask my Xiao clan and my master." Chu Taisheng coldly said, "I'm asking you, where are the other 4 dragon blood saint pills?" Xiaoshui knew that the matter they were talking about was related to the Hogue sect. However, she had a stubborn temperament. The more Chu Taisheng forced her, the more she refused to speak. Instead, she coldly stared at Chu Taisheng with hostility. Chu Taisheng's chest was burning with anger. Just when he was about to give this girl a taste of her own medicine, Chu Huang extended his hand and stopped him. He coldly said to Xiaoshui, "Miss Xiao, this matter is very important. You better not hide it. It's better to tell us." Xiaoshui coldly laughed and retorted, "I have a clear conscience. I won't openly kill people, so there's nothing to hide. However, do you think that I'm someone that you can capture and interrogate so casually? The people from the Chu Royal Palace are indeed very impressive. If you have the ability, why don't you try to kill me? Let's see if my Xiao clan's ancestor and my master will let this matter rest. Are the juniors these days also overbearing?" Chu Taisheng was furious. A monstrous cold aura burst forth from his body. He opened his hand and grabbed towards Xiaoshui. Chu Huang hastily said, "Don't be angry. I feel that Miss Xiaoshui's words are not false. Let me ask her." Seeing this, Chu Taisheng knew that this junior of his was very reliable and was not inferior to him. Furthermore, this girl from the Xiao clan was too stubborn. She even rebuked him in front of a golden core. However, with his status, it was not good for him to soften his temper and ask her. Killing her was not good either. Thus, he suppressed his anger and retreated to the side, allowing Chu Huang to ask her. Chu Huang and Xiaoshui were facing each other. They did not speak for a while and the atmosphere was tense. After a while, Crown Prince Chu Huang suddenly said without raising his eyebrows and looking away, "When this matter is clear, I will fight with you." Xiaoshui was startled and asked, "Do you know the secret arts of the Chu royal court?" Crown Prince Chu Huang said, "As you wish." Xiaoshui let out a long breath and said, "It's a deal." Pausing for a while, he then continued, "This storage pouch was left behind by Hogue men when I was fighting with him. It's useless to tell you about it. But this has nothing to do with you guys hurting me today. When my master finds out, he will deal with you guys, Hogue sect." Chu Taisheng and Crown Prince Chu Huang were not in the mood to listen to her provocative words and were slightly startled at the same time. Is it that brat from the Ghost God Valley? If it's him, he might have the ability to sneak into the Snowfall Valley. Chu Taisheng muttered to himself for a moment. He had also heard that the great evolution sex genius, Hogue Men, was proficient in formations and was the person with the highest attainments in formations among the younger generation. The surroundings of the Snowfall Valley were filled with formations and ordinary people would not be able to enter and exit as they pleased. If there was one person who could easily sneak into the snowy mountain other than the 5 gold core elders, it would be him. Crown Prince Chu Huang slightly frowned, feeling that it was different from what he had guessed. But before he could say anything, he suddenly saw a stream of essence chi soaring into the sky from the direction of the Ghost God Valley. It was the aura of the Dragon Blood Saint Pellet. It turned out that the Dragon Blood Saint Pellet in Hogue Men's hands could not be sealed and its aura was exposed. It really is him. Chu Taisheng originally wanted to confirm a few things with Xiao Shui, but when he saw the aura of the Dragon Blood Saint Pellet, how could he have any doubts? With a roar, he flew towards the direction of the Ghost God Valley. At the same time, he did not let go of Xiao Shui. Before the matter was clear, he naturally could not let Xiao Shui leave. Rumble, golden clouds flew in the direction of the Ghost God Valley. At this moment, the confused Hogue Man was also staring blankly at the Dragon Blood Saint Pellet in his storage bag. His face was filled with confusion as he wondered what was going on. Just now, he had sensed that something was amiss. After checking, he discovered that a few treasures were missing from his storage bag, but an even more valuable pill had appeared. Who was playing with him like this? Little brat Ho Men, come out for this old man. It was also at this moment that a golden cloud appeared in the sky above the Ghost God Valley. An angry voice shouted. Hogue Man was shocked. He hurriedly kept his storage bag and rushed out of the cave. He shouted towards Jin Yun, which senior is looking for me? Chu Taisheng, who was in the air, scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered the aura of the Dragon Blood Saint Pellet that was being released from Hogue Men's body. In a fit of rage, he shouted, even at this point in time, you're still pretending to be confused. As he spoke, he waved his hand, which turned into a giant palm that was dozens of meters long. It grabbed towards Hogue Men. Hogue Men was shocked. He was not one to be taken advantage of, so he turned around and ran towards the valley. At the same time, he shouted, Great Elder, save me, boom, Chu Taisheng's giant palm reached Hogue Men's back. However, at this moment, a white silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Hogue Men from the Ghost God Valley. With a sweep of the horsetail whisk, a monstrous force was released and swept away Chu Taisheng's giant palm. This person had a white beard and white eyebrows. He was short and had a horsetail whisk in his hand. It was the Great Evolution Sect's Great Elder, Zhang Daoyi. Brother Chu, how did my disciple offend you? How dare he come to my Ghost God Valley to capture someone? Zhang Daoyi's expression was calm as he said coldly. At the same time, he looked around and saw Xiao Shui who was tied up by Chu Taisheng. He was slightly startled and said, even Xiao Shui from the sword washing hall has been captured by you. Looks like you're quite angry. Chu Taisheng was not in the mood to explain to Zhang Daoyi. His voice was cold as he said, Zhang Daoyi, let me ask you this. Your disciple snuck into the Snowfall Valley and disrupted the trial that I and Brother Hu Qin had set up. He caused my descendant to lose the chance to inherit the Dragon Blood Saint Elixir. He also conveniently stole 5 Dragon Blood Saint Elixir from the Chu Royal Palace. He has committed a heinous crime. Do you know anything about this? Zhang Daoyi was slightly startled when he heard this. He looked at Hogue Men. Hogue Men, who was confused, was about to cry. He said blankly, I don't know anything. Chu Taisheng shouted, the Dragon Blood Saint Elixir is in your storage bag. Are you still going to deny it? Hogue Men cried out in grievance, how would I know who put it in my storage bag? However, when he said this, even he found it hard to believe. Everyone could see the value of the Dragon Blood Saint Elixir. It was priceless. Who would be willing to put it in his storage bag? For a moment, Hogue Men could only scratch his ears and cheeks anxiously. He paused for a moment, then shouted, I was forced to hide in the formation by that bitch. Oh no, Lady Xiao Shui, but I was ambushed. When I woke up, I found myself in the snow lake and there was a pill like this in my storage bag. Lady Xiao Shui, you have to testify for me. When Xiao Shui heard Hogue Men call her a bitch, she was unhappy. Plus, she really did not feel that there was a third person in the Snow Valley. She did not want to lie, so she coldly snorted and said, "When I was breaking the formation, I was very close to you. I didn't notice anyone else, but after I broke the formation, I found a lost storage bag on the ground. There was a dragon blood saint elixir inside." Hogue Man was so anxious that he was about to cry. He shouted, "I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying. That storage bag is not mine." At this moment, he felt that he could not explain himself. Who would have thought that he would get into such trouble for no reason? Zhang Daoi looked at his own grand disciple, who had a sullen face, and coldly snorted. He said to Chu Taishang, "Although I don't know what happened, I believe that with his character, he would not do such a thing. Even the Xiao girl proved that the elixir was left behind by your grand disciple. Do you think that you can explain everything by saying that you believe in his character? Let me ask you, in this snowy mountain, other than the five of us, who else has the right to sneak into your grand disciple's formation and attack him without being detected by the Xiao girl? Zhang Daoi, this is a serious matter. I have to find out the truth. Don't stop me." Chu Taishang's voice was cold. Zhang Daoi's cultivation level was not as high as Hu Qin's, and was even lower than his. Therefore, he was not afraid of him. Furthermore, the situation was getting more and more complicated. He could not hold back his anger anymore. He even started to think, could it be that the other old farts are afraid of the Chu royal court? Could it be that they want to work together to cause trouble for the royal court? The more he thought about it, the more impolite he became. He was starting to become aggressive, but Zhang Daoi was a Jingdan ancestor and the Great Evolution Sect's Great Evolution Sect. How could he not be angry? Originally, he wanted to restrain his temper and say a few words to investigate clearly, but seeing that Chu Taishang did not put him in his eyes at all. For a few broken pills, in front of all the disciples of the Valley of Ghosts and Gods, he shouted at him, a Jingdan stage ancestor, causing him to lose face. The anger in his heart rose. He sternly shouted, "This old man wants to stop you. If you have the ability, why don't you try breaking into my Valley of Ghosts and Gods? You think the lousy valley can stop me?" Chu Taishang was also angry. He shouted and the golden flames around him exploded. "Ancestor, don't be in a hurry." Crown Prince Chu Huang felt that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to stop Chu Taishang. But the furious Chu Taishang had already roared and grabbed Hogue Men, who was inside the Valley of the Ghost God. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi swung his horsetail whisk and pulled Hogue Men behind him. He then raised his foot and stomped on the ground. The earth trembled and a mysterious gate appeared. 8 bronze gates appeared out of nowhere and formed a formation to trap Chu Taishang. Boom! Chu Taishang operated his mysterious technique and forcefully broke the formation. For a moment, the surrounding of the Valley of the Ghost God was like a whirlwind. The people of the Chu royal court are so arrogant. They want my master to come and uphold justice. Xiao Shui's cultivation was sealed by Chu Taishang, but she still had a way to send a message to her master. A sword talisman flashed on Bai Jia's forehead and she said, "Master, disciple has been injured by the people of the Chu royal court and is tied up at the entrance of the Valley of the Ghost God." For a moment, the entire great snowy mountain was in chaos. At this time, Fang Xing had borrowed the power of Hogue Men and Xiao Shui to lure Chu Taishang and Chu Huang away and escaped. During this time, Daphne had continuously wrapped the dragon blood saint pellet with baleful aura, so the seal was naturally tighter. Although there were a few times when the aura leaked out, Fang Xing had already escaped 100 miles away, so he did not attract the attention of Chu Taishang and the rest. He escaped back to the myriad net courtyard and rushed into the main hall to look for old monster Wan Luo. He shouted, "Old ancestor Wan Luo? Old ancestor Wan Luo? Where did you hide? I brought you something good, come out and take a look." Old monster Wan Luo's impatient voice sounded out in the hall, "Little bastard, are you calling for a soul?" Fang Xing hurriedly entered the hall, only to see old monster Wan Luo staring at him with a pair of strange eyes. "How does it feel to be in seclusion in the Dao Enlightenment Academy?" Fang Xing was startled, then laughed awkwardly, "Not bad. That's not important, I brought you something good." Old monster Wan Luo was startled, "What good things can you give me?" Fang Xing mysteriously took out a dragon blood saint pellet and said, "Look, this pill is not bad, right?" Old monster Wan Luo reached out to take it, and was slightly startled. He carefully sized it up, then brought it to his nose and lightly sniffed, and muttered, "This seems to be the Chu Royal Court's dragon blood saint pellet, right? Where did you get it from?" Fang Xing said, "Why do you care where I got it from? In any case, I brought you something good." Old Monster Wan Luo glanced at him and said, "You little bastard, how can you be so filial?" Fang Xing was displeased, and said, "If you don't want it, then take it back." Old Monster Wan Luo snorted, and said, "This pill is not bad, but it's a pity that it's useless to this old man. Speak, you must have something to ask of me. If it's not difficult, this old man will agree to it." Fang Xing was overjoyed, and said, "Simple, help me seal these two." As he spoke, he took out 2 more dragon blood saint pills and handed them over to Old Monster Wan Luo. Old Monster Wan Luo was stunned. He said in surprise, "The dragon blood saint pill is a secret medicine of the Chu Royal Court. It's extremely precious. I heard that they only have around 20 of them. Where did you get 3 of them?" Fang Xing said awkwardly, "Help me seal it first, then I'll tell you." Old Monster Wan Luo noticed something amiss from his expression and said in a low voice, "You little bastard, did you cause trouble again?" Before he could finish speaking, a jade talisman in Old Monster Wan Luo's hand suddenly lit up. He casually picked it up and absorbed a strand of divine sense from the jade talisman. After reading the contents of the divine sense, Old Monster Wan Luo was stunned. He looked at Fang Xing with a strange gaze. His gaze was filled with amazement, surprise, and disbelief. Fang Xing felt his hair stand on end and could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Old Monster Wan Luo said in a deep voice, "Chu Taishang and Zhang Daoi started fighting. Later on, the Dragon Sword Court arrived and joined in to fight Chu Taishang. The entire Great Snowy Mountain is in chaos. Old Man Hu Qin told me to persuade them. 3 gold core stage cultivators are fighting?" Even when Fang Xing heard this news, he couldn't help but be stunned, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. "This young master is quite capable. What are you laughing at?" When Old Man Wan Luo saw his expression, he knew that his guess was right. This matter must have something to do with the little demon, so he unceremoniously knocked him on the head. Looking at Fang Xing, who had an innocent expression, Old Monster Wan Luo sighed, "The Great Snowy Mountain has become like this for no reason. You little brat, you really know how to cause trouble. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for me to take you in. Hand it over." As he spoke, he extended his hand. Fang Xing was stunned. "Take what?" Old Monster Wan Luo stared at him and said, "Dragon Blood Saint Dan." After pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, "If things get out of hand, I'm telling you, don't admit that you're the one who did it." Fang Xing was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not stupid." "Are you stupid? You've made others stupid." Old Ancestor Wan Luo sighed and waved his sleeve to help Fang Xing seal the qi on the 3 Dragon Blood Saint Dan. Just as he was about to mediate the fight, Fang Xing ran over again and tugged at his sleeve. "I'll go take a look." Old Ancestor Wan Luo was speechless, but after thinking about it, he still brought him along. An old man and a young man came over on a cloud. When they arrived at the Valley of the Ghost God, they saw that the entire Valley of the Ghost God was in a mess. Everyone stood on the ice field outside the Valley of the Ghost God, looking very strange. There were 2 tears on Chu Taishang's yellow robe, as if he had been slashed by a sword. Zhang Daoi's robe was burnt black, as if he had almost been burned by someone. Only a tall old man wearing a luxurious robe was the old ancestor of the sword-washing courtyard, Mu Longyin, and an old man wearing a grey robe from Hu Qin stood at the side with his hands behind his back. And 100 zhang away, Crown Prince Chu Huang, Ho Guimen, Xiao Shui, Ying Xiao, and the others were either sitting or standing, looking over anxiously. As it turned out, this battle did not last for too long. Initially, Chu Taishang wanted to charge into the Ghost God Valley, while Zhang Daoi used the formation to defend. However, he was unable to hold on for much longer. But very quickly, Mu Longyin rushed over. Seeing that his disciple was injured, he unsheathed his sword without saying a word. Zhang Daoi also rushed out from the Ghost God Valley. The 2 of them joined hands to fight against Chu Taishang. While Chu Taishang was struggling, the old man from Huqin arrived. He was not in a hurry to resolve the situation, but he first sent a message to old ancestor Wan Luo, saying that he wanted him to resolve the situation together. In reality, there was nothing to resolve. Chu Taishang saw that he was not a match for Zhang Daoi, so he lost the will to fight, and Zhang Daoyi had already taken his revenge, so there was no point in continuing the fight. As for Mu Longyin, the old man had already taken advantage of the situation, so there was no need to continue the fight. After a few moves, the three golden cores stopped their Dao arts and started to adjust their breathing. They did not have the time to start the negotiation. Haha, the Great Snowy Mountain is too boring, and the great opportunity has yet to arrive, so you old guys want to fight first? Old ancestor Wan Luo laughed a few times, and went to meet the four old ancestors. Fang Xing jumped down from old ancestor Wan Luo's cloud, and ran to the group of disciples 100 zhang away, looking around excitedly. He really admired himself from the bottom of his heart. Originally, he only wanted to attract trouble, so that it would be convenient for him to escape back to Wan Luo Manor. Who would have thought that he would cause such a big scene? Even Chu Taisheng, a golden core, suffered a loss. This was really a pleasant surprise. Seeing that Fang Xing had come, Chu Huang's eyes turned cold, and he stared at him, as if he was thinking about something. Xianxia, on the other hand, was full of admiration. She was worried that brother Xiaojiao had caused a big disaster, but she did not think that he would be the only one who would be unlucky. The battle between the three golden core cultivators had almost destroyed the entire Valley of the Deity of Ghosts, and who knew how many unlucky disciples of the Valley of the Deity of Ghosts had been affected. She did not think that after the battle, he would slowly come over. "Io, brother, why are you so heavily injured?" Fang Xing came before Hou Guimen, and saw that he was covered in snow and mud. He did not change out of his dirty clothes, and just sat there in the snow. His face was a little pale. When Chu Taisheng was entering the Valley of the Deity of Ghosts, he did not manage to escape in time, and was too close to where Zhang Daoyi and Chu Taisheng were fighting. He was hit by a ray of Dan light, and was sent flying dozens of zhang away. His internal organs were injured. "Sigh, don't talk about it," Hou Guimen waved his hand. He really did not want to talk about his dark day. "Healing your injuries is more important. I have some medicine here, I will give it to you." Fang Xing generously took out a few bottles of medicinal pellets and gave them to Hou Guimen. Hou Guimen did not know him, and did not want to accept it. However, when he looked at the medicinal pellets, he realized that the quality of the medicinal pellets were not low. Some of them were even rare in the Great Evolution sect. Hou Guimen was touched. On this dark day of his life, Fang Xing generously gave him medicinal pellets for the first time they met. It was like a ray of sunshine, shining on his wounded soul. "Thank you, little brother disciple. How should I address you?" Hou Guimen looked at Fang Xing gratefully, asking for his name. Fang Xing waved his hand and said, "We are all brothers, there is no need to mention it. I am Fang Xiaojiao from the Wan Luo house, let's be friends. It is an honor to meet you. I am Hou Guimen from the Valley of the Deity of Ghosts. If there is a chance, I will drink with you again, senior brother Hou, you are too polite. You must find some time to drink with us." Fang Xing left under Hou Guimen's grateful gaze. He then walked to Xiaoshui, who was sitting on a green rock 10 meters away from them. He smiled and said, "Beautiful sister, why do you look so pale? Did you get bitten by a tortoise?" Xiaoshui opened her eyes and saw that it was the person from the 100 Beasts sect who had withstood 3 of her moves. Her impression of him was pretty good. She slightly nodded her head and indifferently said, "That's right, I was indeed bitten by the golden tortoise." Fang Xing smiled, "Then you better be careful. Tortoises love to bite people. They will bite whoever they catch. Who knows, they might bite me too." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Brat, where were you just now?" Fang Xing was speechless. He waved his hand at Xiaoshui and said, "See, it is starting to bite me." This time, Xiaoshui finally could not hold it in anymore. She laughed out loud. Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression was cold as he slowly walked towards Fang Xing. He was different from Chu Taisheng. Compared to Hou Guimen and Xiaoshui, he was more suspicious of this servant from the 100 Beasts sect. Although he did not have any evidence to prove that Fang Xing had snuck into the Snowfall Valley, knocked out Princess Chu Ci, and stole the 5 dragon blood saint pills, his intuition was suspicious of him. To be able to do all this and frame Hou Guimen without Xiaoshui noticing, the person had to be at least in the foundation building realm. It was impossible for the Golden Core 5 elders to do such a thing, so the only possibility was Feng Xing. Furthermore, this servant had sufficient reason to help Xianxia. After all, he was from the 100 Beasts sect. However, Feng Xing was completely unaffected by Crown Prince Chu Huang's aura as he slowly walked over. He rolled his eyes and said, "Just now, I was hiding in the Wanluo courtyard to stew tortoise meat." "Why do you care?" Crown Prince Chu Huang's expression was calm. He was not moved by Feng Xing's words and said, "This concerns the prestige of the Chu royal court, the innocence of brother Ho and junior sister Xiao, and even the stability of the snowy mountain. So, you better answer my question." Hearing his words, the few juniors present all turned to look at him, and Feng Xing cursed in his heart. This golden bastard suffered a loss last time, but this time, he became smarter. He did not get angry when I scolded him, and instead put a big hat on me. He made it seem like if I did not answer honestly, it would be equivalent to harming Xiao Shui and Ho Guimen's innocence, and even affecting the stability of the snowy mountain. However, if I answered honestly, he would pick out my flaws. After thinking through this, he naturally did not want to be led by the nose by Crown Prince Chu Huang. He prepared to fight back. He stared at Crown Prince Chu Huang with his eyes wide open and his face flushed red. Suddenly, he scolded, "You actually suspect me? Do you believe that this young master will fight it out with you?" Crown Prince Chu Huang was slightly stunned and stopped in his tracks. He had thought of more than a dozen ways for Feng Xing to answer his questions, but he never expected that this little devil would directly curse him. This sudden change also caught him off guard. He stopped and shouted coldly, "I just want to ask you, if you have no ulterior motives, why are you so agitated?" Feng Xing was furious. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? A slut like you, I know what you're going to fart the moment you stick out your tail. Today, I saw a few bastards from the Chu royal court bite this brother from the Valley of the Ghost God and this beautiful senior sister. Next, they'll definitely want to bite the people from the Wanluo court. Humph, the people from the Mystic Sound court won't be able to escape." With a cold laugh, he said, "The Chu royal court is so domineering, why don't we all listen to you?" Crown Prince Chu Huang's face turned pale when he heard this. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Shui and Ho Guimen's expressions turned ugly when they heard this. Xiao Shui sneered and said, "Your Highness, are you trying to tell us that a spiritual movement state cultivator could sneak into the formation set up by Ho Guimen and ambush him without me noticing? Or is it really as this junior brother said, that the Chu royal court wants to use the disciples from the 4 courtyards to establish dominance?" Ho Guimen also heard the conversation and looked over with a complicated expression. Xianxia was nervous and could only nod her head. She did not know what to say. On the other hand, Feng Xing was like a fighting cock. He had accumulated a bellyful of sophistry and was ready to scold Crown Prince Chu Huang. Since Xiao Shui and Wanluo ancestor were nearby, he was not afraid of Crown Prince Chu Huang. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Crown Prince Chu Huang no longer looked at him aggressively. Instead, he lowered his eyelids and said lightly, "You and I both know whether I've done it or not. We can hide for a while, but it doesn't mean that we won't give ourselves away. Humph, if you have the guts, show me the evidence. You think I don't know how to scold people with your mouth full of shit?" There was a slight disturbance, but it quickly calmed down. Feng Xing cursed proudly, turned around, and walked back. He could not use this kind of unreasonable method too often. Not only would it be easy to expose himself, it would also affect Master Feng's image. However, just as he turned around and took 2 steps, Feng Xing suddenly felt something and was slightly surprised. He immediately pretended that he did not know anything and walked forward as if nothing had happened. He only changed his direction a little. At this moment, Feng Xing was only 10 feet away from the Crown Prince of Chu Huang. As for the red-clothed servant, his hands were hidden in his sleeves. He had a gloomy expression as he silently stood beside the Crown Prince of Chu Huang. He was less than 20 feet away from Feng Xing. If Feng Xing walked in this direction, he would be getting further and further away from Xiao Shui. Then, he would be getting closer to the red-clothed servant. The atmosphere in the field had calmed down, and everyone had diverted their attention to focus on healing or thinking about the situation today. However, when Feng Xing passed by the red-clothed servant, a terrifying baleful aura suddenly erupted from the body of the red-clothed servant who didn't seem to dare to speak casually. His hands were thin like claws, and like a ghost, he stretched out in front of Feng Xing. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. "Damn you! You really want to test me," Feng Xing sneered in his heart. He pretended to be frightened and let out a strange cry. Suddenly, a shadow of a golden rock appeared above his head. With a roar, it collided with the ghost servant in red's claws. In an instant, the shadow of the golden rock was struck by the evil aura on the ghost servant's claws and it retracted back into Feng Xing's body. Feng Xing also cried out and flew out. But it turned out that when Feng Xing had just finished quarreling with Crown Prince Chu Huang and was about to leave, he suddenly felt that the ghost servant in red had a vague evil aura condensed on his body. The ghost servant's aura had locked onto him. This kind of aura locking was not even a murderous aura. It was very weak. If it was Feng Xing in the past, he would not have noticed it at all. But after he cultivated the supreme sensing scripture, his divine sense had improved again. Moreover, his perception was amazing. He could clearly see that the ghost servant seemed to be lowering his head, but in fact, he was already preparing to attack. And the target of the attack was him. It was also at that time that Feng Xing was slightly startled. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Why did this damn eunuch attack him? Did he want to kill him, or take him down? Soon, Feng Xing realized that it was impossible. There was no murderous aura in this damn eunuch's aura. He should be testing him. In fact, even if he did not detect it in advance, with his current cultivation, the ghost servant in red would not be able to hurt him even if he attacked. But in this way, his cultivation would be exposed in front of everyone. It was also at this moment that he understood Crown Prince Chu Huang's intention. This guy seemed to have given up on pursuing the matter, but he did not know when he had set up a plan. He actually drove the ghost servant in red to attack him. Regardless of whether he defended or escaped, his foundation-level cultivation would naturally be exposed. After all, a spiritual movement realm cultivator would not be able to dodge this attack no matter what. And as long as Feng Xing revealed his foundation-level cultivation, then the analysis of Xiaoxue and the others would immediately collapse. A wildfire had easily spread to his body. To be able to execute such a plan without any warning, this fool is really powerful. Even Feng Xing could not help but feel a trace of admiration for Crown Prince Chu Huang. This move was executed as naturally as flowing water. Even Feng Xing himself did not notice when he had signaled to the red-cloaked servant. Caught off guard, the red-cloaked servant who had been standing silently by his side suddenly made a move. Feng Xing subconsciously used all his strength to defend or dodge. This was the instinctive reaction of a cultivator. Furthermore, with the red-cloaked servant's cultivation at the third level of the foundation establishment stage, it was difficult for Feng Xing not to reveal his true cultivation. Unfortunately, this pair of master and servant met Master Feng Xing. Even though he had already noticed that the ghost servant in red was preparing to attack, he still acted as if nothing had happened. But in his little head, he was already quickly thinking of a method to block this attack without exposing his cultivation. In the end, the result he came up with was still the unlucky Daphne. Old evil, it's time to work. Block him with my demon spirit identity. Remember, you have to suffer a bit, little bastard, why don't you suffer a bit? I'm afraid of pain. This old man is also in pain. After this, I'll give you a foundation blood sacrifice. 3. Don't talk nonsense, I'll give you 10. He's going to attack, be careful. After the brief conversation, the red-robed servant suddenly made his move. His crow claw stretched out. Although the move looked fierce and terrifying, in reality, he did not intend to kill or injure Feng Xing. After all, the 5 ancestors of Jingdan stage were more than 10,000 feet away. If he really killed this little demon, not to mention a servant like him, even His Highness and the ancestor would find it difficult to absolve themselves from the blame. However, he didn't expect that before his claws could land on Feng Xing would suddenly let out a loud cry. Faintly, Feng Xing inched forward a little. Then, an illusory image of a great rock appeared and forcefully collided with his claws, triggering all of the power that Feng Xing had been holding back. After that, the great rock's demon spirit dimmed, and Feng Xing was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The direction in which he flew was in the direction of Xiaoxue, so that this beautiful senior sister could hug him more conveniently. Not only did he scheme against Crown Prince Chu Huang, he also got to take advantage of this beautiful senior sister. Fang Xing could not help but laugh in his heart. Of course, even the smart Fang Xing would not have expected this. Seeing him being hit by the ghost servant in red, Xiaoxue and Hou Guimen were stunned at the same time. Whoosh! The two of them moved at the same time. However, it was different from what Fang Xing had expected. Xiaoshue's figure flashed in between him and the ghost servant in red. Her sword was like snow, forcing the ghost servant to retreat. This was to prevent the servant from taking advantage of the situation and attacking him a second time. At the same time, Hou Guimen jumped over and hugged Fang Xing, who was in midair. He shouted, "Little junior brother, what?" Fang Xing looked at Hou Guimen's big face in front of him. He was stunned and wanted to cry but had no tears. What's going on? What happened to the beautiful senior sister? Why did a man like you rush up to hug me? Looking at the sword light that Xiaoxue pointed at him, the red-robed attendant was stunned. Fang Xing's guess was right. Crown Prince Chu Huang did not give him any orders. But as a servant, the red-robed attendant naturally knew what he should do. They were raised by the Chu royal court since they were young. They were death warriors that were nurtured by the Chu royal court with resources. Other cultivators had their own path in their heart, but they didn't. Even if they had reached the foundation building realm, they were just servants. And for a servant like him who could climb to a high position, he had reached the realm of telepathy with his master. When Crown Prince Chu Huang gave up on pursuing the matter, the red-robed attendant knew that it was time for him to take action. There was no need for Crown Prince Chu Huang to hint or instruct him. Although this action was not in line with his master's rules, the red-robed attendant knew that if he did not take action at this time, he would not be a suitable servant and his ending would not be good. However, when he took action, he left some leeway. He only wanted to force out Fang Xing's real cultivation and did not want to hurt him. But who would have thought that the moment he stretched out his two claws, this little brat would take the initiative to come up to him, and what's with the demon spirit that rushed out from his body, he was actually able to resist his claw attack and only sent this little brat flying away. From the looks of it, it was as if he had suddenly launched a killing attack, but was blocked by the demon spirit in his body. After that, he was heavily injured and sent flying. How could he have any intention of probing? It was obvious that he wanted to assassinate him. At this moment, the red-robed attendant seemed to be blinded by the sword light on Xiaoshue's sword. His heart turned cold. He turned his head and looked at Crown Prince Chu Huang, only to see that Crown Prince Chu Huang's face was extremely gloomy. The development of the matter was completely different from what he expected. It seemed that Crown Prince Chu Huang was also a little confused. "Brother little Jiao," Xianxia reacted and her eyes turned red. She rushed to Fang Xing and saw Fang Xing's disheartened face. Her tears flowed out and she rushed to hug Fang Xing. Hou Guimen stretched out his hand to stop Xianxia from approaching and said coldly, "Don't touch him first. Let me check his internal organs and meridians." Fang Xing cursed Hou Guimen in his heart. He wanted to fucking let go of me. However, he could only pretend to sit up with difficulty and said, "I'm fine. Fortunately, the demon spirit protected me. Otherwise, I would have been killed by him." He struggled to get out of Hou Guimen's arms and rolled into Xianxia's soft arms. He rubbed himself against Xianxia's soft chest and felt better. He continued to roll his eyes and pretended that he was seriously injured and couldn't be cured. What's going on? The commotion here naturally could not be hidden from the Gold Core 5 ancestors on the other side. Almost as soon as the exclamation sounded, old Frequan Luo and the others flew over. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were immediately surprised. Old Frequan Luo first used his divine sense to scan Fang Xing's body. When he saw that he was not injured, he was slightly relieved. Then, his eyes turned cold and he shouted, "What happened?" Xiaoshue's long sword was still pointed at the red-clothed servant, but she answered on behalf of everyone present, reporting to the few old ancestors, "Just now, this junior brother from the myriad Civ Manor talked back to Chu Huang. When he was about to leave, this servant attacked." Old Frequan Luo's eyes flashed with anger and he snorted, "The Chu royal court is so powerful." He had more or less guessed the origin of the matter. Seeing that the red servant was trembling in fear and did not dare to move, and Fang Xing was lying comfortably in the arms of a woman pretending to be dead, he knew that the red servant must have been tricked by this little brat again. His anger was not as strong, and he began to quickly think of how to deal with the situation. However, some words still had to be said. Chu Taisheng was also a little confused. He snorted and looked at Feng Xing. I think there is something wrong with this little brat. If it was really the servant who attacked, how could this little brat survive with his spiritual movement realm cultivation? As soon as he said this, the other Golden Core ancestors frowned at the same time. Wan Luo's anger had also turned into real. In the eyes of the Golden Core ancestors, with a sweep of their divine sense, they had a certain understanding of Feng Xing's body condition. They knew that he was almost not injured, but no matter what, it was still the Chu royal court who attacked and injured him. Yet, they did not even try to cover it up, and instead opened their mouth to suspect that there was something wrong with the other party. This caused everyone to have a bad impression of the Chu royal court, and they were extremely disgusted. This junior brother's body had a demon spirit that manifested and blocked the attack for him. That's why he was not killed. We saw this with our own eyes. Senior Chu's words, are you suspecting that we have no eyes? Xiaoxue said coldly. She did not hide her disgust towards the Chu royal court. Demon spirit? The Golden Core ancestors understood and did not have any suspicions. The 100 Beasts sect was good at controlling demon beasts and demon spirits. This little brat came from the 100 Beasts sect, so it was not strange for him to have a demon spirit. This reply made those who were suspicious of Feng Xing's background to be dispelled. Even Xianxia did not have any suspicions. She only thought that Feng Xing's demon spirit was inherited from the 100 Beasts sect. After all, aside from the 3 great demon spirits, the 100 Beasts sect still had some other demon spirits. It's just that most of them were incomplete and of low grade. The demon spirit in her body was once a nascent soul demon spirit, while Feng Xing's is a gold core demon spirit, which is also in line with his identity. However, Feng Xing's demon spirit could automatically manifest to protect its owner, which was a little different from her demon spirit. However, at this moment, she was wholeheartedly focused on Feng Xing, afraid that he would be heavily injured and die. Therefore, she did not have the time to think about these details. Old freak Wanlua's eyes were filled with anger as he coldly barked, Chu Taisheng, you wanted to barge into the Ghost God Valley, take down the brat from the Ho family, fight with Zhangdaoyi, capture the Xiao girl, and exchange a few blows with Mu Longyin. Could it be that you're not satisfied and want to exchange a few blows with me? Come. It's been a long time since I've experienced the secret techniques of your Chu royal court. Let's see if I've made any progress. As he spoke, he released his aura and snow danced in the air. Chu Taisheng frowned and couldn't help but take a step back. He shouted, Old freak Wan Luo, why are you doing this? Can't we tell if this little brat is injured or not? If there's nothing wrong with him, why would he lie in a woman's embrace and pretend to be dead? His words weren't to say that there was something wrong with Feng Xing, but he wanted to divert attention. At the very least, he could save the red-clothed ghost servant's foundation establishment. Even if the red-clothed ghost servant was a slave, he was still a foundation establishment slave. He was a good seedling picked from the slave's nest and was nurtured by a large amount of resources. Now that he was in trouble, it would be difficult for him to settle this peacefully. He wanted to divert attention and avoid the important matters to save his life. Otherwise, it would be a pity if he died here because of a little brat at the spiritual movement stage. But when he said this, Feng Xing was unhappy. He jumped up and scolded, Old bastard, who said that your little grandpa was pretending to be dead? I was just frightened by this damned eunuch's sneak attack. What's wrong with hiding in my Xiaoxia's embrace and resting for a while? Hurry up and pay up. Chu Taisheng was a person who dared to curse at anyone. However, Chu Taisheng was suddenly enraged. Even Xiaoxue only dared to sneer at him. Who does this little bastard think he is? He actually dared to call me an old bastard in front of me and even called himself young master? Chu Taisheng's face was filled with rage. A ray of Dan light suddenly pressed towards Feng Xing and shouted, You dare to scold this old man, you're going to overturn the heavens. Feng Xing was shocked. He didn't think that this gold core would really attack him. He let out a strange cry and tried to escape. But at this moment, old monster Wan Luo suddenly let out a cold snort and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Xing. When the pill light arrived in front of old monster Wan Luo, it only stirred up ripples in front of him. Fang Xing poked his head out from behind Old Monster Wan Luo to take a look, then relaxed and shrank back. Old Monster Wan Luo, on the other hand, was neither happy nor angry. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Chu Taisheng, could it be that this old man hasn't made a move for so long that you, a junior, have forgotten my methods? Chu Taisheng was inexplicably shocked. He shouted, "Fellow Wan Luo, this old man is not bullying you, but this little demon is simply too rude." "So what if he's rude?" "This old man taught him." Old Monster Wan Luo coldly laughed. "There was a problem with your trial. If you followed the rules and investigated carefully, this old man wouldn't say anything. But there is no evidence, and you sent a servant to do such a dirty thing. Do you really think this old man has been muddling through my life?" At the end of his words, Old Monster Wan Luo suddenly pointed his finger. In an instant, a golden ray of light shot out and flashed past the red-robed servant's head. The red-robed servant didn't even have time to react and just stood there in a daze. After a long time, he let out a muffled groan and his entire body turned into ashes. Only a red robe remained as he slowly fell to the ground. "Wan Luo, you," Chu Taisheng shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with rage. Old Monster Wan Luo put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Without any evidence, you dared to attack this old man's disciple. This is the result. And you, Chu Taisheng, you said that this disciple of mine can overturn the heavens." "He, whose heavens can he overturn?" "The heavens of your Chu royal court." "Then do you believe that if you dare to attack him again, this old man will not only overturn your heavens, but also change the heavens of the Chu territory?" He wanted to change the sky of the Chu region. If an ordinary person said this, it would be a joke, but when a Jingdan ancestor said it, no one could laugh, especially when the person who said this was Old Monster Wan Luo, who had once been famous for an era. This old monster was wretched, had a good temper, loved women, and was afraid of them. He really did not have the demeanor of an expert, but those who were familiar with him knew that he could not be provoked. Although his cultivation was not the best in the Chu region and the 7 small countries around it, he knew too many things. Taoist spells and evil arts, forging weapons and refining pills, talismans and medicine, he was all-encompassing and omniscient. It was precisely because he was studying so many things that he was distracted that his cultivation stopped at the Golden Core realm. But even the number 1 person in the Chu region, Old Man Hu Qin, admitted that if Old Monster Wan Luo focused on cultivation, his achievements would be far above his own. When this kind of person, who was usually laughing and joking, suddenly said with a serious face that he was prepared to change the Chu region, Chu Taisheng only felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Even his hands were slightly trembling. He was not afraid of Zhang Daoyi, because Zhang Daoyi was not as strong as him. He was also not afraid of Mu Longyin, because Mu Longyin's cultivation was 1 level lower than his. He was not even afraid of Old Man Hu Qin, because although Old Man Hu Qin's cultivation was high, he had a large family, a kind and cowardly personality, and was usually kind to others. With the methods of the Chu royal court, there were too many ways to restrain Old Man Hu Qin. But when faced with this old monster Wan Luo who was usually laughing and laughing, Chu Taisheng was a bit afraid. Old Monster Luo was strong enough, but he was alone and there was nothing he could do to him. Naturally, there was nothing to fear. If he wanted the Chu region to change, the Chu royal court would not be able to sit on the throne stably. Furthermore, Chu Taisheng was younger than Old Monster Wan Luo by around 100 years. In their era, Old Monster Wan Luo was an absolute genius, Although he was always laughing and joking, he would casually annihilate countless powerful enemies whenever he encountered them. This caused many people who knew the inside story to feel a chill in their hearts. And Chu Taisheng was one of those people who knew the inside story. In the depths of his heart, he was really afraid of this lonely old monster Wan Luo. He knew that if this old monster had not experienced some unknown accident and suddenly retired, his reputation would not be lower than the number 1 person in the Chu region, Old Man Hu Qin. However, in front of so many people, Chu Taisheng naturally would not easily lower his head and admit defeat. Instead, his tone became solemn. "Fellow Daoist Wan Luo, we have been friends for hundreds of years. Yet, you are actually saying such words to an old friend for the sake of a servant?" Old Monster Wan Luo said coldly, "We have only met a few times hundreds of years ago, so we cannot be considered friends." This time, I came out to do such a big thing because of old man Hu Qin, and also because I want to leave a root for my inheritance. Do you really think that you have the ability to ask us to come out and serve the Chu royal court? Chu Taisheng, this old man knows that in the cultivation world, everyone pursues profit. However, when my myriad Luo sect was disbanded, your Chu royal court thought that I had already disbanded, so you disregarded your reputation and sent people to plunder all the accumulated resources that I had left in the myriad Luo sect. After we reunited, this old man has never mentioned this matter. Do you really think this old man doesn't remember? It is something from hundreds of years ago, why are you mentioning it? Chu Taisheng's voice became a bit unnatural, and he stammered. I did not want to mention it at first, but when I thought about it, I said it. Old Monster Wan Luo said lightly, this time, the 5 of us are working together to do that big thing. If we succeed, the Chu region will prosper, and if we fail, we will be doomed. There cannot be any resentment. Whether or not the people of the Chu royal court are willing to work with us free people, you have come to the snowy mountain. It's fine if you're willing to lower yourself and cooperate with us, but if you still want to put on airs as the royal court in this great snowy mountain, I think it's better to drop this matter, lest you end up sacrificing the lives of these children for nothing because of your selfishness. Old Monster Wan Luo said these words too seriously. For a moment, not only was Chu Taisheng stunned and speechless, but even the other Golden Essence elders also fell silent. The place was silent, and only the cold wind blew past. There is something fishy between these old fellows, Fang Xing hid behind Old Monster Wan Luo, and seeing that the atmosphere was not right, he also secretly guessed. There must be some dispute between these 5 old fellows, and they were just taking the opportunity to express their displeasure. After a few breaths of silence, Mu Longyin suddenly laughed and said, logically speaking, among everyone here, I am the youngest, and my seniority is also the lowest, so I should not interrupt. However, since we have already said this much, let's not be too clear about it. This matter is really dangerous, and although our Chu region has the geographical advantage, we do not have too much of an advantage. This time, we are fighting with all our might at the last moment, and if we continue to fight amongst ourselves and mess up the rhythm of raising the cultivation of these children, then the 30% chance of success will become less than 10%. Although he was also a Golden Essence elder, he was about 200 years younger than the other 4, so he called himself a junior. Of course, this was just a polite way of saying it. At their level of cultivation, 100 or 200 years of life was really nothing. Moreover, he did not necessarily have the thought of calling himself a junior. Just now, when he had raised his sword to slash at Chu Taisheng, he had not been so polite. When Chu Taisheng heard this, he faintly felt that all the spearheads were pointed at him, and immediately felt a little angry in his heart. He shouted in a deep voice, do you want to say that this old man is fighting amongst himself? Humph, this matter was not caused by this old man. Fang Xing hid behind Old Monster Wan Luo and shouted, that means that everything else was caused by you? Chu Taisheng flew into a rage, he glared at him hatefully, only to find that he could not even see the little demon's shadow. But even if he saw him, Chu Taisheng did not dare to make a move, at least not in front of Old Monster Wan Luo. He was angry in his heart, and his words became even more ambiguous. But at this time, Crown Prince Chu Huang spoke indifferently, seniors, actually, old ancestor Taisheng only wants to find out who broke the trial and stole the dragon blood St. Dan. Junior Ho, Junior Shao, don't you want to know who framed you and caused this disturbance? I want to know. Before anyone else could say anything, Ho Gui Men was the first to shout out loudly, his face full of indignation. He was the most wronged one. Not only was he knocked out with a stick, he even brought so much trouble to the Ghost God Valley. Compared to the Chu royal court, it could be said that he hated the bastard who framed him even more. When Fang Xing heard this, he reprimanded him in a low voice, this bastard is changing the topic, why don't you look at the big picture? Ho Gui Men was startled, and realized that his own great elder was also looking at him with dissatisfaction, and immediately realized that he had interrupted and said the wrong thing. At this moment, the 5 Gold Core elders were no longer discussing whether or not to find out who broke the trial, but had other intentions. They hurriedly lowered their heads, and said to Fang Xing in a low voice, thank you for reminding me, junior brother. Fang Xing waved his hand, and said, we are all good brothers, no need to be polite. Then he shouted to Crown Prince Chu Huang, of course we will investigate, but let's settle the matter in front of us first. The Ghost God Valley was destroyed by you guys, and Brother Ho was also injured. The medicine was given by me, are you not going to compensate me? And this beautiful senior sister was also injured, you should at least give her some medicine, right? Not to mention me, I was ambushed by your servant, and almost died. I am still dizzy, does the Chu Royal Court still want to deny it? Once we solve these problems, you can investigate however you want. Everyone was slightly taken aback and stopped. Although with their status, they would not casually agree, but they also felt that what the little devil said was not without reason. The Chu Royal Court had injured someone and caused trouble, so they naturally had to compensate. Ho Guimen looked at the kid gratefully. He thought to himself that this little disciple was only at the spirit movement realm, yet he was so daring. When he asked for a reward from the Chu Royal Court, he didn't forget about him. What a good guy. As for Chu Taishang and Crown Prince Chu Huang, they were obviously not happy, and they looked at Feng Xing with cold eyes. Feng Xing subconsciously moved closer to Wan Luo Old Monster, he was really afraid that Chu Taishang would kill him in anger. How many do you want? Crown Prince Chu Huang asked coldly. Feng Xing was not afraid of him, he crossed his arms, and said shamelessly, how many do you have? For a moment, everyone was quiet, and they looked at this kid strangely. But Zhang Daoyi from the Ghost God Valley smiled, and broke the deadlock, and said, since there is such a daring person causing trouble in the snowy mountain, we naturally have to investigate, but we can't delay the important matters for this matter, right? This little friend from Myriad Civ Manor is not without reason. Chu Taishang, this old man's disciple of Ghost God Valley, was at a critical moment in his cultivation, but you destroyed the valley and delayed his cultivation. This debt must be settled by you. My disciple's injuries are not light, so I also need you to give me an explanation. Mu Longyin of the Sword Washing Yard chuckled and said, Brother Chu was just being impatient. He didn't mean it. Those who should be compensated will naturally have to be compensated. However, I feel that this is a small matter. After this incident, it can be seen that the internal structure of our Great Snow Mountain is indeed lacking some rules. Now that things have become so chaotic, who knows what will happen when the big event comes. In my opinion, we old fellows should first sit down and set some rules, so that we won't be in a mess when the time comes. After the two of them finished, they looked at Hu Qin, Wan Luo Old Monster, and the others. Wan Luo Old Monster smiled coldly, and said, I am alone, I have no opinion. Hu Qin said lightly, there is nothing wrong with setting some rules. For a moment, the four people agreed, and even if Chu Taishang had any opinion, he could not voice it. Crown Prince Chu Huang's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly said, I am willing to serve tea and boil elixirs, and listen to your teachings. Wan Luo Old Monster smiled, and said, you are not in a hurry to investigate the person who ruined the trial? Crown Prince Chu Huang bowed respectfully, and said, as long as that person does not leave the snowy mountain, the truth will come to light one day, why should we investigate? There were 5 golden core cultivators in the snowy mountain, and it was not impossible to say that there were 5 forces, but now suddenly 4 forces were vaguely hostile to the Chu Royal Court, and even Chu Taishang and Crown Prince Chu Huang felt the pressure double, and this matter was caused by the hateful little devil who ruined the trial, so there was no need to mention the hatred in the hearts of Chu Taishang and Crown Prince Chu Huang. Looking at the situation, Feng Xing was excited, thinking that this time he would be able to extort a lot of good things, and make a lot of money. In the end, the Chu Royal Court still paid a certain price. Xiao Shui and Ho Guimen were innocently dragged into this matter. Not only did they keep the dragon blood saint pills that fell into their hands, Ho Guimen's Valley of Ghosts also received a huge compensation. As for Feng Xing, he received an even more generous compensation. Just the top quality spirit stones alone amounted to 1,000 pieces, and this did not include the elixirs and so on. This made Feng Xing so happy that he couldn't even see, thinking that it was really worth it. After that, the 5 golden core realm elders and Crown Prince Chu Huang left with a flick of their sleeves. Before old devil Wan Luo left, he reminded Feng Xing to return to the Myriad Civ Manor and stay there. He even asked Xiao Shui to escort him back to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After these two matters, old monster Wan Luo was no longer at ease to let Feng Xing out. This was too much of a troublemaker. The first time he came out, he killed 2 of the Chu royal court's servants, and this time, he stole 5 of their dragon blood Saint Dan's, and even framed Ho Guimen and Xiao, causing a dispute within the Great Snowy Mountain. The 3 gold core were fighting, and it was a complete mess. He was simply a troublemaker. If he was allowed to wander around outside, who knew what kind of trouble he would? 'Cause, he was a dignified golden core elder, yet he brought up old matters just for this trivial matter. It was so embarrassing. Looking at it now, he acted like a good person. He put his arm around Ho Guimen's shoulder and even talked and laughed with Xiao. Their relationship was extremely good. This ability and shamelessness was something that even old devil Wan Luo, who had lived for almost 1,000 years, could not compare. The Golden Core 5 elders and Crown Prince Chu Huang, who was serving at the side, discussed for an entire night before returning to their respective courtyards. Fang Xing had come early in the morning to inquire about the news, but curmudgeon Wan Luo did not say anything. He only told him that the Great Snow Mountain was in fact in constant internal strife, and that the major events had not yet been resolved, but the various forces were already entangled, waiting to split the fruits of victory. Originally, the Chu royal court had the largest share, but after this incident, it had been bitten off a lot. This was only because Crown Prince Chu Huang, who had snuck in under the pretext of serving tea to the Jindan 5 elders, had constantly reminded Chu Taishan that the Chu royal court was able to maintain its current share. Only then did Fang Xing understand that the Golden Core elders were not fools. How could there be a reason for them to fight for no reason? Some things that looked simple on the surface were entangled with interests. The one who was least interested in these interests was old devil Wan Luo, because he was all alone, no sect, and no bloodline. Which was why his thoughts were the most pure. Because of this matter. Others were particularly concerned about the distribution of interests after the matter. Old devil Wan Luo only cared about one thing, and that was to complete this matter. However, it was also because he wanted to complete this matter that he could not bear to see the interests entangled within the Snowy Mountain. This time, he took advantage of the anger to stir up this matter, in order to cut through the Gordian knot, and to truly unite the forces within the Snowy Mountain. Of course, another reason was that he also could not bear to see his old friend of hundreds of years, Hu Qin, being tied up by the interests of others. He was clearly the #1 person in the Chu region, but was repeatedly forced to help him solve some of the hidden dangers. As for the internal disputes within the Snowy Mountain, Fang Xing was completely uninterested, and after listening to a few words, his interest waned. Old devil Wan Luo saw that he was not interested, so he did not force him to listen. After all, old devil Wan Luo was actually like this, like a wild crane, and did not like to scheme. Fang Xing's bandit character was to his liking. If he had nothing to do, he would do something. If he died, he would face the sky, and if he did not die, he would fight for 10,000 years. You guys always talk about big events, big opportunities, what is it? Tell me about it. This was the only thing that Fang Xing was concerned about. Old devil Wan Luo raised his head to look at the sky, and sighed deeply. This matter involves the greatest secret of the cultivation world, and even I do not know much about it. It is very difficult for me to explain it to you, little brat. Furthermore, if I tell you now, it will only distract you. Let me explain it to you after you have mastered this technique. Fang Xing was stunned, and said happily, "It has been completed?" Old devil Wan Luo snorted coldly. "Did you think that this secret discussion was for nothing? Previously, this old man was unable to complete this divine art because I felt that something was missing. Making use of this discussion, I managed to obtain many secret arts from the Chu royal court, the Great Evolution sect, and that little brat Mu Longyin. After verifying each other's strengths and making up for my shortcomings, I can finally complete it." Fang Xing was pleasantly surprised. "When can you teach it to me?" Old devil Wan Luo laughed. "If my calculations are correct, within 3 days, there should be no problem." Fang Xing was instantly overjoyed, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. For the next 3 days, Fang Xing did behave himself for a while. After all, he had gained quite a lot this time, and did not need to worry about cultivation resources for the time being. Furthermore, the Chu royal court had just suffered a great loss, and it would not be so easy for him to take advantage of them again. If he insisted on finding trouble with them, he might just end up losing his life. This was a good time to rest and treat it as a small holiday. Before 3 days had passed, on the second night, old devil Wan Luo called for Feng Xing, and tossed him a jade talisman with a tired expression. Feng Xing knew that this was the technique that old devil Wan Luo had mentioned, the one that could solve his biggest problem. Excited, he hurriedly caught it and probed it with his divine sense. The information recorded in the jade talisman immediately entered his mind, causing him to be slightly startled, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Millstone of Yin-Yang? Feng Xing looked at old devil Wan Luo in a daze. Old devil Wan Luo said seriously, "That's right, this technique is based on the incomplete technique that I obtained by chance in the past." Feng Xing interrupted him, "The name is too ugly." Old devil Wan Luo said angrily, "How is it ugly?" Feng Xing said, "Think about it yourself, don't you think it's ugly?" Old devil Wan Luo stared at him for a long time, and sighed, "This technique has exhausted this old man's blood and sweat, and is completely different from the incomplete technique that I obtained in the past. Naturally, I have to give it a new name, but I was too lazy to think about it, so I just casually came up with one." Feng Xing smacked his lips, and said, "Then your naming skills are really bad, I have to think of one myself." Old devil Wan Luo said helplessly, "Whatever, think of it yourself." Feng Xing thought seriously for a while, and said, "How about Millstone of Yin-Yang?" Old devil Wan Luo kicked out, and shouted, "If you dare to give this old man's technique such a stupid name, I promise to beat you to death." Whether it was the large millstone or the large wheel, the technique was finally complete. Under old devil Wan Luo's guidance, Feng Xing began to comprehend and understand this technique. After studying it, he found that this technique was really powerful, and it was indescribably mysterious. It was no wonder that old devil Wan Luo, with his cultivation, would exhaust all his blood and sweat for it. Feng Xing only understood the early stages of this technique, and it took him 3 days to understand the principles and the foundation of the technique. But after understanding it, he also found a very serious problem. If I cultivate this technique, I won't be able to borrow the power of the Tao Enlightenment Yard. Feng Xing said doubtfully to old devil Wan Luo. Old devil Wan Luo sighed, and nodded, and said, "Yes, this is what this old man is worried about. This old man has a feeling that there isn't much time before that big event arrives. You guys are in the Great Snow Mountain, and you don't have any contact with the outside world, so you don't know that the outside world has become a bit chaotic. At this moment, the most important thing is to increase your strength as quickly as possible. But this old man is worried that without the help of the Tao Enlightenment Yard, you won't be able to cultivate this technique before that big event arrives." Feng Xing said, "According to your estimation, how long will it take for me to cultivate this technique?" Old devil Wan Luo thought for a while and said, "At least a year." Feng Xing was startled, and he asked again, "When will that thing arrive?" Old devil Wan Luo said in a low voice, "It will arrive any time within half a year." Feng Xing lowered his head in silence. Old devil Wan Luo said, "Although your strength isn't weak now, it will still be very dangerous if you go to do that big event. If you aren't confident, you can temporarily stop cultivating this technique, and use the moon enigmatic jade to suppress the curse, and use other methods to increase your strength. When that big event is over, and you have time, then you can cultivate this technique again." Feng Xing said, "Is there any other way to beat that golden bastard Chu Huang?" Old devil Wan Luo was a little speechless, and he said, "Why do you have to go against him?" Feng Xing said, "He's the one who's going against me, that bastard definitely won't let me go." Old devil Wan Luo laughed, and he said, "At least you know your limits. Forget it, if you don't cultivate this technique, it will be impossible to compete with Chu Huang." Feng Xing nodded, and he said, "Then I'll cultivate this. Half a year should be enough." The yin-yang millstone was indeed the perfect solution to Feng Xing's tormented soul problem. As the tormented soul shared the same origin as Feng Xing, it was difficult to refine it. Even the luminous cold jade could only suppress it. If it were to be forcefully resolved, it might cause great damage to Feng Xing's true spirit while dissolving the tormented soul. If it were light, his Tao foundation would shatter and he would lose all his cultivation. If it were heavy, his true spirit would vanish into thin air, which was equivalent to his death. However, the mystique that old monster Wan Luo gave him was different. It did not suppress the tormented soul, nor did it dissolve it. Instead, it used it. The power of the tormented soul was yin, while the power of Fang Xing's true spirit was yang. When the two were combined, it would be yin and yang from the same origin. By controlling the power of the tormented soul for his own use, yin and yang would be reversed, complementing and restraining each other. Then, he would be able to use this great mystique with unfathomable power. Are you sure? In the depths of the Wanluo Manor, in the formation that old monster Wanluo had personally set up, Fang Xing sat with his legs crossed. He was surrounded by bronze lamps that emitted torch-like flames, while old monster Wanluo stood outside the formation and looked at him sternly. I'm sure. Fang Xing nodded with a resolute look on his face. Old monster Wanluo sighed and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, this mystique is really." Fang Xing sighed and said, "You've already said it a few hundred times." Old monster Wanluo was speechless. He said angrily, "Then let's begin." With that, he waved his hand and activated the formation. At the same time, Fang Xing closed his eyes. At this moment, he had already sunk into his sea of knowledge and was hovering in the air. His eyes were sharp as he looked at his Tao foundation. The Tao foundation was in his sea of knowledge, rooted in the ground and stabilized the void. It was the foundation of his sea of knowledge and the source of his cultivation. However, under the Tao foundation, black smoke was rolling and overflowing. It seemed that his Tao foundation had become a seal that was suppressing a heaven-reaching evil spirit. "You've figured it out?" Fang Xing looked at the Tao foundation. It was suppressing the tormented soul that had troubled him for a long time. Xianxia had used a part of his real spirit to refine it into a tormented spirit. The tormented spirit had grown stronger as his cultivation increased. When he was building his foundation, it had been affected by the Tao tribulation and tainted his Taoist foundation, which was equivalent to another increase in power. At this moment, it was many times more powerful than it had been in the beginning. It threatened Fang Xing like a sword hanging over his head. It was all thanks to the Emerald Cloud sect leader, Chen Xuanhua's seal and the Ice Tune Palace's luminous frosty jade that Fang Xing was able to suppress it until now. Otherwise, if the tormented soul were to wreak havoc, Fang Xing would have fallen into eternal damnation because of it. But at this time, Fang Xing was immersed in his thoughts for a long time. Suddenly, his gaze turned fierce. With a loud shout, the true spirit incarnation attached itself to the Tao pagoda. The Tao pagoda rotated with the true spirit and moved about an inch, releasing the tormented spirit. Roar. With an irrational and extremely crazy roar, a black shadow accompanied by rolling black smoke rushed into the sea of consciousness like a 10,000-year-old demon. In the black smoke, a strange human figure with 3 heads and 6 arms could be vaguely seen. As he stretched his body, the black smoke filled the entire sea of consciousness in an instant. This power seemed to be 10 times stronger than Fang Xing's real spirit. Boom, the tormented soul did not say anything. It had no spiritual consciousness. Although it originated from Fang Xing's true spirit, it had been refined by the curse technique. It was born with only one purpose, which was to devour the true body and destroy its origin. Therefore, after it escaped, it just calmed down in the air and restrained its murderous aura. Then, it swooped down on Fang Xing, bringing with it a terrifying aura of destruction that flooded the sea of consciousness. You are young master's greatest hidden danger. But today, young master will turn you into my strongest support. Fang Xing let out a roar and charged towards the tormented soul from the bottom up. Rumble, Fang Xing's true spirit energy was dazzling like golden flames, and there were strands of purple gas mixed within it, causing it to seem sacred and mighty. When it collided with the black true spirit, a berserk energy instantly filled his entire sea of consciousness. Pfft. In the outside world, Fang Xing's expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The battle between the true spirit and the tormented soul in the sea of consciousness was equivalent to a critical moment of chi deviation. It had damaged his meridians. Old freak Wanluo's expression was solemn. He had already prepared a dark red pill in the pill furnace and stimulated the medicinal power. Wisps of the medicinal power seeped into the spirit array and entered Fang Xing's body through the spirit array to heal his injuries. Brat, get through this. If you can get through this, you'll have taken the first step, and it's also the most important step. Old freak Wanluo's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Xing anxiously. In the sea of consciousness, Fang Xing did not use the Samadhi true fire. He only used the power of the true spirit to fight the tormented soul. In order to cultivate the great yin-yang millstone and completely solve the problem of the tormented soul, he could only use his own strength to suppress the tormented soul. Then, according to the method taught to him by old freak Wan Luo, he would imprint his true spirit into the tormented soul. In this way, he would be able to turn the tormented soul into his avatar and borrow its power. Through these two energies, Feng Xing would be able to cultivate the divine ability, the yin-yang grindstone, and it would possess unfathomable might. It was precisely because he wanted to subdue the tormented spirit and not suppress or dissolve it that he could not enter the Tao Enlightenment courtyard. Instead, he had to release the tormented spirit's power. This was because the aura of the luminous chilling jade in the Tao Enlightenment courtyard suppressed the tormented spirit, causing the tormented spirit's power to shrink. This made it difficult for Feng Xing to imprint his true spirit into its body. This was the most difficult step, but also the most important one. The tormented soul was born to devour the body, so it was stronger than the body. Moreover, the tormented soul restrained the body's true spirit energy. In other words, it was almost impossible for the true spirit to suppress the tormented soul, just like how a mouse had no hope of eating a cat. But now, Feng Xing was determined to be a mouse that wanted to eat the cat. He bared his sharp teeth and fought fiercely with the evil cat. Gradually, he fell into a disadvantageous position and suffered serious injuries. His true spirit power was quickly consumed, and his true spirit was also a little dim. It was not only because his true spirit power was restrained by the tormented spirit, but also because the fierce battle in his sea of consciousness was equivalent to fighting inside his body. If his sea of consciousness was damaged, it would have a backlash on his true spirit. As a result, his true spirit would become weaker and weaker, and the tormented spirit would become stronger and stronger after converting his true spirit power. At this time, 13 of the 19 bronze candles around him had been extinguished. These 19 bronze candles were connected to his true spirit. When his true spirit was refined, the bronze candles would be completely extinguished. At that time, it would mean that Feng Xing's cultivation had completely failed, and he would die. Another 3 candles were extinguished, and old weirdo Wan Luo's expression became tense. Is he going to fail? He muttered to himself, his lips trembling slightly. He seemed to be more anxious than Feng Xing in the sea of consciousness. If Feng Xing failed, it would mean that old weirdo Wan Luo's idea had failed. This was a technique that he did not have the chance to verify in the past. Now, after his improvement, it had become stronger and more complicated. He passed this mystique to Feng Xing because he treated Feng Xing as himself when he was younger. He wanted to verify whether his idea was correct or not through Feng Xing. At the same time, he also wanted to see through Feng Xing to see just how strong this mystique would be once it was cultivated. However, if it failed, then he would fail as well. This was because to him, it would mean that his reason had failed. The principle of this mystique was that humans could defeat demons. The true spirit was the manifestation of a human's reason, and it was a real human. The tormented souls, on the other hand, had lost their consciousness. They were crazy, and bloodthirsty, and they were demons. Usually, demons were stronger than humans, but old weirdo Wan Luo believed that humans could defeat demons. This was because demons had reached a dead end, but humans had many possibilities. In this world, there were people who used demons to obtain great power, but old weirdo Wan Luo firmly believed that it was a dead end. Kid, don't let me down. Another candle beside Feng Xing was extinguished. Old weirdo Wan Luo's gaze became solemn, and he shouted in his heart, and even prayed, I won't lose. At this time, Feng Xing was completely suppressed by the tormented souls, but he gritted his teeth and laughed. That old B***starred Wan Luo said that your strength will always be above mine, and I'll never be your match with my strength. He also said that facing you, I'm like a mouse meeting a cat. But I don't believe it. I was born to be a tiger. You're just a little cat, and you want to defeat me? Your strength is dead, but I don't even know how strong I am when I'm strong. At the end of his roar, Feng Xing suddenly let out a roar. Since he was completely suppressed, not only did he not think about defending himself, but he also used all his strength to charge towards the tormented souls. Facing the tormented souls that were like a sea of smoke, the golden true spirit with a hint of purple in it was like a sharp arrow that pierced into the center of the sea of black smoke, and the arrowhead was Feng Xing's true spirit. Pft, pft. At this time, in the outside world, the 2 remaining candles around Feng Xing were extinguished and disappeared. Patriarch Wanluo's jaw dropped, and after a long moment passed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Did I lose? Old weirdo Wanluo muttered to himself. At the same time, Feng Xing's true spirit in his sea of consciousness asked in a low voice, did I win? Feng Xing's true spirit was no longer in the sea of consciousness. There was only a 3-headed, 6-armed tormented spirit floating in the air. Its ominous aura was as vast as the sea, and dark clouds filled the entire space of the sea of consciousness. It looked as if Feng Xing's sea of consciousness had turned into a demonic realm. The tormented spirit floated in the air blankly. Amidst the raging ominous aura, there was a blank look on its face, as if it had lost its sense of direction. A tormented spirit was born with only one purpose, and that was to devour true spirits. Usually, the outcome of a tormented spirit and true spirit would be mutual destruction and dissipation. But now, Feng Xing's true spirit was gone, and only the tormented spirit was left, which led to such a strange situation. After an unknown period of time, the tormented spirit that was floating in the air suddenly went berserk again. At this moment, a golden ray of light shot out from its forehead, as if it had broken through the barrier of the ominous aura and shot up to the 9 heavens. Meanwhile, in the outside world, old ancestor Wanluo stared blankly at Feng Xing, who was in the formation, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The 19 candles had been extinguished, which meant that Feng Xing's true spirit was dead. Old ancestor Wanluo did not expect that Feng Xing, whom he had placed all his hopes on, could not even take the first step. Sigh, could it be that my reasoning was wrong, and that's why this brat died? A rare look of confusion appeared in old ancestor Wanluo's eyes, and his Dao heart was shaken. This was a very dangerous thing for a golden core realm old ancestor. The Dao principle was the most important thing in the world, and if one's own Dao principle was destroyed, then one's cultivation would be like water without a source, and it would be destroyed. It could be said that the risk that old ancestor Wanluo had to bear in order to inherit the mystic ability was no less than that of Feng Xing. He was already prepared to fail, but he did not expect to fail at the first step. Sigh, with a long sigh, old ancestor Wanluo waved his hand in disappointment and prepared to break the formation. But at this moment, something strange happened. Puff, a bronze candle flame suddenly lit up. The weak flame became brighter, even stronger than before. Old monster Wanluo's eyes lit up as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. Puff puff puff. As the first bronze candle lit up, several bronze candles lit up one after another, flickering with flames and lighting up one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 19 bronze candles were lit, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. What kind of trick did this brat use? Why is there such an anomaly? Old monster Wanluo was so shocked that he could not move his eyes away. Even with his golden core cultivation and knowledge, he did not understand the situation. Ha 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 ha. Yours truly is the winner, isn't it? At this moment, an excited and savage voice rang out in Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, and the place where the voice came from was the tormented spirit. At this moment, there were countless rays of golden light flashing within the tormented spirit's body. The tormented spirit was struggling with all its might, but it was powerless. It could only watch as the golden light grew brighter and brighter, and wisps of purple chi wrapped around the tormented spirit, trapping it. After a long while, the cloudy eyes of the tormented spirit in the middle of its head suddenly closed. When it opened again, it was full of spirituality. If someone familiar saw it, this spirituality belonged to Feng Xing. It was cunning, domineering, and a little thieving. It seems that yours truly has made the right bet. Feng Xing, or rather, the tormented spirit, looked down at himself and seemed to be very satisfied with his new appearance. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a pair of bat wings on his back, and his whole body was surrounded by black smoke. Among the 3 heads, only the middle one contained spirituality, while the other 2 were just phantoms. Carefully sensing his surroundings, he found that the entire sea of consciousness was filled with murderous aura. At this moment, it seemed to be connected to his divine sense. With a single thought, the murderous aura could be mobilized at will, as if it were an extension of his arm. Then, with a single thought, Feng Xing suddenly flew to the Dao Pagoda and sat cross-legged in it like a real spirit. The Dao Pagoda was completely stained by the murderous aura, and its golden-purple color changed completely, turning into a black Dao foundation. Inside the black Dao foundation, a black tormented spirit sat cross-legged. However, inside the tormented spirit, there was a sacred and intelligent real spirit sitting cross-legged. This real spirit was golden, and its body was wrapped in strands of purple. It was the real manifestation of Feng Xing's real spirit. Old Monster Wan Luo's method was to suppress the tormented spirit and imprint his own real spirit into the tormented spirit's body to control it. However, Feng Xing used an even more bizarre method. After a fierce battle with the tormented spirit, he found that it was difficult to deal with the tormented spirit. He staked everything on one throw and turned his own real spirit into an imprint. Then, using his own body as an arrow, he shot it into the tormented spirit's body and used his real spirit to control the tormented spirit. In simple words, the tormented spirit was originally a parasite in his sea of consciousness. But now, Feng Xing had become a parasite in the tormented spirit. This method was very risky. If one was not careful, they would lose everything. Fortunately, Feng Xing won. The tormented spirit was an existence without spiritual consciousness. To a certain extent, it was an ownerless demon shell. Because of this, Old Monster Wan Luo came up with the idea of letting Feng Xing use the real spirit imprint to control the tormented spirit. However, even Old Monster Wan Luo did not expect that Feng Xing would go even further. He directly entered the tormented spirit and used the demon shell as a place to nourish his real spirit. Of course, at this time, Feng Xing did not know if there would be any hidden dangers in doing so. Therefore, he used the purple immortal qi on the Dao foundation to wrap around his real spirit to act as a buffer between his real spirit and the tormented spirit, protecting his real spirit from being tainted. At this time, in the outside world, Old Monster Wan Luo frowned and looked at Feng Xing with a strange expression. He keenly noticed that Feng Xing seemed to have undergone a certain degree of change, but when he carefully sensed it, he found that their auras were of the same origin. However, there was a faint murderous aura exuding from Feng Xing's body, which was very strange. What did this little brat do? Old Monster Wan Luo muttered in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and was shocked. Could it be that the tormented spirit devoured the real spirit and was reborn instead? The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Old Monster Wan Luo hesitated a few times, his pale eyebrows trembling. After an unknown period of time, Feng Xing slowly opened his eyes. The demonic intent in his eyes flashed, but it was calm. A flash of pale light flashed on Old Monster Wan Luo's body. After his figure suddenly entered the array, he waved his hand and hovered a foot away from Feng Xing's head, as if he would slap him to death at any time. He shouted in a deep voice, "What are you?" Feng Xing stared blankly for a moment before cursing, "Who the hell are you, you old bastard?" Wan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this lazy and annoying person must be this little brat. He was startled for a moment, but then he reacted and slapped Feng Xing's head, scolding, "Little bastard, you dare to scold me?" Feng Xing covered his head and said, "Who told you to teach me not to work?" Wan Luo was startled and said, "Why not?" Feng Xing said, "You said that the first step is to create the possibility of the impossible, using the body of the real spirit to suppress the body of the tormented spirit, and then imprint the real spirit into the body of the tormented spirit, turning it into an existence similar to one's clone, so that one can control its power. But it doesn't work, the tormented spirit is very powerful, my real spirit is no match for it, and I was beaten up badly." Old Monster Wan Luo said thoughtfully, "This step is indeed difficult, but this old man believes that it can be done." Feng Xing said, "What's the use of believing? If you can't beat it, then you can't beat it." Old Monster Wan Luo was speechless and wanted to raise his hand to hit him again, but he was afraid that Yang Ming would die from a slap because he had just woken up, so he could only resist and ask, "Since you've woken up, it means that you've solved the problem. How did you do it?" Feng Xing said proudly, "I've parasitized the tormented spirit, and now it is my second Dao foundation." Old Monster Wan Luo was completely shocked, and after a long time, he asked, "Second Dao foundation, what do you mean?" "The Dao foundation nourishes the tormented spirit, and the tormented spirit nourishes me." Feng Xing told Old Monster Wan Luo about the method he just used, and Old Monster Wan Luo was stunned. "Can you use the power of the tormented spirit and the real spirit at the same time?" After a long silence, old monster Wan Luo asked solemnly. I can't anymore. Fang Xing let out a sigh. He opened his palm and channeled his Tao Foundation's spiritual energy. Black strands of murderous aura appeared on his palm and condensed into a small black ball in his palm. It was filled with demonic intent and was extremely terrifying. Could it be that this brat has become possessed? Old monster Wan Luo's expression was solemn, but before he could answer, Fang Xing suddenly chuckled, and the black malevolent chi in his palm began to emit a faint golden light. After a long time, the malevolent chi dissipated, and the ball of malevolent chi turned into pure golden spiritual chi, like a small sun, without the slightest malevolent chi, only pure spiritual chi. Because the tormented spirit no longer has any power, all the power in this young master's body is mine. Fang Xing said proudly, like a monarch declaring to the world that everything in his territory belongs to him. What a joke, a bandit wants to turn other people's things into his own. In that case, what was the point of not owning the things that were in his own territory? Old monster Wan Luo's method was to let Fang Xing suppress the tormented spirit, and even control it, borrowing its power for his own use. However, Fang Xing used an unprecedented method to turn the tormented spirit's power into his own. You really have a golden Tao Foundation? Old monster Wan Luo's shock was indescribable, especially when he saw the manifestation of spirit chi in Fang Xing's palm. He was dumbfounded. The manifestation of such pure golden spirit chi could only mean that Fang Xing had a golden Tao Foundation. I told you I have a golden Tao Foundation. Fang Xing replied discontentedly, but in his heart, he thought, in fact, there is immortal chi wrapped around my Tao Foundation. It could be considered a purple Tao Foundation, but the immortal chi wrapped around the true spirit, acting as a buffer between the demon shell and the true spirit, to prevent the malevolent chi from contaminating the true spirit and causing an uncontrollable situation. Old monster Wan Luo asked Fang Xing about the details, and his expression became more and more shocked. This kid's method was reasonable, but it was something he had never thought of before. After all, it was too dangerous and unbelievable, and he would never have thought of it. However, after listening to Fang Xing's method, he vaguely felt that it was in line with the principles of the Great Tao. Evil from the outside, divine from the inside, controlling the malevolent chi with the divine. After a long time, old monster Wan Luo patted Fang Xing's shoulder and sighed softly, Kid, you're not simple. Although he did not use old freak Wan Luo's method, Fang Xing had already met old freak Wan Luo's requirements. Old freak Wan Luo's method was to use his true spirit to suppress the tormented spirit, and then imprint the mark into the tormented spirit's body. According to his logic, this was a dignified way of doing things. However, Fang Xing had used his true spirit to parasitize the tormented spirit, which was an evil among evil. But in hindsight, Fang Xing's method had also achieved his goal. Evil on the outside, sage on the inside, was also in line with the Great Tao. Old freak Wan Luo was not an old-fashioned person. After checking and discovering that the effect of Fang Xing's parasitizing of the tormented spirit was beyond his imagination, he did not dwell on this problem anymore. He even recorded down the method that Fang Xing used to parasitize the tormented spirit, so that if a similar situation occurred to another person in the future, old freak Wan Luo would give a solution that included Fang Xing's method. And Fang Xing had also begun to formally cultivate the Great Yin-Yang Millstone. Kid, you have only completed the first step by controlling the tormented spirit's power. The ultimate goal is to cultivate this Great Yin-Yang Millstone. The great thing that you are going to do is too dangerous, so dangerous that even us old men feel pressured and uncertain. The only thing that I can help you is to do my best to increase your strength. A bit more strength means a bit more hope. The Great Snow Mountain was set up for this, and the Tao Enlightenment Academy was also set up to help you understand the Tao. It's a pity that you can't borrow the power of the Tao Enlightenment Academy to cultivate this Great Yin-Yang Millstone. You can only rely on your own comprehension. As a result, the time you have left is a little too short. Cultivating this Great Yin-Yang Millstone is really a little difficult for you. At this point, old freak Wan Luo was silent for a moment, as if he was making some kind of decision. After a while, he suddenly threw a jade talisman over. I can guide you, but I can't help you cultivate. Moreover, there are 9 spirit movement stage heaven's favorites in the 1000 Net Institute that also need my guidance. I won't be able to watch over you all the time. As for cultivation, you should take care of it yourself. If you have any doubts, come find me. This talisman records the formation inside the Great Snow Mountain. If you are unable to cultivate this divine ability, then that big matter is too dangerous for you. Don't participate in it. Follow the route in this talisman and find your own way out. Feng Xing took the jade talisman and was stunned for a moment. The reason why old monster Wan Luo took him in at the beginning was because he had a task that needed a powerful junior to complete. It was also because of this that he, a rebellious and unreasonable little bandit in the eyes of others, became a good seedling in the eyes of this Jingdan stage ancestor. He acted boldly in the Great Snow Mountain, but he also had the idea that since you are using me, I will use you first. However, Feng Xing was surprised that old monster Wan Luo wanted to let him go out of consideration for him. Looking at old monster Wan Luo, Feng Xing put away the jade talisman and said with a smile, "Don't blame me if you run away." Old freak Wan Luo laughed bitterly. Although this millstone of yin yang was created based on a mystic technique from many years ago, I have added my own principles to it, including the secret techniques of the Chu royal court and the secrets of the Damo sect. The grade of this mystic technique has probably surpassed the grade of a mystic technique and can be rated as a divine grade. To cultivate a divine technique, one needs to comprehend the principles. Only by understanding the principles can one cultivate a divine ability, and comprehending the Tao is the most mysterious thing. It can be comprehended in a single day, or it can be difficult to comprehend for many years. Even when I was young, I did not dare to say that I could comprehend this principle within a year. Naturally, I will not make things difficult for you with this requirement. If you find it difficult to comprehend, you can leave. I won't blame you. Feng Xing nodded with a grin. Then wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? Old freak Wan Luo snorted. Haven't you taken advantage of me enough? He left with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring Feng Xing. However, Feng Xing's gaze turned cold and he clenched his fists tightly. I don't care if it's reasonable or not, god arts or not, yours truly will definitely cultivate it. Hearing how solemn you guys are, it must be a very big event. Without yours truly, what would be the point of such a big event? The interior of the Great Snow Mountain finally welcomed a sacred peace. The geniuses who had entered the Great Snow Mountain also began their own closed-door cultivation. On the 23rd day of the Great Snow Mountain's opening, Crown Prince Chu Huang's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. He then officially entered the Tao Enlightenment Yard to cultivate a divine ability that no one in the Chu royal court had been able to cultivate for hundreds of years. On the 25th day, the great senior sister of the sword-washing yard, Xiaoxue, went into closed-door cultivation to cultivate the paragon way of the sword taught by her master. On the 29th day, news came from the Mystic Sound Yard that Yi Guin had successfully built her foundation. She did not leave the Tao Enlightenment Yard and continued to stay in closed-door cultivation to cultivate a mysterious divine ability taught to her by Elder Hu Qin. It was said that if she successfully cultivated it, she would surpass Elder Hu Qin when he was young. On the 31st day, Ho Guiman obtained the opportunity to enter the Tao Enlightenment Yard again. He was prepared to cultivate the Dying Ghost technique to great success. The geniuses of the Great Snow Mountain had also chosen a cultivation technique that could increase their strength and entered the Tao Enlightenment Yard to cultivate. The geniuses of the Spirit Movement realm were different from the geniuses of the Foundation Establishment realm. Everyone only had 10 days of closed-door cultivation, so they cherished this opportunity even more. When everyone entered the Tao Enlightenment Yard, Feng Xing was sweeping the floor. Old monster Wan Luo was right. Cultivating the yin-yang grindstone was not an easy task. It had already surpassed the rank of a mystic technique and had its own logic. This kind of cultivation technique could already be considered a divine rank. It was also because of this that it could be called a divine ability. If you want to cultivate a divine ability, you need to calm your heart and comprehend the logic. Feng Xing was a jumpy person. If he wanted to comprehend the logic, he needed to calm his heart. If he wanted to calm his heart, how could he calm his heart? Feng Xing loved to fight and stir up trouble. He would get excited whenever he encountered something like this. Of course, he would not be able to calm his heart. The advice that old monster Wan Luo gave him was to sweep the floor. Constantly sweeping the floor, under such a boring action, one's heart would slowly calm down and comprehend the logic. So, when the Foundation Establishment Realm geniuses entered the Tao Enlightenment Yard, he was sweeping the floor. When the Spirit Movement Realm geniuses entered the Tao Enlightenment Yard, he was still sweeping the floor. When the Spirit Movement Realm geniuses left the Tao Enlightenment Yard, he was still sweeping the floor. Moreover, old ancestor Wan Luo did not give him pointers like before. It was as if he had forgotten about him. During this period of time, another big event happened in the Wan Luo courtyard. The palace master of the Ice Sound Palace, Xianxia, personally entered the Wan Luo courtyard to plead for leniency. He sent a Foundation Establishment Realm genius from the Ice Sound Palace into the Wan Luo courtyard. This person was called Xianxia. He was not a descendant of the Huqin elder. When he established his foundation, although he was only 23 years old, which was considered rare, his Tao foundation was only Cyan. Therefore, he did not meet the requirements of the Great Snow Mountain's Golden Core 5 elders and was not chosen. However, the Golden Core 5 elders each had around 10 Spirit Movement Realm geniuses to teach them and a Foundation Establishment Realm genius to guide them. However, the Wan Luo courtyard was different. Outsiders did not know about Fangxing's background, so they thought that the Wan Luo courtyard only had Spirit Movement Realm geniuses and no Foundation Establishment Realm geniuses. Therefore, Xianxia wanted to seize this opportunity to use secret medicine to help Xianxia improve his Tao foundation and sent him into the Wan Luo courtyard. After Xianxia came here, Fangxing was easily forgotten. Every Foundation Establishment Realm genius was the head of the courtyard. They were born to attract everyone's attention. At this time, a rumor gradually spread in the Wan Luo courtyard. It is said that the Wan Luo ancestor had his eyes on the talent of this servant from the 100 Beast sect and wanted to personally train him to become a Foundation Establishment Realm genius to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 4 courtyards. However, this child was too stubborn and mischievous, so the Wan Luo ancestor eventually gave up on him. Only then did he choose another Foundation Establishment Realm genius from the Ice Sound Palace. Stubborn and mischievous? You are too childish. Why would a person at the level of the Wan Luo ancestor care about being stubborn and mischievous? In reality, the Wan Luo ancestor thought that this servant's talent was outstanding. However, after the test, he realized that it was just an illusion. This servant's talent did not meet the Wan Luo ancestor's requirements, so he was given up and lost his trust. He can only be like us. Us? We have all entered the Tao Enlightenment courtyard. How can he be like us? Fangxing could hear such whispers almost every day. In the beginning, he was a legend in the eyes of others. He was of humble birth, but his strength was almost invincible in the spiritual movement realm. He was extremely daring and was the first to pass the trial of the Great Snow Mountain together with the princess of the 100 Beast sect. He was accepted by the Wan Luo ancestor as an exception. Later on, the Wan Luo ancestor protected him many times with a heart full of love and care. It could be said that he had ascended to the heavens in a single step. But very quickly, things took a turn for the worse and he became a person forgotten by the Wan Luo ancestor. While the other geniuses were busy increasing their strength, he was sweeping the floor of the Wan Luo ancestor for more than a month. He was also in a daze, as if he had turned into a fool. This kind of situation really looked like he was abandoned and suffered a huge blow. Thus, he was disheartened and lonely. There was even one time when someone remembered that they were taught a lesson by Fangxing, adding on the fact that they had just returned from the Tao Enlightenment courtyard. They thought that their strength had greatly increased and wanted to take revenge on him. A few people surrounded the sweeping Fangxing and prepared to teach him a lesson. At that time, it was a young man wearing a sapphire blue robe who saved Fangxing. He faintly scolded the few spiritual movement realm geniuses, then coldly glanced at Fangxing and said, "Fate is determined by fate. Even if you lost this opportunity, there is no need to be so depressed. Since the Great Snow Mountain no longer has an opportunity for you, why not leave and continue your path elsewhere?" Fangxing looked at the man with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Do you think I don't know that these people were chosen by you?" The sapphire blue robe man was stunned. His cold eyes fell on Fangxing's face. Fangxing carried the broom and prepared to return to his cave dwelling. Before he left, he turned his head towards the sapphire blue robe man and said, "You are that Xianxia from the Ice Sound Palace, right? Don't worry, I won't steal your opportunity and you won't be able to steal mine." Leng Zian thought that he was being secretive, but in the eyes of the cunning Fang Xing, it was simply childish and laughable. This person was truly pitiful. Although he had obtained a foundation establishment pill early on, due to his lack of foundation, he only managed to form a blue Dao foundation. It was truly difficult for him to take up the mantle. In addition, his background was not good, and his status in the Ice Song Palace was average, so he had never received the respect of a prodigy. This time, when the Great Snow Mountain opened, all the prodigies in the Chu region gathered, but he did not get a share. Later on, the Wanluo Hall did not have a foundation establishment first disciple position. Xiao Chongqing felt that he had found an opportunity, so he wanted to take this position to the Ice Song Palace. Thus, he chose this young foundation establishment cultivator from a large group of old men and prepared to send him to the Wanluo Hall inside the Great Snow Mountain to accept this opportunity from old monster Wanluo. It was also because of this that Leng Zian received a secret medicine from Xiao Chongqing to cleanse his Dao foundation, raising it from a mid-blue Dao foundation to a mid-red Dao foundation. Then, he received old monster Wanluo's permission to enter the Wanluo Hall. However, after entering, Leng Zian realized that things were not as smooth as he had imagined. Old monster Wanluo did not give him much guidance on cultivation. Although he had given him all the necessary cultivation techniques, and even arranged a time for him to enter the Dao Enlightenment courtyard, old monster Wanluo still didn't pay much attention to him and seemed to be absent-minded. On the contrary, the servant from the 100 Beasts sect, who had lost his opportunity and was sweeping the floor of the Wanluo Hall every day, was often looked at with worry by old monster Wanluo. This showed that he was very important to this legendary gold core ancestor. Leng Zian was very panicked. He knew that the opportunity to become the foundation establishment first disciple of the Wanluo Hall was hard to come by. He was afraid that old monster Wanluo would change his mind and take that servant as his disciple again, stealing his opportunity. Thus, he encouraged some disciples of the Wanluo Hall to often make some sarcastic remarks around Fang Xing. He even arranged a rescue to persuade Fang Xing to leave. However, when his intentions were exposed by Fang Xing face to face, there was no need to mention the embarrassment, and it even made Leng Zian angry. If not for the fact that he was afraid of old ancestor Wanluo's blame, he would have killed this unappreciative servant with a single palm strike. Fortunately, after a month, the servant finally left. One night, Fang Xing, who had been sweeping the floor, quietly left the myriad Civ Manor and entered the boundless snowy mountains. At this moment, Leng Zian was wild with joy while old monster Wanluo sighed in his heart. Is he finally not going to force himself to stay here? Has this brat finally given up? The two of them were in different moods, but they had the same thoughts. Fang Xing had finally given up and left the myriad Civ Manor. Fang Xing did leave the myriad Civ Manor because he felt that even if he kept sweeping the floor, he might not be able to understand the principles contained in this divine ability even if he kept sweeping until the end of time. What yin and yang reversal, water and fire mutual aid? It was simply torturous. His mind kept thinking, and he also suppressed his temper to read many ancient books, but he still couldn't understand anything. In fact, because he thought too deeply, he almost went berserk. The principles were hard to understand. This situation continued until one night, when he suddenly remembered a sentence. It was a sentence that resounded in his mind when he was cultivating the supreme sense: Tao is real, Tao is not fabricated. At that time, he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, so he threw it to the back of his mind. But now, because he couldn't understand the so-called principles, his mind was exhausted to the extreme, but Fang Xing somehow remembered this sentence. That's right, what are principles? Can they be eaten? Could it be that if he kept thinking about this yin and yang reversal and whatnot, he would understand this principle? F***ck off, no matter how he thought about it, he would become stupid. What could he understand? So, after thinking about this, Fang Xing threw away his broom and left in the middle of the night. He felt that he had been doing things wrong for the past month. Perhaps there were people who could use this method to understand Tao, but it wasn't suitable for him. To him, what he could see and touch was the truth. Gold and silver were the truth. Fine wine and beautiful women were the truth. It was just like the saying he heard when he was cultivating the response of the Supreme Being: Tao is real, Tao is not fabricated. What is real is the truth, and what exists is the truth. Those who treat empty words as the truth are simply fools, and they deserve to be cut with a knife. So, he didn't leave the myriad sieve manor to give up. He wanted to use his own method to find his own principles. And the way to search for it was. Feng Xing planned to sleep with a woman. He asked Daphne about the principles of yin and yang. The old monster chuckled and told Feng Xing that the most basic and simplest principle of yin and yang was the Tao of men and women. Men were yang and women were yin. The matters between men and women were yin and yang. If one wanted to understand the Tao of yin and yang, finding a woman to experience it was the most direct and simplest method. Feng Xing thought for a while and felt that the old monster's words made sense. Although Bai Qianzhang had told him to lock his essence before the age of 20 to avoid hurting his foundation, he couldn't care so much now that he was facing a major cultivation event. He had to understand the principles of yin and yang first. If he wanted to sleep with a woman, who should he sleep with? He didn't have a wife yet. He hadn't met any of the 10 wives that Bai Qianzhang had arranged for him. After thinking for a while, Feng Xing felt that Xianxia might as well make do. He didn't know if she would agree or not, so he decided to discuss it with her first. Where's Xianxia? Feng Xing went to the Mystic Sound Manor and asked the disciple who was guarding the manor. The disciple saw this bandit and recognized him, but he didn't think much of him. He replied coldly, Junior sister Xiao went to the Tao Enlightenment Manor to cultivate in seclusion. I'm afraid she won't come out until 3 days later. Come back then. Tell her to come and find me when she comes out. Feng Xing left behind a jade talisman. This jade talisman contained his spiritual power imprint, so it could be used to find him. The disciple of the Mystic Sound Manor took it and agreed coldly. Well, I have to wait for 3 more days. Feeling melancholic, Feng Xing didn't want to go back to the Myriad Net Manor to sweep the floor. Therefore, he rode on the spiritual boat and wandered in the big snow mountain. He flew in the air against the wind and snow, drinking and singing. However, the songs he sang were a bit of a killjoy. There's a widow named Little Flower in the village. She's pretty and has big breasts. When I go to knock on the door in the middle of the night, she chases me with a stick and beats me. Wandering aimlessly like this, he inadvertently arrived at a place. There was a volcano at the end of the world. It was so tall that it reached the clouds, and black smoke billowed from it. It looked very strange in this snowy big snow mountain. Excited, Feng Xing flew over on his spiritual boat and looked at the crater of the volcano. Inside the crater, he saw lava rolling slowly, and the scorching heat was so intense that it looked like a fire dragon was living under it. Above the volcano, a vast snowstorm fell with endless chilly air and engulfed the area. Standing at the crater of the volcano, Feng Xing happened to be in the middle of the snowstorm and the hot air of the volcano. The heat and the chilly air collided, and the volcano and the snowstorm merged. Feeling the scorching heat in front of him and the chilly air on his back, Feng Xing suddenly seemed to understand something. After a moment of contemplation, he put away the spiritual boat and descended slowly toward the crater of the volcano. Standing on the black rock by the edge of the crater, he could feel the horrifying heat of the lava under the volcano. He looked up at the sky and sensed the chilly air that contained all things in the endless snowstorm. Every drop of water turned into ice, and the vast world was a place where yin and yang were reversed. Feng Xing sat down and pondered for a long while. Then, he began to circulate his mystical technique. Pure and holy spiritual energy condensed in his left hand, while a vigorous baleful aura appeared in his right hand. These were also 2 completely different types of energy, like yin and yang, reverse yin and yang, great grindstone of heaven and earth. Feng Xing suddenly yelled and waved his hands as if he was activating the invisible great grindstone of heaven and earth. The murderous energy and spiritual energy, 2 completely different energies, were guided by his spiritual senses and moved in the void. Yang was above and yin was below. One was guiding the volcano, and the other was guiding the snowstorm. However, the 2 energies were connected by Feng Xing's spiritual senses, and they rotated slowly and approached each other. Boom! At the instant their strengths approached each other, an extremely terrifying energy exploded out and instantly went out of control, causing Feng Xing to suffer a backlash. His entire body was blasted flying like a kite that had its string cut, and he flew out 300 m before falling onto the ice and snow at the foot of the mountain. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Feng Xing's face turned pale. But at this moment, he was smiling. He was smiling in an extremely carefree and joyful manner. He suddenly realized that he understood the principle of the reversal of yin and yang that Wan Luo mentioned. The sky was yang, and the earth was yin. Yang was above and yin was below. And at the end of the great snow mountain, a volcano rose from the ground, pointing straight to the sky. The mountain spewed magma and was abnormally hot. Because of the unusual weather on the great snow mountain, wind and snow blew all year round, causing the yin and yang here to be reversed. It became an abnormal place where the earth was yang and the sky was yin. And as Fang Xing stood in this place where yin and yang were reversed, his thoughts flew. He did not force himself to cultivate again. Instead, he returned to the mouth of the volcano and set up the array. He sat cross-legged and meditated. The Tao was real, and the Tao was not illusory. If he wanted to understand the principle of the reversal of yin and yang, there was probably no more suitable place than this. The wind and snow covered the volcano, and the yin and yang of the world rotated. In this strange place, Fang Xing strangely calmed his temper and began to meditate like never before. Now, he only needed to understand the changes between yin and yang of the world, and he would have the principle to cultivate the yin-yang millstone. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, hour by day. He sat still like a black rock at the mouth of a volcano. This place was covered in dark clouds all year round. There were no stars or moon, but there were changes in light and darkness. But no matter how it changed, Fang Xing did not feel it. Just like this, the days passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. But in the distance, a little girl in red came. She was about 13 or 14 years old, and her face was as white as porcelain. She carried a long zither on her back and came on a silver shuttle. She carried a jade talisman in her hand, and from time to time, she would look around. She came directly to the mouth of the volcano and jumped off the silver shuttle. Brother Little Nine should be here. Why is he not here? The little girl muttered and raised her head to look around. Naturally, she was Xianxia. Because her cultivation progress had exceeded Elder Hu Qin's expectations, she was supposed to come out of seclusion 12 days ago, but she extended her seclusion to 5 days ago. She only came out of Tao Comprehension Courtyard 5 days ago. But the mysterious Sound Courtyard disciple that Fang Xing had asked to pass on the Jade Talisman did not take this matter to heart and did not remember to pass on the Jade Talisman. Later, Xianxia prepared to go to Wanluo Courtyard to visit Fang Xing. Seeing that Fang Xing had been gone for more than half a month, she panicked and wanted to find him. Only then did the disciple remember the bandit that had been looking for Xianxia half a month ago, and passed on the Jade Talisman. After receiving the Jade Talisman, Xianxia hurried over to search and arrived at this time. Not long after, Xianxia found a formation behind a black rock according to the reaction of the Jade Talisman. She knew that Fang Xing must be in the formation. Just as she was about to go over, she suddenly stopped and held her breath. She thought to herself, this is a formation to prevent others from disturbing him. Moreover, Brother Little Nine's aura is calm and his thoughts are restrained. He seems to be comprehending Tao. I cannot disturb him. Seeing this scene, Xianxia hurriedly withdrew her hand and even restrained her own aura. She was not old, but she had some experience. She knew the gravity of the situation and sat down patiently. Brother Little Nine must be looking for me for something important. I have to wait here for him to wake up. Of course, if she knew the reason why Fang Xing was looking for her, who knew if she would run away in fear? After sitting quietly for a day and a night, Fang Xing still did not wake up. Xianxia began to think, the ice-soul mysterious melody that Master taught me can calm the mind and help people to comprehend Tao. I have never played it for others. It's just right for Brother Little Nine to listen to. As she thought of this, she took down the dragon string zither and placed it across her knees. After pondering for half an hour, her slender fingers stroked the zither. The calm and stagnant sound of the zither sounded softly. It merged with the wind and snow and the sound of the magma surging under the volcano. It was like a thin thread that strung all the sounds between heaven and earth together. Gradually, there seemed to be a pattern of its own in this part of the world. The sky and the volcano were connected by the sound of the zither. The young man and the young woman were connected by threads of love. It was also at this time that Fang Xing, who was meditating and comprehending Tao, gradually understood his thoughts. A trace of a smile appeared on his calm face. In this strange environment, Feng Xing's thoughts suddenly became clear and he understood the principles of yin and yang. The wedge between heaven and earth, the link between yin and yang, was finally mended. The sound of the zither continued. Feng Xing, who had been meditating with his eyes closed for more than half a month, suddenly opened his eyes. He pointed one hand to the ground and the other to the sky. He shouted loudly, yin and yang reverse, then he put his hands together and made a grinding motion, great grinding mill of heaven and earth. Boom! At this time, his movements were mysterious and difficult to understand. It was very simple, but it seemed to contain some kind of general trend between heaven and earth. As his hands moved, the endless wind and snow in the sky and the terrifying magma in the volcano were attracted by him. The yin fell and the yang rose. The wind and snow gathered into a ball, and the magma leaped up like a ball. They met in midair and slowly rotated in the opposite direction, rolling like a giant millstone, with the intention of grinding everything in the world. The giant grindstone spun for a while. Then, Feng Xing laughed and retracted his divine art. The wind and snow suddenly dispersed, and the magma fell to the ground with a rumble. Sparks flew hundreds of feet high, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth would collapse. Feng Xing stood in front of the magma, laughing loudly. Even in the face of the great power of heaven and earth, Xianxia's expression did not change. She calmly played the zither. Because in front of the splashing magma and her, Feng Xing stood there, and she felt very safe. The wind and snow, the volcano, the slender young man with a strong aura, and the charming girl playing the zither. This scene was unusually beautiful, however, this scene was quickly destroyed by Feng Xing, who turned his head. When he saw Xianxia, he could not help but feel happy. He came over and said, "Girl, what are you playing? It's boring. Do you know how to play the 18 touches?" Xianxia was speechless. She looked at Feng Xing angrily. "Brother Xiaojiu, your aesthetic standards are really too low." Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, "It's because your standards are not good enough. Back in my hometown, there was a girl from the Coming Spring house who played the 18 touches. All the men on the 3 streets nearby ran to her building to listen. That was a good song." Xianxia was slightly stunned. "What kind of place is the Coming Spring house?" Feng Xing said, "It's a place for singing and playing the flute. Any one of them can play much better than you." Xianxia looked forward to it and said, "Is it a sacred place like the Ice Tune Palace? I'd like to see it if I have the chance." Feng Xing put his arm around her shoulder and sat down. He said, "If there's a chance, I'll take you around." Xianxia blushed as he hugged her shoulders. She mumbled, "What's the matter? Did you call me out for something?" Feng Xing said, "I wanted to discuss something with you." Xianxia smiled and said, "What do you want to discuss with me? Just say it." Feng Xing said, "That's what I was thinking too. But there's no need for that now. I've already understood the principles of yin and yang." Xianxia smiled and sat beside Feng Xing. Being embraced by him, her heart softened and she didn't want to think about anything. She didn't ask what it was or what the reason was. She just casually thought about it and casually said, "What spell did you use just now? It seemed really powerful. Even Elder Moi didn't seem to be able to compare to you." In her heart, she thought that brother Little Nai was really too handsome. Feng Xing said proudly, "That's right. It's a remarkable power that I've recently cultivated." Xianxia grunted and suddenly said, "By the way, brother Little Jiu, did the myriad sieve courtyard?" Speaking up to hear, she bit her lips and looked up at Feng Xing. It turned out that when she went to the Wanluo courtyard to inquire about information, she learned from Lin Xian that Feng Xing had already left the Wanluo courtyard. He even hinted to her that Feng Xing left because his aptitude wasn't good enough and was abandoned by the Wanluo old ancestor. Therefore, she was very anxious and wanted to discuss with him. No matter what, if she went to her master, she might be able to accept him into the mysterious sound courtyard. Feng Xing understood what she meant and laughed, "I've already successfully built my foundation. Why should I be afraid of him?" Xianxia was shocked. She faintly recalled that the yin-yang grindstone technique he used just now was not something that a spiritual movement realm could use. She hurriedly asked for details. Feng Xing naturally wouldn't answer her. He only said that the Wanluo old ancestor helped him increase his cultivation and gave him a foundation building pill. He made an agreement with him that he would only return after he had cultivated this remarkable power. Normally, when Xianxia saw Fangxing advancing so quickly, she would be a bit puzzled. However, after she became a disciple of the Huqin old ancestor, she used a jade talisman to transmit her voice to Xianxia, who was in the Bohai country. Xianxia thought that the Huqin old ancestor was asking, so he stuttered and made up a rather bizarre story for Fangxing. In Xiaoqiao's heart, Fangxing was the disciple of Xiaoxia's old friend. He carried a blood feud, and in order to avoid his enemies, he was arranged to do odd jobs in the 100 Beasts sect. In order to deceive others, he had many secrets. This time, he followed Xiaoqiao into the depths of the snowy mountain in order to find an opportunity. This explanation also explained some of Xiaoqiao's doubts. Brother Little Nine, what do you plan to do now? I've already understood this principle. Naturally, I have to cultivate this divine sense in one go. Well, I'll stay here with you. It's so cold, why would you accompany me? I just like to play the zither for you when you're cultivating. I want to play it for you for the rest of my life. Xiaoqiao, who had plucked up the courage to speak her mind through playing the zither, blushed to the ears. Fangxing heard her and laughed. This song is really something. It can help people communicate with heaven and earth. However, it's useless to listen to it when you're cultivating. If you can play it for me when I'm killing people, it'll definitely be like a divine help. Xiaoqiao looked at him and said, as long as you like it, I'll play it for you when you're killing people. Good girl. Fangxing patted Xiaoqiao's head and looked at her with some regret. He said, if only I could play the zither. After accompanying Fangxing for 3 days, Xiaoqiao returned to the Mystic Sound Academy. After all, her cultivation had reached a critical point and she still had many things to learn. However, Fangxing also realized that the little girl had received a great opportunity. Not to mention Long Xianjing, even the degree of concentration of her spiritual energy had reached an astonishing level. It was not much worse than his when he was at the spiritual movement state. It was obvious that after the incident at the Great Snow Mountain, the overall level of the prodigies in the Chu region had collectively risen by a level. With the rare Taiyin Meridian and the secret inheritance of 5 golden core cultivators, a large number of true prodigies had been created for the Chu region. Looks like I have to master this magical power as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to do business in the future. Fangxing thought to himself, then laughed and continued to practice the magical power of the millstone of yin and yang. The tormented souls had been subdued and the principles had been comprehended. All that was left was to cultivate. Time flew, and the stars moved. The entire Chu region, the entire Nanzhan, and even the 4 continents were surging with undercurrents. One day, 4 months later, chaotic stars appeared in the sky and disturbed the celestial bodies that had not changed for hundreds of years. The 4 continents were shocked and thrown into chaos. Countless cultivators who were proficient in the study of the celestial bodies and reclusive old monsters stared at the starry sky, trying to figure out the reason behind it. However, because the Great Snow Mountain was covered in dark clouds all year round, these ordinary disciples did not notice the first change. The second change, however, was discovered by them. Less than 3 days after the chaos, there was a sudden flash of thunder in the sky of the Chu region. A strange light appeared in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. In a place like the Great Snow Mountain, which was cold all year round, thunder rolled above the dark clouds. It was really strange. There was a rumor among the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain that there were experts fighting in the void to decide the direction of a major event. The final outcome was not something that people like them could understand, not even Foundation establishment cultivators. Not long after the second major event, the third major event finally came. In outer space, 9 profound coffins stood on a planet 10 million kilometers away, vaguely facing 9 different directions of the Tianyuan continent. They seemed to lock down the universe, yet they were also like 9 sharp swords, directly pointing at the 9 lifelines of the Tianyuan continent. Every single one of these 9 mysterious coffins was indescribably large. They were completely black, and even light couldn't be reflected from them. They seemed to be floating in the air, eternally unchanging. Of the 9 mysterious coffins, 1 was already open. The lid of the coffin was half open. Of the other 8, 7 were tightly shut. The last one had a small crack open, as if something had come out. The stars changed, as if they were driven by an invisible force, shifting to an unprecedented celestial body. This process had been going on for 49 days, and the changes had still not stopped. Only now did the last star arrive at its fixed position. Afterwards, an indescribably vast field of energy began to envelop it. One of the 9 coffins seemed to be pulled in by the field of energy, trembling slightly. The rumbling began to spread out, and a while later, the lid of the coffin moved to the side with a creak. Afterwards, streaks of dark light shot out like meteors. The streaks of dark light seemed to be alive, directly descending in a certain direction on the Tianyuan continent. It's here. At this very moment, a palace floated above the sea to the west of the Nanzhan continent. Within the palace, a violet-robed cultivator sat on a throne, and before him was a map. To no surprise, the map was a lifelike map of the Nanzhan continent. It rose and fell, and there were endless changes. If the map was enlarged endlessly, it would even be possible to see mortals and lively beasts living peacefully. At this very moment, a shadow had appeared in a certain region on the map, slowly disappearing from the map. The changes of the heavenly secrets have even obscured the mental map of the Nanzhan continent. The Xian coffins must be here. The violet-robed cultivator pointed at the shadow and called out, "Pass down the decrees." Several decrees immediately flew out from the palace, flying into the hands of the various organizations. They're here. In the spirited mountain temple that was surrounded by white clouds, a tall gray-robed monk was sitting cross-legged in the Buddhist hall. An embroidered Xianxia was placed in front of him. Impressively, the names of the various mountains and rivers in Nanzhan were engraved on the surface of the Xianxia. There was a white spiritual light rising from the Xianxia and tied to the gray-robed monk's forehead. Through the Xianxia, the gray-robed monk looked like a Buddha that overlooked the changes in Nanzhan. At this very moment, the light from one of the people on the Xianxia was suddenly severed by an invisible force, breaking away from his senses. The monk opened his eyes and let out a low sigh. He flew out of the main hall and flew to the peak of the spiritual mountain temple. There was a huge bell hanging there. The monk used both his arms to push the bell, striking it 9 times. The deep sound of the bell rang out from afar, slowly echoing in the surroundings, even spreading to the entire Nanzhan continent. Ordinary people could not hear the sound of the bell, but the perfected persons of the golden elixir realm could hear it. They came out of their seclusion, knowing that something big had happened. The entire Nanzhan continent was bustling with activity. Even the Dongxing Divine Continent, the Beilu Continent, and the Shihaox Continent were slightly alarmed. To the west of the Chu region, in a wild forest that formed a triangle with the Bohai Nation and the Kanglan Sea, there was a pile of ruins. The soil there was crimson red, and there were many wild mountains, but there were no mountains. All the mountains were dilapidated, as if they had been cut by knives and axes. Legend had it that this place was the place where the demons and the cultivators fought during the Demon Banishment War in Nanzhan. It was called the Ultimate Demon Ridge. This place was dyed red by the blood of the demons and the cultivators. It was full of murderous aura, and not even a blade of grass grew there. It was a famous place of death. There was not even a single plant, let alone a human being. Other than some zombies and demons that were reared by the sun and moon, there was no other sign of life. This lifeless environment had lasted for many years, but on this day, it ushered in a great change. The dark light from the sky was like a strange meteor shower, and it shrouded this place with a mysterious force field. In an instant, the ultimate demon ridge changed abruptly. Immortal trees and spiritual herbs, poisonous miasma, and insects, a paradise, a desolate valley, something big has happened. The old man from Huqin, who was inside the Great Snow Mountain, was the first to hear the bell from the spiritual mountain temple. He let out a long sigh and rushed out of the main hall. Almost at the same time, 4 beams of golden light shone in the direction of the other 5 academies. It was Old Monster Wan Luo, Chu Taisheng, Zhang Daoi, and Mu Longyin. They looked at each other and could see the excitement and nervousness in each other's hearts. Disciples of the Great Snow Mountain, obey the order. Quickly gather in front of the main hall. Chu Taisheng shouted. His voice was majestic, and he used the divine talisman to transmit his voice to the disciples of the 5 academies. Soon, countless figures rushed over from all over the Great Snow Mountain and landed in front of the main hall of the Great Snow Mountain. They all looked excited. Could it be that the great opportunity has arrived? The 5 patriarchs are all here, it must be something big. The peerless opportunity has finally arrived. Today is the day to soar into the sky. All the disciples were extremely excited, and they could not suppress the hot blood in their hearts. Before long, the disciples of the Wanluo clan, the Mystic Sound clan, the Imperial Dao clan, the Valley of the Ghost God, and the Sword Washing clan had gathered in front of the main hall. 5 huge spiritual boats had been docked, and 8 geniuses led by the first disciple of each clan were also lined up in front of the main hall. The disciples in front of the group were Crown Prince Chu Huang, Xiao Shui, Yi Guin, Ho Guimen, and Leng Xian. The heavenly coffin descending mystic technique, the peerless opportunity, is here. Chu Taisheng, who was dressed in a yellow robe, waved his hand and threw out dozens of jade talismans. He said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Chu region, listen up. The great opportunity that we have told you about has arrived. This opportunity is extremely rare, and it is hard to come by in 100 lifetimes. If you can get your hands on it, you will be able to soar into the sky with a single step. Your achievements in the future will surpass us, and even surpass the previous generations of the Chu region. It is only a matter of time before you can get your hands on it, but whether you can get your hands on it depends on your own abilities. The cause and effect of this matter are recorded in the jade talismans. You can carefully comprehend it along the way. However, the opportunity is fleeting, and you can only fight for it. There is no time to say more. Prepare to depart." "Yes, Patriarch." All the geniuses received a jade talisman, and their eyes lit up. Chu Taisheng turned to look at Hu Qin and the others, and said in a deep voice, "There is no time to lose. It is time to set off with the juniors." Elder Hu Qin nodded and said, "The protectors are already waiting outside the Great Snow Mountain." Zhang Daoi smiled and said, "I've taught them what I should and said what I should. The rest is up to them." Mu Longyin laughed and said, "Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this. What else is there to say?" These people were full of smiles, and they looked carefree. Old Freak Wanluo, on the other hand, looked into the distance worriedly. At the end of the horizon, he did not see the figure that he expected. He wanted to use his divine ability to ask, but he hesitated. In the end, Wanluo let out a long sigh and thought to himself, even this old man needed at least a year to cultivate this technique. But now, this brat has only cultivated it for less than 4 months. 2 months ago, he was still sweeping the floor of the Wanluo manor. How can he possibly cultivate it now? But with this kid's temperament, if I asked him, he would definitely want to go with me regardless of whether he has cultivated the divine ability or not. But since he has not cultivated the divine ability, he will die if he goes there. It is not easy for him to form the Golden Tao Foundation, and his future is limitless. He must have been cultivated by that fellow cultivator who lives in seclusion in the Blue Cloud sect. Why should I destroy him? At this thought, he waved his sleeves and shouted, "Let's go." 5 huge spiritual boats rose into the sky and dashed toward the southwest. Instantly, the big snow mountain returned to its usual tranquility. There is a widow in the village named Little Flower. She is beautiful and has big breasts. When there is no one around, I will go and knock on the door. Damn, where is she? 6 hours later, Fang Xing hummed a tune and arrived at Wanluo Manor on a black cloud. Just as he was about to yell at old monster Wanluo, "You thought it would take at least a year to cultivate this divine ability, but I managed to do it in less than 4 months." However, when he saw the empty myriad Civ Manor, he subconsciously rubbed his eyes and stared blankly. The wind whimpered and swept through the empty hall. In the huge Great Snow Mountain, he did not know when, but he was the only one left. A bad feeling arose in his heart. He hurriedly flew into the air and searched the Wanluo courtyard, the mysterious Sound courtyard, the Sword Washing courtyard, the Valley of the Gods, and even the Imperial Dao courtyard and the Dao Enlightenment courtyard, but there was no trace of anyone. Fang Xing suddenly became anxious. He landed in front of the main hall of the Great Snow Mountain and angrily cursed, "Wanluo, you old bastard, you said it would take a year to cultivate this magical power, but I said it would only take half a year. Now it has not even been half a year and you actually abandoned me and ran away with them. This is too much." His exasperated voice resounded in front of the main hall of the Great Snow Mountain, but there was no response except for the sound of the wind. He took out the communication jade talisman and saw that the jade talisman was dim. This kind of communication magic tool could only communicate with each other for a distance of 100 miles at most. Moreover, old monster Wan Luo and the others had left for a long time, so it was even more impossible to contact them. "Little devil, why are you shouting here?" A faint voice sounded, and an old servant walked out from the side hall. It was the old man who was once responsible for guarding the scripture cave. He was still holding a few jade scrolls in his hand. He was responsible for destroying these secret techniques after the people of the Great Snow Mountain left. The secret techniques of the Great Snow Mountain could not be easily leaked. Since the disciples had ended their cultivation here, the secret techniques had to be destroyed. "Old man, where did they go?" Fang Xing finally found a person and hurriedly rushed over to him. The old man leisurely washed the jade scrolls with a special secret technique and said lightly, "Naturally they went to look for opportunities." Fang Xing became even more anxious. "Where to look for opportunities?" The old man looked at Fang Xing in surprise and said, "You are also a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. You should have gone directly to the land of opportunity. Why are you asking me where the opportunity is?" "Alas, it's too late to tell you now. Master didn't tell me the exact location of the opportunity, but he mentioned it by accident that it's in the west of the Bohai Nation and the south of the Chu territory. It's thousands of kilometers away from here. You didn't catch the spiritual boat from the Big Snow Mountain. By the time you get there, the opportunity would have been gone. Damn it, I must rush over there." As soon as Fang Xing thought of the event where the 5 Jindan stage cultivators treated him seriously and he couldn't participate in it, he anxiously ran around in circles. He secretly cursed in his heart, then he rode a black cloud and flew straight out of the Great Snow Mountain. Needless to say, he was anxious. If the fortune was to the west of Bohai Nation, then it was millions of miles away from the Ice Sound Palace. Back then, he had taken the 100 Beast Sect's spiritual boat to get there, and it had taken him more than half a month to get there. Now that he had a flying spiritual artifact, even if he flew without rest, how could he get there in time? As the old man said, it would be too late for him to get there. He rushed out of the valley and began to think if he should go to the Ice Sound Palace and get an ultimate flying spiritual artifact, but at this time, he faintly heard a shout coming from the northwest direction. The sharp and thin voice was somewhat familiar. His heart slightly moved, and he turned around and flew over. After flying for 3 or 4 miles, he saw a flash of lightning flying rapidly in front of him. In the lightning, there was a purple-gold carriage, and not far behind the carriage, there were 4 figures, 1 red and 3 black, chasing. "Your Highness, stop now, or don't blame me for being rude." The 1 red and 3 black figures were the servants of the Chu royal court. They were all at the Foundation establishment realm, and they were chasing on a cloud. In the purple-gold carriage, an anxious voice shouted, "I also want to go to the Demon Ridge. My royal brother is going, and so are the other disciples of the Big Snow Mountain. Why must I stay? Don't worry about me, I want to go to the Demon Ridge myself." The servant in red behind shouted, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince ordered that you can't accept that opportunity because you didn't get the inheritance of the Dragon Zither. He ordered me to bring you back to the royal court. Please don't make it difficult for me, I don't care. I must go to the Demon Ridge. Don't stop me, or I'll cut off your heads when I get back." In a few words, Fang Xing understood the whole story, but he was stunned. It turned out that he was not the only one who was left behind. Princess Xianxia was also left behind because she didn't get the inheritance of the Dragon Zither. This girl had the same idea as him. She also wanted to go to the place where the opportunity was, so she escaped from the hands of the servants who were escorting her back to the Chu royal court. "Hee hee, girl, you'd better give this magic weapon to me." Fang Xing smiled proudly, thinking that this girl really came to give him a treasure. He raised the all-spirit flag and swooped down. "Your Highness, please forgive me for being rude." The red-robed servant's cultivation level was at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Despite using all his spiritual power, he was still unable to catch up to the purple-gold carriage. Instead, the distance between them and the carriage seemed to be increasing. He began to panic. Although he knew that if he forced the carriage to stop, Princess Xianxia, who was inside, might be injured. If she escaped just like that, what awaited him would not be as simple as being punished. "Hell Iron Chain, quick!" The servant in red couldn't care about anything else. With a fierce roar, he waved his hand and threw out a black chain. At this time, the distance between him and the carriage had been pulled from 300 feet to nearly 300 feet. But when the iron chain left his hand, it kept growing longer. Like a black poisonous snake, it was thrown to the back of the purple-gold carriage like lightning. Like a snake, it reached out to the wheel and firmly wrapped around it. The purple-gold carriage was pulled by a huge force. It suddenly stopped with a bang and almost overturned. "Your Highness, are you okay?" The servant in red was also worried and rushed over desperately, wanting to see if Xianxia in the carriage was injured. Robbery. However, before he could get within 500 feet of the carriage, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the side. With a loud shout and a wave of his palm, the iron chains that were entangled around the carriage wheels were scattered. Then, he dived headfirst into the carriage. With a paw sound, Princess Xianxia, who seemed to be a little dizzy, was thrown out. Half of her body fell into the snow pit, her long legs swaying nonstop like a radish. "Your butt, this young master wants your carriage. You should go home, haha." Feng Xing laughed and used the attraction technique to lift the carriage into the air. Then, he poured his spiritual power into Fa Yuan and was about to move the carriage forward. But at this time, he was slightly startled because there was no reaction from the spiritual power he poured into the carriage. Where did this traitor come from? He dares to disrespect Her Highness? He deserves to die 10,000 times. The servant in red who had just caught up was shocked when he saw this scene. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted, but he did not care about Feng Xing in the air and rushed to Xi's side to check on her injuries. He carefully pulled out Princess Xianxia, who had half fallen into the snow, only to see that her forehead was bleeding. But she, who was originally dizzy from the collision, was awakened by the cold air in the snow. She had already recognized from the laughter that the person who robbed her carriage was Feng Xing. In addition to the fact that she had been thrown into the snow in such an embarrassing manner, she was extremely angry and shouted, "Feng Xiaojiu, I'm going to kill you." At this time, Feng Xing stuck his head out from the carriage and shouted, "Your butt, why isn't the carriage moving? What an evil thief. How can the things of the Chu royal court be controlled by your lowly bloodline? I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces." The servant in red saw that Xi's injuries were not serious and was slightly relieved. He waved the Einhell metal lock and swept it towards the carriage. Only the golden tortoise bloodline can activate it? Feng Xing got out of the carriage and waved his hand to push the Einhell metal lock to the side. He looked at Princess Xianxia who was lying in the snow. "How dare you, traitor? You're courting death." The red-clothed servant was infuriated to the extreme when he was ignored by Feng Xing. He shouted loudly and the baleful qi on his body surged violently, transforming into two invisible large hands that grabbed at Feng Xing. From the looks of it, he wished for nothing more than to tear Feng Xing into two halves. At this moment, the three black-clothed servants who had just arrived let out muffled shouts as well. They either executed techniques or used magic tools to attack Feng Xing from 3 directions. He won't be killed directly, right? At this moment, Xi's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Although she hated Feng Xing to the core, she was not someone who liked to kill. The servant in red was an expert of the 4th tier of Foundation establishment, and the 3 servants in black were also of the 2nd or 3rd tier of Foundation establishment. They had specially come from the Chu royal court to bring her back to the palace. Their cultivation was already considered top-notch among the servants of the Chu royal court. How could Feng Xiaojiu, who looked like he was only in the early stages of Foundation establishment, withstand the combined attack of the 4 of them? However, just when she thought that Feng Xiaojiu was about to be beaten into a pile of minced meat, she suddenly saw the little ghost laugh coldly. His hands moved up and down as if he was pushing a mill. At the same time, there was a ray of golden light and a ray of black light. Occasionally, a powerful force was released. Xianxia could not help but close her eyes. She did not dare to look directly at it, but she could only hear the screams in her ears. After a moment, when she opened her eyes again, she was shocked to see that the servant in red had already been sent flying more than 100 feet away, his body twitching, while the 3 servants in black had been sent flying to the snow slope 300 feet away. Fresh blood was splattered all over the ground. On the ground nearby, there were a few pieces of broken blue plates and a twisted iron chain. These were the magic weapons that the servants used. And that detestable Feng Xiaojiu was standing in front of her with his arms crossed, looking at her with a strange expression. What do you want to do? Chu Xi shouted in fright. For a moment, she was intimidated by Feng Xing's fierceness. You've been kidnapped, Feng Xing chuckled and released the immortal constricting rope, tying Chu Xi up. Traitor, you dare, kidnap the princess? The 4 servants who were injured but not dead were terrified. He actually wanted to kidnap Princess Chu Xi. Did this traitor eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Feng Xing first threw Chu Xi, who was in a daze, into the carriage. Then, he collected the storage pouches of the 4 servants. The chain on the ground was quite useful, so he put it away as well. When he took out the 1,000-spirit flag and was about to wave it, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he quickly went to the side of the red-robed servant. With a whoosh, he raised his flying sword and pointed it at the red-robed servant. What are you doing? Although the servant in red was sent flying by Feng Xing, he did not die. He was immediately scared out of his wits, and he screamed with a pale face. Feng Xiaojiu, you are not allowed to kill. Chu Xi also poked her head out of the carriage and shouted at Feng Xing. Hee. Feng Xing smiled slyly and ignored her. The flying sword turned rapidly, and a silver light streaked across the air. With a chi sound, the servant in red closed his eyes. However, after waiting for a long time in despair, he did not die. Instead, he felt a chill in his crotch. Haha, so there really isn't. Feng Xing looked down at the servant in red, and his curiosity was finally satisfied. He laughed and glared at the servant in red. He put away the 1,000-spirit flag and cursed, stupid eunuch, consider yourself lucky. I won't feed you to the old evil for now. After that, he turned around and got into the carriage. He still needed to rely on this girl to drive the carriage. 4 lives were already giving her face. Moreover, the old evil was somewhat resistant to eating this thing. Raise your buttocks and drive the carriage. Feng Xing crossed his legs and lay down in the carriage. He rubbed himself comfortably and ordered Chu Xi. No. Chu Xi hated him to the core. He wanted her to drive the carriage, but she refused, even if they were going to the same place. Hey, do you believe that I won't go and kill those 4 damn eunuchs? Feng Xing glared at her. He had given her face, but this girl was still angry. If you dare to kill people indiscriminately, I will commit suicide. Without me, let's see how you will drive the purple thunder chariot. Chu Xi said angrily. From the looks of it, she seemed to want to negotiate with Feng Xing. You dare threaten me? Feng Xing suddenly pointed his finger and sealed Chu Xi's meridians. You won't understand if I say something nice, so I'll say something that you can understand. What are you doing? Chu Xi shouted nervously. Take off all your clothes, don't. Bastard, can you drive? Yes, then let's set off quickly. First, release my restriction. Give me back my clothes, I'll give you some tattered clothes. Just take it that I like it. You're a bastard, a complete bastard. If you're not obedient, I will still take off your clothes. The purple thunder chariot finally set off smoothly. It flew into the sky like a lightning bolt. This was a supreme-grade flying artifact. Its speed was many times faster than the spiritual boat that Feng Xing took when he came from the 100 Beast sect. Moreover, with enough spirit stones, it could teleport once every 6 hours, which was enough to travel 10,000 miles in an instant. It was much more powerful than ordinary artifacts. It was also at this moment that Feng Xing noticed that the carriage was actually extraordinarily spacious. There was a fox fur coat, a carved couch, a purple table, jade cups, fine wine, spirit pills, and delicacies. This caused Feng Xing to be overjoyed. He lay down on the fox fur coat, the jade cup in his left hand filled with fine wine, and his right hand held a rank 7 wild boar demonic beast leg smoked with pearwood. He drank a mouthful of wine and nibbled on the meat. This purple thunder chariot was a supreme-grade flying artifact. It didn't need Chu Xi to drive it all the time. In fact, as long as she was in the chariot, this artifact could be operated. However, if she or other people of the Chu royal family were not in the chariot, it couldn't be operated normally. This was a custom-made artifact that was designed to protect the noble bloodline of the Chu royal family. How long will it take for us to get there? Fang Xing asked Chu Xi, who was sitting at the front of the chariot angrily. I don't know. I'll beat you, 3 days. Oh, when will those old men arrive? I don't know. I'll definitely beat you, Don't come over. They will use their supernatural powers and teleport many times. They will arrive in a day. Fang Xing's ears hurt from Chu Xi's scream. He picked his ears and sat back, asking angrily, can't you talk nicely? Chu Xi said angrily, I can't talk nicely when I'm talking to you. Fang Xing sighed and said, how can you blame me for your bad temper? Chu Xi was speechless. She was the dignified Princess Chu Xi of the Chu royal family. In the eyes of everyone, she was dignified, generous, and gentle. Not to mention the 7 small countries around, even the royal families of the 4 big countries, including Nanzhan, Northern Desert, Western Qin, and Southern Shang, had sent messengers to propose to the royal family a long time ago. Which one of them didn't dream of marrying her, who had the image of a motherly model of the world? It was just that her royal brother had suppressed it. However, when it came to Fang Xing, who was so quiet and gentle, it was hard for her not to get angry. This bastard didn't find the reason from himself, but blamed her bad temper. Chu Xi simply ignored him and sat on the side, sulking. Fang Xing was too lazy to pay attention to her. There was wine and meat, and he needed time to cultivate. Who would pay attention to this bad-tempered woman? Finally, it was Chu Xi who couldn't stand it anymore. She asked Fang Xing, when did you succeed in Juji phase? Fang Xing rolled his eyes at her and said, what does it have to do with you? His words made Chu Xi so angry that she didn't want to talk to him. After a long silence, she asked again, how did you defeat those 4 servants? Fang Xing smiled proudly and said, that's the supernatural power that I cultivated. How about it? Isn't it just some powerful magic tool? Why are you still boasting about your supernatural power? Although what Fang Xing said was the truth, when Chu Xi saw his relaxed expression, she thought that he was lying. She then remembered the private discussion between her royal brother and elder ancestor. They both thought that this servant of the 100 Beasts sect was looking for opportunities. He hid his true strength and sneaked into the Great Snow Mountain. His real cultivation level shouldn't be very high, but he most likely had some powerful magic tool in his hands. Chu Xi believed in her royal brother and elder ancestor's judgment. At this time, it was very hard to believe that Fang Xing had the ability to defeat 4 servants with a supernatural power. Naturally, she concluded that it was the magic tool that her royal brother and elder ancestor speculated. She was somewhat disdainful. Haha, it doesn't matter what I rely on. In any case, this young master is very powerful. Sooner or later, I will get rid of your brother. Fang Xing was publicizing his ambitions in front of Chu Xi in an aboveboard manner. However, Chu Xi didn't seem to be worried. She rolled her eyes and said, stop dreaming. Do you think you can defeat my royal brother with a magic tool? Take care of yourself. You've already built your foundation. Even if you have a powerful magic tool, you may not be able to protect yourself in this opportunity. Huh? What do you mean? Fang Xing was stunned. He thought that there was a hidden meaning in this girl's words. Why did it seem like it was harder for him to protect himself after building his foundation? In the bottom of Chu Xi's heart, she still vaguely thought that Fang Xing broke through at the last minute. In addition, she was bullied by this bastard. Thus, she purposely scared Fang Xing and said, don't you know? The opportunity this time is not just about strength. The spiritual movement realm has its own opportunity. The foundation establishment realm has its own opportunity. In other words, only the cultivators with extraordinary strength and performance in each realm can obtain the opportunity. If you haven't broken through, you still have the strength to compete with others in the spiritual movement realm. However, if you break through at the last minute, you will lose all your advantages in front of the foundation establishment realm experts. It's no wonder that elder ancestor Wan Luo didn't bring you along. There's such a thing? Fang Xing finally understood why there were foundation establishment realm and spiritual movement realm heaven's favorites in the snowy mountain. If he wanted to increase his strength, wouldn't it be better to directly increase his cultivation by 1 realm? Only now did he understand that there was such a saying. Then what's the matter with He Guin and Ho Guimen? Fangxing suddenly thought of these two people. They also broke through at the last minute in the snowy mountain. Chu Xi looked at Fangxing with disdain and said, "How can you compare to them? Sister Yi and senior brother Ho are both extremely talented. They have accumulated enough heaven's favorites in the spiritual movement stage. Now that their cultivation has increased, they can at least form a flawless Tao foundation. Moreover, both of them have their own specialties. After entering the mysterious coffin barrier with my brother, they can be of great help and obtain the opportunity to build their foundation together. TCH, extremely talented my ass. One of them has been stripped by me, the other has been knocked unconscious by me," Fangxing muttered. He was dismissive of Chu Xi's words. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "How do you know?" All along, although old monster Wan Luo did not tell him exactly what this opportunity was, he once mentioned that this opportunity was the biggest secret in the cultivation world. Even he could not explain it clearly. For normal disciples, it was even more impossible for them to know anything. That girl Chu Xi was basically left behind and was not planned to be brought over. How did she know so much? Seeing that Fangxing was asking her so curiously, Chu Xi did not want to talk about it anymore. She turned her head and said, "I don't want to tell you." Fangxing did not say anything. His eyes stared straight at her clothes. Chu Xi felt a chill in her heart. She covered her chest with both hands and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Fangxing said, "I suddenly don't like your clothes." Scared and angry, Chu Xi scolded, "Can you not be so shameless? If you touch my clothes again, I'll fight you to the death." Fangxing said, "Who asked this move to be the most effective?" Chu Xi was speechless. She knew that this little rascal would really hit her. She had no choice but to answer honestly, "What's so strange about it?" The news about this great opportunity was first spread to the various forces by the spiritual mountain temple. A few years ago, the Chu royal court received a copy. Elder ancestor and my brother also discussed it. They did not hide it from me. I heard some of it when I was around them, so naturally I knew. Fangxing listened and suddenly became excited. He looked at Chu Xi threateningly and said, "Tell me everything you know." Chu Xi said, Fangxing said, "If you don't tell me, I'll tear off your clothes." Chu Xi was so angry that she jumped up and hit her head. She was in pain and anxiousness. She covered her head with one hand and tears welled up in her eyes. She put her other hand on her waist and was about to cry. She said angrily to Fangxing, "You bastard, how dare you bully me? I'm warning you, if you touch my clothes again, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. You can fly to Enchanting Demon Ridge yourself." Seeing that Chu Xi was about to cry, Fangxing's anger subsided a little. He lowered his head and did not look at her. He muttered, "You hit your head and you blame me? You kill yourself at the drop of a hat. Can you not be so bad-tempered?" Chu Xi. After a long time, Chu Xi tried hard to calm herself down and said seriously, "Fang Xiaojiu, I want to discuss a few conditions with you. If you agree, I will tell you everything I know. I will also cooperate with you on the way to the magnificent Demon Ridge. This is good for both of us. After all, we have the same goal. But if you don't agree, I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." Fangxing rubbed his forehead helplessly when he saw how serious she was about to discuss the conditions. "All right, tell me about it," he said. Chu Xi covered her head and sat down again. She put her hands on her waist and said seriously, "First, you can't touch my clothes again?" Fangxing said, "Then what if you touch me?" Chu Xi snorted and said, "I won't touch you." Fangxing sighed and said, "Then what about the second condition?" Chu Xi said, "I wasn't kidnapped by you. We are only cooperating. If there's anything, we can discuss it." Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "Anything else?" Chu Xi suddenly became angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "Forever and ever, don't call me Perky Butt again." Fangxing laughed heartily and said, "All right, Big Butt. I'll fight it out with you." The gentle and graceful Chu Xi suddenly raised her eyebrows and pounced on Fangxing like a female leopard. She straddled Fangxing, who was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth under her. Gritting her teeth, she raised her two pink fists and rained them down. In the end, the three rules worked. Xianxia, who had pounced forward to fight Fang Xing, had two more bumps on her head. Xianxia realized that fighting with this bastard was definitely not a good idea. Therefore, she began to reason with Fang Xing, who urgently needed to understand what he was looking for, did not have much time to waste with this girl. He had no choice but to agree. Of course, no one knew what she was thinking. Only a silly girl would discuss conditions with a bandit. This opportunity is related to the 9 coffins in the sky. The 9 coffins in the sky? What do you mean? The 9 coffins in the sky. Nonsense, how can there be coffins in the sky? If I say there is, then there is. Do you still want to listen? Alright, continue. There are coffins in the sky? How unlucky. You, humph, don't interrupt again. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Alright, continue. You have a bad temper. Xianxia was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itching, but she still controlled her temper and continued. The older generation of cultivators say that there were 9 mysterious coffins in the sky above our Tianyuan continent. No one knows when they appeared or where they came from. Since 1,000 years ago, when they were discovered and opened, they have been floating for who knows how many years, just like the stars in the sky. For so many years, who knows how many cultivators have tried to uncover their secrets, but they have all failed. These 9 mysterious coffins possess a very strong power, and cannot be explored. Until 700 years ago, when one of the mysterious coffins was opened. Light fell from inside and landed in a place north of the Dongxing divine continent. However, this secret is too shocking, so not many people in the cultivation world know about it. The mysterious coffin was opened? Fang Xing muttered in his heart, vaguely thinking of something. Xianxia nodded her head and said, that was the first time the Xian coffin was opened. Only a few major powers knew about it, and only they sent people to explore. Outsiders did not know the results of their exploration. They only knew that it triggered a catastrophe in the Dongxing divine continent. Countless experts, aristocratic families, and sects fell, and there were also countless new experts and aristocratic families that rose after that catastrophe. Many years after that, news started to faintly spread out. Supposedly, countless cultivation techniques, secret medicines, pill formulas, and even divine weapons and immortal artifacts appeared in the land of light where the mysterious coffin descended. Simply speaking, it was a great fortune that descended from the heavens. Even the most formidable clans of the ancient Tao and hallowed grounds would be unable to remain unmoved, and they wouldn't hesitate to fight for it and cause chaos. Fang Xing suddenly slapped his head. This action gave Xianxia a fright, and she said, "What's wrong with you?" Fang Xing said, "It's nothing. You can continue." Xianxia looked at him strangely and said, "Come to think of it, that was the first time the mysterious coffin was opened." Although the major sects and ancient families of the Dongxing divine continent tried their best to keep the news under wraps, but after hundreds of years, some news still leaked out. What we know is from this news. Some of the rules and taboos regarding the opportunities of the mysterious coffin are also from here. At this point, Xianxia looked at Fang Xing and said, "From the previous opening of the mysterious coffin, and the opportunities that descended, the mysterious coffin's opportunities are not something that anyone can obtain. It seems to have its own strict rules. Although there are countless secret manuals, mysterious pill recipes, divine weapons, and immortal treasures, but not everyone can obtain them with their strength. Some of the factors are luck rather than cultivation." That year in the Dongxing divine continent, the first batch to enter the Xian coffin forbidden ground were mostly old monsters who had reclusive backgrounds. However, this group of people suffered heavy casualties. Most of them were injured by the restrictions of the Xian coffin, and thus fell. However, the major families of the Dongxing divine continent were not willing to give up just like that. Instead, they sent many more people in. After many tests, they discovered that for the Xian coffin, bone age was the most important measurement. After some young cultivators with astonishing cultivation entered, they easily obtained the precious secret manuals. As for some old monsters with astonishing cultivation who were too old, they were restrained at every step. Not only did they not obtain anything, but many of them died. It was also because of this that when the Lingshan temple sent news that the Xian coffin was about to open for the second time, the Great Snow Mountain made this preparation. Fang Xing's eyes turned cold and said, "The Lingshan temple can know the time of the Xian coffin's opening in advance?" Chu Xi shook her head and said, "I don't know about that. However, according to my brother and the old ancestor's speculation, the time and location of the Xian coffin's opening can be roughly estimated from the stars. However, the specific time and location is difficult to predict. We can only make preparations in advance and rush over at the first moment when the mysterious coffin's opportunities descend. We strive to enter the coffin as soon as possible and search for the opportunities. No wonder that old bastard Wan Luo didn't wait for me and ran away with his people." Fang Xing secretly nodded his head and said worriedly, "We won't lose anything if we go there, right?" Chu Xi laughed and said, "That won't be the case. It is said that the Dongxing divine continent spent a full 3 years to obtain the opportunity of the first mysterious coffin, and it still hasn't been obtained completely. Until now, that opportunity is still there. It is just that it has been sealed by a few major forces of the Dongxing divine continent, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach it. The opportunity of the second mysterious coffin is definitely not something that can be obtained in a short period of time." Fang Xing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, my treasures won't be completely snatched away by them." Chu Xi rolled her eyes at him and said, "Since when did I become your treasure?" Fang Xing said, "Since I heard that there are treasures there." After asking a few more questions in detail, many of the doubts in Fang Xing's heart were dispelled. However, even more new doubts appeared. According to these doubts, Fang Xing divided them into those that he could find the answer to and those that he threw to one side and ignored. If he wanted to find the answer, it was very simple. Was there really a lot of opportunities in the mysterious coffin? When the first mysterious coffin fell, there were many opportunities. However, would the second mysterious coffin be the same as the first one? There was another question. Were the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror and Decapitation illustration that he had obtained previously related to the first mysterious coffin? He still vaguely remembered that Bai Qianzhong had once called the decapitation illustration the mysterious coffin decapitation illustration. What did that mean? And Xiao Jiaming had once said that the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror was a unique treasure of the mysterious coffin. Was it also related to the mysterious coffin? If these things had all come out from the first mysterious coffin, then there seemed to be quite a lot of good things in this mysterious coffin. As for the doubts that he did not want to think about, it was even simpler. For example, what the hell was this mysterious coffin? This was a question that even the remaining old monsters in the world could not figure out, so why was he thinking about it? After thinking about it over and over again, all the questions in Fang Xing's heart boiled down to one question. There were treasures there, King snatched them. After thinking about this, Fang Xing yawned continuously. He wanted to sleep, but when he turned his head, he saw that Chu Xi had unknowingly fallen asleep leaning against the jade couch. This Chu Xi's little princess was really inexperienced. She could even sleep beside a handsome man like him. Fang Xing smiled helplessly. Seeing that there was only a fox fur coat in the carriage, he hesitated for a moment, then covered himself with it and fell asleep. The purple thunder carriage, which was powered by spirit stones, rapidly but silently swept through the air. It was steady and quiet. Fang Xing closed his eyes for a while and felt that he could not fall asleep, so he leaned against Chu Xi. He used half of the fox fur coat to cover her body and continued to sleep. The night sky was cold. Even for cultivators, if they wanted to meditate or sleep, they would still need something to cover their bodies. In any case, he was in the foundation establishment stage, but this girl was only in the spiritual realm. It would not be good if she froze to death. When she woke up the next day, Chu Xi looked at the fox fur coat wrapped around her body. The hatred in her eyes when she looked at Fang Xing had lessened by a lot. She lightly snorted and said, "I didn't expect a little bandit like you to know how to take care of people. You know to let me have a fox fur coat." Fang Xing's face darkened, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "Do you know that you like to roll up in your quilt in the middle of the night?" He secretly swore in his heart that he would never be a good person again. Half of the fox fur coat had been rolled up by this girl, causing him to freeze in the middle of the night. When he woke up, he wanted to strangle this girl to death, but she felt that she was showing off her style. Along the way, it was noisy and bumpy. Fortunately, they gradually approached the area of the extreme demon ridge. Along the way, they encountered more and more cultivators. Some rode on magic boats, some rode on spirit beasts, and some rode on clouds. There were even some spiritual movement realm cultivators who rode on horses or flying swords on the ground. They were either alone or in groups of 3 to 5 as they headed towards the direction of the extreme demon ridge. Naturally, not all of these cultivators received a message from the spiritual mountain temple to know about the fortuitous opportunity. Many of them felt the strangeness of the extreme demon ridge and came to investigate. There were also some who heard a few words from some influential families and sections. Thus, they gathered their courage and came to try their luck. As time passed, there would be more and more people like this. At this moment, time was still short. Those who rushed over were only cultivators who were near the extreme demon ridge. At midnight of the third day, the purple thunder carriage finally approached the direction of the extreme demon ridge. From the sky, they could already see the constantly flashing spiritual light in the distance. Even the air was filled with abundant spiritual energy. It made people feel as if their body was filled with spiritual energy with every breath. This made Fang Xing and Chu Xi even more surprised. They stood in front of the window and looked outside. Is that where the fortuitous opportunity is? Chu Xi sighed softly. Her eyes were filled with fascination. I'm afraid that it covers more than 3,000 miles of land. Fang Xing looked at the flashing spiritual light at the end of the sky and said in a somewhat dumbfounded manner. He originally thought that the fortuitous opportunity would be a cave or a mountain. However, he did not expect that the area covered by the spiritual light was already extremely vast from the distance. Who knew how big it would be when they got closer? If the area covered by the spiritual light was where the fortuitous opportunity was, then this mysterious coffin's land of fortuitous opportunity was probably the size of a city with millions of people living in it. Just as the two of them were sighing, they suddenly felt the purple thunder chariot tremble. The wind elemental spell formation that they were riding on actually lost its ability to hover in the air for a moment. Due to the inertia, the chariot flew forward for over 1,000 feet. Then, the front of the chariot faced downward and fell to the ground. The two of them were shocked. Princess Chu Xi almost bumped her head against the carriage. Fortunately, Fang Xing caught her in midair and saved her from this disaster. Fang Xing shouted, "Not good, this spiritual energy has the ability to restrict flying. Flying artifacts can't be used, let's go down." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and lifted Chu Xi up. The golden wings on his back flashed, and he spun around like hundreds of flying swords. With a cracking sound, the carriage was already cut into pieces. He rushed out from the rapidly descending purple thunder carriage and used the power of the golden wings to fly in midair. It was also at this moment that he realized that the spiritual light that enveloped the land of the profound coffin was also an extremely powerful restriction. He could already feel an abundance of spiritual energy in this place, which meant that he had already entered the range of the restriction. Even though he had the ability of the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, he was still unable to see through the restriction in this place. Thus, he quietly fell into the trap. Within the shroud of this restriction, he actually couldn't use this kind of floating artifact. Instead, his 108,000 swords were transformed from the secret technique of the Ping clan. They could almost be considered real wings, so he could ride the wind and fly in the air. However, these wings that were transformed from spiritual energy consumed a lot of spiritual energy and couldn't be used continuously. Cloud riding technique, Fang Xing shouted in a low voice. With a point of his finger, a black cloud quickly condensed in front of him. However, there seemed to be an invisible power interfering. The cloud that could normally be condensed with a wave of his hand was unexpectedly unable to take shape for a long time. Fang Xing understood something and gave up on continuing to condense the cloud. He put away the technique and lifted Chu Xi. Using the power of the two golden wings on his back, he bent down and rushed to the ground. During this process, Chu Xi was so scared that her face was pale. She kept screaming, but Fang Xing pretended not to hear her. Boom, Fang Xing landed on the ground. He was stepping on a large blue stone, and it was impressively crushed by his foot. Chu Xi was still screaming, which made Fang Xing's eardrums go numb. "We've already landed, why are you still screaming like a ghost?" Only then did Chu Xi carefully pull out her head that was buried in Fang Xing's shoulder. She looked around and hurriedly struggled to jump down. She then pinched Fang Xing's arm and angrily said, "Why are you flying down so quickly?" Fang Xing knocked on her head. B*TCH, how dare you pinch me? Xianxia gritted her teeth. She wanted to rush up and fight with him, but she did not dare to. She angrily stamped her feet and said, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to find my brother and the old ancestor. As she said this, she rushed into the distance and soon disappeared into the forest. Fangxing sighed and sat down on the knotted root of an old tree. Not long after, he heard Xianxia screaming and running back. She ran faster than when she left. Behind her, a group of wild boars that were bigger than bison were chasing after her. Xianxia was so scared that she was about to cry. She held an umbrella in her hand, which seemed to be a magic tool that temporarily protected her. Save me! Save me! Xianxia desperately ran towards Fangxing, her face full of tears. Sigh, Fangxing flew up and a large black flag appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air and an astonishing aura was released. A large group of wild boars suddenly trembled. Each and every one of them lied on the ground and did not dare to move. Who knows how many powerful demon spirits were sealed within the 10,000 spirit flag. When the aura was released, the demon beasts that had yet to transform did not dare to resist. You are also at the peak of the spiritual movement realm. You are actually afraid of a group of rank 8 wild boar demon beasts? Fangxing speechlessly reprimanded Princess Xianxia who was hiding behind him. He had already discovered that this area was filled with dangerous mountains and swamps, and there were countless strange vines in the forest. With Xiaoxi's personality of not leaving the house and having servants specially make tea for her to drink, she would definitely not be able to leave and would have to come back to find him. However, he did not expect her to return so quickly. The most infuriating thing was that she was actually chased back by a group of rank 8 wild boar demon beasts. They are so fierce. Xiaoxi's lingering fear had not disappeared. She looked at the group of wild boars lying on the ground and was scared out of her wits. Tell me, what use is there for a person like you to cultivate? Fangxing speechlessly sighed and said, if you are so timid, then don't run around. When we landed just now, I already looked around. The surrounding environment is like this. Poor mountains, evil spirits, demon corpses, and evil spirits are everywhere. In addition, the terrain is complicated. If you run around like this, you will not be able to escape. If you are not careful, you will be pulled into a tomb by the zombies and become a ghost bride. I am too lazy to save you. When Xianxia heard this, she became even more afraid. She hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Fangxing said, when we landed just now, I took a look. About 300 to 400 miles away, there is a gathering of people. There must be a city there and it is not small. Let us first go to that city and find out some information. Xianxia hurriedly nodded, but then she was in a dilemma. How do we go there? In fact, she was a little regretful when she walked less than 100 feet. This damn place was full of evil swamps and strange forests. After a few steps, her shoes were stained with mud. However, she was angry with Fangxing in her heart, so she did not want to come back to find him. She walked forward angrily. Soon, she saw a few small wild boars looking for food. They were very cute. However, just as she picked up one, a big wild boar came. Didn't you attract the mounts here? Fangxing pointed at the group of wild boars lying on the ground. He felt that Xianxia had done a good thing. Ride them? Xianxia was directly stunned. She pulled Fangxing's arm tightly. I will not ride them even if you beat me to death. If you don't want to ride them, then just stay here. Fangxing was not used to her bad habit, so he only gave her two choices. After struggling for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xianxia finally gave in. However, she did not dare to ride a wild boar alone, so she reluctantly rode the largest wild boar with Fangxing. This wild boar was nearly 6 feet tall, almost the size of 2 cows. Its deep small eyes flickered with cold light. The 2 fangs in its mouth were like steel knives, and the steel hair on its body was like iron needles. It was very scary. Fangxing went to the crashed purple thunder carriage and took the thick fox fur coat over. Only then did he feel much better. Haha, let's go. Fangxing sat on the back of the wild boar. In front of him was Princess Xianxia, who was sitting horizontally. He also felt a little awe-inspiring. With a loud shout, the leader of the wild boar charged forward, splashing mud all over the place. It was like a puff of black smoke. With Fang Xing and this big wild boar, there was nothing to be afraid of in the forest, which was incomparably scary in Chu Xi's eyes. No matter if it was demonic beasts or evil spirits, Fang Xing just needed to wave his flag, and there was no one who could not be beaten to the ground. The fear in her heart was gone, and she became playful. After all, she was raised in the palace since she was a child, so how could she ride a wild boar and explore the forest? At this moment, she felt that it was very fresh. After walking through the forest for 4 to 6 hours, he saw the main road, and saw a huge city built against the mountain in front of him. The city walls were a bit dilapidated, but the scale was very large. It was dark like a prehistoric giant beast. At this time, there were many pedestrians on the main road heading towards the city, but most of them were cultivators. Fang Xing rode on the wild boar and charged towards an old man who was closest to him. He looked down from above and inquired about the city and the invincible demon. Ridge. The old man was only at the 6th level of spirit formation. When he suddenly saw a rank 8 wild boar king, he was scared out of his wits and obediently told him everything he knew. "Oh, there's actually such a good place. It just so happens that I can get some fodder for old Xia." When Fang Xing heard the old man's words, he seemed to be thinking about something. He rewarded the old man with a top-quality spirit stone and patted the wild boar's butt. Smoke billowed and the wild boar rushed towards Xianxia city, attracting the attention of the passers-by and making way for the road. The large city in front of them was called Xianxia city. It was said that during the Great Demon Banishment War, the human race's great cultivators had gathered their troops here and selected 300 cultivators to ambush the demon race that had fled. The significance of this place was extraordinary, and it was called Dianjiang. Inside the absolute demon ridge, there were thousands of miles of red soil. Half of the blood was from the cultivators that gathered here. If one wanted to go from the Chu region to the absolute demon ridge, they had to pass through this city. If they wanted to go from the north to the Goblin Ridge, they would have to pass through this city. Otherwise, they would have to go through the endless wilderness. If they had a flying instrument, they would naturally be able to fly over it easily. However, now that flying was forbidden within a radius of 3,000 miles, the cultivators would not be foolish enough to rely on their 2 legs to pass through the wilderness. Of course, the most important thing was that once they arrived at this city, they would be able to gather some information. The existence of this little general city only had some symbolic meaning. In reality, the spiritual chi here was thin and not suitable for cultivation. Thus, the number of cultivators who gathered here in the past was sparse. But now, with the descent of the mysterious coffin and the inheritance in the invincible demon ridge, this place suddenly became lively. Moreover, with the blessing of the mysterious coffin, the spiritual chi in the area instantly became dozens of times denser. It was like a cave of immortals. When he arrived in front of the city, he saw that there was already a long line of people entering the city. There were 2 black-robed disciples standing guard in front of the city gate. These 2 disciples were the disciples of the Han family, a great aristocratic family in the city. In the past, the Han family would not have sent people to guard the city gate, but because of the sudden increase in the number of cultivators who had arrived in the past few days, they had specially sent people to guard the city gate to maintain order and avoid disaster. There are so many people. Do we have to line up too? Chu Xi glanced at the human dragon in front of the city gate and turned to Fang Xing. Fang Xing chuckled and said, "Following me, how could I let a princess like you line up?" Chu Xi was slightly startled and asked, "What do you have in mind?" Fang Xing did not reply. With a push of his palms, he jumped down from the back of the wild boar and slapped the wild boar's buttocks hard. The wild boar king felt the pain and rushed toward the crowd. That imposing manner, that magnificent sight, it was like a magnificent army. Fang Xiaojiu, I hate you. Princess Chu Xi, who was sitting on the back of the wild boar, was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. Fang Xing laughed and shouted, make way, the wild boars are going crazy." There was no need for him to shout. The people lining up in front of the city gate were all shocked. They scattered like birds and beasts, opening up a path. There are demonic beasts, damn, what a huge wild boar. Quick, use the flying sword, be careful not to hurt the person on the back of the wild boar. For a moment, there was chaos in front of the city gate. The wild boar was already charging towards the city gate. The 2 disciples guarding the gate were shocked. Just as they were about to stop the wild boar, Feng Xing looked at the distance and secretly released a trace of demon spirit aura. The wild boar immediately stopped in front of the gate. It was only 10 feet away from hitting the gate. Xianxia was so scared that her legs went soft. She jumped off the back of the wild boar and stood to the side, holding her chest. She hated that bastard Feng Xing to death. Hee, such a charming little beauty riding a big wild boar, it's really interesting. There was another group of people on horses at the side of the road. There were about 7 or 8 people. One of them was a young man in his 20s with a cultivation level of foundation establishment. He was waving a folding fan in his hand. He talked and laughed in a leisurely manner. Beside him was a woman wearing a floral dress. Her face was covered with a layer of golden muslin and there was a red mole on her forehead. There was a hint of arrogance in her eyes, as if everything she looked at was abnormally indifferent. Behind the two of them, there were 3 or 4 expressionless old servants. Impressively, they were also at the foundation establishment stage. They seemed to be existences like guardians. They were all riding on armored lions. It seemed like they were also preparing to enter the city. The one who spoke was the young man. He was smiling, and when he saw Xianxia, his eyes lit up. The woman with the golden muslin on her face snorted coldly. She glanced at Xianxia and said coldly, "She's just a dirty wild girl from the countryside. Is she worthy of your praise? Since when did your standards become so low?" Hearing this, Xiaoxi's face turned red. She felt wronged. She was the princess of the Chu region. When had she ever been called a wild girl from the countryside, but at this moment, it really looked like it. When she was being chased by the wild boar, she did not choose where she was going in a panic. Her body was stained with a lot of mud, and she looked really dirty. Moreover, a young girl riding a wild boar all the way was really a bit unreasonable. Haha, I'm really sorry. I just tamed this demonic beast as a mount. I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry everyone. At this time, Feng Xing also ran over. He laughed and reached out to drag Xianxia into the city. Fellow Daoist, since you are fated to enter Dianjiang City, the head of the Han clan will naturally welcome you. However, after entering the city, whether you are looking for opportunities or have business to attend to, please abide by the city's rules. If you have any conflicts, please settle them outside the city. This city is the place where our Nanzhan cultivators used to expel demons. The biggest taboo is for human cultivators to kill each other inside the city. Please abide by the rules. The 2 disciples guarding the city gate didn't put on airs. They spoke to Feng Xing very politely. I know. You can't fight inside the city. If you want to fight, do it outside. Feng Xing waved his hand and pulled Xiaoxi's sleeve into the city. Along the way, he saw that Xianxia looked a little unhappy. He said, "What's wrong with you? Aren't you happy that you don't have to line up?" Xianxia felt wronged and said, "It's all your fault. You caused me to be called a dirty country girl." Feng Xing looked at her and said, "You are really dirty now." Xiaoxi's eyes turned red. She was about to leave, but after a few steps, she turned around and walked back. She stretched out her hand to Feng Xing and said, "Give me some money. I want to buy some clean clothes and find a place to take a bath." Only now did she remember that she was in too much of a hurry when she escaped. She didn't even bring any spirit stones with her. In her storage bag, she only had a few elixirs and a few good defensive magic weapons. She wouldn't carry things like spirit stones with her. Feng Xing scratched his head helplessly and said, "If I give you money, do you know where to buy it?" Xianxia glanced at her surroundings, and she suddenly looked a little confused. She had a noble status and was doted on. She rarely left the imperial court, so how could she have interacted with people? Facing the bustling crowd, she was like a fool and didn't know where to go. "It's better if you follow me. Follow closely. I won't care if you get lost." Feng Xing plunged his head into the crowd and felt the corner of his clothes tighten. It was Xianxia pulling on the corner of his clothes and following him. Since he had come to this city, Feng Xing's main purpose was to inquire about some information. He was a sneaky person with rich experience in Jianghu. In addition, he had spirit stones in his hands and his cultivation was not weak. So, it was not difficult for him to inquire about information. He invited people to drink a pot of tea in a tea house, toasted 2 jars of wine in a restaurant, and beat up 2 greenhorns in an alley. Then, he had more or less inquired about the information. The opportunity of the Xian coffin had indeed fallen here and it had indeed been opened. However, it couldn't be entered at all times. Where the Xian coffin landed, the spiritual energy and restrictions turned the land within a 3,000-mile radius of the giant monster ridge into a huge formation. This formation was almost equivalent to another space. It was mysterious and unfathomable, so the cultivators called it the Xian domain. If one wanted to enter the Xian domain, they could only enter through the array vein when the sun rose and the first purple line shot out. Moreover, the array vein would only be open for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn before closing. If one missed this time, they could only wait for the next day. In these few days, there had already been several groups of geniuses sent in by the protectors of the aristocratic families. The disciples of the Great Snow Mountain were among them. However, it was very difficult to find Ancestor Wan Luo and the others. It was said that after the Gold Core ancestors sent their disciples into the Xian domain, they went to a place called the Hall of 10,000 Treasures. There was a treasure of the Spirit Mountain Temple that could see what was happening in the Xian domain. Presumably, the 5 ancestors of the Great Snow Mountain had also gone there. No one knew where this Hall of 10,000 Treasures was, so it would be very difficult to find the 5 old fellows. It seems that we can only wait until the sun rises tomorrow and find a way to enter by ourselves. After gathering enough information, Fang Xing made a decision and brought Chu Xi to the biggest inn in the city. Chu Xi silently followed him. She had originally thought that she would be able to find her royal brother and ancestor easily. Who would have thought that there would be so much trouble? For a moment, he felt fortunate that he had been kidnapped by Fang Xing, otherwise, not to mention entering the mysterious domain, just finding someone to inquire about information would have put him in a difficult position, as he had no experience in worldly affairs. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but quicken her pace and follow closely behind Fang Xing. Innkeeper, 2 rooms. After entering the inn, Fang Xing slapped the counter and shouted. "Oh, young master, it's very unfortunate. Just now, these people asked for 10 rooms. Our inn only has 1 room left," the innkeeper hurriedly said with a smile. Fang Xing was startled. Then, he slapped the table and said, "That's good, I want 1 room." The innkeeper smiled and said, "All right, 1 room. Young master, please give me 30 middle-grade spirit stones." Fang Xing was slightly startled when he heard this and didn't take them out immediately. Today was different from the past. The worst he had were upper-grade spirit stones. He didn't have any middle-grade spirit stones. "Young master, do you think it's expensive?" "Now, all the inns in the city charge this price." The innkeeper looked at Fang Xing with some apprehension. To be honest, a small hall in a desolate city like theirs, even if it was the most luxurious inn in the city, was only worth 3 middle-grade spirit stones a night. However, because there were more and more cultivators coming to Point General City these days, the price was raised. They were afraid that Fang Xing wouldn't be able to afford it. Hee, these 2 junior brothers and junior sisters don't have enough spirit stones on hand. If you don't mind, I can lend you some. At this moment, a green-robed young master, who was standing beside the counter, said with a smile. He was one of the people who had just asked for 10 rooms. When Chu Xi saw him, her face turned red. It was this group of people who had teased her at the city gate. "Oh? You want to lend me money? Okay, I'll lend you 1,000 spirit stones first." Fang Xing was overjoyed. He turned around and smiled at the green-robed young master. Since someone had taken the initiative to lend him money, Fang Xing naturally would not refuse. He did not notice Chu Xi's red face. When the green-robed young master heard Fang Xing's straightforward words, he was slightly startled. However, before he could answer, a woman beside him with a golden veil covering her face sneered and said, "Ah, Brother Yuan, for the sake of such a dirty country girl, you are willing to put your heart into it. You don't even care about the opportunity? Do you want this little sister to do you a big favor? I'll directly tie this girl up and send her to your bed." The green-robed young master's face immediately turned red. He waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. "It's just a matter of lifting a finger when I see danger on the road." The woman with the golden veil covering her face coldly snorted and said, "It's fine if you like to see danger on the road in the western desert, but you still can't change this bad habit in the Chu territory?" Do you think I'll give you another concubine with this little effort? The green-robed young master was momentarily speechless, but he did not dare to offend her. He could only smile awkwardly. The disciples and the old servant behind them sighed in their hearts. This young Master Yuan is really something. The ancestors of the two families have already revealed that they are going to marry each other. Coincidentally, Miss Jean also has the same intention. You just need to restrain yourself in front of her. But why do you have to flirt around in front of her? Isn't it obvious that you are trying to make her angry? However, they were all looking at this pair of lovers quarreling as if it was a joke, and did not notice Chu Xi at the side. Fang Xiaojiu, let's go to another place. Chu Xi was so embarrassed that her face was red and her eyes were filled with tears. She quietly pulled on Fang Xing's sleeve and was about to leave. However, seeing this scene, Fang Xing also understood. He vaguely remembered that this group of people was also present at the city gates. They must be the ones who called Chu Xi a dirty girl. Understanding this, the smile on his face disappeared. He coldly snorted and placed a high-grade spirit stone on the counter. He shouted, "Give me that room. This young master is going to F***King stay here today." His slap was loud and clear. In an instant, junior martial sister Fu, who was sulking with young Master Yuan, was startled. Seeing that young Master Yuan had not apologized to her, junior martial sister Fu was furious. When she heard that Fang Xing wanted to stay here, her anger rose and she shouted coldly, "You are not allowed to stay here, go somewhere else. Young master is rich. There are superior rooms here. Young master can stay as long as he wants. Do I need to tell you?" Fang Xing turned around and sneered provocatively, ignoring Chu Xi's subtle tugging at his sleeve. "Brat, do you want to die?" Junior martial sister Fu became even angrier. Her eyes flashed and a trace of killing intent appeared. "Humph, we're so close. If you dare to make a move, I'll give you a tight slap first." Fang Xing crossed his arms in front of his chest and pondered. Although there were many people on the other side and the few old servants had high cultivation levels, he was not afraid. Even if he could not defeat so many people on his own, he could still slap this B***tch a few times and escape with Chu Xi. Junior martial sister Fu, don't make a move. At this moment, senior martial brother Yuan stepped forward and stood in front of the woman with the golden veil. "Surnamed Yuan, do you have a conscience? Do you still want to protect others at this time?" Junior martial sister Fu was furious and screamed at senior martial brother Yuan. Senior martial brother Yuan hurriedly said, "Junior martial sister Fu, it's my fault. Please calm down. This is Dianjiang City, and according to the rules passed down from thousands of years ago, human cultivators cannot fight in the city. Also, I heard that the Han clan also has a gold core realm master. It just so happens that our clan's ancestor is guarding the array vein and is not here. If you break the rules, I'm afraid you'll suffer." Junior martial sister Fu heard senior martial brother Yuan's soft words and calmed down a lot. She retracted her spirit force and rolled her eyes at senior martial brother Yuan. "At least you still have a conscience. I won't make things difficult for them. Let them scram." Senior martial brother Yuan hurriedly waved his hand at Fang Xing and Chu Xi as if telling them to leave quickly. When Fang Xing saw this, he sneered in his heart. Not only did he not leave, but he slammed the second high-quality spirit stone on the counter and scolded, "Shopkeeper, why haven't you booked the room yet? Do you think I haven't given you enough money?" Seeing him like this, the group from the western desert shook their heads inwardly. Elder brother Yuan had already done his best to help them, but he still didn't leave. Instead, he insisted on booking this room. He really didn't know what death meant. Even elder brother Yuan turned to look at Fang Xing, a flicker of anger on his face. What was the relationship between this little rascal and that beautiful girl? How could he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? When the shopkeeper saw the two high-quality spirit stones, how could he still be polite? He quickly prepared to take the room card. However, junior martial sister Fu clearly felt a strong provocation from Fang Xing's actions. She sneered and said, "It seems I've underestimated you. You look like a beggar and have some money. However, I told you to go to another room. Didn't you hear me?" As she spoke, she casually placed the 10 high-quality spirit stones on the counter and said to the shopkeeper, "Then I'll book the last room." Bring my mount into the room and take good care of it. That way, other people will give up on this idea. This was something that couldn't be fought in the City of Generals, but there was still a difference in status. The woman with the golden veil over her face had already made up her mind to use money to pressure others. However, it was quite insulting to reserve a person's room for a mount. You want to show off in front of me with 10 crappy high-quality spirit stones? Fang Xing sneered. If this woman knew Chu Xi's true identity, he didn't know if she would still be so arrogant. However, at this moment, Chu Xi was his servant, so there was no need to mention her identity as a princess. Of course, even if she was his servant, he couldn't let others bully her. Since she was by his side, he had to protect her. He was a person who did things based on his instincts. What he liked the most was to protect his own people and attack his opponents. Chu Xi had been with him for a few days and could be considered half one of his people. Now that someone was provoking her, he naturally had to protect her. Thinking of this, he sneered and took out a bag of holding. Then, he took out a spirit stone shrouded in purple mist and placed it on the counter. A top-quality spirit stone? The surrounding people were startled and looked at Fang Xing in surprise. A piece of high-quality spirit stone was naturally not worth their attention. However, it was somewhat surprising and unexpected that it was taken out of a storage bag by a young man who looked like a little beggar. You? The woman with the golden veil was taken aback and somewhat angry. She felt as if she had been punched in the face. She had taken out an upper-quality spirit stone, but this little beggar had taken out a top-quality spirit stone. Was he deliberately humiliating her? Junior Sister Fu, forget it. If they want to stay in the inn, let them stay. Senior Brother Yuan smiled helplessly. He found that the status of the young man and the girl in dirty clothes was not as low as he had previously thought. He had misjudged them. He could only smile bitterly and persuade the woman with the golden veil. I don't know where you stole a top-quality spirit stone from. Do you think you deserve to show off in front of me? The chest of the woman with the golden veil heaved up and down. She seemed to be extremely angry. Suddenly, she raised her hand and 10 top-quality spirit stones fell on the counter. Her voice was almost squeezed out from the gap between her teeth. Shopkeeper, I want this room. Senior Brother Yuan shook his head helplessly. He knew his junior sister Fu's temper. She could not tolerate being humiliated on such an occasion. She would not give up this room even if she had to pay 10 times or 100 times the price. Fang Xing already had the idea of stirring up trouble in his heart, and seeing this, he sneered. Suddenly, he poured out the storage bag on the table, and in a flash, spirit stones with purple radiance, like crystal agate, piled up on the counter like a small hill. All of them were astonishingly valuable top-grade spirit stones, and there were at least 30 of them. The purple light was threatening, and the spirit energy was monstrous, dazzling people's eyes. The surrounding people were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the pile of spirit stones on the counter. Such a pile of top-quality spirit stones was something that even a young master of a big family would find difficult to take out. But this little devil, do you still want to rob them? Fang Xing tilted his head and sneered at junior sister Fu. He pushed a pile of spirit stones in front of the shopkeeper and said, "It's a bargain for you. Keep it. However, my little girl and I love peace and quiet the most. Don't arrange for random people to come in. I'll take all the rooms that they booked just now and keep them for the mice." Disgusting to cover your face with a cloth, and you're so petty. Good. Good. Good, the innkeeper was dumbfounded. He didn't even dare to blink when he saw this windfall. As for junior sister Fu's group, they were even more shocked. Originally, junior sister Fu wanted to reserve that room out of spite, but she didn't expect her companion to pour out a pile of supreme-grade spirit stones and reserve all the rooms, wanting to drive them out. This embarrassment was truly indescribable. With her wealth, she naturally had more than 30 spirit-grade spirit stones on her, but she couldn't help but hesitate if she wanted to book a room so easily. She hardened her heart several times, but she didn't call out in the end. Call out a price, call out a price. Fang Xing sneered. Seeing everyone staring at him in a daze, he simply took out a storage bag and poured it on the ground. At least 200 top-quality spirit stones shone with a tempting light on the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Fang Xing stood next to the spirit stones and sneered, "If you have the ability, then continue to raise the price. This young master has money, I'll let a bumpkin like you broaden your horizons." Junior sister Fu was so angry that her face was even more purple than the top-quality spirit stones, and her palms were trembling. I'll kill you, brat." She finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She drew her sword and slashed at Fang Xing. Seeing junior sister Fu attack, Fang Xing's eyes moved and a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He slightly circulated his spirit force and was ready to kill. But at this moment, a gray-robed old man behind junior sister Fu suddenly looked at Fang Xing in surprise. His figure flashed and he blocked between junior sister Fu and Fang Xing. His spirit force surged and stopped junior sister Fu's attack. He persuaded her a few words and then turned to Fang Xing, "Little friend, this is just a misunderstanding. You should keep these spirit stones and mind your own business." "Humph, now we are talking about mind our own business, but who was the one looking for trouble just now?" Fang Xing gloomily waved his hand and collected all the top-grade spirit stones on the ground. He then looked at the gray-robed old man with a displeased expression. "Heh, little friend, it's common sense not to flaunt one's wealth. If you show off like this, I'm afraid you'll attract trouble," the old servant said to Fang Xing in a sinister tone. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Fang Xing. "Haha, is that so? Unfortunately, I would rather invite trouble than let my little sister be bullied by shrews." Fang Xing laughed, not showing any signs of weakness. He looked at the shopkeeper with a faint smile and said, "Shopkeeper, are these spiritual stones enough to reserve all the best rooms? If I can't, then I'll have to put away all these spirit stones." When the shopkeeper heard this, he became anxious and shouted at the waiter beside him, "Are you deaf? Why aren't you going to clean all the rooms for this young master to raise rats?" After saying that, he took all the spirit stones into his arms and smiled apologetically at Junior Marshal Sister Fu and the others. "Dear customers, unfortunately, our store is full. Why don't you find another place to stay?" The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. The group of people's expressions became unsightly and they couldn't say a word. "Shopkeeper, we are from the Western Desert's Jin clan. Don't be blinded by spiritual stones." The gray-robed old man sneered and said to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was also a cultivator. When he heard Fang Xing's words, his face turned bitter and he looked at Fang Xing pitifully. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "If you can't even handle such a small matter, how are you going to earn spiritual stones?" With that said, he put away all the spiritual stones in front of the shopkeeper, leaving only a high-grade spiritual stone for him. The shopkeeper was so angry that he almost cried. "Brat, you can be arrogant now, but I won't let you see tomorrow's sun." Junior sister Fu suddenly screamed, her voice echoing in the inn's lobby. Fang Xing coldly looked back at her and smiled, "Then I won't let you see tomorrow's moon. Let's see who's right." With that said, he pulled Chu Ci upstairs and didn't forget to scold her, "You're crying after being scared by a few country bumpkins. Can you be a little more promising? Is this the demeanor a princess should have? The fat widow in our Ghost Smoke Valley is more daring than you. Uncle Hong, this brat is going too far. I'm going to kill him." After Fang Xing went upstairs, the group of people below didn't move. Junior sister Fu's face was so dark that it was about to drip water. She said with hatred. The old servant said coldly, "Although these two people look dirty, if you look closely at their robes, they are actually Dharma robes of high quality. Looks like they're not ordinary." That brat, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed a trace of his aura just now. It seems like he's also at the foundation establishment stage. Looks like the two of them are very likely to have come from some big family to search for opportunities. Junior sister Fu said angrily, "Uncle Hong, when has our Western Desert Jin family suffered such humiliation? Do you want me to swallow my anger?" The old servant was immediately in a difficult position. Senior brother Yuan walked over and said with a bitter smile, "Junior sister Fu, why do you have to be so serious? That brat revealed his wealth in front of everyone. There are probably many people who have their eyes on him. Even if he is at the foundation establishment stage, how many people can he fight against? From what I can see, there are many foundation establishment cultivators who wander around the city but are unable to enter the land of fortune due to their bone age being too old. These people have no hope of obtaining the profound coffin, but I think they must be very interested in making a fortune. Humph, I don't care how many people have their eyes on him. I want to kill him with my own hands. Jing Fu said coldly with killing intent. The old servant sighed and said, since young miss has given the order, this old servant doesn't dare to disobey. But no matter what, young miss still has to prioritize the matter of opportunity. The ancestor has already sent a message saying that he has occupied a formation vein and can send you into the mysterious domain tomorrow morning. This matter cannot be delayed. If we can't make it in time tomorrow morning, even the ancestor might not be able to protect the formation vein the day after tomorrow. How about this, just leave this matter to this old servant. I will send people to keep an eye on them and see if they have any masters or servants looking for them. If there are any masters looking for them, then it's fine. If there aren't any, then before sunrise, call someone outside the city and this old servant alone will be enough to deal with him. Jing Fu hesitated for a while. She knew that Uncle Hong's cultivation was higher than hers, so it would be safer for him to handle this matter. In addition, the ancestor had indeed said that it was not easy to occupy a formation vein. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity to enter the mysterious domain, then she would miss a good opportunity. Thus, she could only agree and said, all right then, before sunrise, I will go with the others to the entrance of the mysterious domain to look for the ancestor. Uncle Hong, you just need to kill this little demon on the way. After you succeed, come and inform me as soon as possible so that I can properly go in and fight for the opportunity. At this time, Senior Marshal Brother Yuan came over and said to Uncle Hong in a low voice, that girl, it's best if you leave her alive. Jing Fu glared at him fiercely and said to Uncle Hong in a resolute and decisive manner, kill her. She then said to Senior Marshal Brother Yuan, if you still want to use the formation vein occupied by our ancestor to enter the mysterious domain, it's best if you don't provoke me again. After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving the old man and the young man smiling bitterly. Fang Xiaojiu, what you did just now, wasn't it a bit? In the room of the inn, after taking a bath and changing her clothes, Chu Xi came over to discuss with Fang Xing worriedly. Fang Xing picked his ears and said, why, are you still angry? Chu Xi forced a smile and said, it's quite satisfying, but, they seem to hate us quite a bit. Will there be trouble? Fang Xing laughed and said, if there's no trouble, why would I provoke them? As he spoke, he walked to the window and leaned on the railing. He spread out his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. He had a rough idea of what was going on. 7, 8, 13? 13 groups of people have their eyes on me. Not a bad number. What are you looking at? Chu Xi also came over and squeezed in front of him to look outside the window. But with her cultivation, she could only see the pitch-black night sky and a blood crescent moon in the sky. Little Jiu, will it be dangerous when we leave the city tomorrow? Chu Xi was not an idiot. On the contrary, she was a true heaven's pride that had cultivated to the extreme of the spiritual movement realm. Even if her cultivation was not enough and she could not discover the hidden dangers, she could still feel a trace of danger and could not help but worry. Danger? What a joke. As long as you obediently follow your Jiuyi, I guarantee that you will safely enter the Xian domain. Fang Xing extended his hand and pressed on Chu Xi's head as he spoke in a very domineering manner. Chu Xi shook her head but did not shake off his hand. She allowed him to press her head. At this moment, she did not bicker with Fang Xing like she usually did. Instead, she let out a soft end sound. After a while, she suddenly said carefully, thank you for today's matter. As she spoke, her face, which had just taken a bath, was slightly red. As a princess, she really did not have the experience of thanking others. You want to thank me? Fang Xing was a little surprised. He chuckled as if he had thought of something. Princess Chu Xi said in a low voice, of course, you protected me like this today. Naturally, I have to thank you. What's the point of just saying thank you? Why don't you give me something substantial? Fang Xing moved closer to Chu Xi's side. His eyes were filled with a thieving light. Chu Xi raised her small face and looked at him. Her face became even redder and she breathed out, what, substantial? Fang Xing laughed out loud. He suddenly carried her horizontally and walked towards the bed in the guest room. Chu Xi was so scared that she tightly hugged her chest and shouted, what are you doing? Fang Xing said, didn't you want to thank me? Then accompany this young master to sleep. Feng Xiaojiu, you bastard, let go of me. Chu Xi was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly bared her fangs and brandished her claws in Feng Xing's arms like a mother beast. Damn, didn't you say you wanted to thank me? Feng Xing jumped in fright. He stretched out his hand and threw Chu Xi onto the bed. Then, he angrily ran away. Damn it, I won't let you sleep. What's the use of thanking me? To ensure their safety, Feng Xing brought Chu Xi along and headed straight out of the city at around 3 a.m. As he left the inn, Dianjiang City became lively. Behind him, on the roofs, and in the streets, countless people stared at him and followed him. This group of people had varying levels of cultivation, ranging from spirit formation to foundation establishment. They stared at Feng Xing and Chu Xi from afar. Their gazes were cold, like evil wolves. They followed Feng Xing out of the city, their murderous intent stirring up the night sky. The special characteristics of the mysterious coffin determined that this opportunity could only be obtained by the heavens chosen. However, those who were attracted by the mysterious coffin were not only heavens chosen, but also people from all walks of life. Countless cultivators came after hearing the news and gathered outside of the Encountering Demon Ridge's land of opportunity. They wanted to see what they could gain from it. There were many people who wanted to gain from it, and the methods they used were also varied. However, no matter what kind of screening targets or what kind of methods they used, Feng Xing couldn't be left out. A little cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment was showing off with hundreds and thousands of top-grade spirit stones. This was like putting meat in a dog's mouth and hoping that it wouldn't eat it. Feng Xing, on the other hand, had already sensed the danger lurking in the dark and remained composed. Chu Xi, on the other hand, felt her hair stand on end due to the inexplicable murderous atmosphere. She grabbed Feng Xing's arm tightly and looked around as they walked. Little friend, please wait. Less than 30 miles out of the city, a gray-robed old man flashed out from under a withered tree and blocked the way. Feng Xing recognized this old man as junior sister Fu's protector and smiled. Old man, why are you blocking here? The gray-robed old man said indifferently, you've offended my family's young lady, so I'm here to take your life. As he said this, he was already secretly gathering spiritual energy. A murderous intent burst forth from his body, revealing his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation. However, Feng Xing, who thought he would be scared by him, suddenly laughed out loud, which stunned the old man. There are so many people who want to kill yours truly. Who do you think you are? Feng Xing held Chu Xi, who was about to cry, with his left hand and pointed behind him with his thumb. The gray-robed old man raised his head and looked at the darkness behind Feng Xing, but he was also slightly shocked. It was unknown how many people appeared and surrounded Feng Xing. Their cultivations were high and low. The ones with high cultivation were at least in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Even he had no chance of winning against them. As for the ones with low cultivation, they were at least in the 5th and 6th level of spirit formation realm. The most excessive was that he even saw the innkeeper hiding in the crowd, looking left and right. At this moment, even the gray-robed old man was shocked. Although he had already guessed that the brat revealing his wealth in front of everyone yesterday would definitely attract the covetous eyes of some people, he didn't think that it would be this much. It was just that at this moment, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. This brat seemed to be too relaxed. Is everyone here? Feng Xing took out a big flag with his right hand and waved it in the air. Facing the crowd, he said coldly. The crowd was silent. No one answered, but the murderous aura around them answered his question very well. Feng Xing laughed and revealed his cultivation. He cupped his fists and said, fellow Taoists, I don't think I know all of you at all. I've only come here for that fortuitous encounter that descended from the heavens. I wonder why all of you have followed me here from the city. The crowd was silent. No one answered. After a long time, a sinister voice said, brat, people die for wealth, birds die for food. What's the point of saying all this? Oh, so you're here to rob? Haha, seeing that we're in the same trade, I'll ask again. Feng Xing's face sank. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he said, is there anyone who doesn't want to rob and is preparing to leave? The crowd was silent. No one left. Instead, some people came up and blocked Feng Xing's path. Fang Xing pretended not to see and continued to ask, "Is there anyone who wants to leave?" Among the crowd, some people had already taken out their magic tools. Spiritual light flickered faintly, and the murderous aura was threatening. People really die for wealth. Fang Xing sighed inwardly and asked again, "Is there anyone who wants to leave?" With every question, the murderous aura in his heart became thicker, causing the atmosphere in the invisible night sky to become heavy. Some of the people with higher cultivation had already faintly sensed danger from Fang Xing. They hesitated, but in the end, they stayed. Facing a brat at the second layer of the Foundation establishment realm, they felt that there was really nothing to be afraid of. Haha, is this brat crazy? Is he trying to scare us away with these words? Suddenly, someone burst into laughter, but it broke the heavy atmosphere in the field. Hee, this brat really has a lot of treasures on him. I heard that he took advantage of the fact that a few powerful cultivators died together in a battle and got lucky to pick them up. I wonder how many he has and if it's enough for us to share. It all depends on your own ability. This brat is right there, whoever snatches it gets it. Humph, our bone age has exceeded the limit, we can't enter the land of opportunity. Killing more of these little fat sheep is also a kind of opportunity, some people in the crowd whispered, but gradually, it turned into loud discussions and mocking laughter. Fang Xiaojiu, what should we do? Xianxia had never seen such a big scene before. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Even if she was the little princess of the Chu region, even if she was a peak spirit formation cultivator, in front of this group of evil cultivators, she was still trembling with fear. She tightly pulled on Fang Xing's sleeve and hid half of her body behind him. Haha, you see, I have no choice but to kill them. Fang Xing said very casually. Xianxia was about to cry. How can you defeat them? Just think of a way to escape. Fang Xing said, it's easy for me to escape by myself, but I can't escape if I bring you along. Xianxia was startled, and tears flowed down. She felt wronged and said, are you going to leave me behind? This pitiful look made Fang Xing's heart soften. He smiled and said, what are you crying for? I didn't say I'm going to leave you behind. Follow me closely. Xianxia hurriedly pulled on the corner of his clothes and followed him. Fang Xing looked back and sighed. If it's a fight, this is not enough. I'll suffer a bit and carry you. At this time, Xianxia had no idea what to do. She obediently climbed onto Fang Xing's back and buried her little head in his back. As for Fang Xing, he waved the flag and his entire person changed. He said coldly, I've warned you 3 times. Life or death is up to fate. Don't blame me for being ruthless, haha, a Foundation establishment brat dares to be so impudent in front of us? Among the crowd, a masked old man stood out. He sneered and waved his finger. This person's cultivation was already at Foundation establishment level 4. When he pointed his finger, a strong wind swept within a radius of 100 feet, condensing into a point in front of his finger. It was as if countless tiny wind blades had condensed into a drill, and its power was extremely terrifying. Just by looking at this technique, one could guess that this old man had an extraordinary background. He was definitely not an ordinary rogue cultivator. He might even be a Dao protector of some big family. It was just that when he saw the wealth on Fang Xing, he also covered his face and came over to make a fortune. You don't know what's good for you. Break! Fang Xing shouted coldly. He waved the flag in his hand and rolled it up. Using the flag as a spear, he thrust it forward. The flag was black and inconspicuous. It didn't even have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. At first, the masked old man didn't care about it. However, when his finger touched the flag, he realized that something was wrong. His great gale finger, which could tear through black iron, couldn't even tear through the seemingly ordinary black flag. He felt that something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. Do you think you can leave? Fang Xing shouted coldly. He increased the strength in his hand and the flag shook. With a boom, the strength in his hand surged. The masked cultivator didn't even have time to react. In an instant, the wind blade in front of his finger was shattered. Then, his finger was shattered. Then, the flag came straight at him and actually pierced a hole in his body. Blood dripped down, however, the spilled blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was absorbed by the black flag. Even the blood that had already dripped into the air seemed to be attracted by a strange force and flew back to the surface of the flag. What? What's going on? Someone cried out involuntarily in fear. He killed the intermediate stage of the foundational level in one move. What cultivation level is this little bastard? In the midst of panic, some people began to retreat. Their minds were shaken and they wanted to escape. Haha, don't panic. This little bastard is strong, but it also means that the things he has on him are valuable. That flag, I want it. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed. A 6-meter-tall man rushed out. He was also in the foundational level. He threw a punch that shook the air. Like a thunderstorm, it was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. It headed straight for Fang Xing. Based on the strength of this punch, it was obvious that this person was a combat cultivator. Only a combat cultivator could train their strength to such a frightening level. What was even more threatening was his words. It immediately triggered the greed in the hearts of the cultivators and they all rushed forward. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. This saying is indeed true. Fang Xing snickered and waved the flag. Old heretic, take this opportunity to eat to your heart's content. Above the flag, black smoke billowed and engulfed the sky. In the midst of the smoke, Daphne's laughter could be heard. Kill, all the cultivators rushed forward. Fang Xing was awe-inspiring and fearless. He tossed the myriad spirit flag into the air, and evil King Dapeng controlled it alone while he himself took out the one-legged lance with a flip of his hand. He circulated his spirit energy and swept it out. Rumble. The 6-meter-tall burly man charged over, and the one-legged lance collided with his fist, instantly stirring up a violent gale that reached tens of thousands of zhang. The burly man staggered back, and the bones in his fist were already fractured. Pa! Fang Xing was unforgiving. He took a step forward, creating a crater in the ground. The one-legged bronze spear waved again, and the burly man let out a muffled roar. His head had already been smashed to smithereens. His body swayed and he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Fang Xing's astonishing divine sense swept out. He reached out and grabbed a short foundation establishment cultivator who was extremely proficient in sneak attacks from the shadows. He lifted him up high and smashed him into the ground. A reign of terror, a massacre in all directions. Fang Xing brandished the one-legged bronze man lance once, and the cultivators in front of him were swept away by him. Even ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators were no match for him, not to mention that there were a lot of quick-witted cultivators who were fishing in troubled waters. This battle was truly delightful. Fang Xing was originally filled with killing intent. His attacks were even more merciless. Among the cultivators who came to kill him, there were at least 3 foundational level intermediate stage, 7 or 8 foundational level early stage, and the rest were all peak spirit formation cultivators. It could be said that they were extremely powerful. However, they were forced into a dead end by him and started a massacre. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the crescent moon that was falling into the sky red. Although Fang Xing was young, he was a wily old fox that had roamed the world for many years. How could he not understand the principle of not revealing one's wealth? At that time, he was competing with a woman surnamed Jean for 2 reasons. First, he didn't like her and wanted to embarrass her. Second, he wanted to deliberately reveal his wealth in order to attract a group of people with bad intentions to rob him. Only by using this method would he be able to obtain enough blood sacrifices for Daphne. The more he ate, the more power he would be able to display. He would be able to use it after entering the mysterious domain. In fact, after hearing Chu Xi explain the mysteries of the mysterious coffin, he had already begun to ponder over it. If he entered the mysterious domain, the spirit formation realm would have its own opportunities and the foundation establishment realm would have its own opportunities. Then, with his cultivation of the second layer of foundation establishment, he wouldn't be able to hold much of an advantage. Even if he cultivated the yin-yang grindstone, he wouldn't be able to sweep away all enemies in the foundation establishment realm. After all, his cultivation was too low. Because of this, he could only increase the power of the 10,000 spirit flag. With this flag in hand, it would be a great help. Moreover, when he revealed his wealth, He had more or less calculated that the top-quality spirit stones he revealed would be fatally attractive to early Foundation establishment cultivators. It would be enough for mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, but it would be a bit lacking for late Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, most of the people he would attract would be early and mid-Foundation establishment cultivators. Late Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't make a move for these spirit stones. Of course, if he was wrong, he would have already escaped and wouldn't have to fight such a fierce battle. Young miss, she provoked a fiend. At this time, the grey-robed old servant from the Jean clan was already scared out of his wits. He originally thought that he could crush an ant with a wave of his hand and kill him. How could he have imagined that he was actually a little devil that killed without batting an eye? With this kind of strength, could he still be considered an early Foundation establishment cultivator? After quietly approaching Feng Xing and exchanging one move, the grey-robed old servant immediately decided to escape. However, just as he was about 100 feet away, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He keenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "Since you've come, you still want to leave?" In the valley that had already turned into a pool of blood, Feng Xing suddenly turned his head to look at him. There were only 10 Foundation establishment cultivators in total. How could he let him escape? "I have to go now." The grey-robed old servant broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly summoned a dark red flying sword and used his spiritual power to escape. "Humph, trying to run?" Feng Xing sneered. He waved his hand and threw out a black iron chain. It was like a black dragon rolling towards the old slave. Netherworld chains. It was the magical weapon that he had snatched from the Chu royal court. Although it was not as flexible as the immortal binding rope, it was much more effective. Whoosh, the netherworld iron shackle suddenly expanded and shot out like a black gas. It chased after the grey-clothed old servant's waist like a bolt of lightning. The old servant had escaped nearly 1,000,000 kilometers on his sword. He was slightly relieved, but he didn't expect this sudden change. The iron shackles wrapped around his body. Then, Feng Xing moved his arm and pulled. The grey-clothed old servant wailed and was pulled back like a kite with a broken string. Don't kill me." Facing Feng Xing's cold eyes, the grey-clothed old servant was so scared that his face broke and he cried out miserably. A dignified fourth-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, in front of Feng Xing, who was like a bloody Azura, he didn't even have the courage to move. "You told me not to kill, so I won't kill. Do you think I am your grandson?" Feng Xing had already killed so many people, why would he care about this one? He raised the 10,000 spirit flag in his hand and black smoke mixed with Daphne's cruel laughter floated out. You, if you spare my life, you will have a chance to enter the mysterious domain. Otherwise, when the Golden Light Ancestor discovers that I have been killed, he will definitely chase you for thousands of kilometers. How can a mere Foundation establishment cultivator like you escape the Golden Light Ancestor's methods?" The grey-clothed old servant was forced into a desperate situation and suddenly shouted. "Oh?" Feng Xing was slightly startled. He temporarily retracted his divine ability through Daphne and looked at the old servant with a smile that was not a smile. "Enter the mysterious domain?" That's right. The Western Desert's Golden Light Ancestor has already occupied the Array Vein and only allows the disciples of the Golden Light Ancestor to enter. If you spare my life and bring me to the Golden Light Ancestor, you will definitely be able to ask him for a chance to enter the mysterious domain. When the grey-clothed old servant saw that Feng Xing was tempted, he hurriedly shouted. "Occupied the Array Vein?" Feng Xing slightly focused and looked in the direction that the old servant was pointing. At this moment, 100 kilometers away from where Feng Xing and the others were fighting, there was a small dark red river. There was a stone bridge on the other side of the river. On the other side of the river, there was a place where spiritual light flashed. Grand and complicated arrays enveloped the area, causing the other side of the river to seem like another world. Although they were only separated by a bridge, the spiritual energy on the other side was 100 times denser than on the other side. It was as if they were two different worlds. Right in front of the stone bridge was a golden core realm cultivator sitting cross-legged. This person had an old beard and white hair, and his age couldn't be discerned. He had a malicious expression, and he wore a linen robe that was speckled with spots and was covered in fresh blood, and it was imperceptibly filled with ghastly killing intent. Sitting here was equivalent to guarding the stone bridge, and anyone who wanted to head to the other side had to obtain his permission. This small stone bridge was originally just an ordinary stone bridge, but now it had become the array vein that led to the other side of the river. When the sun rose, a large door would open here, allowing people to go to the other side. It could be said that he was guarding here to give his juniors a chance to enter the Xian domain. Of course, this chance was not permanent. In fact, there were countless golden quark cultivators who had already arrived or were still rushing over, coveting this array vein. With his cultivation, he could only guarantee that he would be able to snatch this array vein today and send his juniors in. After that, he would have to give it to the other golden quark cultivators. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by a group of golden quark cultivators. But there was nothing he could do about it. Every time the array vein opened, it would only last for a short period of time, and there were so many people coming from all directions to covet the opportunity. If he did not guard the array vein, when the array vein opened, all the cultivators would rush in, and this place would definitely be in chaos. There might even be people fighting, turning this place into a place of carnage. It would not be so easy for all the juniors to enter. Grandson Jin Fu greets master, junior Xing Lian greets master. Not far away, Jin Fu and Xing Lian galloped over on their horses. They abandoned their horses after 100 feet and arrived in front of the golden quark cultivator to pay their respects. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at the two of them, and said coldly, "You arrived in time." "Very good." In front of the old man, Xing Lian put away his impulsive personality and replied respectfully, "After receiving Ancestor's message, we rushed over through the night." The old man smiled coldly and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "This is a rare opportunity that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. If you can obtain it, it will be a great fortune for you. I have already taken the lives of 3 golden quark cultivators and 10 foundation cultivators to occupy this array vein for you. You must cherish this opportunity. After entering this domain, you must do your best to fight for the opportunity. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Western Desert Golden Light faction." Hearing this murderous intent, Xing Lian and Jin Fu's hearts trembled, and they lowered their heads in agreement. "Hehe, this is all I can do to help you. After entering, you will have to rely on yourselves. Xing Lian, your marriage with Fu will be settled soon. I will not treat you as an outsider. You are known as one of the Western Desert's 4 heroes, invincible among your peers. You are a top genius among the younger generation of the Western Desert. I will have to entrust my good-for-nothing great-great-granddaughter to you." Hearing this, Xing Lian hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Ancestor, you must be joking. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm a single hair on Sister Fu's head." Jin Fu pouted and interrupted, "Ancestor, you don't know, but he was the one who made me angry. Just now in Dianjiang City, right in front of me, he was flirting with other women. Wasn't he purposely trying to anger me?" When Xing Lian heard her bring up this matter, she immediately smiled bitterly. Ancestor Golden Light glared at Xing Lian, scaring her so much that she didn't dare to raise her head. Ancestor Golden Light snorted and said, "If he likes to flirt with other women, why don't you just get rid of them?" Hearing this, Jin Fu was a little proud. "I have already sent Uncle Hong to kill him." Ancestor Golden Light nodded as if he was very satisfied with Jin Fu's actions. He sneered and looked at Xing Lian with a strange look. "You like to flirt with other women, that is a young man's temperament. I will not blame you. However, the daughters of the Jin family cannot be bullied. If you provoke one, I will send Fu to kill one. If you really have a tender heart for the fairer sex, you should change this bad habit of yours." Yes, cold sweat ran down Xing Lian's back. She thought to herself, "If I get engaged to the Jin family, I won't have a good life in the future. You two wait down there." After saying this, Ancestor Golden Light suddenly looked into the distance and said to the two of them. Xing Lian and Jin Fu arrived at an empty space 10 feet away from the old man and sat down cross-legged. Around them were already filled with disciples, a total of 40 to 50 people. Most of them were at the spiritual movement realm, only 4 were at the foundation establishment realm. After they sat down, familiar disciples nodded and greeted them. However, the atmosphere was silent and they didn't dare to speak. After greeting them, they sat down cross-legged and waited for the formation to open. As time passed, it was getting closer and closer to dawn. All the disciples of the Golden Light faction were a little excited. However, Jin Fu gradually became a little anxious. She kept looking back and thought, why isn't Uncle Hong back yet? After we climb over this mountain, we'll reach the formation vein guarded by my ancestor. You should let me go now, right? At this time, Fangxing had already brought Chu Xi and the gray-clothed old servant to the edge of the mysterious domain. They arrived at a short mountain that was less than a kilometer tall. The mountain was gentle, and there was a small winding path that led to the top. There was also a small path that went around the mountain. According to the old servant, the Golden Light ancestor was guarding a formation vein behind this mountain. Okay, swallow this pill first, then put it in the bag of holding. Fangxing looked at it for a moment, then threw a resting pill to the old servant. The old servant was helpless, but his life was in someone else's hands. He couldn't resist, so he could only swallow it. Fangxing put the old servant into the bag of holding, then pulled on Chu Xi's sleeve and flew to the top of the mountain. Following the small path up the mountain, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they arrived at the back of the mountain. In the forest, there were figures, some sitting and some standing, and there were nearly 100 cultivators. Their cultivations ranged from spirit formation to foundation establishment, and there were even a few gold core cultivators. Below the small mountain, about 1,000 feet away, was the location of the mysterious domain. However, this group of people did not dare to approach. Brother, there are so many people here, why are they all enjoying the wind at the top of the mountain? Why don't they wait near the mysterious domain? Fangxing brought Chu Xi along with him and found a foundation establishment cultivator who looked friendly and asked him about the situation. AI, the formation vein below is already occupied by the Golden Light sect of the Western Desert. No one is allowed to go near it. That Golden Light ancestor is very fierce, going down is suicide. Don't you see that even gold core cultivators can only stay in the forest? The cultivator let out a long sigh and said softly. Oh, continue to enjoy the wind. Fangxing retreated and asked Chu Xi to find a place to stay, while he went around asking for information. After experiencing a few things, Chu Xi became a little timid and followed him step by step. Fangxing was also very helpless. She followed him as long as she did not disturb him while he was asking for information. Soon, he talked to people and talked to ghosts, and he almost got the situation here. The gray-clothed old servant wasn't lying. Their family's ancestor Golden Light really did occupy one of the array veins, which was the small stone bridge at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, he was ferocious and domineering, not allowing cultivators from other sects to approach. It was said that in order to seize this small stone bridge, they had already fought several times since yesterday. More than 10 people had already lost their lives at the hands of ancestor Golden Light, including 3 gold core cultivators. At this point, all the cultivators were terrified, and no one dared to provoke this old freak. It seemed that the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. Fangxing sighed in his heart. Originally, he wanted to kill the woman surnamed Jean, but he didn't expect that the Jean family had a gold core cultivator guarding this place. As a result, not to mention killing her, even entering the Xian domain would be a very troublesome matter. Although he had captured the gray-clothed old servant, he didn't think that he could really use this old servant to exchange for an opportunity to enter the mysterious domain from the hands of the golden-lit old freak. This old servant had only bragged about how important he was in order to survive. He reckoned that if he were to really use this old servant to negotiate with the golden-lit old freak, that old freak would most likely kill him with a single slap. Waiting here is not a solution. I will go negotiate with Ancestor Golden Light. At this moment, a black-robed Taoist stood up from nearby. He frowned and rushed down the mountain. This person was also a gold core cultivator, and he had brought a dozen or so disciples with him. Fangxing had already inquired about them, and they seemed to be from the Crouching Bull Mountain's Supreme Mystery sect. It was said that they had arrived yesterday, but because of Ancestor Golden Light's ferocity, they couldn't snatch the formation vein away from him. Fellow Taoist Golden Light. Can we have a chat? The black-robed Taoist rushed down the mountain and respectfully clasped his hands as he politely asked. What is there to chat about? More than a dozen people have already died trying to snatch my formation vein. Do you want to give it a try? Ancestor Golden Light, who was guarding the small stone bridge, opened his eyes and coldly looked over. His words were extremely impolite. The black-robed Taoist hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist Golden Light is a peak cultivator of the Western Desert, and his name is known throughout the Nanzhan. I, Black Howl, have just reached the core formation realm not long ago, so how could I dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers? However, there is one thing I want to discuss. After fellow Taoist Golden Lights juniors enter the Xian region, if the formation vein is still open, can you let a few of my juniors enter? If you agree, the entire Supreme Xian sect will be indebted to you. Haha, you want to borrow my Dao? Ancestor Golden Light laughed coldly. Alright, 100 spiritual essences per person. I will not cheat anyone. 100? When he heard this number, the black-robed Taoist's expression turned ugly. The forest was also in an uproar. 100 spiritual essences? Is this old monster crazy? If he asked for less, we would have no choice but to give him 100 spiritual essences. How could we possibly take out 100? For a moment, the cultivators in the forest were discussing among themselves and frowning. The spiritual essence that old freak Goldenray mentioned was already the highest grade of currency in the cultivation world. It had the same origin as spirit stones, but it was not naturally formed. Instead, it was refined from supreme-grade spirit stones by cultivators. Refining a standard amount of spiritual essence would consume nearly 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. Due to the complexity of refining it, its value would far exceed 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. It was extremely difficult to obtain. This kind of spiritual essence was usually used by golden core cultivators to replenish their core light. It was priceless, and one spiritual essence was already hard to come by. However, Ancestor Golden Light was demanding an exorbitant price of 100 spiritual essences. This was not a negotiation at all, he was simply making things difficult for them. If you can't take it out, then scram. Ancestor Golden Light shouted. Not only did he look at the black-robed old Taoist, but he also rolled his eyes and looked at the forest coldly. This array vein was obtained by me after a bloody battle. Who do you think you are? You want to take advantage of me without paying a price? Let me say this to you bastards. If you have spiritual essences, then bring them out. I'm not asking you to let me pass. If you don't have spiritual essences, then scram as far as you can. I'd rather watch it slowly close than let you bastards take advantage of me. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators in the forest had ugly expressions. Feng Xing snickered. He thought that this Ancestor Golden Light's temper was somewhat similar to his own. The black-robed old Taoist was also a golden core cultivator, but he was reprimanded by Ancestor Golden Light in front of him. His expression was ugly, but when he thought of Ancestor Golden Light's ferocity, he did not dare to get angry. Thinking of the bigger picture, he smiled and said, Friend Golden Light, it's not that I don't want to pay the price, but 100 spiritual essences per person is too expensive. I wonder if Friend Golden Light can make an exception. You think it's too expensive? Ancestor Golden Light laughed sinisterly. No one knows what kind of immortal fate there is in the Xian region, and how many immortal fate there is. But to be so valued by the people of the Divine Continent, it must be something extraordinary. The earlier you enter, the more hope you have. If you enter a day later, you might not be able to get anything. Hee, don't blame me for not reminding you. There will be more and more experts coming to the ultimate Demon Ridge, and the competition will be more and more intense. With your strength, you won't be able to snatch the array vein even if you wait another 100 days. This? Let me think about it. The black-robed old Taoist was put in a difficult position. He turned around and slowly retreated. Hee, this Ancestor Golden Light doesn't even want to let me pass, Feng Xing laughed coldly. In his heart, he had guessed something. If Ancestor Golden Light really wanted to use the array vein to make a fortune, he definitely wouldn't ask for such a high price. At the very least, he would allow others to bargain. It was normal for there to be room for negotiation. But now that he had asked for 100 spirit essences and didn't allow anyone to bargain, it was clear that this old bastard didn't want anyone to let him pass. As for the reason, Feng Xing also faintly understood. With how important the mysterious region's opportunity was, naturally, everyone would want to go in and explore it. However, those who could not go in would try their best to go in and have already gone in, or perhaps they would send their juniors in and not want others to go in. After all, no one knew how many immortal fate there was inside. Why would they send outsiders to compete with their juniors? Just like that, the idea of using money to bribe people to enter the mysterious domain was simply impossible. Furthermore, even waiting here was not a solution. Even if Old Freak Golden Ray left, there might still be Old Freak Green Ray or Old Freak Black Ray. After all, what Old Freak Golden Ray said earlier was correct. There were more and more experts rushing over. The competition here would only become more intense. Those who didn't think of a way to enter now would still be unable to do so even if they waited for another 10 days to half a month. Little 9, what should we do? Xianxia also discovered that entering the Xian region was much harder than she had thought. She was very dejected as she squatted beside Feng Xing. How about I sell you and see if you're worth 100 spirit essences? Feng Xing rolled his eyes and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia angrily looked at Feng Xing and pinched his arm. Pinch me again. Feng Xing stretched out his hand and knocked on Xiaoxi's head. Xiaoxia covered her head in pain and glared at him. Did this bastard never know how to show mercy to the fairer sex? Feng Xing ignored her. He sat on the ground and aimlessly drew circles on the ground with a branch, as if he was thinking about something. Sigh. After a long while, Feng Xing suddenly sighed. He got up and walked towards the place where the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect were gathered. Xiaoxia hurriedly stood up. Was this guy angry again? Don't leave me behind and follow me closely. What are you going to do? Feng Xing chuckled and said, I'm going to discuss with those gold core stage cultivators and get rid of Ancestor Golden Light. Hearing this, Xiaoxia was shocked. She thought to herself, where did a Foundation establishment cultivator get the courage to get rid of a gold core stage ancestor? Fellow Black Wind, it looks like we won't be able to borrow the way from Golden Ray Freak. Seeing the black-robed old Taoist retreating in embarrassment, the other 2 Jindan stage cultivators in the forest also gathered around him. Both of them had worried expressions on their faces. They were all dignified Jindan stage Taoist masters. In any other region, they were existences similar to patriarchs. It could be said that they could call the wind and summon the rain. However, in the vicinity of the Xian domain, they were scolded by Jindan stage cultivator like a grandson. Their faces were filled with anger. You all heard it just now. Golden Ray Freak is simply impervious to everything. Black Wind smiled bitterly and shook his head. F***ck, he's gone too far. Why don't the 3 of us join forces to kill him and take the array vein? An old Taoist with red eyebrows and a bad temper began to curse angrily. If the 3 of us joined forces, we would be able to defeat him. Why would we need to worry here? The blue-robed old Taoist sighed and said, Golden Ray Freak is a great cultivator of the Western Desert. He has been in the Western Desert for hundreds of years and has rarely met a worthy opponent. He is also a violent person. He once slaughtered a small country in a fit of rage. Even if there were 3 more of us, we would still not be a match for him. Didn't you see the miserable state of the dozen cultivators who died at his hands yesterday? Hearing this, the 3 old Taoists fell silent. Although they were anxious, they were also helpless. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. If one's fist was not as big as others, then everything else was meaningless. The 3 dignified golden core cultivators and patriarchs were actually staring at each other helplessly. It was also at this time that an argument broke out not far away. Our Taishan sect's Grand Elder is not someone you can see just because you want to. If you don't leave now, don't blame my sword for being merciless. F***CKU. I gave you face, didn't I? Nice words don't work. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? How dare you? Do you think the Taishan sect is easy to bully? What happened? The black-robed Taoist was already unhappy, and when he suddenly heard this noise, his anger rose. He shouted at the source of the argument. The one who was arguing was a white-robed disciple of the Taishan sect. He had already summoned his flying sword, but when he heard the highest elder's question, he quickly turned his head, pointed to a young man in front of him, and said, Elder, this little devil wants to see you. The black-robed old Taoist took a closer look and saw a little brat dressed in gray. Behind him was a beautiful little girl. The little brat looked unfamiliar, and he didn't know which sect she was from. Just as he was about to ask, the little brat had already jumped up and waved at him. Old man. Oh, senior, over here, I have a good idea for you. Do you want to cooperate? What kind of cooperation can a little brat have with me? The black-robed old Taoist was slightly stunned and suspicious. On the other hand, the blue-robed cultivator beside him was slightly startled. He stared at Feng Xing and saw that he was already at the early stage of foundation establishment despite his young age. Such a young foundation establishment cultivator's aptitude couldn't be too bad, so the blue-robed cultivator didn't dare to look down on him too much. He faintly smiled, cupped his hands, and said to the youth, "Could it be that little friend has a good plan? Why don't you come over and have a chat?" Feng Xing smiled proudly, glared at the white-robed cultivator who was blocking his way, and shouted, "Get out of the way." The white-robed cultivator was angry, but seeing that the highest elder had not said anything, he had to step aside. "Little brat, what do you want to cooperate with us on?" The red-browed old Taoist snorted coldly. Seeing that it was a young man who looked like a little beggar, he felt a little contemptuous. Feng Xing walked to the front of the 3 gold core cultivators, cupped his hands, made a square bow, smiled, and said in a low voice, "Of course it's a big deal. If the 3 seniors are willing to cooperate with me, I have a way to send your disciples to the Xian domain." When the 3 gold core cultivators heard this, their faces all changed, and they looked at Feng Xing with uncertain expressions. Feng Xing smiled coldly and crossed his arms, looking full of confidence. "A little brat in the Zhuji realm can send our disciples to the Xian domain? Could it be that they are trying to punish us?" The red-browed old Taoist said subconsciously, not trusting him. "Are you very handsome? I have this beautiful little girl to punish me, but I have to rush to punish you." Feng Xing rolled his eyes at the red-browed old Taoist and said disdainfully. "You." The red-browed old Taoist flew into a rage. He was an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years, and he looked very old. His face was wrinkled like orange peels, and his beard and hair had all fallen off. Naturally, he was not as beautiful as the pretty little girl behind the young man. However, he was a gold core cultivator after all, and this brat actually compared him with a little girl, which really made him seethe with anger. "Well, red-browed fellow, let's listen to this little friend." Black Wind stopped the grumpy red-browed old man and said in a deep voice. He also discovered that this young man was extraordinary. Although the 3 of them had formed their gold cores not long ago and were considered weak in the gold core realm, in front of ordinary cultivators, they were still at the level of a 1,000-year-old old monster. If ordinary cultivators met them, they would probably tremble with fear and would not even be able to speak fluently. However, this young man was talking and laughing as if nothing had happened, and casually mocked them. This already explained the problem. "Little friend, do you really have a way to help us enter the Xian domain?" The blue-robed old Taoist asked seriously, with a hint of expectation. "Come closer." Feng Xing sat on the big blue stone and waved at the 3 gold core cultivators. The black-robed, red-browed, and blue-robed old Taoists hesitated for a moment and then moved their heads closer to Feng Xing. Feng Xing chuckled and told the 3 Jindan stage cultivators about his plan. "What?" The red-browed old Taoist looked incredulous. "Little guy, are you sure you're not crazy?" The black-robed Taoist priest's face was also filled with shock. "This is too risky. That's the golden ray old freak who has dominated the western desert. His cultivation is close to the peak of the golden core realm, and he's extremely powerful. Your idea is really too risky. If we don't take the risk, are we going to wait here forever? We won't be able to enter in the future." Feng Xing sneered and squinted at the 3 gold core cultivators. The black-robed old Taoist and the red-browed old Taoist were speechless and hesitant. The blue-robed old Taoist pondered for a moment and asked seriously, "Little friend, do you really have that kind of strength?" Feng Xing smiled coldly, stood up, and waved at the white-robed cultivator who had stopped him. This cultivator was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. He was about 40 years old and was quite arrogant. Originally, he had been scolded by Feng Xing and felt indignant, so he had been looking over. He was wondering what the little bastard was talking about with his highest elder, but when he saw him waving at him, he was slightly stunned. "How strong is this person?" Feng Xing pointed at the white-robed cultivator and asked. The Black Wind Taoist pondered for a while and said, "This child is the first true disciple of the Taishan sect. In his early years, he had a lucky encounter and reached the foundation establishment realm at the age of 25. At the age of 32, he reached the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Now, he has entered the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He can be said to be amazing. Before he finished speaking, Feng Xing's figure suddenly rushed out. The spiritual power of the Taoist Foundation was completely activated, and the golden wings on his back appeared. He was as fast as lightning and almost instantly rushed in front of the white-robed cultivator. He opened his 5 fingers and clasped them toward the white-robed cultivator's face. The white-robed cultivator was a little surprised and subconsciously tried to pull out his sword. Then, Feng Xing pressed down with his palm and grabbed his wrist. His figure retreated again. Swoosh, after rushing and retreating, Feng Xing returned to his original position, but his hand was still holding the white-robed cultivator's wrist. The cultivator was furious. With a muffled roar, he wanted to fight back, but Feng Xing's palm had already gently pressed on the top of his head. 3 old seniors, do you think I can do it? Feng Xing smiled and turned to look at the 3 Jingdan stage ancestors. The 3 Jingdan stage ancestors were all shocked and looked at Feng Xing incredulously. A young man at the early stage of Foundation establishment had easily restrained a cultivator at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, who was known as a heavenly son. Although there was an element of surprise, this amazement was enough to shock the 3 Jingdan stage ancestors. They had also come from the Foundation establishment realm, so they naturally knew what Feng Xing's strength represented. Little devil, with such strength, you must not be a nobody. Tell me, which sect and which sect are you from? Who is your master? The red-browed Taoist said in a deep voice. He no longer had the slightest contempt for Feng Xing. I'm a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. I didn't make it because I was late. Feng Xing did not hide it from them and said with a smile. The disciples of the Great Snow Mountain have already entered the Xian domain. How could they still be here? Besides, I've heard of the 5 Foundation establishment realm cultivators cultivated by the Great Snow Mountain, but I've never heard of such a powerful young man. Black-Wind Taoist and Red-Browed Taoist looked at each other, thinking that Feng Xing deliberately concealed his identity. However, they did not care about this. After hesitating for a moment, they said, with your strength, you're sure to do that, but we also have a problem. How can you guarantee that after we help you, we won't break our promise? Feng Xing pointed to Xianxia and said, protect this girl. When I succeed, I'll send her in safe and sound. The 3 Jingdan stage ancestors looked at each other and nodded, thinking that it was feasible. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, I won't wait here, I want to go with you. Feng Xing smiled and said, this is too dangerous. Bringing a stupid girl like you will be a hindrance. Xianxia felt a little wronged, but she was not someone who liked to pester others. After a while, she gently took out a white jade umbrella from her storage bag and said, this is the Heavenly Net White Jade Umbrella. It's a defensive profound level weapon bestowed to me by the Elder Ancestor. Take it. Speaking up to this point, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, she was slightly startled, but a faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth. What are you smiling for? Feng Xing snatched it from her hand, looked at it over and over, and glared at Xianxia. Xianxia said, I won't tell you. It turned out that Xianxia had suffered a loss in the hands of Feng Xing, so she begged the ancestor and the emperor brother for this magical weapon. Originally, she wanted to use it to deal with Feng Xing, but she did not expect that she would take the initiative to lend it to him. It could be said that the world changed and it was unpredictable. This small coincidence made the girl have an indescribable emotion for no reason. Little friend, it's almost dawn. It's time to get ready. At this time, the east was already faintly white, and dawn was about to break. The 3 Jingdan stage ancestors reminded him. Time passed silently, and it was gradually approaching the time of dawn. The clouds in the east were already lined with gold. It looked like the first beam of purple light would appear in the next moment. The disciples of the golden light lineage all jumped up and held their breaths as they stared at the small stone bridge. They were waiting to enter the profound domain and seize the opportunity that had fallen from the heavens. Only the descendant of the golden light ancestor, Jean Fu, seemed a bit anxious as she kept looking into the distance. It's just killing an early-stage Foundation establishment brat. Why did Uncle Hong take so long? Jean Fu had some doubts in her heart, and she felt uneasy. Seeing this, Xingxing Lian secretly took her hand, which made her feel much more at ease. The sky in the east gradually brightened. The first wisp of purple chi was about to reach the ground. Ancestor Golden Light could already feel the spiritual chi becoming active. The light of the formation covering the small stone bridge was also beginning to loosen. The formation veins were about to open. Ancestor. Ancestor, save me. At this critical moment, a shrill voice suddenly came from the forest in the distance. It was filled with panic. When Jing Fu heard this voice, she was shocked and looked towards the source of the voice. Even Ancestor Golden Light was slightly startled. He looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. Suddenly, a gray-robed old man stumbled out of the mountain. His clothes were tattered and his flesh was a bloody mess. He seemed to have suffered serious injuries. As if he was being chased by a ghost, he cried for help as he rushed over. "Old bastard, you still want to escape when you're in my hands?" Not far behind the old servant, a fierce voice shouted, and a black dragon-like chain was thrown over, wrapping around the old servant's waist and pulling him back. Then, a person carried the old servant and slowly walked out of the forest. His figure was thin, his hair was disheveled, and his entire body was shrouded in killing intent, making him look like a demon god, majestic and awe-inspiring, his face filled with arrogance. "Uncle Hong?" Jing Fu also turned pale with fright when she saw the scene from afar. She stood up with a gasp, her face pale. What was going on? Uncle Hong was clearly sent to kill an early-stage Foundation establishment brat. Why did Uncle Hong come back in such a state? Where did that brat get the ability to force Uncle Hong to this point? For a moment, there was no time to think about these questions. Jing Fu subconsciously rushed forward and shouted, "Brat, let Uncle Hong go." "Let him go?" Fang Xing sneered. The blood on his body made him look even more terrifying. "Bitch, you sent this old man to take my life, so you should be prepared to be killed. Now that he is in my hands, you still want me to let him go? Let me tell you clearly, today, not to mention him, even you and that foul-mouthed green hat will have to offer sacrifice to me. Prepare to pay with your life." "Why you're courting death?" Jing Fu was enraged. She pulled out her long sword with a clang and was about to charge at Fang Xing. "Then come and kill me." Fang Xing sneered. There was some anticipation in his eyes. It would be even better if this bitch really rushed over and attacked him. He only had this old servant as a bargaining chip, so he didn't have much confidence. It would be great if he had this woman. However, after Jing Fu pulled out her sword, before she could rush over, she suddenly heard a cold shout, "Fu-er, stop." The voice wasn't loud, but it rumbled out with incredible power. It was none other than Patriarch Golden Light. "Xing Lian, who is this child?" Patriarch Golden Light glanced at Fang Xing and asked Xing Lian. "Patriarch, this person is one of the people Sister Fu wants to kill. I didn't expect Uncle Hong to fall into his hands." The primordial lotus still wanted to say something, but Ancestor Golden Light waved his hand, indicating that he already understood. He looked coldly at Fang Xing and said in a frosty voice, "Little brat, there aren't many people that my Golden Light faction wants to kill that can survive. Since you've survived, it's one thing for you to scram far away, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. You even dared to capture a servant of my Jin clan and bring him here. Haha, I don't dare to show off, but this young master will take his revenge." "Your two juniors, one with a foul mouth and the other with a foul character, provoked this young master. Don't think I'll let this matter rest. I'm here to demand justice." Fang Xing slowly walked forward with the gray-clothed old servant in his hand. However, he stopped 300 feet away and didn't come any closer. "Ha ha ha ha," Patriarch Golden Light laughed heartily. "This old man has roamed the world and many have come to me to demand justice. However, not many have survived. Little brat, whose disciple are you? How dare you come to me to demand justice? You've got guts. Hee hee, your family's servant dares to rob me? You've got guts too." Fang Xing smiled coldly. He tightened his grip on the old servant's neck and said loudly, "Cut the crap. Do you want him to live? Let's talk." "Heh, you're not qualified to talk to me." Patriarch Golden Light smiled darkly and said in a cold voice, "He may be a slave, but he is a slave of the Jin family. If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, not only will I grind your bones to dust, but I will also kill your master, exterminate your clan, and sever your legacy. I will even kill all of your friends and family." Patriarch Golden Light has always been a man of his word. You can give it a try if you want. As he finished speaking, he turned to look at the small stone bridge. He didn't take this matter to heart. In his opinion, this little brat who dared to jump around in front of him was nothing more than a clown. When he had time, he could crush him to death with one finger. Now that the sun was rising from the east and the first ray of sunlight was about to appear, he had to prioritize sending the juniors in first. After a few breaths, the first ray of sunlight finally shone on the ground. This ray of sunlight was purple in color. It was the sign of purple air coming from the east. As the purple light shone, the spell formation that enveloped the small stone bridge began to change slightly. The originally sealed spell formation was now open. With the small stone bridge as a passageway, a door was opened. Abundant spiritual chi gushed out from inside, making it look like a paradise. The Xian domain is open. Get ready to enter. Patriarch Golden Light turned around and shouted at the juniors in front of him. The juniors of the Golden Light lineage beside him shouted excitedly and rushed toward the small stone bridge. Patriarch, Uncle Hong, Jin Fu came to Patriarch Golden Light's side and asked worriedly. Quickly enter the Xian domain. What are you worried about? In front of me, this little brat won't dare to harm a hair of the Jin family. Patriarch Golden Light smiled coldly and glanced at Feng Xing. He didn't take him seriously at all. He didn't think that this little brat would dare to harm anyone in front of him. Moreover, he didn't value the life of an old servant that much. Right now, sending his juniors into the Xian domain was the most important thing. When he was free, a mere foundation establishment brat would be nothing but a grasshopper in his hands. What could he do? But at this moment, a cold light flashed in the grasshopper's eyes. Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this. Feng Xing made up his mind. He suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Patriarch Golden Light, you son of AB******. Are you F*** King Deaf? I'm negotiating with you. Don't you want your servant's life anymore? Believe it or not, I'll strangle him to death right now. Little bastard, how dare you insult me? When had Patriarch Golden Light ever been insulted like this? After a moment of shock, the anger in his heart burned fiercely. So what if I insult you? Feng Xing wasn't afraid of Patriarch Golden Light's prestige at all. He jumped up and down and scolded, the Western Desert's Golden Light bloodline is bullsh***t. It's one thing to hide in your desert and play tricks. But now that you're in the Chu territory, you dare to show off? And that golden old B** starred, why are you acting all high and mighty? This young master has seen many cowards like you. Any one of this young master's masters would be able to beat you up into a pig's head. As he spoke, he lifted the gray-clothed old servant up and slapped him. He kept on scolding, tell me that your patriarch is a son of AB*****, a son of AB***** raised by his little mother. Otherwise, I'll use my flag to subdue you. I'm sure you've seen the power of my flag. Once you're subdued, your soul will be suppressed forever and you won't be able to reincarnate. As he spoke, he waved the 10,000 spirit flag. Black smoke billowed like clouds and mist. The gray-clothed old servant had seen the evilness of his 10,000 spirit flag. Of course, he didn't dare to suffer the pain of having his soul suppressed forever. However, Patriarch Golden Light's prestige was deeply rooted in his heart. It was impossible for him to personally scold Patriarch Golden Light. Although he felt dizzy from the slaps, he clenched his teeth and refused to speak. On the other hand, Feng Xing became more and more enthusiastic as he scolded. You little bastard, you're courting death. I'm going to destroy your entire sect. Patriarch Golden Light knew the severity of the situation. Seeing that some of his juniors had not crossed the small stone bridge, he gritted his teeth and endured. But it was also at this time, in the distant mountain forest, someone suddenly laughed 3 times and said, this little friend scolded well. Old monster Golden Ray is indeed raised by me, otherwise how could he have developed such a bastard personality? Feng Xing laughed and shouted toward the forest, isn't that right? This old bastard is such a bastard. His family's upbringing is not good. Haha, that's right. This Patriarch Golden Light is really not a good person. When I finish my yuaniying, I'll shove this old monster back into his mother's womb to be reborn. For a time, all kinds of voices rang out in the forest. It seemed that Patriarch Golden Light had really offended a lot of people. Although these people didn't dare to challenge him directly, when they heard Fang Xing scolding, they took the opportunity to vent their anger. When Patriarch Golden Light heard this, he was instantly enraged. His hands trembled. When had Ancestor Golden Light ever been scolded like this in the Western Desert? He had thought that this little brat was just an ant that didn't know what was good for him. Once he was done with his business, he would crush him to death. After all, he was just an old servant and he didn't care much about him. However, he didn't expect that this little brat would be so audacious. Even when he was about to die, he still dared to scold him. Moreover, his cowardly competitors hid in the forest and echoed his words. If he didn't kill this little rascal right away, who knew what kind of curses he would spew out? Under the influence of some people with ulterior motives, the rumor that he, the dignified Golden Light ancestor, had been cursed would spread throughout the entire southern mountain range. Losing face would be the least of it. I just killed this little brat in passing. I don't think anyone would dare to come and take my array vein. To be safe, Ancestor Golden Light originally planned to stay by the side of the stone bridge until all the disciples of the Golden Light lineage had crossed the stone bridge. However, the more he heard, the angrier he became. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. With a loud roar, he turned into a ray of light and pounced toward Fang Xing. He shouted, "Little bastard, today, I will grind your bones to ashes and obliterate your soul. This old bastard is finally angry. Old evil, do it." Seeing that Ancestor Golden Light had been provoked, Fang Xing's heart finally relaxed. He quickly used his divine thoughts to communicate with Daphne. Then, he smiled viciously at the golden light that was rushing toward him like a shooting star. He killed the gray-robed old servant with one palm strike. At the same time, the black smoke on the 10,000 spirit flag suddenly surged and covered an area of 100 feet. Whoosh, the speed of a gold core cultivator was extremely fast. He was like a ray of golden light that covered the distance of 100 feet in an instant. However, at this moment, a few murderous auras suddenly surged from the forest and pressed toward Ancestor Golden Light. The enraged Ancestor Golden Light was slightly startled. He raised his eyes and looked toward the forest. He knew that there were many gold core cultivators in the forest. Although these people were no match for him, he still had to be careful. However, as he was startled, he found that the forest was empty and silent. No one made a move. "Humph, this bunch of trash really doesn't have the guts to provoke me." Patriarch Golden Light. Patriarch Golden Light sneered and was about to send another palm strike at Fang Xing. Bang! The overwhelming palm force slammed into the black fog below. The palm force was forceful, dispersing the billowing black smoke. However, he suddenly discovered that Fang Xing's figure was already nowhere to be seen. He used a teleportation Dharma treasure? Old Freak Golden Light immediately realized what was going on. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. With his level of cultivation, a teleportation magic tool was nothing at all. After he grasped the position, he would chase after it and add another palm strike. However, when he did this, he was slightly startled and turned to look at the small stone bridge. That hateful little demon's figure had already appeared in front of the small stone bridge, and was currently running towards the small stone bridge. This little demon had used a teleportation magical artifact. Instead of escaping into the distance, he was guarding the array vein. Even now, he still wanted to enter the Xian domain. Patriarch Golden Light sneered, turned around, and dashed towards the small stone bridge. With his level of cultivation, everything within 1,000 feet radius could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Even if this little demon made it to the small stone bridge, he would not be able to enter. However, just at this moment, from the forest, several murderous intents attacked. Patriarch Golden Light immediately felt it and turned around to defend himself. His eyes were like an eagle's as he scanned the forest. However, just like before, there was only the sound of thunder but no rain. The forest was once again silent. While Patriarch Golden Light was still in a daze, Fang Xing had already dashed towards the small stone bridge. It turned out that when he saw Patriarch Golden Light guarding the small stone bridge, Fang Xing had already calculated all of this. With Patriarch Golden Light guarding this place, even 3 golden core cultivators would not be able to steal the array vein from him, let alone himself. Even if he had an old servant from the Jin clan as a hostage, it would not work. Why would a great golden core cultivator be soft-hearted by an old servant? The only way was to take advantage of the opening of the array vein and lure Patriarch Golden Light away from the small stone bridge. Then, he would rush into the Xian domain as fast as he could. This way, with the Xian domain isolating him, even a golden core cultivator would not be able to do anything to him. However, while this method was easy to think of, there was a big problem with whether or not it could be carried out. The problem was that the strength of a golden core cultivator was far too strong. For a monster like Patriarch Golden Light, a distance of thousands of feet was not a distance at all. With a single thought, he could reach that distance in an instant. Even if Li Mu could provoke him and lure him away from the small stone bridge, with his extreme speed, Li Mu was afraid that he would not even have time to activate the 10-mile teleportation talisman. Maybe he would be killed with one slap. Therefore, Li Mu had to find a few people who could pose a threat to Patriarch Golden Light to buy some time for himself. Based on this consideration, Fang Xing found the 3 golden core cultivators in the forest: Black Robe, Red Eyebrows, and Blue Robe. Although the 3 of them were no match for Patriarch Golden Light, if they really fought, Patriarch Golden Light would not dare to completely ignore them. There was no need for them to really fight. They only needed to release their murderous intent at the critical moment to distract Patriarch Golden Light. Now, this move had worked. Fang Xing had successfully rushed to the small stone bridge. You still want to cross the small stone bridge? Dream on. In front of the small stone bridge, there were still a dozen disciples of the Golden Light lineage who had yet to cross. Even Jin Fu was worried about Uncle Hong and did not cross the bridge. Primordial Lotus was by her side. As soon as they saw Fang Xing rushing over, they immediately shouted and used their magic weapons to attack him. Many attacks weaved into a net in front of Fang Xing. They had decided that even if they could not kill him, they would at least hinder him for a bit. The speed of a golden core cultivator was extremely fast. If this little devil was even a little slower, he would be killed by Patriarch Golden Light. Those who stop me shall die. When Fang Xing activated the 10-mile teleportation glyph, he had already thought of what to do next. When he appeared in front of the small stone bridge, he immediately roared and waved the 10,000 spirit flag. In an instant, rolling black smoke enveloped the area. The flesh and blood of the spirit movement realm cultivators rushing towards Fang Xing were almost instantly sucked dry. They turned into dried bones and fell to the ground. Even Primordial Lotus and Jin Fu's expressions suddenly changed and they dodged. As for Fang Xing, he did not stop at all and directly stepped onto the small stone bridge. Little bastard, you're courting death. Patriarch Golden Light watched as his disciples were killed by Fang Xing with a wave of his flag. There was no need to describe his anger. With a thought, he flashed in front of the small stone bridge and heavily slammed his palm over. However, in the time he was slightly distracted in the air, Fang Xing had already crossed half of the small stone bridge. When his palm struck, it only caused Fang Xing's figure to stagger. Then, he borrowed the force to rush forward. His body was like a stream of light, and with a spurt of energy, he crossed the small stone bridge in one go. Ha 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 ha, old bastard, I still came in. Why did you? After crossing the small stone bridge, Fang Xing laughed out loud. He was extremely proud of himself. You. Fellow disciples, let's go together and kill him. The disciples of Patriarch Golden Light who had already entered the mysterious domain were gathered at the head of the bridge. When they saw Fang Xing rush in, they immediately surrounded him. However, they also saw the strange scene of Fang Xing's black flag killing 4 to 5 people with a single wave. Thus, they did not dare to make a move. You'd better not move. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a few people to establish my prestige. Fang Xing sneered and waved his flag. Billowing black smoke curled up like a demonic cloud, shrouding everyone's heads. The group of disciples of Patriarch Golden Light knew how powerful it was. Immediately, their expressions changed, and they did not dare to act rashly. Patriarch Golden Light, can we talk now? Fang Xing smiled coldly and sat cross-legged on one side of the small stone bridge. Then, he spoke to Patriarch Golden Light, who was on the other side of the stone bridge. Little devil, you're quite capable. You actually managed to sneak in under my nose, Patriarch Golden Light said coldly. His face was gloomy, but he had already figured out Fang Xing's plan. Haha, I've already said that I'm very capable. It's that blind bitch's life is bad. She just had to provoke me. Fang Xing sneered. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, enough. Time is of the essence. The array vein will only open for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Let's not waste any more time. Right now, your disciples are my hostages. If you don't want them all to die, you'd better listen to what I have to say. Patriarch Golden Light's expression was cold. He said coldly, "Oh, you're planning to use my disciples as hostages to threaten me after you enter the mysterious domain? What courage! What courage! Even this old man is somewhat impressed by you. Speak." Fang Xing smiled mischievously and said, "It's very simple. Get lost. Don't stand at the end of the bridge. I'll feel annoyed whenever I see you. The Grand Tao is open to the heavens. Anyone can walk through it. Even the mysterious coffin doesn't have a rule that forbids others from entering. What right do you have to be so overbearing? This array vein is now under my control. Whoever wants to enter can enter. As a reward, I won't make things difficult for your great-great-granddaughter. How about it?" Patriarch Golden Light's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He didn't say anything for a while. Jin Fu became angry and said in a stern voice, "Ancestor, don't agree with him. Let me go in and kill this bastard first." Then, Primordial Lotus hurriedly pulled her back and whispered, "Junior Sister Fu, don't be so agitated. The flag in that little devil's hand is very powerful." Jin Fu gnashed her teeth in hatred. However, she didn't actually rush onto the small stone bridge. In fact, she even felt a little fortunate that she didn't enter the mysterious domain so quickly. The flag in that little devil's hand was really powerful. She really didn't have the confidence to block it. It seemed that she had really provoked a great disaster. Ancestor Golden Light's face darkened as his thoughts raced. To be able to roam the western desert for hundreds of years, other than being powerful and violent, he wasn't a brainless person. He knew how to weigh the pros and cons. It was obvious that this brat really wanted to take advantage of him. The array vein was only open for an incense stick's time and half of the time had passed. If he missed this chance, not only would the disciples inside lose their lives, the remaining disciples would also be delayed. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be so worried. He could just send Jin Fu or Primal Lotus in to kill the brat. But this brat was extremely troublesome. To be able to kill that slave, Hong Shou, meant that he wasn't weak. Coupled with the powerful flag in his hand, even if Jin Fu and Primal Lotus worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. If one of them died, he would suffer a great loss. After all, these disciples were carefully selected by him. Since Golden Cores couldn't enter the mystic region, he could only rely on these disciples to obtain opportunities for him. In other words, these people were like his hands. Losing any one of them would hurt him. Ancestor Golden Light, there isn't much time left. If you continue to consider, your disciples' lives will be in danger. Fang Xing reminded coldly as he stared at the rising sun in the east. Fine, I won't think about it anymore. What's the point of giving up the array vein? Old freak Goldenray made up his mind and said coldly, becoming enemies with a brat like you is not what this old man wants. Now, this old man will give you face and give up the formation vein. This can be considered as compensation and resolve the enmity between you and this junior. How about it? However, you have to swear an oath that when all the cultivators enter the Xian domain, you can't make things difficult for my group of disciples. Fang Xing laughed, all right. I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Jin Fu panicked, Ancestor, who do you think you are? How can you negotiate with a brat like this? Slap, before Jin Fu could finish speaking, Patriarch Golden Light suddenly turned around and slapped her hard across the face. He said coldly, if you hadn't been so blind as to provoke such a troublesome brat, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Although he didn't use any magic power in this strike, it was still extremely heavy. Jin Fu was struck dumb, and she stared blankly at Patriarch Golden Light. Xing Lian hurried forward and pulled her hand, telling her not to provoke the enraged old freak. All right, you bunch of trash. Someone has already seized the formation vein for you. You can all go in now. Patriarch Golden Light looked coldly at Fang Xing, then suddenly shouted out into the forest. His voice rumbled out, echoing out for countless kilometers. All the cultivators in the forest were overjoyed. It could be said that they had found a new lease of life in a desperate situation. For a moment, everything was in chaos. Countless people rushed out of the forest and rushed toward the small stone bridge. When they got close, most of them stopped and looked at Patriarch Golden Light timidly. However, when the first bold person crossed the small stone bridge and Patriarch Golden Light didn't move, everyone else followed. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, I will never forget your kindness. May I know your name?" "I will definitely repay your kindness." In an instant, all the cultivators crossed the small stone bridge and cupped their fists toward Feng Xing to express their gratitude. Feng Xing laughed and said, "What's the point of thanking me? It's more important to take out something valuable." All the cultivators were stunned and no one spoke. "Xing Lian, if I give you my golden hornless dragon 8-array formation plate, how confident are you that you can kill that brat?" Patriarch Golden Light asked Xing Lian in a low voice as the cultivators entered the mysterious domain. Xing Lian was startled, then overjoyed. "Patriarch is wise. I think that brat's strength is only SOSO. A mere second-layer foundation establishment realm cultivator isn't worthy of my attention. It's just that the flag is too dangerous. I believe Uncle Hong also suffered because of it. I'm not trying to boast, but if Patriarch Golden Light is willing to give me that Xian artifact, with my strength, killing that brat will be as easy as flipping my palm." Patriarch Golden Light nodded to himself and took out a golden plate from his sleeve. He secretly handed it to Xing Lian. Jin Fu became anxious. She knew that the golden hornless dragon 8-array formation plate was Patriarch Golden Light's famed mystic artifact. It was extremely powerful and she thought that it would be hers in the future. She didn't expect that Patriarch Golden Light would have the intention to give it to Xing Lian. It was obvious that Patriarch Golden Light believed that even if she took the Xian artifact, it wouldn't necessarily belong to that despicable brat. But she didn't dare to speak carelessly after being slapped. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Seeing Xing Lian excitedly receiving the golden plate, she immediately stomped her feet in anger. She unintentionally turned around and suddenly noticed a figure that looked slightly familiar. A thought suddenly arose in her mind, and she hurriedly shouted, "Ancestor, capture that girl." Patriarch Golden Light was slightly taken aback and looked at Jin Fu. Jin Fu shouted anxiously, "She's in cahoots with that brat." Swoosh, Patriarch Golden Light's eyes turned cold and he looked in the direction Jin Fu was pointing. On the other side of the small stone bridge, Feng Xing also heard Jin Fu's shout and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood up and shouted at Taoist Black Wind, who was a few dozen feet away from the small stone bridge, "Hurry up and send the girl over." At this time, Chu Xi had already put on a simple disguise and covered her face. She didn't want to be recognized by Jin Fu and cause unnecessary trouble. But she didn't expect that even though she was careful, Jin Fu would still see through her disguise. But there was still a chance. Patriarch Black Wind was closer to the small stone bridge. With a light push, he could send Chu Xi to the small stone bridge with his cultivation. However, it was also at this time that Patriarch Golden Light shouted in a cold voice, "Old Taoist, do you want to be my enemy?" Taoist Black Wind, whose palm was already on Chu Xi's shoulder, felt his heart tremble. He didn't immediately use his strength. At the same time, his mind was racing. Just now in the forest, he scared him. After all, he didn't show his face, so he couldn't do anything to him. But if he sent this little girl over in front of him, he would really offend Patriarch Golden Light. He didn't know if Red Eyebrows and Blue-Robed Immortal would help him fight the enemy. In the blink of an eye, almost all the disciples of the Taishan sect had entered the Xian region. His goal had been achieved. All that was left was to deal with Patriarch Golden Light and that brat. Why not stay out of this? After thinking for a while, he actually didn't send Chu Xi over. And at this time, Chu Xi also realized the danger. Shocked, she lifted her skirt and ran toward the small stone bridge. Haha, Patriarch Golden Light was very happy. He stretched out his hand, and an invisible force reached out and caught Chu Xi in his hand. "Old bastard Golden Light, if you dare to hurt a hair on this girl, I will kill all your disciples." Feng Xing was furious. Black smoke rose from the all-spirit flag, covering all the people who had entered the small stone bridge. Even the people of the Taishan sect, Red Eyebrows, and Blue-Robed Immortal were not spared. But the expressions of the three old monsters changed at the same time. Haha, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I have 43 disciples. If you kill the ones inside, there are still 12 outside. However, there is only one girl. Why don't we all see who can kill more happily? Patriarch Golden Light caught Xianxia's eye. Seeing the anxious look on Fangxing's face, he knew that this girl was indeed close to him. He laughed. Xianxia was caught by Patriarch Golden Light, but she couldn't break free. Her eyes were soft and timid, and she looked at Fangxing in panic. Fangxing was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly smiled and said, "Why bother? It's all human lives. It's so boring to kill each other." Patriarch Golden Light, don't blame me for not telling you. The girl in your hand is the little princess of the Chu royal court. She has an old ancestor named Chu Taisheng, who is also a fierce man. If you hurt this girl, that old bastard will make trouble for you. Patriarch Golden Light smiled coldly and said, "If you want to make up a story, at least make it more convincing. You just randomly picked a girl and said that she is the little princess of the Chu royal court." Fangxing panicked and said, "She really is the little princess of the Chu royal court." Patriarch Golden Light's expression changed, and he shouted, "I am not going to argue with you. I will count to 3, and you will kneel down, or else." Fangxing's expression changed drastically. 1. Patriarch Golden Light said coldly, his face cold. Swish, Fangxing knelt down and said, "What's the point of wasting time? It's just kneeling. You could have just said the word." Patriarch Golden Light was taken aback. He had wanted to use this kneel to test whether this girl was really that important to the little devil, so that he could proceed with the next step of his plan. He did not expect that after a count, the little devil would kneel down. It seemed that he really did not care about kneeling. This made Patriarch Golden Light a little unsure of how to proceed with the next step of his plan. Xianxia's eyes were blurred with tears. She had once seen her brother fight with someone. At the end of the fight, he had also knelt down before Fangxing and acknowledged him as his master. In the end, he would rather die than kneel, and in the end, he was killed by her brother. This showed how important this kneel was to a cultivator, but Fangxing had knelt down for her. This showed how much he treasured her. However, she would never have guessed that Fangxing had always been so shameless. As long as he could solve the problem, he was willing to kowtow, not to mention kneeling. After all, he would not lose anything. After killing his opponent, he would still be the boss. Time was running out, and the time for the array veins to close was almost up. Patriarch Golden Light had no time to think. He said coldly, "If you want to keep this girl alive, that's easy. Since you have killed a slave of the Jin family, I want you to wear the God-sealing ring of your own accord and swear an oath that you will be a slave of the Jin family in the Xian region. You will fight for opportunities for me, and when the matter in the Xian region is over, I will return you your freedom. How about it? The God-sealing ring?" Fangxing was stunned, but he immediately said resolutely, "Fine." The God-locking ring was a type of binding ritual implement. Once used, it would lock the true spirit and imprison the soul forever. Many of the great cultivation clans used this curse to bind their servants. Most of the servants in those clans were also cultivators. Not to mention foundational cultivators, there were even some Jindan cultivators and even Yuanying cultivators. Such people were extremely dangerous. The world was big, and the world was big. In order to prevent such people from rebelling and betraying, someone invented this ritual implement to lock the soul of a cultivator. To wear the ring, the target had to make a vow. Once the vow was made, the divine ring would appear and bind the cultivator's soul. The vow could not be violated. The Golden Light ancestor was pressed for time and had no time to argue with Fangxing. Thus, he proposed this method. If the Golden Light ancestor wanted to take the brat's life, the brat would definitely not agree. Becoming a slave of the Jin family for the rest of his life was unlikely. Therefore, the Golden Light ancestor might as well take a step back and let the brat be a slave of the Jin family for as long as he was in the Xian region. Of course, the most important thing was that the brat's strength could be of great help. The Golden Light ancestor was a person who valued strength and profit above all else. Although this brat who had come out of nowhere had tricked him, his abilities were not to be underestimated. Neither his great-granddaughter nor the primordial lotus had such courage. It would be a great thing if he could make use of this brat, as the Golden Light ancestor expected. Fangxing agreed without hesitation. Go, activate the god-locking ring for him. The golden light ancestor shouted coldly, a smug smile on his face. Yes, ancestor. Jinfu agreed and was about to rush in. However, the golden light ancestor stopped her. Wait here. Let the primordial lotus go. The primordial lotus sighed and said, yes, ancestor. The golden light ancestor sent a strand of his will into the god-locking ring, which was equivalent to putting his conditions into it. Then, he handed it to the primordial lotus. The primordial lotus took the god-locking ring from the golden light ancestor and walked towards the small stone bridge. The primordial lotus knew that the golden light ancestor was worried that his great-granddaughter would be captured by Feng Xing. That was why the primordial lotus was willing to take this risk. After all, the primordial lotus was only an outsider and not as important as his great-granddaughter. Time was of the essence. There was only half a cup of tea's time before the formation vein closed. The golden light ancestor wasted no time and went straight to Feng Xing. The primordial lotus took out an iron ring and placed it in front of Feng Xing's oath. Soon, as the oath was uttered, the metal hoop glowed faintly. Runes began to flicker on the hoop before it automatically flew up and latched onto Feng Xing's forehead. Seeing that he was not playing any tricks, the primal lotus immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestor of the golden light revealed a cold smile, while the disciples of the golden light lineage began to relax. Chuxi's face was already covered in tears. The black-robed old Taoist and the other two had ugly expressions on their faces. They had begun to worry about their own disciples. They did not know if this cruel and ruthless old monster Jin Guang would start a massacre against their own disciples after he regained control of the situation. Unfortunately, worrying about this now was useless. Once they entered the Xian region, they could only enter, but not leave. They had to find another exit. Bring her in. The formation vein is about to close. The golden light ancestor shouted coldly and handed Xianxia to Jinfu. When using this kind of incantation, one had to fulfill their promise. Otherwise, there would be a crack in the oath made by the target. Jinfu grabbed Chuxi's clothes and rushed towards the small stone bridge with her and the rest of the disciples of the golden light lineage. At this moment, the formation veins were about to close, so they did not dare to delay any longer. Feng Xing, who was on the other side of the small stone bridge, immediately came forward. He was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. He stretched out his hands and was about to take Xianxia from Jinfu's hands. You caused me to be beaten and scolded by the Golden Light faction, and now you want this girl's life? When she was only 10 feet away from Feng Xing, Jinfu suddenly smiled coldly and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across her face. Feng Xing was instantly shocked, and his pupils constricted in an instant. The primordial lotus also guessed Jinfu's thoughts. She was shocked and shouted, Junior Fu, you can't. Before she could finish her sentence, Jinfu suddenly raised her palm and heavily slapped Chuxi's back. Her small body flew towards Feng Xing like a kite with a broken string. Feng Xing was so frightened that he screamed and rushed forward to catch her in his arms. When he looked down, he saw that Chuxi's mouth was full of blood and it was spurting out onto his chest. Her eyes were already blurred. No matter what, Chuxi was only at the spiritual movement realm. How could she withstand a palm from a Foundation establishment realm? Normally, she also had an inescapable jade umbrella to protect herself. However, because she was worried about Feng Xing, she had already lent it to him. Chuxi took the full brunt of this palm strike. A deep pit had already appeared on her back. Junior Fu, you, the primordial lotus rushed over. Seeing that there was no turning back, she frowned. Humph, I promised him to bring this girl in, but I didn't promise not to kill her. In any case, he's already wearing the god sealing hoop. What can he do? Jinfu rolled her eyes at the primordial lotus and said with dissatisfaction, as for you, are you feeling heartache again? The primordial lotus was speechless. She sighed and did not speak again. On the other side of the small stone bridge, old monster Jin Guang also frowned when he saw this scene. He originally thought that if Feng Xing could really make a great contribution to the Jin family in the Xian region, then he would accept him as a disciple and let him serve him for a lifetime. However, seeing this scene, he sighed in his heart. If he killed this girl, the Jin family would have a great enmity with this brat. It seems that when the matter in the Xian region is settled, he can only kill this brat with a single palm. Girl, are you alright? You won't die, right? Fang Xing's voice was trembling. Looking at Chu Xi's pale face, he was actually at a loss of what to do. Chu Xi's lips were dark red. Her eyes were already unfocused. She lightly lifted her hand and weakly placed it on Fang Xing's arm. Her voice was extremely weak. Only when Fang Xing moved closer to her mouth did he hear her say, "Little Nine, you still brought me in, isn't that so? This young master's ability is great. I still want to bring you to kill your brother. Don't die." Fang Xing shivered. He felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly squeezed. Don't kill my brother. You're not his match. Chu Xi's voice was weak. She continued, and, don't kneel to others. It makes my heart ache to see it. An indescribable anger rose from the bottom of Fang Xing's heart. His eyes actually turned blood red. He had casually kidnapped this little princess of the Chu royal court and did not take it seriously. But after spending a few days together, he did not dislike this girl. Naturally, he had developed some feelings for her. But now, hearing her words, his heart suddenly twitched violently. Damn it, you think this young master likes to kneel? It's all for you. Don't die, you owe me. Fang Xing became nervous. He was angry and anxious. He randomly took out a few healing pills, pinched open Chu Xi's mouth, and stuffed them into her mouth. However, he could only watch helplessly as Chu Xi's face became paler and paler, and her breathing became weaker and weaker. Little devil, blood lotus seed. At this moment, a wisp of black smoke floated over and circled around Fang Xing, reminding him in a low voice. Yes. Fang Xing came to his senses. He hurriedly took out a blood lotus seed and stuffed it into her mouth. This blood lotus seed was a treasure that he would not normally use. He had hidden it well. Coupled with his anger at this time, he did not think of it. When the blood lotus seed entered Chu Xi's mouth, she could no longer swallow it. Fang Xing was very anxious. He leaned close to her mouth and blew it down. In an instant, there seemed to be a hazy blood light shrouding Chu Xi's body. Her pale face instantly turned for the better. The blood lotus seed was a holy healing elixir. It must be able to save her life. But such a holy healing elixir could not only be taken. It also needed to be circulated and dispersed into the meridians. In addition, her broken bones also needed to be reconnected. But at this time, Chu Xi's divine sense had obviously dissipated. She did not know how to circulate her power to reconnect her broken bones, so she needed his help. Hey! Little devil, what elixir is that? Give it to me. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Jin Fu was holding a long sword and pointing it at Fang Xing. She was keenly aware of the difference of the blood lotus seed that Fang Xing had fed to Chu Xi. She immediately became greedy. You want the blood lotus seed, but do you have the life to enjoy it? Seeing that Chu Xi's condition was getting better, Fang Xing was slightly relieved. Then, he was full of anger and murderous intent. He glanced at Ancestor Golden Light on the other side of the small stone bridge and did not speak. Instead, he inserted the all-spirit flag next to Chu Xi and secretly told Daphne, protect this girl for me and check her injuries. Then he stood up, ignoring the sword in Jin Fu's hand. His expression was extremely strange. Don't you know that this damned girl is my hostage? Fang Xing suddenly opened his mouth and said this sentence without rhyme or reason. Jin Fu was stunned. Do you know that she is my hostage? Only this young master can do it. No one else can touch her? Fang Xing's eyes seemed to be burning with fire, burning more and more fiercely. Do you know that I told this girl that as long as she follows me, this young master will bring her safely into the mysterious domain? Yet you hurt her. Do you want this young master to go back on his word? Fang Xing's terrifying killing intent caused Jin Fu's heart to tremble. She couldn't help but take a step back. The primal lotus was also on guard. She could faintly feel the terrifying aura coming from Fang Xing's body. She hurriedly took a step forward and stood in front of Jin Fu. Humph, little devil, the god sealing ring is on your head. Do you still want to rebel? Jin Fu, who had taken a step back, quickly reacted and shouted at Fang Xing. As far as she was concerned, could Fangxing overturn the heavens with the God-sealing hoop on? God-sealing ring? Fangxing sneered coldly. Hee, you think you can restrain me with this lousy hoop? With a cold laugh, Fangxing's spiritual energy began to circulate. In an instant, it was as if a hurricane was raging. The runes on the mystic iron hoop on his forehead began to appear one by one, as if trying to restrain him. However, there was no sign of pain on Fangxing's face. There was only a terrifying murderous aura. As he circulated his spiritual energy, it became more and more intense. With a hint of madness, he charged towards the mystic iron hoop. What is he doing? A disciple from the Golden Light faction cried out. Could he be trying to break the shackles of the God-sealing hoop? The primal lotus was also startled. A bad feeling flashed through her heart. She stepped forward and was about to cast a spell at Fangxing. This is impossible. How can the God-sealing hoop be broken? He's courting death, Jinfu shrieked as well. However, at this moment, Fangxing suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes as boundless spiritual energy roared out. Open! With a sudden roar, his two fists collided with a loud bang. Pa! In the instant that the two fists collided, spiritual energy surged violently and the divine locking ring shattered, its fragments scattering in all directions. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Even the primal lotus, who was about to cast a spell, was dumbfounded. The God-sealing hoop was broken. This was an artifact that could even restrain a golden core cultivator. Yet, it was broken by a Foundation establishment cultivator. One had to know that the God-sealing hoop could restrain one's true spirit. Breaking it by force would only cause one's true spirit to shatter and they would die without any injuries. However, this little brat, who was only at the second level of Foundation establishment, had actually broken the God-sealing hoop. Brat, how did you break free from the God-sealing hoop? Even though the situation was dire, Ancestor Golden Light still hurriedly asked this question. Even though he was a golden core cultivator, he still couldn't figure this out. It was impossible for the God-sealing hoop to be broken unless the primal lotus had done something to it when she put it on Fangxing. At this moment, Ancestor Golden Light even began to suspect the primal lotus. Break free? Haha, this young master isn't even locked down, so how can I break free? Fangxing laughed coldly. He was incomparably arrogant, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Neither Ancestor Golden Light nor Primal Lotus, who had personally helped Fangxing put on the God-locking bracelet, would have imagined that the God-locking bracelet might be able to restrain a golden core cultivator, but it would not be able to restrain Fangxing, who was only at the second level of the Foundation establishment stage. This was because the God-sealing ring's foundation was to imprison the true spirit, and its use and principle were all there. However, Fangxing had cultivated the devil outside and divine inside technique that even old monster Wan Luo had never seen before. His true spirit was living in the tormented soul, which meant that there was a layer of devil shell outside the true spirit. The devil shell sat cross-legged in the Tao Pagoda, nourishing the true spirit. After wearing the God-locking ring, it directly locked the true spirit in the Tao Pagoda. If it was anyone else, they would naturally be restrained and unable to resist. But for Fangxing, what the God-locking ring locked was only the devil shell outside his true spirit. Because of this, apart from the power that was locked by the God-locking ring, he still had a power that was not restrained. This was his true spirit. With this power, he could completely break the God-locking ring. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Fangxing naturally couldn't be bothered to explain the reasoning behind this. His gaze swept across the disciples of the four branches around the small stone bridge, and finally landed on the four solemn-looking golden core cultivators on the other side of the small stone bridge. Old bastard Golden Light, if you had kept your word, I would have really spared your great-great-granddaughter's life. Unfortunately, it's rare for me to be honest, but you want to play tricks with me? Then there's nothing left to play with. He thought that it was Master Golden Light who had secretly caused Jin Fu's injury to Chu Xi. His hatred also fell on Master Golden Light. And you three old bastards, I risked my life to help you bring your disciples into the mysterious domain, but in the end, you couldn't even help me look after a little girl. You actually allowed her to be kidnapped by old bastard Golden Light. At this point, he paused for a moment, and a murderous aura gradually appeared around him. Then, he shouted fiercely, "You hurt my girl. Today, I will cut off your 4 branches of inheritance." His voice was powerful and resolute. Fang Xing's murderous aura was unprecedentedly heavy. As the spiritual power in his body rose crazily, he had no intention of concealing it. At this time, a layer of murderous aura wrapped around his body, like a black cloak, dragged more than 10 feet long. This kind of murderous aura was far from the evil aura cultivated by the Chu royal court servants. It was thick and ferocious. Not to mention the disciples of the 4 branches, even the 4 golden core cultivators on the other side of the small stone bridge felt a little cold. Pretending to be mysterious, "I will send you to see that stinking girl." Jin Fu was shocked in her heart, but she was a prodigy after all, so she didn't panic. With a fierce shout, the longsword in her hand was thrust towards Fang Xing. In an instant, the longsword transformed into countless sword images that were piercingly cold like steel blades that could cut bones, and they enveloped an area of 30 meters. The sword images combined and actually transformed into the shape of an evil dragon that was formed from sword chi. It opened its ghastly mouth and swallowed towards Fang Xing. The sword shadows transformed into a shape. Impressively, it was an extremely well-practiced Xian skill. With the power of this sword, he could stand on the position of a heaven's favored one. However, facing the evil dragon formed by the sword shadows, Fang Xing did not even look at it. He just spread his 5 fingers and pressed down. Boom, the palm wrapped in murderous aura released an invisible force field, stopping the sword dragon in the air, and it could not move forward at all. But it only lasted for half a breath, and the sword dragon suddenly collapsed, turning into silver light spots, scattering in the air. Junior apprentice Sister Fu, be careful. At this moment, Xing Lian only felt fear in her heart. With a loud roar, she used her divine ability and rushed towards Fang Xing. In Xing Lian's heart, she had never placed Fang Xing in her eyes. Even if the entanglement between her and him became deeper and deeper, it was only because of the beautiful girl Chu Xi. She did not notice that Fang Xing was an ordinary-looking youth. After all, in the eyes of a Western Desert Heaven's favored one, Fang Xing's cultivation was not high, and he did not have the demeanor that a Heaven's favored one should have. This kind of demeanor was hard to describe. In short, it was the kind of demeanor that could be sensed by the opponent without even making a move. Even if the Heaven's favored one was alone, even if the clothes he wore were ordinary, it was enough to let others see the difference. Fang Xing really did not have this kind of demeanor. It was very difficult for a person who did not know how to put on airs to have this kind of demeanor. Because of this, even though Fang Xing had captured Uncle Hong, and even escaped to the small stone bridge under Ancestor Golden Light's eyes, Xing Lian still did not place Fang Xing in her eyes. She only felt that this youth was a little quick-witted and brave. As for his strength, Xing Lian did not think highly of him. He thought that he only had a flag with infinite power, and that he was an external force. For someone who possessed the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate, it would not be difficult to take him down, but this sense of superiority and strength disappeared without a trace at this moment. He suddenly felt that this youth, who had become anxious because of the girl's injury, suddenly released a ferocious aura that made even his heart palpitate. This kind of ferocious aura was something that he had never felt from the Western Desert geniuses who were as famous as him. This person was definitely a combat cultivator, and he was definitely a combat cultivator that had been cultivated by a large family and sect with countless resources. With a loud shout, he had already rushed forward. A red lotus appeared in front of his palm, burning with wisps of golden flames. The moment it appeared, the wisps of flames turned into sharp golden blades. With the red lotus as the base, they pierced towards Fang Xing. At the same time, he grabbed Jin Fu and pulled her behind him to avoid a violent counterattack from Fang Xing's swoosh. The golden blades missed. Fang Xing, who had been standing in place, had disappeared. Xing Lian felt a chill in his heart. The red lotus flew to the top of his head, releasing rays of red light that enveloped him and Jin Fu. However, this defensive stance had no effect. This was because Fang Xing did not attack them. Instead, he flashed towards the 2 disciples of the Golden Light faction who were in a defensive stance behind him. The power of his palm was wrapped in an astonishing killing intent as he swung his palm. Under the surging spiritual power, the 2 disciples, who were only at the peak of the spirit formation realm, could not fight back at all. Their heads exploded like 2 rotten watermelons. Then, Fang Xing's figure flashed again. He passed between the three disciples of the Golden Light faction on the left. Golden wings appeared on his back, and feather swords surrounded him. He passed between the three disciples of the Golden Light faction and crushed their bodies. At this moment, Fang Xing did not directly attack Jin Fu and Xing Lian. Instead, he chose to attack the weaker ones first. First the weaker ones, then the stronger ones. Otherwise, when he fought against the stronger ones, he would not be able to split his attention and allow one of them to escape. He said he would destroy the four factions, and he would destroy them. He would not let a single one of them escape. Little bastard, you dare to kill my disciples like they are cabbages. You are courting death. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. On the other side of the small stone bridge, Patriarch Golden Light was so angry that he was about to go mad as he watched Fang Xing slaughter everyone. He had traveled the Western Desert unhindered, and was considered one of the most powerful figures in the Western Desert. He had at least 3,000 disciples from the Jin clan and the Panga clan. However, there were only less than 50 people who were talented enough to be summoned to the Chu clan to enter the Xian region. Each one of them was like a hand that could help him obtain opportunities in the Xian region. Now, they had just entered the Xian region, yet they were being slaughtered as if they were vegetables. How could he not be furious? However, no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. He could only stand on the other side of the small stone bridge and curse. A small stone bridge connected the two sides of the small river. It also separated the Xian domain from the real world. With his cultivation and lifespan, it was impossible for him to enter. He could only watch as everything unfolded. It could be said that after Fang Xing crossed the small stone bridge, the situation had already gone beyond his control. Furthermore, after his great-granddaughter injured Xianxia, he lost control to the extreme. This change even made him wish he could slap his great-great-granddaughter to death. However, he also understood that it was useless no matter how he reprimanded Jin Fu. All he could do was continue to roar and vent the rage in his heart. Primal Lotus, Jin Fu, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Quickly kill this little bastard. Kill him for me. In Ancestor Golden Light's heart, there was even a kind of panic. With his cultivation and knowledge, he could naturally see that Fang Xing wanted to kill all his spiritual movement realm disciples first. He was a little worried that this sinister brat would kill all the spiritual movement realm disciples that he had specially sent in. Even if he didn't kill them all, he would not be able to bear the loss if a dozen or 20 of them were injured. After all, in the Xian domain, there were some opportunities that could only be obtained by spiritual movement realm disciples. Foundation establishment realm disciples could not touch them. Therefore, among the disciples that he had sent in, the Primal Lotus and Jin Fu were not the only precious ones. Young Master Yuan, quickly activate your magic tool and kill this little bastard, this brat is so cruel. Miss Jean, please act quickly and kill him. Not only Patriarch Golden Light, but Black Wind, Red Eyebrows, and Blue Robe also cried out in panic. They could tell that the brat really hated them for not protecting Xianxia and allowing Xianxia to be captured by Ancestor Golden Light. That was why he didn't care about right or wrong at all and started to slaughter the disciples of the three lineages. That was why he forgot about his grudge with the Golden Light lineage and kept begging Primordial Lotus and Jin Fu to help. Junior Sister Fu, let's attack together and kill this kid. Remember to be careful. The Primordial Lotus didn't dare to delay any longer. Once this inconspicuous brat became fierce, he was actually this terrifying. He killed people like flies. In just a short period of time, there were already no less than 10 disciples from the Golden Light faction and 7 or 8 disciples from the other 3 factions who lost their lives in his hands. He was simply a meat grinder. These were all spiritual movement stage heaven's favorites that were trained with a lot of resources and effort. Yet, he killed them just like that? Little bastard, are you killing us like cabbages? Among the disciples, some Foundation Establishment Realm experts also rushed forward to stop Fang Xing's massacre. Among the disciples of the 4 factions, there were at least 7 or 8 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. They were mixed among the disciples and had extraordinary strength. Swoosh, among the disciples of the Golden Light faction, 2 people rushed forward. One was holding a spear and the other was holding a shield. Their spiritual power was vigorous. The spear user's spear was surrounded by snake-like lightning, while the shield user's shield was emitting wandering souls. Impressively, they were also 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Moreover, it was obvious that they were combat cultivators who were very good at fighting. The 2 of them rushed to the front of Fang Xing and blocked Fang Xing's path with their shields. Their spears were like dragons, aiming for his crotch. These 2 people were the other 2 Foundation Establishment realm disciples of the Golden Light faction other than Primordial Lotus and Jin Fu. None of the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators who could enter the Xian domain were simple. That was because the Xian domain had its own rules, which strictly limited one's skeletal age. Generally speaking, spiritual movement realm cultivators could not be more than 25 years old, and Foundation Establishment realm cultivators could not be more than 40 years old. Those who could meet this requirement were all geniuses of the various sects and families. These 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were also the best among the disciples of the Golden Light faction. At this moment, the 2 of them finally could not hold back and joined forces to attack Fang Xing. "You are basically cabbages," Fang Xing coldly shouted. He opened his left hand and unexpectedly caught the long spear in his hand. The lightning that lingered on the spear was blocked by the evil aura that wrapped around his hand. It actually couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and with a loud roar, smashed it on the body of the spear. Crack! The long spear was forcibly broken into 2 by his fist. At the same time, he stepped out and stepped on the shield. Boom, the spear was broken, the shield was shattered, and the person was sent flying. The 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators of the Golden Light faction could not even withstand a single blow. They were sent flying while vomiting blood. Whoosh, without waiting for their bodies to land, Fang Xing had already chased after them. He took out the 1-legged bronze spear and swept it in one direction. With a bang, the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator on the left was swept by the spear, but he hit the person on the right. In an instant, both of their bones and flesh were torn at the same time. They flew towards the 10,000 spirit flag not far away, which was surrounded by black smoke. Haha, these are Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. We can't waste them. Daphne laughed happily and controlled the black smoke to wrap the 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Junior Song, Senior Qiao, Jin Fu, who was charging forward with her sword, was stunned and shouted. These 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators were both prodigies of the Golden Light sect. Although their surnames were not Jin, they were highly regarded by the Golden Light sect ancestor. It could even be said that if it were not for the fact that her surname was Jin and that she was the direct descendant of the Golden Light sect ancestor, based on their aptitude, their status would definitely not be lower than hers. However, these 2 fellow disciples of the same sect with such aptitude were actually, "I'll kill you," Jin Fu shouted. Sword light flashed, and she activated a mysterious technique that enveloped the area. "I'll get rid of these ants first, then I'll kill you, bitch." Fang Xing ignored her and glanced at her coldly. Then, he charged towards the surrounding disciples of the Golden Light faction who no longer had any intention to fight. With the golden wings on his back and the killing technique, everywhere he passed by, waves of blood surged into the sky. Fang Xing, who had blended into the crowd and was on a killing spree, had already gone mad with anger. He had also frightened the surrounding disciples. Because he had gone mad, he actually killed everyone he saw. No matter which faction the disciples were from, he did not hold back. He'd cultivated the 108,000 swords, and not only was it able to provide him with extreme speed in battle, it was also able to attack and defend, causing it to be extremely convenient. Moreover, he'd cultivated the supreme sensing scripture, causing his divine sense to be formidable and his senses to be astute, causing him to be able to display them most vividly in a chaotic battle like this. Coupled with the fact that he was all alone and surrounded by targets that he had to kill, he was naturally able to go all out and fight without any worries. Senior Brother Yuan, quickly sacrifice the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate, Jin Fu cried out involuntarily. She was scared out of her wits by Fang Xing's wanton killing. No, I can't sacrifice it. I've just obtained this weapon. If I activate it, no one will be alive within 300 feet, Xing Lian also shouted angrily, feeling very helpless. He also wanted to activate the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate to stop Fang Xing's killing. However, he had just obtained the inheritance of this Xian artifact and did not even have a detailed understanding of it. Once he activated this weapon, he would not be able to control its power at all. If he lost control of its power, he would be able to kill everyone. Fang Xing's means were too sinister. At this moment, many cultivators were trapped near the small stone bridge by the 10,000 spirit flag. There were good people and bad people mixed together. They did not dare to attack with their full strength because they were worried that they would accidentally hurt their fellow disciples. The only thing they could do now was to catch up with Fang Xing and fight with him. In this way, they could prevent him from killing their fellow disciples like cutting cabbages. However, with their speed, they could not even touch Fang Xing's shadow. Kill that girl and distract him. In her anxiety, Jing Fu suddenly shouted and dashed towards the 10,000 spirit flag. She still remembered that the lass was seriously injured, but she wasn't dead yet. If she restrained her, she would be able to restrain the little brat. Moreover, looking at the little brat's anxious look, even if the lass was already dead, destroying the corpse would still be able to achieve the desired effect. However, the sword light was easily blocked by the billowing black smoke of the 10,000 spirit flag. Daphne turned back into his human form and hid in the black smoke. He sneered, "With this old man here to protect her, how could you possibly harm a hair on that girl's head?" In just a short day, it had enjoyed the blood sacrifice of more than 10 foundation-building cultivators. Its strength had greatly increased and its ferocious aura was shocking. Jing Fu was a little surprised. Her intuition told her that the flag was terrifying. "Bitch, you're courting death." Even though he was blocked by Daphne, Fang Xing also saw through Jing Fu's intentions. With an angry roar, he charged towards her. The 108,000 swords around him were pushed to the extreme. It was no longer possible to tell whether it was a pair of wings formed by sword feathers or a golden light revolving around his body. With an indescribably terrifying aura, he charged towards Jing Fu at lightning speed. "Junior Sister Fu, good plan. You've finally lured that little brat over. I'll restrain him, you kill him." Xing Lian came over and stood beside Jing Fu. His face was filled with joy as he quickly formed hand seals. "Good, let's see how this little brat can resist the two of us together." Jing Fu also shouted. The sword light in her hand was dazzling as she formed hand seals with her sword. 10,000 Laws Lotus. Mysterious sword control technique. With a loud roar, the two Western Desert geniuses used the strongest mystic arts they knew at the same time. As the primordial lotus made a hand seal, in an instant, runes covered the entire area. The ground was instantly filled with swaying fiery red lotuses. The lotuses seemed to be condensed from flames, but the petals were filled with strands of golden light. Layer by layer, they covered the ground and inverted the void. Not to mention Fang Xing, even the disciples of the Golden Light faction who were lucky enough to survive were surrounded by the lotuses. At the same time, Jing Fu pointed her sword at the void, and a sword cloud appeared in mid-air. After a while, heavy rain fell from the sky. However, this rain was actually sword light. There were actually dense sword lights that covered the sky and covered the earth as they fell from the sky. The combined attack of the two was indeed extraordinary. They had both cultivated their Xian skill to the extreme. One earth and one sky, every inch of space was sealed. The primordial lotus used the 1,000 transformations lotus technique to confine space and restrain Fang Xing. Then, Jing Fu used the technique to kill him. In this joint attack, it was inevitable that they would injure their fellow disciples. However, the two of them could not care less. Even if they would accidentally injure their fellow disciples, they had to kill Fang Xing. This was because Fang Xing's performance had already made them shudder. Swoosh, 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 the primordial lotus was silent, but it had sealed the surrounding space. The boundless sword rain fell from the sky. Then, under Jing Fu's control, it fell towards Fang Xing. He could only watch helplessly as Fang Xing had nowhere to dodge. However, he did not show any intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his head and looked coldly at the sword rain that filled the sky. What an exquisite technique. It's a pity that it's too fragile. Fang Xing exhaled and shouted. He raised his hands and drew a trace of a mysterious and strange mark. With a rumble, two majestic forces appeared in the sky. One was golden, pure, and flawless, while the other was black, sinister, and terrifying. These two forces rotated slowly, one above and one below, but they formed the shape of two millstones. Then, under the guidance of Fang Xingxian's skill, they gradually took shape and rotated in the opposite direction. Finally, they slowly approached each other. Chaotic universe, great millstone of yin and yang, Fang Xing suddenly shouted, and the two forces finally merged together. With a loud bang, a monstrous force was released. In an instant, it covered a radius of 1,000 feet. There was no way to avoid it. Even the 10,000 spirit flag, which was controlled by Daphne, suddenly shrank its black smoke and tightly protected Chu Xiai. Do you think that this brat asked me to protect that girl because he was worried that you would hurt her? He's worried that his divine ability will tear everything around him apart indiscriminately. How could it be? Divine ability, this brat is using a divine ability. On the other side of the bridge, Patriarch Golden Light roared furiously when he saw Fang Xing's divine ability. His voice was filled with shock, anger, and a hint of panic. In that instant, his heart was filled with questions and fear. The question was, who was the one who taught this kid, at such a young age and only at the second level of the Foundation establishment realm? How could he be so strong? The fear was the Golden Light clan really going to be extinct? What kind of Dao Foundation does this brat have? How could it cause such a huge change? He controls two forces, one golden and the other dark. Could it be a golden Dao Foundation? Black Wind, Red Eyebrows, and Blue Robe, the three gold core cultivators, were also shocked. At this moment, all of the disciples in the Xian domain were completely speechless. As the great millstone of yin and yang was used, the world changed, and the universe was in chaos. The golden lotuses on the ground were swept up by the power of the great millstone of yin and yang. The sword rain that fell from the sky was also sucked into the great millstone of yin and yang. Even the celestial weapons, flying swords, and dharma spells that the other disciples had used were sucked into the great millstone of yin and yang. With a loud rumble, they were ground into pure spiritual qi. Although it was a name that old monster Wan Luo casually came up with, it was very vivid. The great millstone of yin and yang could reverse yin and yang and obliterate everything. No matter how exquisite the opponent's dharma spells were, they would be crushed by this brutal power. This was the reason why Fang Xing said that the primal lotus and Jin Fu's dharma spells were too exquisite. Fang Xing pushed the millstone with his left palm up and right palm down. There were no more dharma spells around him, and there were no more celestial weapons in front of the disciples. The primal lotus, Jin Fu, and the disciples of the Golden Light clan, Taishan sect, Red Eyebrows, and Blue Robe clans were all shocked. How could a divine ability or dharma spell be ordinary? On the Tianyuan continent, only the geniuses of the ancient families and sects with thousands of years of history could cultivate it. The rest, including many golden core cultivators, had never cultivated this divine ability because they did not have such a secret method. However, Fang Xing had successfully cultivated this divine ability. It was a divine ability that old ancestor Wan Luo had comprehended on his own. This was the first time that Fang Xing had used it in front of others after he had cultivated it. As expected, it shocked everyone. Not good, I can't care anymore. In the midst of everyone's shock, the primal lotus was the first to react. With a loud roar, he activated the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate. At this moment, after seeing the power of Fang Xing's divine ability, how could he care about anything else? Preserving his life was the most important thing. At this moment, the feeling of superiority in his heart had disappeared. The only thing he felt was regret and bitterness. Why did he have to provoke such a little demon? Perhaps even the geniuses of the ancient families would only have this kind of strength. The golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate flew into the air. The faint golden jade plate spun faster and faster, gradually becoming blurry. Suddenly, its body expanded, turning into a golden halo that resembled a small sun. Then, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. 3 golden lights flew out from the jade plate and appeared in the air. They stretched out their necks and roared. Impressively, they were 3 ferocious hornless dragons. Go! The primal lotus bit the tip of his tongue and spat out his blood essence into the air. Within the golden halo, a dragon roar sounded and another hornless dragon flew out. For hornless dragons, originally, the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate had 8 arrays that sealed the souls of the 8 hornless dragons. Once activated, one could control the 8 hornless dragons to defend against enemies. However, with the Primal Lotus's cultivation base, he was still unable to fully activate this profound weapon. Even though he did not hesitate to use his blood essence, he was only able to activate 4 of the hornless dragon souls. This was already his limit. How could a profound weapon be ordinary? Early-stage foundation establishment cultivators like them did not have the ability to fully activate it. According to common knowledge in the cultivation world, only golden core cultivators had the ability to fully activate a high-grade profound weapon to defend against enemies. The fact that the Primal Lotus was able to activate 4 of the 8 hornless dragons sealed within the 8 formation plate with his cultivation base at the 3rd stage of foundation establishment realm was already proof of his shocking talent and the ability to look down upon all the geniuses of the Western Desert. Boom! The 4 hornless dragons stretched out their necks and roared at the same time. Then, one of them charged above Primal Lotus and Jin Fu, circling around them to protect them. The other 2 were brimming with murderous intent as they charged towards Feng Xing, intending to swallow Feng Xing in a single gulp. The 4th dragon seemed to have come to life. Its eyes were filled with savagery and it actually shook its head and wagged its tail as it charged towards the stunned disciples of the 4 factions. Regardless of whether they were from the Golden Light faction or the other 3 factions, it swallowed 2 of them in one gulp. Then, with a wave of its tail, it sent another 4 or 5 people flying. With a swipe of its claws, it tore 3 people apart. It was actually slaughtering them as if it was just playing around. Primal Lotus spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with helplessness. Although he had activated 4 hornless dragons, it was clear that this was already beyond the limits of his strength. With his divine sense, he could only control 3 of them. The 4th dragon had lost control and revealed its savage nature, killing indiscriminately. Activating a profound weapon also depended on one's cultivation base. Firstly, it depended on the amount of spiritual energy and secondly, the strength of one's divine sense. If one's spiritual energy was too little, they would not be able to fully activate the profound weapon's power. If one's divine sense was insufficient, they would not be able to control the profound weapon's power. However, Primal Lotus was also feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, he did not have the spare energy to recall the 4th hornless dragon. He could only let it go. His only goal now was to hope that the 2 hornless dragons would be able to kill Feng Xing in one fell swoop. That way, his efforts would not be in vain. After all, although Feng Xing's divine ability was powerful, he also believed that Feng Xing would not have an easy time after using this divine ability. The stronger the divine ability, the more spiritual energy it would consume. This was an ironclad rule that no one could change. Feng Xing was only at the foundation establishment early stage. Yet, he was able to use such a terrifying divine ability. This meant that the amount of spiritual energy he had consumed must be enormous. Primal Lotus could make use of this opportunity to activate the Golden Hornless Dragon 8 formation plate and kill him. What kind of magic weapon is this? Sensing the terrifying aura from the hornless dragon, Feng Xing's eyes narrowed. But facing the 2 ferocious hornless dragons, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating or escaping. Did you think that this divine ability of mine had already ended? Feng Xing smiled coldly. His right palm moved from bottom to top while his left palm moved from top to bottom, pushing the yin-yang grindstone in reverse. Primal Lotus's timing of activating the Golden Hornless Dragon 8 formation plate was actually very ingenious. He had deliberately taken advantage of the gap between Feng Xing's divine ability to activate the Golden Hornless Dragon 8 formation plate. Because divine abilities were not ordinary magical arts, they were powerful and would consume a lot of spiritual energy. In fact, he even felt that Feng Xing's spiritual energy should be almost depleted by now, which was the perfect time to kill him. It was just that no matter what, he never would have thought that Feng Xing's divine ability magic art that shocked everyone was only half-cast. Now, he was starting to use the other half. Rumble, the yin-yang grindstone was originally yang above and yin below, but as Feng Xing's hands changed direction, the yang grindstone moved down and the yin grindstone moved up. Then, the yin grindstone moved 2.5 times in reverse. Only then was the shocking power of the yin-yang grindstone drawn over. Moreover, the techniques, magical treasures, and weapons that had been destroyed were once again turned into rays of divine light under the reverse force of the yin-yang grindstone. Boom, a monstrous aura was suddenly released, and a dense demonic intent shook the mind. The two golden centipedes that were rushing over were hit by the beams of divine light, and their forward momentum was immediately stopped. Their bodies twisted, revealing a painful expression. Then, with a despairing hiss, their golden bodies dimmed inch by inch and disappeared bit by bit. The scattered divine light didn't disappear. After destroying the two golden Ho dragons, it once again scattered in all directions. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000 feet was enveloped by the divine light. Countless disciples screamed in panic under the terrifying might of the divine light. There was nowhere for them to escape. Even the hornless dragon that was on a killing spree was swept by the divine light. It roared angrily as it flew back into the jade plate. Xing Lian's eyes opened. This scene was far beyond his expectations. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You are younger than me, and your cultivation is lower than mine. How can you have this kind of ability? At this moment, this dignified Western Desert genius roared in anger. His 5 fingers pressed down on the jade plate, and his divine sense was activated. He hadn't completely given up hope. At this moment, he actually urged the third hornless dragon above his and Jin Fu's heads to charge towards Fangxing. Originally, this hornless dragon was supposed to protect him and Jin Fu, blocking the attacks of the divine light for them. But at this moment, it couldn't care about anything else. It only wanted to take advantage of the fact that Fangxing's technique had ended and it still had some energy left to kill Fangxing. Roar. The third hornless dragon charged straight at Fangxing, its sharp claws opened and closed, its blood-red eyes ready to devour. At this moment, Fangxing no longer had the protection of the divine light around him. After using the yin-yang grindstone, he indeed didn't have much spiritual power left. Although he was still standing straight, there was an inexplicable sense of loneliness to him. Facing the golden centipede that was charging at him, he didn't use any defensive spells, nor did he summon any magic artifacts. He just looked at it coldly. Are we going to kill him? The eyes of the primordial lotus widened, revealing a hint of excitement. Jin Fu's chest heaved up and down in excitement. Lianer is really courageous. I didn't pass the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate to him in vain. It was hard to tell if his expression was gratified or vexed. Even though this troublesome little brat was going to die under his golden horned dragon 8 formation disc in the end, but no matter what, the loss outweighed the gain by losing so many of his disciples. As for the Taishan sect's Taoist He Feng, the red-browed Taoist, and the blue-robed Taoist, they were all full of bitterness. Even though they had seen Fangxing's terrifying strength before, how could they have imagined that this little brat would be able to turn the tables in such an extremely disadvantageous situation and kill all the disciples of their 3 lineages? Even if he died now, their 3 lineages would suffer a great loss. Boom! The hornless dragon charged in front of Fangxing, its sharp claws already reaching for Fangxing's face. However, a mocking smile appeared on Fangxing's face. The look in the primordial lotus's eyes suddenly changed. He suddenly saw a black demonic cloud rising behind the golden centipede. Within the cloud, there was a group of terrifying demonic spirits, like a monstrous army of demonic spirits. Leading them was a giant rock the size of a mountain. Whether it was in terms of momentum or terrifying aura, the giant rock was not any weaker than the golden centipede. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had forgotten that Fangxing also had a profound artifact. Originally, he had only valued Fangxing's profound artifact, not his personal strength. However, Fangxing's divine ability was so powerful that he had forgotten that Fangxing also had a terrifying profound artifact that was not any weaker than the golden hornless dragon 8 formation plate. Roar! Just as the third hornless dragon was about to claw at Fangxing, black smoke suddenly rolled over and a sharp claw pressed against the center of its body. Then, the giant rock that was the size of a small mountain descended and stomped it into the ground. The golden centipede struggled endlessly. The dragon's head retaliated and bit the rock's neck. However, the rock's sharp beak pierced through the golden centipede's head. Hee hee, when I was dominating the world, who knows how many little snakes like you have eaten? How dare you be so presumptuous? The great rock evil monarch sneered and looked disdainfully at the surroundings. He was extremely ferocious. The fierce battle came to an end. The place shrouded by the divine light of the yin and yang grindstone was miserable. The disciples of the 4 branches, whether they were in the foundation establishment or spiritual movement realm, whether they were geniuses or ordinary disciples, were all in a miserable state. All of them were seriously injured and howling. There were more than 40 disciples of the Golden Light sect, more than 10 disciples of the Taishan sect, the Red Eyebrows sect, and the Blue Robe sect. There were more than 80 disciples in total. At this time, only a dozen or so people were left on the ground, howling. Outside the small stone bridge, the Golden Light Ancestor and the other 3 Golden Core Realm disciples were all full of grief and indignation. Their disciples had suffered heavy casualties, but they, as ancestors, could not help. All of them were extremely angry. However, a small stone bridge had separated them from the world. No matter how angry they were, they could only watch. To be able to withstand my divine ability and not die, it means that you are good. I will let you live. Fangxing put his hands behind his back and looked at the dozen disciples who had survived. His voice was proud. To be honest, most of the surviving disciples were in the spiritual movement realm. There were only 2 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. This was because he had taken special care of the Foundation Establishment Realm disciples. Therefore, there were not as many spiritual movement realm disciples who had survived. However, whether it was strength or luck, to be able to survive under the divine light of the Yin and Yang grindstone was already good enough. Of course, Fangxing also understood that this was because he had not refined the Yin and Yang grindstone for long and was not proficient in it. Otherwise, when he used his divine ability, no living creature would survive within 100 feet. The surviving disciples of the 4 branches were already in despair. When they heard this, their eyes suddenly released a look of ecstasy. No matter how heavily injured they were, they gritted their teeth, desperately stood up, and fled far away. Even if they could not stand up, they had to crawl away. The people I am talking about do not include the 2 of you. Jin Fu and Xing Lian also supported each other and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, a voice rang out behind them. Fangxing stood in front of them with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely cold. Senior apprentice brother Yuan, save me, please save me. Jin Fu was intimidated by Fangxing's baleful aura and suddenly burst into tears. She did her best to hide behind Xing Lian and wailed loudly. The current her had completely lost her arrogance. She was scared out of her wits and only knew how to cry and howl. Dao. Dao friend, why must you do this? All of this is just a misunderstanding. Xing Lian's smile was bitter. He was not used to begging Fangxing for mercy. As one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, how could he have ever imagined that one day, he would have to beg for mercy from a cultivator of the same generation? Fangxing looked into his eyes and smiled coldly. Misunderstandings can kill people. Don't tell me you don't know that? Xing Lian panted a few times and suddenly shouted, are you so sure that you want to kill the 2 of us? That's right, the old ancestor can't do anything to you in the Xian domain. But what about after you leave? Our Yuan family's old ancestor and Golden Light ancestor, how could they let you go? Dao friend, please let us live and leave each other a way out. In the future, when we leave the Xian domain, we can still meet again. Xing Lian's voice came to an abrupt end. Because he suddenly realized that Fangxing's face was filled with mockery. He understood that his words would only cause the little devil to look down on him. He lowered his head as if he was secretly making an important decision. Fangxing also looked at him with interest. He did not interrupt his thoughts. Senior apprentice brother Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Yuan, quickly think of a way. Jin Fu's face was already covered in tears. She didn't even dare to speak to Fangxing. She could only plead with Xing Lian. I've thought it through. Xing Lian suddenly raised his head and looked at Fangxing with a resolute gaze. He said in a low voice, Dao friend, this matter was caused by this girl from the Jin family. If she wasn't used to being arrogant and domineering, how could so many things have happened? I, Xing Lian, am a cautious person and don't like to push things too far. I also didn't offend the 2 of you. This time I admit defeat, so please spare me. When Jin Fu heard these words, she was completely dumbfounded. She subconsciously distanced herself from Xing Lian. If you spare my life, Xing Lian will definitely remember your kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Xing Lian was still talking incessantly. However, Fangxing didn't even finish listening. He simply shook his head. This woman is dead for sure. I said that she won't live to see the moon tonight. He pointed at Jin Fu as he spoke, causing a look of despair to appear in Jin Fu's eyes. Patriarch Golden Light, who was on the other side of the small stone bridge, roared in anger and threatened in a loud voice. Then, he pointed at the primal lotus and slowly said, "You're also dead. Who told you to have such a cheap mouth?" With that, he turned and left. Behind him, the billowing black smoke from the 10,000 spirit flag had already arrived. Xing Lian suddenly froze. A trace of sorrow appeared on his face. Was he really going to die here? He clearly felt that he hadn't gone overboard. How could he die here? He was one of the 4 heroes of the Western Desert, a heaven's chosen of the Yuan family with boundless prospects. Before he was enveloped by the black smoke, he turned to look at Jin Fu, his eyes filled with hatred. This bitch. He had originally thought that after being engaged to her, he wouldn't have a good life in the future. It turned out that it wasn't that he wouldn't have a good life, but that he wouldn't have a good life at all. Little bastard, little bastard, little bastard, you killed the disciples of my Golden Light faction, killed my great-great-granddaughter, killed my grandson-in-law. This old man will remember this. This old man swears that no matter who you are, no matter which family you are from, this old man will definitely find out who you are. I will definitely exterminate your 9 generations, I will definitely kill your entire family, not even a chicken or dog will be spared. I will definitely end the legacy of your faction. Ancestor Golden Light, who was on the other side of the small stone bridge, had already gone mad with anger. The anger emitted from his body had already spread out for thousands of feet. In front of the small stone bridge, it was as if a violent wind was blowing. You want to investigate my identity? No need, I'll tell you. In the face of Ancestor Golden Light's rage, Fang Xing's expression was calm. He bent over and picked up the unconscious Chu Ci. He replied coldly, "This young master is Fang Xing. If you harm a single hair on my person, I will kill your entire family, Fang Xing." End of chapter 279. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.